29th of October,
global window to today's
2025.
most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East, and a major Trump devastates the Philippines. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025, with winds up to 205 kilometers per hour. 2. 1. Rescue efforts continue in Nepal. Avalanche bodies of 7 mischief conviction recovered from the Himalayas. Tamara Lich after challenges her conviction over organising anti-mandate protests that were Ukraine drone strikes hit Russian petrochemical plant. 2. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial infrastructure in Bashkortostan. Finance Minister Mark Carney unveils first budget with NYC mayoral spending plans to revive the progressive candidate emerges as front group runner in his test reshaping US China resumes group tours to Canada. Carney meeting. Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary to attend thawing diplomatic hearings. Supreme Court to debate the administration's rules out using notwithstanding on November 5th in child pornography sentencing China case. Begins test Justice Minister confirms respect for Supreme Court ruling on mandatory outpaces Tesla with prototype aerial vehicles. NASA celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence in space. North Korea mourns marking a milestone since ISS Kim launched in 2000. Kim, a key diplomat commemorates the scientific breakthroughs, passes away at 96. 8. FDA's top drug regulator reports progress in semiconductor talks with China. Dr. George Tidmarsh quits following federal probe into ethics violations amid global chip supply tensions. 9. Nigeria's ethnic violence at ostrich farm demonstrations in British Columbia. Experts urge confirm one death as clash standoff with local environmental activist groups. 8. U.S. Trump Secretary of War concludes Asia tour to cut funds on security wins. Visits to Vietnam, President Japan and South Korea, New York's political push to counter Chinese influence. Canada rejects surge of Indian strategic partnership with China faces criticism of applications experts denied of hybrid amid risks and amid growing cyber espionage concerns. 12. ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite released in Winnipeg. India makes public outcry with the largest satellite police deployment community alerts as offender relocates to 13. New residents. India's IT 11. Industry BC Hydro faces scrutiny experts over Site C dam cost and global outsourcing shifts. Executives admit project 14. Budget mismanagement. Israel returns rising energy demand. Palestinian bodies to Gaza. 12. Vancouver Home Ministry confirms 14% in October amid ongoing ceasefire real estate slowdown reflects 15. Higher Trump interest defends nuclear testing revival, blames Pakistan 13. And China. Interac expands payment US justifies its stance as competitors expand weapons Canada's programs. Leading fintech brand launches broader digital door open for Nigeria military 14. Operation. OECD urges Canada to cut subsidies to dairy industry. 17. Report calls for Bangladesh to Pakistan relations competition after Hasina's and trade exit. Fairness. Envoy credits 15. New government for improved diplomatic Germany demands deportation of 720,000 Tanzania's Syrian president sworn in amid violent Berlin protests. Pushes new opposition rallies lead to hundreds of amid rising anti-immigration sentiment. 19. 16. UAE finance of arming Canadians will feel good about Sudanese budget. Ambassador condemns optimistic tone contrasts with public concern over deficit spending. Air 17. India crash survivor cybersecurity agents charged for only surviving black cat hackers for government compensation. 3 American officials Indian accused of aiding ransomware gang hit in extortion schemes in Canada. 18. Rejection US declares Nigeria 74% country of particular concern. Washington signals possible fugitive Mehul amid religious persecution challenges extradition in Belgium. 19. Wanted Chinese researcher faces human rights violations in Indian former Hydro Quebec employee 23 accused of espionage. Trump backs new Supreme Court tariff case 2,500 redefine U.S. global trade rules seized at Vancouver Airport. Trump authorities intercept massive over Chinese chip technology transfers. US moves to block Manitoba's sales to China joins leaders in condemning child porn sentencing ruling. Global markets react to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters. Oil prices 22 rise as investors weigh risks from Asia and into 2026. Pharmacy associations warn of continued supply issues for critical medications. pledges reforms in northern development and healthcare. Global window to today's most powerful headlines. U.S. Defense catastrophic storms alliance with South Korea to new deter North Korea. In the Middle East to reaffirm military readiness amid Pyongyang's top 25 global and U.S. headline of October. Nigeria's deepens sanctions threat. Ongoing sectarian attacks devastates the Philippines. Humanitarian intervention. At least 5 people dead. Hundreds stranded as floods submerge central regions with winds up to 205 kilometers per hour. 2. Rescue efforts continue in Nepal. Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers recovered from the Himalayas after a deadly window to today's most powerful headlines. 3. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean strikes hit Russian petrochemical plant and a major Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025 leads NYC mayoral race. The progressive candidate emerges as front freedom convoy leader appeals reshaping conviction in politics. 5. Tamara Litch challenges Trump's conviction over organising to anti-mandate case hearing, but Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy impact. 2. On November Canada's 5th, new budget projects $78 billion test production deficit of flying cars. Finance Minister China-based company unveils faces Tesla major spending plans to revive economy entering trial phase. 7. 3. North China resumes former ceremonial head of state Xi Kim Jong-nam. Beijing lifts key travel restrictions amid thawing diplomatic ties at 96. 8. FDA's top drug using notwithstanding clause in child pornography sentencing. Dr. George Tidmarsh Justice Minister following federal probe into Supreme Court ruling on mandatory minimums. 9. Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens. NASA celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence in space, marking a milestone since between Northern launched in 2000. Astronauts commemorate scientific breakthroughs and threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins. 6. EU the former president re-enters semiconductor political battleground. Brussels 11. Praises Canada rejects surge of Indian global chip supply tensions. Over 70% of applications denied demonstration in British Columbia concerns. Police confirm one death during standoff with heaviest communication satellite yet. India makes US Secretary of the largest satellite deployment focused on security ties. Visits to Vietnam, India's Japan IT and industry Korea at a crossroads highlight push to counter experts Chinese warn of job cuts and global outsourcing shifts. Canada's strategic partnership 14. With China Israel returns 45 experts Palestinian warn of hybrid warfare risks amid growing Health Ministry confirms handover amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. Convicted child 15 sex offender Trump defends nuclear testing revival. Public outcry Pakistan. Police issue community China alerts as offender US justify competitors expand residence. 16 Trump drove faces Nigeria military operation. Executives admit project budget US interests amid rising energy demand. 17. Bangladesh Pakistan relations sales fall 14% in October. Envoy credits new real estate slowdown reflect higher interest rate stability crisis. 18. Tanzania new president 13 warn in Interbank expands payment platform arrests nation. Canada brand 19 launches broader digital payment accused of arming Sudanese 14 OECD urges Canada Sudanese to cut subsidies to dairy industry to RSF fighters. Report calls for reforms 20 to improve market competition India crash and trade fails for support. 15 only surviving passenger Germany demands deportation of 720,000 student visa rejections. Hit record Berlin high pushes in new repatriation policy. Rejection amid rising anti-immigration sentiment, sparking diplomatic concern. Finance Minister says Canadian fugitive may feel good about challenges budget. Extradition. Optimistic in tone contrasts concern wanted over businessman argues human rights violations in Indian courts. Cybersecurity 23 agents news charged Supreme Court tariff case. The American official could redefine U.S. global trade extortion schemes. 2018 Trump U.S. declares Nigeria over Chinese country technology of particular concern. U.S. moves Washington to block NVIDIA sales to China amid religious persecution reports. 25. 19. Global markets Chinese researcher to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters. Former Hydro-Quebec oil prices rise as investors from espionage and intellectual property theft. 2,500 kilos of cocaine. Authorities intercept massive drug shipments concealed in Manitoba's NDP premier joins leaders in condemning child porn sentencing ruling. Your global window to today's most political unity headlines grows over controversial catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to 22 tensions. Canada faces painkiller shortage and a major 2026. Farmers here are the associations 25 global supply issues and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. Yukon leader promises majority stability. Curry-Dixon pledges reforms in Northern development and healthcare. At least 2,400 US Defense Secretary says alliance with South Korea will deter winds up to 205. Washington reaffirms military readiness amid efforts continuing Pyongyang's missile activity. Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers. Nigeria's religious violence Himalayas despite threats. Ongoing sectarian attacks accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial infrastructure in Bashkortostan. 4. Zora Mandani leads NYC mayoral race. The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner in a historic contest reshaping US city politics. Welcome to USA Pulse. Donald Trump's Treasury to today's most powerful tariff case hearing. Catastrophic Supreme Court to debate the administration's tensions in the Middle East impact and a major Trump update. November 5th. Here are the top 20. China begins test global production and US flying cars. Major China-based company outpaces Tesla of October with prototype aerial vehicle entering 2007-5. North Korea ceremonial head of state Kim Jong-nam. Diplomacy 90 freedom appeals 8 FDA's top drug regulation over organised amid gridlocked on 22. Dr. George Tidmarsh budget projects following federal probe into finance unveils first budget with major spending Nigeria's plans to revive economy and analysts call for dialogue. 3. Experts China resumes group tours to as Canada clashes after between northern and southern Beijing groups. Lifts travel restrictions. Trump amid thawing diplomatic ties threatens to cut funds 4. If Mandani Ottawa wins. Rules out using notwithstanding clause in child New York's political battleground. Justice Minister 11. Confirms respect Canada rejects surge of Indian student permits. Over 70% of applications NASA celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence in space. 12. Marking a milestone launches heaviest communication satellite yet. Astronauts commemorate India makes scientific breakthroughs with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic rocket. 6. EU 13. Reports progress India's in IT industry across China. Brussels experts warn of job dialogue with global outsourcing amid global chip supply tensions. 14. 7 Israel returns at ostrich farm demonstration bodies in British Columbia. Health Ministry confirmed one death during amid ongoing with local environmental activists. 15 Trump defends nuclear testing US Secretary of War concludes Asia tour focused on security ties. US justifies its visits to Vietnam, Japan and South Korea. Highlight push to counter Chinese leaves door open for Nigeria military operation. Canada's strategic partnership with China faces criticism. Experts warn of hybrid warfare risks. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations war after Hasina's exit. Envoy credits 10. New government convicted child sex offender released in Winnipeg. 18. Public Tanzania's new president sworn police in amid violent community alerts as offender opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. 11. 19. Hydro US group accused of arming Sudan's paramilitary forces. Dam costs Sudanese and bans. Condemns weapon shipments to RSF budget mismanagement amid 20. Rising energy crash survived. 12. Vancouver home sales percent in October. In visa rejection reflects higher interest rate. Rejection 13 surged to 74%. Canada diplomatic concern. 14. OECD urges Canada challenges extradition in Belgium. Wanted calls for reforms to improve human rights violations and trade fairness. 23. Germany
Trump
demands
backs new
deportation
Supreme Court
of 720,000 Syrian
redefine
US global trade rules. Berlin pushes new
24.
repatriation policy
Trump warns
amid
of
rising
sanctions
anti-immigration
over Chinese
chip
sentiment.
technology transfers.
16.
US moves
Finance
to block
Minister says
Nvidia
Canadians
sales to
will
China
feel
amid
good
tech
about
war. budget. 25. Optimistic tone
Global
contrasts with
markets
public
react
concern
to
over
ongoing
deficit
conflicts
spending and natural disasters. Cybersecurity
Oil
rise
prices
as investors weigh risks from Asia
hackers.
and the Middle East. 3 American officials accused of aiding ransomware gangs in extortion schemes. 18. US declares Nigeria a country of particular concern. Washington signals possible sanctions amid religious
Welcome to
persecution
USApulse,
reports.
your global window
19.
to today's most powerful
Chinese
headlines.
researcher faces
From
spy
catastrophic
trial
storms
in
in
the Caribbean, former
to new
hydro-Quebec
tensions
in the Middle
employee
East, and
accused
accused
of
of
Trump
espionage
update.
and intellectual
Here are the
property
top
theft.
25 global and US headlines for 29th of October
seized at Vancouver
2025.
Airport. Authorities intercept massive drug shipment concealed in auto parts. At least 5 people join leaders in hundreds child sentencing rulings. Floods submerge central
Political
regions
unity
with
grows
winds
at
up to
court decision.
205 kilometers per hour. 22. Canada shortage
Rescue effort
into
in Nepal.
2026. The
Avalanche
associations
climbers
warn of
recovered
recovered from the Himalayas
critical
or
deadly
medication
snow.
Bagiri. 23.
Ukraine drone
elected
strikes hit
Russell
promises
majority.
majority.
Russia accuses
Harry
Ukraine
Dixon
pledges
of targeting
reforms in
industrial
northern
development
in Bashkortostan. 24.
US
Zora
Defense
Secretary
NYC
says alliance with
race.
South Korea. The progressive
North Korea.
candidate emerges as frontrunner.
Washington
in a
reaffirms
historic
military
readiness,
contest
reshaping
amid
US
Pyongyang's
missile
politics.
activity. 5. 25.
Donald Trump's Treasury
Nigeria's
Secretary
religious
to attend
violence
tariff
deepens
case
despite
hearing.
US
Supreme
sanctions
Court to
threat.
debate
the administration's
ongoing
trade
sectarian
policy
attacks
impact
prompt
on
calls
November
for
5th.
humanitarian
intervention.
China begins test production of flying cars. A major China-based company outpaces Tesla with prototype aerial vehicles entering trial phase.
North Korea mourns former ceremonial
Welcome
head of
to
state
USA
Kim
Pulse,
Jong-nam,
your global
Kim,
window
a
to
key
today's most
diplomat
powerful
since the
headlines.
1990s,
From
passes away
catastrophic storms
at
in the
96,
Caribbean
to new tensions in the
FDA's
Middle
top
East,
drug
and a major
regulator
Trump
resigns
update amid scandal.
Here are the top 25
Dr. George
global and
Tidmarsh
US
quits following
headlines for
federal
29th of
probe into
October
ethics violations.
2025.
9. Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens. Analysts
One
call for
Freedom
dialogue.
Convoy leader
Experts
appeals
urge
mischief
reforms
conviction in
as
Canada.
clashes escalate between
Tamara
northern
Lich
and southern
challenges
groups.
her conviction over organising
10.
anti-mandate
Trump backs
protests.
Cuomo that gridlocked
Threatens to
Ottawa
cut
in
funds if
2022.
Mandani
wins. 2. The former
Canada's
president
new budget
re-enters New
projects
York's political
$78 billion
battleground. 11. Deficit. Canada rejects surge of Indian student permits. To mark over 70% of applicants first notified amid fraud and May funding concerns. Spending 12. ISRO launches heaviest communications satellite yet. Green Tech. In India 3's history, China resumed domestic tours to Canada after 13. Tea industry lit a crossroads. Travel restriction. Experts warn of job cuts or outsourcing shift. 4. Ottawa rules
Israel
out
returns
Palestinian body
pornography
to Gaza.
sentencing
case.
Health Ministry's
respect for
amid
Supreme
negotiations.
Trump defends new
5.
rival.
Blames
NASA's
Pakistan
5 years
and
of continuous
its
human presence in
stance
space, marking a
16
milestone
Trump
launched
launched
in military operation. Astronauts
commemorate
commemorate
scientific
scientific and global. 17. 6. Bangladesh-Pakistan
EU
relations
reports warm
semiconductor
after
seen
talks
as exit.
with
Brussels
envoy
with
credits
next
new
global
government for
chips.
improved
7
diplomatic
protester
tone.
dies at ostrich
18.
farm demonstration.
Tanzania's
new president
confirmed one
amid
death
violent
during
protests.
environment.
Opposition
US
rallies
Secretary
lead
of
to
Asia
hundreds of
arrests
security
and multiple
ties. Visits to Vietnam and South Korea
19.
push to counter Chinese
UAE
influence.
accused of arming Sudanese
9.
paramilitary
Canada's
forces.
strategic partnership
Sudanese
with China
ambassador
faces
condemns
criticism.
shipments to
Experts
RSF
warn of
fighters.
hybrid warfare risks
20.
amid growing cyber
Air India
espionage
crash
survivor
concerns.
appeals for support. 10.
Only surviving
convicted
passenger
child sex
pleads for
offender
government
released in
compensation.
Winnipeg.
21.
Public
Indian
outcry
student
follows.
visa rejections.
Police issued
hit record
community
high
alerts
in
as offender
Canada.
relocates to new
Rejection
residence.
rates surged to
11.
74%.
BC Hydro
sparking
faces scrutiny
diplomatic
over Site
concerns.
C dam cost overruns.
22 fugitive
Executives
naval
admit
chocolate
project
challenges
budget
extradition
mismanagement
in
amid
Belgium.
rising energy demands.
Wanted businessman
12
argues human
Vancouver
rights
home
violations
sales fall
in Indian
14%
courts.
in October.
23.
Real estate slowdown
Trump
reflects
backs
higher
new
interest
Supreme
rates
Court
and
tariff
affordability
case hearing.
crisis could redefine
13.
US global trade
Interac
rules. Expands payment
24.
platform Connect
Trump
nationwide.
warns of sanctions.
Canada's
over
leading
Chinese chip
fintech
technology
brand launches
transfers.
broader digital payment
US moves to
integration.
block Nvidia
14.
sales to China
OECD
amid
urges
tech
Canada
war.
to cut subsidies to
25.
dairy industry. Global markets
Report
react
calls
to
for
ongoing
reforms to
conflicts
improve
and
market
natural
competition
disasters and trade fairness. Oil prices rise
15.
as investors weigh risks
Germany
from
demands
Asia and the
deportation
Middle East
of
720,000 Syrian asylum seekers. Berlin pushes new repatriation policy amid rising anti-immigration sentiments. 16. Finance Minister says Canadians will feel good.
Welcome
about
to
budget.
USApulse,
Optimistic
your global
tone
window to
contrasts
today's
with
most
public
powerful
concern over
headlines.
deficit spending, from catastrophic storms in the
17.
Caribbean,
to new
cybersecurity
tensions in the
agents
Middle
charged
East
for
and a
ties
major
with
Trump
Black Cat
update.
hackers. Here are the top
3 American
25
officials
global
accused
and
of
US
aiding
headlines for
ransomware
29th of
gang in
October
extortion schemes.
2025.
18.
US declares Nigeria a country of particular
1.
concern.
Typhoon Kalmegi
Washington signals
devastates
possible
the Philippines
sanctions amid
at least
religious
5
persecution
people dead.
reports. Hundreds stranded
19.
as floods submerge central
Chinese
regions,
researcher faces
with winds
spy
up to
trial in
205 kilometers
Former
per hour.
Hydro-Quebec employee
accused of
rescue
espionage
efforts
continue
and
in
intellectual
Nepal. Property theft.
Avalanche
bodies of 7 climbers recovered from the Himalayas after a deadly snow collapse near Dhaulagiri. Authorities intercept
3.
massive drug shipment
Ukraine
concealed
drone
in
strikes
auto
hit
parts.
Russian petrochemical plant.
21 Manitoba's
Russia accuses
NDP
Ukraine
premier of
targeting
leaders in
industrial
condemning child
infrastructure
porn
in
sentencing ruling.
Bashkortostan.
Political unity grows
Zora
over
Mamdani
controversial
leads
court
NYC
decision. Mayoral race. The
22.
progressive candidate emerges
Canada
as
faces
frontrunner
painkiller
in a
shortage
historic
into
contest
2026.
reshaping US pharmacy
city politics.
associations warn of
5.
continued supply.
Donald
Donald
Trump's
Trump's
Treasury
Treasury
Secretary
Secretary to attend tariff
23.
case hearing. Yukon
Supreme
leader
Court to debate the
re-elected
administration's
promises
trade
majority
policy
stability
impact.
on November. Curry
5th.
Dixon pledges
6.
reforms in northern
China
development
begins
and
test
healthcare.
production
of flying cars.
24.
A major
US
China-based
defense
company
secretary
says
outpaces
alliance
Tesla
with South
with
Korea
prototype
will
aerial
deter
vehicles
North Korea.
entering
trial phase.
Washington
reaffirms
reaffirms
military readiness.
North Korea
amid
mourns
Pyongyang's
former
missile
ceremonial
activity.
head
of state Kim Jong-nam.
25.
Kim,
A
Nigeria's
key diplomat
religious
since the
violence
1990s,
deepens despite
passes
US
away
sanctions
at
96.
8.
Ongoing
FDA's
sectarian
top
attacks
drug
prompt calls
regulator
for
resigns
humanitarian
amid scandal.
intervention. Dr. George Tidmouth quits following federal probe into ethics violations. 9. Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens. Analysts call for dialogue. Experts urge reforms as clashes
Welcome to
escalate
USA
between
Pulse,
northern and
your
southern
global
groups.
window to today's most powerful
10.
headlines.
Trump backs
From
Cuomo.
catastrophic storms in the
Threatens to cut
Caribbean
funds if
to new
Mamdani
tensions
wins.
in the Middle East
and a major Trump
The former
update.
president
re-enters
Here
New
are the
York's
top
political
25
battleground.
global and US
11.
headlines for 29th
Canada
of October
rejects surge of Indian
2025.
student permits. Over 70% of applications denied.
One
amid
Freedom
fraud
Convoy
and funding
leader
concerns.
appeals.
Mischief conviction
12.
in Canada. ISRO launches heaviest
Tamara Lich
communication
challenges her
satellite
conviction
yet.
over
organising
India makes
anti-mandate
history
protests
with the
that
largest
gridlocked
satellite
Ottawa
deployment
in
on a
2022.
domestic
rocket. 2. 13. Canada's
India's
new budget
IT
projects
industry at a
$78
crossroads.
billion. Experts warn of
Deficit.
job cuts and global
Finance Minister
outsourcing
Mark
shifts.
Carney
unveils first
14.
with major
Israel
spending plans
returns
to revive
45
economy Palestinian
and green
bodies
tech.
to Gaza. 3. Health Ministry
China
confirms
resumes group
handover
tours to Canada
amid ongoing
after Xi
ceasefire
Carney
negotiations.
15
Beijing
Trump
lifts
defends
travel
nuclear
restrictions
testing revival
amid thawing
blames
diplomatic
Pakistan.
ties and China. 4. US
Ottawa
justifies
rules out
its using
stance as
notwithstanding
competitors
clause in
expand
child
weapons
pornography sentencing case.
16.
Trump
Justice
leaves
Minister
door open
confirms
for Nigeria
respect for
military
Supreme Court
operation,
ruling on
hints at
mandatory
possible
minimums.
cooperation if US interests are
5.
threatened. NASA celebrates
17.
25 years of
Bangladesh-Pakistan
continuous
relations
human presence
warm
into
after
Hasina's exit,
marking a
Envoy
milestone
credits
since
new
government for
ISS
improved
launched in
diplomatic
2000.
tone.
Astronauts
18.
commemorate scientific
Tanzania's
breakthroughs
new president
and sworn
global
in amid
cooperation.
violent protests. Opposition
6.
rallies lead to
EU
hundreds of
reports
arrests and
progress
multiple
in
semiconductor
casualties.
talks with China.
19.
Brussels
UAE
praises
accused of
dialogue
arming
with Nigeria
Sudanese
amid
paramilitary
global
forces.
chip supply tensions.
Sudanese ambassador
7 protester
condemns
dies at
weapon
ostrich
shipments to
farm
RSF
demonstration
fighters.
in British Columbia.
20.
Air India
Police
crash
confirm
survivor
one
appeals for
death
support during standoff. Only staff with surviving low passenger environment leads for government compensation. 21 Indian
8
student
US
visa
Secretary
rejection
of War
court
High.
concludes Asia tour focused on security ties. It's to Vietnam, Japan and South Korea extradition to counter Chinese
wanted
influence.
use human rights
strategic
violations
partnerships
in
is
Indian
experts
courts.
warn of hybrid warfare
23.
risks amid espionage
Trump backs
concerns.
new Supreme Court tariff
Convicted
case hearing.
child sex
Could
offender
redefine
reg.
US global
Public
trade
outcry.
rules.
Police alerts
24.
as offender relocates
Trump
to new
warns of
residence.
sanctions over
11.
Chinese chip
BC
technology
Hydro
transfers.
faces scrutiny over
US
Type
moves to
C
block
dam
cost
Nvidia
overruns.
sales to China.
Executives
amid
admit
tech
war.
project budget mismanagement.
25.
Amid rising
Global
energy
markets
demands.
react to ongoing
12.
conflicts and
Vancouver
natural
home sales
disasters.
fall 14%
Oil
in
prices
October,
rise
as
real
investors
estate
weigh risks
slowdown
from
reflects
Asia
higher
and
interest
the Middle
rates.
East and affordability crisis. 13. Interactive payment platform Connect nationwide. Canada's leading fintech brand launches broader digital payment integration. 14. OECD urges Canada to cut
Welcome to
subsidies to dairy
USApulse.
industry. Your global
Report
window to
calls
today's
for
most
reforms
powerful
to improve
headlines.
market
and trade catastrophic 15 to new tensions in
Germany
the Middle East
demands
and a
deep
major
720,000
Here are the
Syrian
top 25
asylum seekers.
global and US
Berlin
headlines for
creation
29th
policy
of October
amid rising
2020
anti-immigration
sentiment. 16. Finance Minister says Canadians will feel good about devastates the Philippines. Optimistic at least tone contrasts with public concern of a deficit spending. Stranded as floods submerge central regions. Cybersecurity of ties with Black Cat hackers too. But 3 American accused of aiding
avalanche
bodies
ransomware
of
gang
7 in extortion Himalayas after a dead near US declares country of particular Russian petrochemical plant. Washington signals
Russia accuses
Ukraine amid
targeting
religious industrial
persecution.
infrastructure in Bashkortostan. 4. Chinese researcher
Zora
faces spy
Mamdani
trial
leads
in
Quebec.
NYC mayoral
Former
race.
Hydro-Quebec
The progressive
employee
candidate
accused of
emerges as
espionage
frontrunner
in
and
a historic
intellectual
contest
property
reached
theft. 260 kilos of cocaine. Donald Trump's
seized at
Treasury
Vancouver
Secretary
Airport.
to attend
Authorities
tariff
intercept
hearing.
massive drug
Supreme Court to
shipment
debate the
concealed in
administration's
auto parts.
trade policy impact.
21
On Manitoba's
November 5th.
NDP Premier
6.
joins leaders in
China
condemning
begins
child
test
production
production
of
ruling.
flying cars. Political
A major
unity
China-based
grows over
company
controversial
outpaces
court
Tesla
decision with prototype aerial vehicles
22.
entering trial Canada faces painkiller shortage into 2020. North Korea mourns former ceremonial associate of state Kim Jong-un of continued supply issues, a key for critical medications. FDA regulator resigns amid scandal. Dr. George Tidmarsh quits following federal probe into ethics violations. U.S. Defense Secretary says 9. Alliance
Nigeria's
with South Korea
ethnic violence
will
deter
deter North Korea. Analysts call for dialogue. Washington reaffirms
Experts
military readiness
urge reforms
amid Pyongyang's
as clashes
activity
escalate
between northern and southern
25.
groups. Nigeria's
10.
religious
Trump
violence
backs
deepens
Cuomo.
despite U.S.
Threatens
sanctions
to cut
funds if Mamdani wins. Ongoing sectarian attacks prompt
The former
calls
president
for humanitarian
re-enters New
York's
York's
political battleground. 11. Canada rejects surge of Indian student permits. Over 70% of applications denied and funding concerns. 12. launches heaviest communication satellite yet. USApulse. India makes history headline from with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic rocket in the Middle East and a major Trump update. India's IT industry at 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 14. Israel returns 45 Palestinian bodies Freedom to Gaza. Convoy leader appeals. Health Ministry confirms conviction in Canada amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. Challenges her 15 Trump over organising nuclear testing revival protests. Blames Pakistan and China in 2022. US justifies its stance as competitors new budget projects $78 billion. Trump leaves door open for Nigeria military Finance Minister Mark Carney unveils cooperation with major spending plans to revive economy and green tech. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after Hasina's exit. Envoy tours new government in Canada for improved diplomatic ties. Meeting. Tanzania's new president sworn in amid restrictions. Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and not with some child poincing case. 19. Justice Minister confirms respect of arming Sudanese on paramilitary forces. Sudanese ambassador condemns weapon shipments NASA celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence in space. Air India crash survivor marking a milestone since ISS only surviving passenger pleads for astronauts commemorate scientific breakthroughs Indian student and global cooperation hit record high in Canada. 6. EU rejection reports progress to 74% with China, sparking diplomatic Brussels concern. Praises dialogue with next 22 fugitive global chip supply tensions. Challenges extradition in dies at ostrich farm demonstration in British Columbia. Argues human rights violations. Police confirm one death during standoff 23. With local environmental activists. Supreme Court tariff. 8. U.S. Secretary of War concludes Asia tour focused on security. Visits to Vietnam over technology highlight push to ease U.S. moves to block Nvidia sales to China. Strategic partnership with China faces criticism. Experts global markets react to ongoing conflicts growing and natural disaster concerns. Oil prices rise 10 as investors weigh risk China and the offender released lease with Peg. Public outcry follows. Police issue community alert as a new resident. 11. The Hydro faces scrutiny over site seasons. Executives admit project budget mismanagement amid rising energy demands. Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today for home sales fall powerful 14% in October. From real estate forms down reflect Caribbean higher to new interest rates in the Middle East stability and a major Trump update. 13. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines nationwide. 29th of October, Canada's leading fintech brand launches broader digital payment integration. 40. CD urges Canada to cut subsidies to dairy industry. The Philippines. Report calls for reforms to improve market competition of central regions, with winds up to 205 kilometers of 720,000 Syrian asylum seekers. Berlin avalanche body repatriation recovered from the Himalayas amid rising anti-immigrant Dalagiri. 16.3. Ukraine drone strikes will feel good about Russia accuses Ukraine of industrial with public concern in deficit spending. 4. Zora Mamdani leads NYC mayoral race. Cybersecurity. The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunners with black in a historic reshaping politics. 5. 3 American Treasury Secretary accused of case hearing in extortion. Supreme Administration's 18. U.S. declares it begins test production of particular concern. Flying cars. Washington signal-type amid religious trial persecution reports. North Korea 19 former ceremony. China faces spy trial in Quebec. Kim, former Hydro Quebec employee, accused of espionage drug regulator amid scandal. 26. Dr. George Tidmarsh quits following authorities into drug shipments violations. Manitoba's NDP Nigeria's ethnic violence condemning child ruling. Analysts call for dialogue. Political controversial. Experts urge reforms. Canada faces escalate into 2020 pharmaceutical groups. Continued supply issues. 10. Education. Trump backs Cuomo. 23. Threatens to cut re-elected. Mandani promises wins. Majority stability. The former president re-enters New York's political northern development and health. 11. Canada 24. Rejects surge of Indian US Defense Secretary permits. Says alliance with over South 70% Korea of applications denied amid fraud. Washington reaffirms military readiness amid 12. Pyongyang's ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite yet. Nigeria's India makes history deepens with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic rocket. Ongoing sectarian attacks. 13. Calls for Indian industry at a crossroads. Experts warn of job cuts and global outsourcing. 14. Israel returns 45 Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Health Ministry confirms handover amid ongoing ceasefire Welcome negotiations. To USApulse. 15. Trump defends nuclear testing revival. Headlines. Blames Pakistan from catastrophic storms in the Caribbean. US justifies in the Middle East and a major Trump weapons programs. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October. Hints at possible cooperation if US interests are threatened. 17. Bangladesh Freedom Convoy leader appeal has missed exit. Envoy's new government in Canada. Tamara Lich challenge Tanzania's new organising anti-mandate protests offers to hundreds of arrests and multiple in 2022. 19. Accused Canada's new budget project, Sudanese ambassador condemns deficit fighters. Finance Minister Mark Carney, Air India major spending plans to revive economy, plead green tech compensation. 21 Indian student visa rejections hit record amid thawing in Canada. Rejection rules out landing clause in child pornography sparking diplomatic concern. Justice Minister confirms respect for Supreme Court ruling on mandatory minimums. Challenges extradition in Belgium. 5. NASA celebrates 25 years human of rights violations in Indian space, marking a milestone 23. Since ISS Trump launched backs in 2000. New Supreme Court tariff case commemorates scientific redefine U.S. global trade cooperation. 24. 6. Trump warns EU of sanctions reports progress over Chinese chip technology with China. US moves to block NVIDIA sales to China amid global tech chip supply tensions. 27. Prize at global markets demonstrate to ongoing conflict British and Colombia. Natural disasters. Police confirm oil prices rise as in one risk stands during the Middle East with local environmental activists. U.S. Secretary of War concludes Asia tour focused on security ties. Visits to Vietnam, Japan, and South Korea highlight push to counter Chinese influence. Canada's strategic partnership with China faces criticism. US warn of hybrid amid growing cyber headlines. From catastrophic child sex offender released in Winnipeg and a major follows. Here are the top 25 US headlines for 29th of October. 11. Faces scrutiny over site sea runs. Executives admit project budget amid rising energy demand. At least 512 dead. Vancouver home sales flood submerged in October. With winds up to slowdown reflects higher interest rate crisis. Rescue effort 13. Expands avalanche platform recovered from Himalayas. Canada's leading fintech order digital payment. Crane drone strikes OECD accuses Ukraine to dairy targeting infrastructure called improve market competition. Zora meets NY15. Emerges as Germany demands deportation of 720,000 US Syrian asylum seekers. 5. Berlin pushes Donald new Trump's Treasury Secretary to attend rising anti-immigration sentiment. Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy. Finance Minister says Canadians will feel good 6. About budget. China begins test optimistic tone contrasts with public concern over deficit spending. A major China-based company outpaces Tesla with cybersecurity aerial vehicles charged entering trial with Black Cat hackers. 7. 3 American
Korea
officials
mourns
former
accused of
ceremonial
aiding
head of
ransomware
state
gang
Kim
in
Jong-nam
extortion schemes.
Kim, a key
18.
diplomat since the 1990s,
US declares Nigeria
passes
a
away at
country
96.
of particular
8
concern.
FDA's top drug
Washington
regulator
signals possible
resigns
sanctions
amid scandal.
amid religious persecution.
Dr.
reports.
George Tidmarsh quits
19.
following federal probe into
Chinese
ethics
researcher
violations.
faces spy trial in
9.
Quebec.
Nigeria's
Former
hydro-violence
Quebec
employees
employees
accused of
analysts call for
espionage
dialogue
and intellectual property
Experts
theft.
urge reforms
25 as clashes escalate between northern and
60
southern groups. Kilos of 10 seized at Vancouver Airport. Threatens to authorities intercept massive drug shipment concealed in auto parts.
President re-enters
Manitoba's
Manitoba's
11
NDP
premier
premier
surge
surge
of
Indian
child
student.
porn sentence. Over 70
Political
denied
controversial
amid fraud and
2.
funding
This is
concerns into 2026.
12.
ISRO
Pharmacy
launches
associations warn of
heaviest communication
continued supply
satellite
issues
yet
for critical medications.
India makes history with the largest
23.
satellite deployment on a
Yukon
domestic
leader
rocket.
re-elected.
Promises majority
13.
stability.
India's IT industry
Dixon
at a
pledges
crossroads.
reforms in northern
Experts
development
warn of
and
job
healthcare
cuts
and global outsourcing
24.
shifts. U.S. Defense
14.
Secretary says
Israel
alliance
returns
with South Korea
45
will
Palestinian
deter
bodies
North
to
Korea.
Gaza.
Washington
Health
reaffirms
Ministry
military
confirms
readiness
handover
amid ongoing
Pyongyang
ceasefire negotiations. 15 defense testing 25. Nigeria's religious Pakistan deepens and China, despite U.S. intensifies its stance as weapons program. Ongoing sectarian attacks prompt calls for humanitarian Nigeria military operation civil cooperation. 17. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations war after Hassina's exit credits its new government for a new term. 18. Tanzania's new president held transition rallies leaders and multiple casualties. Welcome to USA Global
19.
Most Powerful
From
UAE
catastrophic
accused
storms
of
in the
arming
Caribbean
Sudanese
to
paramilitary
and a
forces.
major Trump update.
Sudanese ambassador
Top
condemns
25
weapon
global
shipments to
and
RSF
US
headlines
fighters.
for 29th of October
2025.
Air India crash survivor appeals for support.
One freed
Only surviving
conviction
passenger
in
pleads for government
Tamara Lear
compensation.
conviction
21
over organising
Indian
anti-student
student
visa
visa
rejections
rejections
that
gridlocked
record
Ottawa
high
in
in
2022.
Canada.
Rejection
2.
rate surged
Canada's
to
new
74%,
budget projects sparking
$78
diplomatic
billion
concern.
deficit. 22 fugitive
Finance
male minister challenges Carney ex tradition in Bill's first budget with Jim. Wanted businessman argues human plans to revive
Indian
economy
courts.
and green tech. 23 Trump backs new Supreme Court China
Tariff
resumes
could
redefine
redefine
U.S.
Canada
global
after
trade
shifting.
rules. Beijing
20
lifts
Trump
travel
warned
restrictions
over Chinese chip
amid
thought
ties. U.S. moves to
Four
set sails
rules to
out
China
using clause
amid
in
tech
sentencing
war.
case. Justice Minister
25
Supreme Court ruling.
Global
Global markets react
5
to ongoing
celebrates
conflicts
25
and
continuous
natural
human
disasters.
presence.
Oil prices
Marking
rise
a milestone
as investors
since
weigh
ISS
risks from
launched in
Asia and
2000.
the Middle East. Astronauts commemorate scientific breakthroughs and global cooperation. 6. EU reports progress in semiconductor talks with China. Brussels praises dialogue with Nigeria. Amid global chip supply tension. Welcome to protester dies at your
Ostrich
global window
farm
to today's
demonstration
demonstration in British Columbia. One death
catastrophic
during
storms
standoff
in the
with local
Caribbean
environmental
to new
tensions in the Middle East.
8
and a
US
major
Secretary
Secretary
of
of War conclude
Here
focused
are the
on
top
security
25
ties. US headline visits
for
to Vietnam,
29th of
Japan
October
and South Korea
2025.
highlight Chinese influence. 9. Canada's strategic partnership with criticism.
Typhoon Kalmagi
Experts warn of
devastates the
hybrid
Philippines.
warfare
At least
risks
5 people
amid
dead,
espionage
stranded
concerns.
of central regions,
10.
with winds up to
released in
205
Winnipeg
kilometers per
public
hour.
house. Police issue community relocates to
Avalanche
new
bodies of
residences.
7
recovered from
BC
Himalayas.
Hydro
faces
snow
scrutiny.
theory.
See dam 3. Executives
Drone
admit
strikes
hit
project
chemical plant amid rising
Ukraine
energy demands.
of
target-real infrastructure. 12. Vancouver bash over home to stem cell cells. 14. 4. October. Zora Mamdani Real Estate's NYC slowdown mayoral reflects higher interest rates. The progressive candidate emerges as historically shaping 13. Bans payment platform to attend tariff case. Canada's leading fintech brand launched on payment integration. China begins test production, urges Canada to cut subsidies to dairy outpaces Tesla with prototype market trade fair entering trial phase. Germany demands deportation of 720,000 ceremonial Syrian asylum Kim Jong-nam. Berlin pushes new repatriation since the 1990s amid rising anti-immigration 96. 8 DA's top drug regulator resigns, says Canadians will feel good. Dr. George Tidmarsh quits optimistic federal probe into public concern over deficit spending. 9. Nigeria's ethnic violence cybersecurity agents charged for ties with black cat hackers. Experts urge 3 American officials as clashes accused of aiding ransomware gang and southern extortion schemes. 10. 18. Trump backs US Cuomo. Declares Nigeria threatens to cut funds country of particular concern. The Washington president re-enters New York's amid religious persecution reports. 11. 19. Canada rejects surge of Chinese Indian researcher faces spy trial in Quebec. Over 70% former of applications denied amid accused of espionage and funding concerns and intellectual property theft. 20. ISC 506 launch theist communication satellite cocaine. India makes historic satellite deployment. Authorities intercept massive drug shipment 13. IT industry Manitoba's experts warn of global joints in child porn sentencing. Israel returns Palestinian bodies over Gaza. History confirms handover. Amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. 15. Trump defends nuclear testing revival. Blames Pakistan 23. And China. Yukon leader US justifies its stance. Majority weapons programs. 6. Stability. Trump. Door opens and pledged for Nigeria military operation. Development. Hints at health cooperation if 24. US interests are US Defense Secretary says Bangladesh with South Korea's war will deter North Korea. Its new government reaffirms military readiness 18. Amid Pyongyang's new president sworn in amid tests. This leads to hundreds Nigeria's of religious violence 19. Deepens despite US arming Sudanese paramilitary. Ongoing ambassador condemns humanitarian intervention. 20. Air India crash survivor appeals to the police. Only surviving passenger appeals to 21 Indian students visa rejection. Welcome to hit record high in Canada. From bombs in the Caribbean, rejection rate surged to 74%. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. Challenges extradition in Belgium. Wanted businessman argues human rights violation. Appeals. Indian courts. Miss 23. Trump backs a new Supreme Court tariff case here. Could redefine U.S. global trade rules. Her conviction over organizing anti-mandate chip technology transfer. Gridlocked Ottawa. U.S. Nvidia sales mid-2. 25 projects, global markets react to ongoing conflict and natural disasters. Economy and oil prices rise 3. As investors weigh risks from Asia, Beijing and the Middle East. Travel restrictions amid falling diplomatic ties. 4. Ottawa rules out using notwithstanding clause in child pornography. Justice Minister confirms respect for Supreme Court ruling on mandatory minimums. Welcome to USApulse. Your global window to today's most celebrates 25 years of continuous human storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump in 2000. Here are the top 20 astronauts commemorate scientific break and you through US headlines for the 29th of October 2020. EU reports progress in semiconductor talks with China. Brussels praises dialogue with Typhoon global chip supply devastates. 7 protesters dies at ostrich stranded in British Columbia. Submerged. Police confirm 1 death during standoff with local environmental act. Rescue efforts continue. Includes avalanche bodies of focused on security visits to Vietnam, Japan and South Korea push to counter China's drone strikes hit Russian Canada's Russia accuses you targeting industrial infrastructure growing cyber espionage. Leads 10 race convicts the progressive released in Winnipeg. Public outcry follows. Police issue community alerts as offender relocate to attend tariff case hearing. 11. Supreme Court BC to debate Hydro the administration's trade oversight impact dam on November 5th. Executives admit project China budget mismanagement production amid rising energy demands. A major China-based company Vancouver outpaces Tesla with prototype aerial vehicles entering real estate slowdown reflects higher interest rates. North Korea mourns former ceremonial head of state Kim Jong-nam. Interac expands payment platform since the 1990s. Canada's leading fintech brand launches broader digital payment drug regulator resigns 14. OECD urges Canada to cut subsidies to dairy following federal probe into report calls for reforms to improve market competition. Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens. 15. Analysts call for dialogue. Germany demands deportation of 720,000 Syrian asylums between northern and southern Berlin groups. Pushes new repatriation 10. Policy. Trump amid rising anti-immigration threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins. Finance Minister says Canadians re-enters New York's political battleground. 11. Optimistic tone. Canada rejects public surge of Indian spending permits. 17. Over 70% of applications denied charged for ties with black cat funding concerns. 3 American 12. Officials ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite yet. India 18. Makes history. US declares Nigeria deployment country of particular concern. 13. Washington signals India's IT industry amid religious persecution reports. Experts warn of job cuts 19. And global outsourcing. Chinese shifts. Researcher faces spy trial 14. In Quebec. Israel returns Hydro-Quebec Palestinian bodies accused to Gaza. Of espionage. And Health Ministry confirms handover 25 amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. Of cocaine. 15. Trump defends nuclear testing revival. Authorities intercept Pakistan drug shipment China concealed in auto parts. US justifies its stance. 21. Manitoba's NDP premier joins leaders in condemning child door open for Nigeria military operation. Political unity grows over controversial if US interests are threatened. 22. Canada faces Pakistan relations war into 2026. Envoy credits new governments for improved diplomatic supply issues for critical medications. Tanzania's new president 23 amid violent Yukon leader re-elected. Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. Curry Dixon pledges reforms 19. In northern development UAE and healthcare. Accused of arming Sudanese 24. Paramilitary forces. U.S. Defense Sudanese Secretary ambassador alliance with South Korea will deter North Korea. 20. Washington reaffirms India military readiness amid Pyongyang's missile activity. Only surviving passenger pleads for government compensation. Nigeria's religious student visa rejection despite US hit record high in Canada. Ongoing sectarian attacks prompt calls for humanitarian intervention, sparking diplomatic concern. 22 fugitive naval toxins challenges extradition in Belgium. Wanted businessman argues human rights violations in Indian courts. 23. Welcome to USA Pulse. Backs new Supreme window to today's most powerful headlines. Could redefine U.S. catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East Trump and a major Trump update over Chinese chip technology top 25 global and U.S. headlines for NVIDIA sales to China amid 25. 25. Global markets react to ongoing freedom convoy leader disasters. Mischief oil prices in rise Canada as investors weigh Tamara risks Lynch from Asia challenges and the Middle East over organising anti-mandate protests. The gridlock in 2022. 2. Canada's new budget project, $78 billion deficit. Finance Minister Mark Carney unveils USA Pulse with major spending plans to revive economy and green tech. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean,
China resumes
to new
group tours
tensions
to
in the
Canada
Middle East after
and a
a
major
major
Trump
Trump
update.
update. Beijing
Here
lifts
are the top
travel
25
restrictions
global
amid
and
US
US
headlines for 29th of October 2025.
Ottawa rules out using notwithstanding clause in child pornography sentencing case. Justice
Typhoon
Minister
Kalmegi
confirms respect
devastates
for
the
Supreme Court
Philippines.
ruling on
At
mandatory
least 5
minimums.
people dead.
Hundreds stranded as floods
NASA
submerge
celebrates
central regions
25 years
with winds
of
up to
continuous
205
human presence in
kilometers
space,
per hour,
marking a milestone since
rescue
ISS
efforts
launched in
continue in
2000.
Nepal.
Astronauts
Avalanche
commemorate
bodies of
scientific
seven
breakthroughs
climbers recovered
and
from
global
Himalayas
cooperation
after a deadly snow collapse
6.
near Dhaulagiri.
EU reports progress in semiconductor
Ukraine drone
talks with
strikes
China.
hit Russian petrochemical
Brussels
plant.
praises dialogue
Russia
with
accuses
Nexperia
Ukraine
amid
of
global
targeting
chip supply
industrial
tensions.
infrastructure.
7
in
protester
Bashkortostan.
dies at ostrich farm
4.
demonstration in
Zora
British
Mamdani
Columbia.
leads NYC
Police
mayoral
confirm
race.
1 death
The
during
progressive
standoff
candidate
with
emerges
local
as
environmental
frontrunner
activists.
in a historic contest reshaping
US
US
Secretary of
city
War
politics.
concludes Asia
5.
tour focused
Donald
on
Trump's
security
Treasury
ties.
Secretary
to attend
visits
to
tariff
Vietnam,
case
Japan
hearing.
and South
Supreme
Korea
Court
to debate
highlight
the
push to
administration's
counter
trade
Chinese
policy
influence
impacts.
on November 5th.
9. Canada's
6.
strategic
China
partnership
begins
with China
test
faces
production
criticism.
of flying cars.
Experts warn of
A
hybrid
major
warfare
China-based
risks
company
amid growing
outpaces
cyber
Tesla
espionage
with prototype
concerns.
aerial vehicles entering
10.
trial phase.
Convicted child sex
7.
offender released
North
in
Korea
Winnipeg.
mourns former
Public outcry
ceremonial
follows.
head of state.
Police issue
Kim
community alerts
Kim,
as
a key
offender
diplomat
relocates
since
the
to new
1990s.
residence.
Passes away
11
at 96.
BC Hydro
8.
faces scrutiny
FDA's
over
top
Site
drug
C dam
regulator
cost
resigns
overruns.
amid scandal.
Executives admit
Dr.
Project
George
budget
Tidmarsh
mismanagement
quits
amid
following
rising
federal
energy
probe into
demands.
ethics violations.
12.
Vancouver
9.
home sales
Nigeria's
fall
ethnic
14%
violence
in
deepens.
October.
Analysts
Real
call
estate
for
slowdown
dialogue.
reflects higher interest
Experts
rates
urge
and
reforms
affordability crisis
as clashes escalate
13.
between northern and
Interac
southern
expands
groups.
payment platform
10.
Connect
Trump
nationwide.
backs Cuomo.
Canada's
Threatens
leading
to cut
fintech
funds
brand
if
launches
Mamdani
broader
wins.
digital payment integration.
The former president
14.
re-enters New
OECD
York's
urges
political
Canada to
battleground.
cut subsidies to
11.
dairy industry.
Canada rejects
Report
surge
calls
of
for
Indian
reforms
student
to improve
permits.
market competition.
Over
and
70%
trade
of
fairness.
applications denied.
15.
Amid fraud and
Germany
funding
demands
concerns.
deportation of
720,000
ISRO
Syrian
launches
asylum
heaviest
seekers.
communication
Berlin
satellite
pushes
yet.
new repatriation
India makes
policy
history
amid
with
rising
the largest satellite
anti-immigration
deployment
sentiment
on a domestic rocket.
16.
Finance
13.
Minister says
India's
Canadians
IT
will
industry
feel
at a
good
crossroads.
about budget.
Experts warn
Optimistic
of job
tone
cuts
contrasts
and global
with public
outsourcing
concern over
shifts.
deficit spending.
14.
17.
Israel returns
Cybersecurity
45
agents
Palestinian
charged for
bodies to
ties
Gaza.
with Black Cat hackers.
Health Ministry confirms
3
handover
American officials
amid
accused
ongoing
of aiding
ceasefire
ransomware
negotiations.
gangs in
15.
extortion
Trump
schemes.
defends nuclear testing
18.
revival. Blames
US declares
Pakistan
Nigeria
and China.
country of particular
US justifies
concern.
its stance as competitors
Washington
expand
signals
weapons
possible
programs.
sanctions amid religious
16.
persecution
Trump
reports.
leaves door open for Nigeria
19.
military operation.
Chinese
Hints at
researcher
possible
faces spy
cooperation
trial
if US
in Quebec.
interests are threatened.
Former Hydro Quebec
17.
employee accused of
Bangladesh-Pakistan
espionage
relations
and intellectual
warm after
property
Hasina's
theft.
exit.
2500
Envoy credits new government for
kilos
improved
of
diplomatic
cocaine
tone.
seized at Vancouver Airport.
18.
Authorities
Tanzania's new
intercept
president sworn
massive
in
drug
amid
shipment
violence
concealed
protests.
in auto parts.
Opposition rallies lead to hundreds
21.
of arrests and
Manitoba's
multiple
NDP
casualties.
premier joins
19.
leaders in condemning child porn
UAE
sentencing
accused
ruling.
of arming Sudanese
Political
paramilitary
unity
forces.
grows over
Sudanese
controversial court
ambassador
decision.
condemns weapon shipments to RSF
22.
fighters.
Canada faces
20.
painkiller shortage.
Air India
into
crash
2026
survivor
appeals for support.
Pharmacy associations
Only surviving
warn of
passenger
continued supply
pleads for
issues
government
for
compensation.
critical medications.
21 Indian student visa
23.
rejections hit
Yukon
record
leader
high
re-elected.
in Canada. Promises majority
Rejection
stability.
rate
Surge to
Curry
74%.
Dixon pledges reforms
sparking
in northern
diplomatic
development
concern.
and healthcare.
22
24.
fugitive Mehul Chokshi
US Defense
challenges
Secretary says
extradition
alliance
in
with
Belgium
South Korea will deter
Wanted businessman
North Korea.
argues human rights
Washington
violations
reaffirms
in
military
Indian
readiness
courts.
amid Pyongyang's missile
23.
activity.
Trump backs new
25.
Supreme Court tariff
Nigeria's
case hearing.
religious
could
violence
redefine
deepens
US global
despite
trade
US
rules.
sanctions threat.
24. Ongoing sectarian
warns of
attacks prompt
sanctions
calls for
over
humanitarian
Chinese chip
technology
intervention.
transfers. US moves to block Nvidia sales to China amid tech war. 25. Global markets react to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters. Oil prices As
Welcome to
investors weigh risks
USApulse,
from Asia
your global
and the Middle
window
East.
to today's most powerful headlines.
From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025.
Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines.
1. Freedom
From
Convoy
catastrophic
leader
storms in the
appeals,
Caribbean
mischief
to new
conviction
tensions in the Middle
Canada,
East
and a major Trump
Tamara
update.
Lich challenges her
Here
conviction
are the top
over organising
25 global
anti-mandate
and US
protests
headlines for
that
29th of
gridlocked Ottawa
October
in 2022.
2025.
2. Canada's new budget projects $78
1.
billion
Typhoon Kalmegi
deficit devastates the Philippines.
Finance Minister Mark
At
Carney
least 5
unveils
people
first
dead,
budget with
hundreds
major spending
stranded
plans
as
to
floods
revive economy,
submerge central
and green
regions,
tech.
with winds up to 205
China
kilometers
resumes
per
group
hour.
tours to Canada
2.
after Xi
Rescue
Carney
efforts
meeting.
continue in
Beijing
Nepal.
lifts travel
Avalanche
restrictions
bodies of 7
amid thawing
climbers
diplomatic
recovered from
ties.
Himalayas after a deadly
4.
snow
Ottawa
collapse near
rules out
Dalhousie.
using
notwithstanding
3.
clause in child
Ukraine
pornography
drone
sentencing
strikes hit
case.
Russian petrochemical
Justice Minister
plant.
confirms respect
Russia
for
accuses
Supreme Court
Ukraine
ruling on
of
mandatory
targeting
minimums.
industrial infrastructure in
5.
Bashkortostan.
NASA
4.
celebrates 25
Zora
years of
Mamdani
continuous
leads
human
NYC
presence
mayoral
in space,
race,
marking
the
a
progressive
milestone
candidate
since
emerges as
ISS
frontrunner
launched in
in a
2000.
historic contest
Astronauts
reshaping
commemorate
US
scientific
city
breakthroughs
politics.
and global
5.
cooperation.
Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary
6.
to attend
EU
tariff
reports
case
progress
hearing.
in
Supreme Court
semiconductor
to debate
talks
the
with China.
administration's trade
Brussels
policy
praises
impact
dialogue
on November
with
5th.
Nexperia
6.
amid global chip supply
China begins
tensions.
test
7
production
protester
of
dies
flying
at
cars.
ostrich farm
A
demonstration
major China-based
in British
company
Columbia.
outpaces Tesla with
Police
prototype
confirm one
aerial
death
vehicles
during
entering
standoff with
trial
local
phase.
environmental
7.
activists.
North Korea
8
mourns
US
former
Secretary
ceremonial
of War
head of
concludes
state
Asia
Kim
tour
Jong-nam.
focused on
Kim,
security
a key
ties.
diplomat since the
Visits to
1990s,
Vietnam,
passes
Japan
away
and South
at
Korea
96.
highlight
8
push to counter
FDA's
Chinese
top drug
influence.
regulator resigns amid
9.
scandal.
Canada's strategic
Dr.
partnership
George
with China
Tidmarsh
faces
quits
criticism.
following federal probe
Experts
into
warn of
ethics
hybrid
violations.
warfare risks amid growing
9.
cyber
Nigeria's
espionage
ethnic
concerns.
violence deepens.
Analysts
10.
call for
Convicted
dialogue.
child sex offender
Experts
released in
urge
Winnipeg.
reforms.
Public
As clashes
outcries
follows.
escalate between northern
Police
and
issue
southern
community
groups.
alerts as offender
10.
relocates to
Trump
new
backs
residence.
Cuomo.
11.
Threatens to cut
BC
funds if
Hydro
Mamdani
faces
wins.
scrutiny over Site C dam
The former
cost
president
overruns.
re-enters New
Executives
York's political
admit project
battleground.
budget mismanagement.
11.
Amid rising
Canada
energy
rejects
demands.
surge of Indian
12.
student permits.
Vancouver home sales
Over
fall
70% of
14% in
applications
October.
denied.
Real
Amid
estate
fraud
slowdown
and funding
reflects higher
concerns.
interest rates and
12.
affordability crisis.
ISRO launches
13.
heaviest communication
Interac
satellite
expands
yet.
payment platform
India
Connect
makes history
nationwide.
with the largest
Canada's
satellite
leading
deployment
fintech
on a
brand
domestic
launches
rocket.
broader digital payment
13.
integration.
India's
14.
IT industry
OECD
at a
urges
crossroads.
Canada to cut subsidies
Experts
to
warn of
dairy
job
industry
cuts.
and global
Report
outsourcing
calls
shifts.
for reforms to improve market
14.
competition.
Israel
and
returns
trade fairness.
45 Palestinian
15.
bodies to Gaza.
Germany demands
Health Ministry
deportation
confirms
of
handover
720,000
amid ongoing
Syrian
asylum
asylum seekers.
negotiations.
15.
Berlin
Trump
pushes
defends
new
nuclear
repatriation
testing
policy
revival amid
blames
rising
Pakistan
anti-immigration
and China.
sentiment.
US
16.
justifies its stance as
Finance
competitors
Minister says
expand
Canadians
weapons
will
programs.
feel good
16.
about
Trump
budget.
leaves door open
Optimistic
for Nigeria
tone
military
contrasts with
operation.
public concern
Hints
over
at possible
deficit spending.
cooperation if US
17.
interests are threatened. Cybersecurity agents
17.
charged for ties with
Bangladesh-Pakistan
Black Cat
relations
hackers. warm after Hasina's
3
exit.
American officials
Envoy credits
accused of
new
aiding
government for
ransomware
improved
gang
diplomatic
in
tone.
extortion schemes.
18. Tanzania's new
US
president
declares
sworn
Nigeria
in amid
a
violent protests.
country of particular
Opposition
concern.
rallies lead to hundreds of
Washington
arrests and
signals
multiple
possible
casualties
sanctions
amid religious
19.
persecution reports.
UAE accused of
19.
arming Sudanese paramilitary
Chinese
forces.
researcher faces spy
Sudanese
trial in
ambassador
Quebec.
condemns weapon
Former
shipments to
Hydro-Quebec
RSF fighters.
employee accused of
20.
espionage and
Air
intellectual
India crash
property
survivor
theft.
appeals for support.
2,560
Only surviving
kilos of
passenger
cocaine
pleads for government
seized at
compensation.
Vancouver Airport.
21 Indian
Authorities
student
intercept
visa
massive
rejections
drug shipment
hit
concealed
record
in
high
auto
in
parts.
Canada.
21
Rejection
Manitoba's
rate surged to
NDP
74%
premier joins leaders
sparking
in condemning
diplomatic
child
concern.
porn sentencing ruling.
22
Political
fugitive
unity
male
grows
Trotsy
over controversial
challenges
court
extradition
decision.
in Belgium.
22
Wanted businessman
Canada
argues
faces
human
painkiller
rights
shortage
violations
into
in
2026.
Indian courts. Pharmacy associations
23.
warn of continued
Trump
supply
backs
issues
new Supreme
for
Court
critical
tariff
medications.
case
Hearing could redefine
23.
US global trade rules.
Yukon leader re-elected.
24. Promises
Trump
majority
warns of
stability
sanctions
over
Harry
Chinese
Dixon
chip
pledges
technology
reforms in
transfers.
northern development
US
and
moves to
healthcare.
block Nvidia sales
24.
to China amid
US
tech
Defense
war.
Secretary says
25.
alliance with South Korea
Global
will
markets
deter
react
North
to
Korea.
ongoing conflicts
Washington
and natural
reaffirms
disasters.
military readiness
Oil
amid
prices
Pyongyang's
rise
missile
as investors
activity.
weigh risks from Asia
25.
and the Middle East. Nigeria's religious violence deepens despite US sanctions. Ongoing sectarian attacks prompt calls for humanitarian intervention. Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East and
Welcome
a major
to
Trump
USA
update.
Pulse, your global
Here are
window
the
to
top
today's most
25
powerful
global
headlines.
and US headlines
From
for
catastrophic
29th
storms
of
in the
October
Caribbean
to new
2025.
tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global
Typhoon
and US
Kalmegi
headlines for
devastates
29th
the
of October
Philippines.
2025.
At least 5
people dead. Hundreds stranded as floods submerge central regions. One
with
Freedom
winds up to
Convoy leader
205
appeals.
kilometers
Mischief
per hour.
conviction in Canada. Rescue efforts
Tamara Lich
continue
challenges
in
her
Nepal.
conviction over
Avalanching
organising
bodies of
anti-mandate
7 climbers
protests
recovered
that
from the
gridlocked
Himalayas
Ottawa
after
in
a deadly
2022.
snow collapse near Dhaulagiri.
2.
Canada's new budget project.
Ukraine drone strikes
hit
$78
Russian
billion
petrochemical plant
deficit.
Russia accuses
Finance
Ukraine
Minister Mark
of targeting
Carney unveils
industrial
first
infrastructure
budget with major
in
spending
Bashkortostan
plans
to revive economy
4.
and green tech.
Zora Mamdani leads
3.
NYC mayoral
China
race.
resumes group tours
The progressive
to Canada
candidate
after
emerges
Xi
as
Carney
frontrunner
meeting
in a historic
Beijing
contest
lifts
reshaping
restrictions
US city
amid
politics.
thawing diplomatic ties. Donald Trump's
4.
Treasury
Ottawa
Secretary
rules
to
out
attend
using
tariff
notwithstanding
case
clause in
Supreme
child
Court to
pornography
debate the
sentencing
administration's
case.
trade policy
Justice Minister
impact
confirms
on
respect
November
for
5th.
Supreme Court ruling
6.
on mandatory minimums.
China begins test production
5.
of flying cars.
NASA celebrates
a major
25
China-based
years
company
of continuous
outpaces
human
Tesla
presence
with
in
prototype
space,
aerial
marking a
vehicle
milestone
trial
since
phase.
ISS launched in
7.
2000.
North
Astronauts
Korea
commemorate
mourns former
scientific
ceremonial
breakthroughs
head of state
and global
Kim Jong-nam.
cooperation.
Kim, a key
6.
diplomat since the
EU
1990s,
reports progress
passes
in
away
semiconductor
at
talks
96.
with China.
8.
Brussels
FDA's top
praises
drug
dialogue
regulator
with
resigns
Nexperia
amid
amid
global chip supply tensions.
Dr. George Tidmarsh
7 protesters
quits
following
dies at
federal
ostrich
probe
farm
into
demonstration
ethics
in
violations.
British Columbia.
9.
Police
Nigeria's
confirm one
ethnic
death
violence
during
deepens.
standoff with
Analysts
local
call for
environmental
dialogue.
activists.
Experts urge
8
reform
US Secretary
as
of War
clashes
concludes
escalate
Asia
between
tour
northern and
focused
southern
on
group.
security
10.
ties.
Trump
Visits
visits
Cuomo.
to Vietnam,
Threatens
Japan
to cut
and South
funds if
Korea.
Mamdani
Highlight
wins.
push to counter Chinese
The former
influence.
president re-enters New York's
9.
political
Canada's
battleground.
strategic partnership
11.
with China faces
Canada
criticism.
rejects surge of
Experts warn
Indian
of hybrid
student
warfare
permits.
risks amid growing
Over
cyber
70%
espionage
of applications
concerns. Denied amid
10.
fraud and
Convicted
funding
child
concerns.
sex offender
released
12.
in Winnipeg.
ISRO
Public
launches
outcry
heaviest
follows.
communication
Police issue
satellite
community
yet.
alerts as
India
offender
makes
relocates
history
to new
with the
residence.
largest satellite deployment
11.
on a domestic
BC Hydro
rocket.
faces scrutiny over
13.
Site C dam
India's
cost
IT
overruns.
industry at a crossroads.
Executives admit project
Experts
budget
warn of
mismanagement
job cuts
amid
and
rising
global
energy
outsourcing
demands.
shifts.
12.
14.
Vancouver home
Israel
sales
returns
fall
14%
14% in
Palestinian
October.
bodies to Gaza.
Real estate slowdown
Health
reflects
Ministry
higher
confirms
interest rates
handover
and affordability
amid ongoing
crisis.
ceasefire negotiations.
15.
Interact
Trump
defends
expands nuclear
payment
testing
platform
revival
Connect
blames
nationwide.
Pakistan and
Canada's
China.
leading fintech brand
US
launches
justifies
broader
its
digital
stance as
payment
competitors
integration.
expand weapons
14.
programs.
OECD
16.
urges
Trump
Canada to
leaves
cut
door
subsidies
open
for
to dairy
Nigeria
industry.
military operation.
Report
Hints at
calls
possible
for
cooperation
reform to
if
improve
US
market
interests are
competition
threatened.
and trade fairness.
17.
15.
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations
Germany
warm
demands
after Hasina's
deportation
exit
of
Envoy
720,000
credits new government
Syrian
for
asylum
improved
seekers.
diplomatic tone.
Berlin pushes
18.
new repatriation
Tanzania's
policy
new president
amid rising
sworn in amid violent
anti-immigration
protests.
sentiment. Opposition rallies
16.
lead to hundreds of arrests
Finance
and
Minister
multiple
says
casualties.
Canadians will
Feel
19.
good.
About budget.
UAE accused of
Optimistic
arming
tone
Sudanese
contrasts with public
paramilitary
concern
forces.
over deficit
Sudanese
spending.
ambassador condemns
17.
weapon shipments to RSF
Cybersecurity
fighters.
agents charged for
20.
ties with Black Cat
Air
hackers.
India crash survivor appeals
3
for
American
support.
officials
Only
accused of
surviving
aiding
passenger
ransomware gangs
pleads
for
in
government
extortion
compensation.
schemes. 21
18.
Indian student visa
US
rejections
declares Nigeria
hit
a
record high
country
in
of
Canada.
particular concern.
Rejection rates
Washington
surged to
signals
74%
possible sanctions
amid
sparking
religious
diplomatic
persecution
concerns.
reports. 22
19.
fugitive Mehul
Chinese
Choksi
researcher
challenges
faces spy
extradition
trial in Quebec.
Belgium. Former Hydro
Wanted
Quebec
businessman
employee
accused
accused
of
of human
espionage
rights violations
and intellectual
Indian
property
courts.
theft.
2560 kilos
Trump
of
backs
cocaine
new Supreme
seized
Court
at
tariff
Vancouver
case
Airport.
hearing.
Could
Authorities
redefine
intercept
US global
massive
trade
drug
rules.
shipment concealed in
24.
auto parts.
Trump warns of
21.
sanctions
Manitoba's
over Chinese
NDT
chip
premier
technology
joins
transfers.
leaders in condemning
US
child
moves
porn
to block
sentencing
Nvidia
ruling.
sales to China
Political
amid
unity
tech
grows
war.
over controversial court
25.
decision.
Global markets react
22.
to ongoing conflicts
Canada faces
and natural
painkiller
disasters.
shortages into 2026.
Oil prices rise
Pharmacy
as investors
associations
weigh
warn
risks
of
from
continued
Asia
supply
and
issues
the Middle East.
for critical medications.
23. Yukon leader re-elected. Promises majority stability. Carrie Dixon pledges reforms in northern development. 24. Welcome
US
to USA
Secretary
Pulse.
says your
Alliance
global
with
window
South
to
Korea
today's most
will
powerful
deter
headlines.
North Korea
From catastrophic
Washington
storms in the
reaffirms
Caribbean
military
to new
readiness
tensions
amid
in the Middle East
Pyongyang's
and a
missile
major Trump
activity.
update.
Here
25.
are the top 25
Nigeria's
global and
religious
US
violence
headlines for
deepens
29th of
despite
October
US sanctions
2025. Ongoing sectarian attacks prompt calls for humanitarian intervention. 1. Typhoon Kalmegi devastates the Philippines. At least 5 people dead. Hundreds stranded as floods submerge central regions with winds up to 205 kilometers per hour. 2. Rescue
Welcome
efforts
to USA
continue in
Pulse,
Nepal.
your global window
Avalanche
to today's
bodies
most
of
powerful
7
headlines
climbers recovered from the
from
Himalayas
catastrophic storms
after
in the
a deadly
Caribbean
snow collapse
to new
near
tensions in the Middle
Dalagiri.
East and a
3.
major Trump update.
Ukraine drone
Here are
strikes
the
hit
top
Russian
25
petrochemical
global
plant.
and US headlines
Russia
for
accuses
29th
Ukraine
of October
of
of
targeting
targeting
industrial
industrial
infrastructure in Bashkortostan. 4. Zora
One
Mamdani
Freedom
leads
Convoy
NYC
leader
mayoral
appeals.
race.
Mischief
The
conviction
progressive candidate
in Canada.
emerges as frontrunner.
Tamara
in a
Litch
historic
challenges
contest
her conviction
reshaping
over organising
US city
anti-mandate
politics.
protests.
5. That gridlocked
Donald
Ottawa
Trump's
in
Treasury
2022
Secretary
to attend tariff
2.
case hearing.
Canada's
Supreme
new budget
Court
to debate the
projects
administration's
$78
trade
billion
policy
impact
deficit
on November 5th. Finance Minister Mark Carney
China begins
unveils
test
first
production
budget
with major
of flying
spending
cars
plans
to revive
A
economy
major
and
China-based
green tech.
company outpaces Tesla
3.
with prototype
China
aerial
resumes
vehicles
group tours
entering
to Canada
trial phase
after Xi-Carney
7.
meeting. Beijing
North Korea
lifts
mourns
travel
former
restrictions
ceremonial head
amid
of state
thawing diplomatic
Kim Jong-nam.
ties. Kim, a key
4.
diplomat since
Ottawa
the
rules out
1990s,
using notwithstanding
passes away
clause
at
in
96.
child pornography
8.
sentencing
FDA's
case.
top drug
Justice
regulator
Minister confirms
resigns
respect
amid
for
scandal.
Supreme Court ruling on mandatory
Dr. George
minimums.
Tidmarsh quits following federal
5.
probe into ethics
NASA
violations.
celebrates 25 years
9.
of continuous
Nigeria's
human presence
ethnic
in
violence
space,
deepens,
marking a
Analysts
milestone
call for
since
dialogue.
ISS launched in
Experts
2000.
urge reforms
Astronauts
as
commemorate
clashes
scientific
escalate
breakthroughs
between northern
and
and
southern
southern
cooperation.
groups. 10.
6.
Trump backs
EU
Cuomo,
reports progress
threatens to
in
cut funds if
semiconductor talks
Mamdani
with China.
wins. Brussels
The
praises
former president
dialogue
re-enters
with
New
Nexperia
York's
amid
political
global chip
battleground.
supply tensions.
11.
7 protesters
Canada
dies
rejects
at ostrich
surge of
farm
Indian
demonstration
student
in
permits.
British Columbia. Over 70%
Police
of
confirm
applications
one
denied
death
during
amid
standoff
fraud
with local
and funding
environmental
concerns.
activists. 12. 8
ISRO
US
launches
Secretary of War
heaviest
concludes
communication
Asia
satellite
tour focused
yet.
on security
India
ties.
makes history,
Visits
with
to
the largest
Vietnam,
satellite
Japan
deployment
and South
on a
Korea
domestic
highlight
rocket.
push to counter Chinese
13.
influence.
India's IT industry
9.
at a
Canada's
crossroads.
strategic partnership
Experts
with
warn
China
of job
faces
cuts
criticism.
and global
Experts
outsourcing
warn of
shifts.
hybrid warfare risks
14.
amid growing
Israel
cyber
returns
espionage
45
concerns. Palestinian bodies to
10.
Gaza. Convicted
Health
child
Ministry
sex offender
confirms
released
handover
in Winnipeg
amid ongoing
public outcry
ceasefire
follows.
negotiations.
Police
15.
issue
Trump
community
defends
alerts
nuclear
as
testing
offender
revival,
relocates to
blames
new
Pakistan
residents.
and China.
11. BC
US
Hydro
justifies
faces
its
scrutiny
stance as
over Type
competitors
C
expand
down cost
weapons
overruns. Executives
16
admit
Trump
project
leaves
budget
door open
mismanagement
for Nigeria
amid
military
rising
operation.
energy demands.
Hints at possible cooperation
12.
if US
Vancouver
interests
home
are
sales
threatened.
fall 14% in
17.
October. Bangladesh
Real estate
Pakistan
slowdown
relations
reflects
warm
higher
after
interest
Hasina's
rates
exit
and affordability
Envoy credits
crisis.
new government for improved
13.
diplomatic tone.
Interac expands payment
18.
platform
Tanzania's new president
nationwide.
sworn in amid
Canada's
violent
leading
protests.
fintech brand launches
Opposition
broader
rallies lead to
digital
hundreds
payment
of arrests and
integration.
multiple
14.
casualties.
OECD
19.
urges Canada to cut
UAE
subsidies to
accused of
dairy
arming
industry.
Sudanese paramilitary
Report
forces.
calls for reforms
Sudanese
to improve
ambassador
market
condemns
competition
weapon
and
shipments to
trade
RSF
fairness.
fighters.
15.
20. Germany
Air
demands
India crash
deportation
survivor
of
appeals for
720,000
support. Only
Syrian
surviving
asylum
passengers
seekers.
pleads for government
Berlin
compensation.
pushes new
21
repatriation
Indian
policy
student visa
amid rising
rejections
anti-immigration
hit record
sentiment
high
in Canada.
16.
Rejection
Finance
rate
minister
surged
says
to
Canadians will
74%,
feel
sparking
good
diplomatic
about budget
concern. Optimistic tone
22
contrasts with
fugitive
public
Michael
concern over
Joxy
deficit
challenges
spending. Extradition
17.
in Belgium. Cybersecurity
Wanted
agent
businessman
charged for
argues
ties
human
with Black
rights
Cat
violations
hackers in Indian courts.
3 American officials
23.
accused of aiding ransomware
Trump
gangs
backs new
in
Supreme
extortion
Court
schemes.
tariff case hearing.
18.
Could redefine
US
declares
global trade
Nigeria
rules.
a country
24.
of particular concern. Trump warns of sanctions.
Washington
over
signals
Chinese
possible
chip
sanctions
technology
amid
transfers.
religious persecution
US
reports.
moves to block Nvidia
19.
sales to China. Chinese
Amid tech
researcher
war.
faces spy trial
25.
in Quebec.
Global
Global markets react to ongoing
accused of
conflicts
espionage
and natural disasters.
and intellectual property
Oil
theft.
prices rise
2,500
as investors weigh risks
kilos
from
of
Asia
cocaine
and the
seized
Middle
at
East.
Vancouver Airport.
Authorities intercept massive drug shipments concealed in water. 21 Manitoba's NDP premier joins leaders in condemning child porn sentencing rulings. Political unity
Welcome
grows
to
over
USApulse,
controversial court
your
decision.
global window to today's most powerful
22.
headlines.
Canada
From
faces
catastrophic
painkiller
storms in the
shortage
Caribbean
into
to
2026.
new tensions
in the Middle East.
Pharmacy
and a major
associations
Trump
warn of
update.
continued supply
Here
issues
are the top
for critical
25
medications.
global and US headlines for
23.
29th of October
Yukon leader
2025.
re-elected.
Promises majority stability. Curry-Dixon pledges
1.
reforms in northern
Typhoon
development
Kalmegi
and healthcare.
devastates the Philippines.
24. At least 5
US
people
Defense
dead.
Secretary
Hundreds
says
alliance
stranded
with
as
South
floods
Korea
submerge
will
central
deter
regions,
North Korea.
with winds up to 205
Washington reaffirms
kilometers
military
per hour.
readiness amid
2.
Pyongyang's missile
Rescue
activity.
efforts
continue in Nepal. 25. Avalanche bodies
Nigeria's
of 7
religious
climbers
violence
recovered from the
deepens
Himalayas
despite US
after a
sanctions
deadly
threat.
snow collapse near Dalmatgiri.
Ongoing
sectarian attacks
3.
prompt calls for
Ukraine
humanitarian
drone strikes hit
intervention.
Russian petrochemical plant.
Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial infrastructure in Bashkortostan. 4. Zora Mandani leads NYC mayoral race. The progressive candidate emerges as
Welcome to
frontrunner in a
USApulse,
historic
your
contest
global window to
reshaping
today's
US
most
city
powerful
politics.
headlines.
5.
From catastrophic storms
Donald
in the
Trump's
Caribbean
Treasury Secretary
to new tensions
to
in
attend
the Middle
tariff
East
case
and a major
hearing.
Trump update.
Supreme Court to debate
Here
the
are the top
administration's
25
trade policy
global
impact
and US
on November
headlines for
29th of October
6.
2025.
China begins
test production of flying cars. A major China-based company
One Freedom
outpaces
Convoy
Tesla
leader
with
appeals.
prototype aerial
Mischief
vehicles
conviction
entering
in
trial
Canada.
phase. Tamara
7.
Lich challenges
North
her
Korea
conviction
mourns
over organising
former ceremonial
anti-mandate
head of state
protests
Kim Jong-nam
that gridlocked Ottawa
Kim,
in
a key
2022.
diplomat
since the 1990s.
2.
Passes
Canada's
away
new
at
budget
96.
projects
8.
$78
FDA's
billion
top drug
deficit.
regulator resigns amid scandal. Finance Minister Mark
Dr.
Carney
George
unveils
Tidmarsh
first
quits
budget
following
major
federal
spending
probe
plans
into
to revive
ethics
economy
violations.
and green tech. 9.
3.
Nigeria's ethnic
China
violence
resumes
deepens.
group tours to
Analysts
Canada
call
after
for dialogue.
Xi-Carney
meeting. Experts
Beijing
urge
lifts
reforms
travel
as
restrictions
clashes
amid
escalate
thawing
between northern
diplomatic
and
ties.
southern groups. 4. 10. Ottawa
Trump
rules out
backs
using
Cuomo.
notwithstanding
Threatens
clause
to
in
cut
child
funds if
pornography
Mandani
sentencing
wins.
case. Justice Minister
The former
confirms
president
respect
re-enters
for
New
Supreme
York's
Court's ruling
political
on mandatory
battleground.
minimums. 11. Canada
5.
rejects surge
NASA
of Indian
celebrates
student
25
permits.
years of continuous
Over
human
70%
presence
of
in
applications
space,
denied,
marking a milestone
amid fraud
since
and
ISS
funding
launched in
concerns.
2000.
12.
Astronauts commemorate
ISRO
scientific
launches
breakthroughs
heaviest
and
communication
global
satellite
cooperation.
yet. India makes
6.
history with
EU
the largest
reports
satellite
progress
deployment
in
on a
semiconductor
domestic
talks
rocket.
with China.
Brussels
13.
praises
India's
dialogue
IT
with
industry
Nexperia
at a crossroads.
amid global chip supply
Experts
tensions.
warn of job
7
cuts
protester
and
dies
global
at ostrich
outsourcing
farm
shifts.
demonstration in British
14.
Columbia. Israel returns
Police
45
confirm one death
Palestinian
during
bodies to
standoff
Gaza.
with local environmental
Health Ministry
activists.
confirms handover.
8
Amid
US
ongoing
Secretary
ceasefire
of War
negotiations.
concludes Asia
15
tour
Trump
focused
defends
on
nuclear
security
testing
ties.
revival.
Visits
Visits
to
Pakistan,
Vietnam,
Japan
China.
and South Korea.
US
US
justifies
justifies
its
its stance as
Chinese
competitors
influence.
expand weapons programs. 9.
Canada's
16
strategic
Trump
partnership
leaves door
with China
open for
faces
Nigeria
criticism.
military operation.
Experts warn
Hints
of
at
hybrid
possible
warfare
cooperation
risks
if
amid
US
growing
interests are
cyber
threatened.
espionage concerns.
17.
10.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
Convicted
relations
child
warm
sex
after
offender
Hasina's
released
exit.
in Winnipeg.
Envoy credits
Public
new
outcry
government
for
follows.
improved diplomatic
Police
tone.
issue community alerts
18.
as offender relocates
Tanzania's
to
new
new
president
residence.
sworn in amid violent
11.
protests.
BC Hydro
Opposition
faces
rallies lead to
scrutiny over
hundreds of
Site
arrests
C
and
dam
multiple
cost
casualties.
overruns. Executives
19.
admit project budget
UAE
mismanagement
accused of arming
amid
Sudanese
Sudanese
energy
paramilitary
demands.
forces.
12.
Sudanese ambassador
Vancouver home
condemns
sales
weapon
fall
shipments to
14%
RSF
in
fighters.
October.
Real
20.
estate slowdown
Air
reflects
India
higher
crash
interest
survivor
rates and
appeals for
affordability
support.
crisis. Only surviving
13.
passenger pleads for government
Interac expands
compensation.
payment
21
platform
Indian
Connect
student visa
nationwide.
rejections. Canada's
Hit
leading
record
fintech
high
brand
in
launches
Canada.
broader digital
Rejection
payment
rate
integration.
surged to
14.
74%,
OECD
sparking
urges Canada
diplomatic
to cut
concern.
subsidies to dairy industry. 22 fugitive
Report
Mayhew
calls for
Chokshi
reforms to
challenges
improve market
extradition
competition
in Belgium
and
trade fairness. Wanted businessman
15.
argues human rights
Germany
violations
demands
in
deportation
court of 720,000
23.
Syrian asylum seekers.
Trump
backs new Supreme
Berlin
Court
pushes
tariff
new
case
repatriation
hearing.
policy
Could redefine
amid
US
rising
global
anti-immigration
sentiment. 24. 16. Trump
warns of
Finance
sanctions
Minister says
over
Canadians
Chinese
will
chip technology
feel good
transfers.
about budget. US moves to block
Optimistic
Nvidia
tone
sales to
contrasts with
China
public concern
amid
over
deficit
tech war.
spending. 25.
17.
Global
Cybersecurity
markets react
agents
to
charged
ongoing
for
conflicts
ties
with
and
black
natural
cat
disasters.
Oil
3 American
prices rise
officials
as
accused of
investors weigh
aiding
risks from
ransomware gang
Asia
in
and the
extortion
Middle
schemes.
East. 18. US declares Nigeria a country of particular concern. Washington signals possible sanctions amid religious persecution. 19. Chinese researcher
Welcome to
faces
USApulse
spy trial in
your
Quebec.
global window to
Former
today's
Hydro
most
Quebec
powerful
headlines
headlines.
accused of
From
espionage
catastrophic storms
and
in the
intellectual
Caribbean
property
to new
theft,
tensions in the Middle East
2,500
and a major
60
Trump
kilos
update.
of cocaine.
Here are the
seized at
top
Vancouver
25
Airport.
global and
Authorities
US
headlines
headlines
for
for
29th
29th
of
of
October
October
2025.
2025.
21. Manitoba's NDP Premier joins
1.
leaders in condemning
Typhoon
child porn
Kalmegi
sentencing
devastates
rulings. The Philippines. Political
At least
unity
5
grows
people
over
dead.
controversial court
Hundreds
decision.
stranded
as floods submerge central
22.
regions. With
Canada
winds up to
faces
205
205
kilometers
into
per hour.
2026.
2. Pharmacy associations
Rescue efforts
warn of continuing
continue
supply
support.
issues for
Avalanche
critical
bodies of
medications. 7 climbers recovered from
23.
the Himalayas after
Yukon
a deadly
leader
snow
re-elected
collapse
near Dhaulagiri.
promises majority
3.
stability.
Harry
Ukraine
Dixon
drone
strikes
strikes hit
reforms
Russian
in
northern
petrochemical
development
plant
and healthcare.
Russia accuses Ukraine
24.
of targeting
US
industrial
Defense
infrastructure
Secretary says
in
alliance with
Bashkortostan.
South Korea
4.
will deter North
Zora
Korea.
Mamdani leads
Washington
NYC
reaffirms
mayoral
military
race.
readiness. The
Amid
progressive candidate
Pyongyang's
emerges
missile
as
activity.
frontrunner in a historic contest
25.
reshaping US
Nigeria's
city
religious
politics.
violence
deepens
5.
despite US
Donald
sanctions
Trump's
Treasury
threat.
Secretary to attend
Ongoing
sectarian
tariff case
attacks
hearing.
prompt calls
Supreme
for
Court to debate
humanitarian
the
intervention.
administration's
trade policy impact on November 5th. China begins test production of flying cars. A major China-based company outpaces Tesla with prototype aerial vehicles entering trial phase. Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most ceremonial head of state. Kim Jong-nam. Catastrophic storms in the Caribbean, a key diplomat new tensions in the Mid-90s, and a major Trump update at 96. Here are the top 25 global drug and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. Dr. George Tidmarsh quits following federal probe into ethics violations. 1. Freedom
9.
Convoy
Nigeria's
leader appeals.
ethnic violence
Mischief
deepens.
conviction in
Analysts
Canada.
call
for dialogue. Tamara Litch
Experts
challenges her
urge
conviction
reforms
over organising
as clashes
anti-mandate
escalate
between northern and
gridlocked
gridlocked
Ottawa
Ottawa in 2022.
10.
Trump backs
2.
Cuomo. Canada's
Threatens
new
to
budget
cut funds if
projects
Mamdani
$78
wins.
billion. The former president re-enters New York's
Finance Minister
political
Mark Carney
battleground.
unveils first
11.
budget with major spending
Canada
plans
rejects
to revive
surge of
economy
Indian
and
student
green permits.
Over
3.
70% of
China
applications
resumes group
denied
tours to Canada
amid fraud
after Xi
and funding
funding
concerns. Beijing lifts
12. Travel
ISRO
restrictions
launches
amid thawing
heaviest
diplomatic
communication
ties.
satellite yet. 4.
India makes
Ottawa
history
rules out
with
using
the
largest
notwithstanding
satellite
clause in
deployment
child
on a domestic
pornography
rocket.
sentencing case.
13.
Justice Minister confirms
India's
respect
IT
for
industry
Supreme Court
at a
ruling on
crossroads.
mandatory minimums.
Experts warn of job cuts and
5.
global outsourcing
NASA
shifts.
celebrates 25 years
14.
of continuous
Israel
human
returns
presence in
45
space,
Palestinian
marking a
bodies
milestone
to Gaza.
since ISS launched
Health Ministry
in 2000.
confirms handover.
Astronauts
amid
commemorate
ongoing
scientific
ceasefire
breakthroughs
negotiations.
and global
15. Trump
cooperation.
defends nuclear testing revival.
6.
Blames
EU
Pakistan
reports
and
progress
China.
in semiconductor talks
US
with
justifies
China.
its stance as
Brussels
competitors
praises
expand
dialogue
weapons
with
programs.
Nexperia.
Amid
16.
global
Trump
chip supply
leaves
tensions.
door open for
7.
Nigeria
Protester
military
dies at
operation.
ostrich
Hints
farm
at possible
demonstration in
cooperation
British
if
Columbia.
US interests are threatened.
Police confirm one
17.
death during standoff
Bangladesh
with local
Pakistan
environmental
relations warm
activists.
after Hasina's exit.
Envoy
US
credits
Secretary
Secretary
of
of
War
War
concludes
concludes
Asia
Asia
tour
tour focused on security
18.
ties. Tanzania's
New
visits to
president
Vietnam,
sworn in amid
Japan and
violent
South
protests.
Korea highlight
Opposition
push
rallies
to
lead
counter
to
hundreds
Chinese
of arrests and
influence.
multiple casualties.
9.
Canada's
19.
strategic partnership
UAE
with China
accused
faces
of arming
criticism.
Sudanese
Experts
paramilitary
warn of
forces.
hybrid warfare risks.
Sudanese
amid
ambassador
growing
condemns
cyber
weapons
espionage
shipments
to
to
RSF
RSF.
fighters. 10.
20.
Convicted child
Air
sex
India
offender
crash
released
survivor
in
appeals for
Winnipeg.
support.
Public outcry
Only surviving
follows.
passenger
Police
pleads for
issue
government
community
compensation.
alerts as
21
offender
Indian
relocates
student
to new
visa
residence.
rejections
Hit
11.
record high
BC
in
Hydro
Canada.
faces scrutiny over
Rejection
site
rates
dam
surged to
cost overruns.
74%. Executives
Sparking
admit
diplomatic
project budget
concern.
mismanagement amid
22
rising energy
fugitive
demands.
Mehul Choksi
12.
challenges
Vancouver
extradition
home
in
sales
Belgium.
fall 14%
Wanted
in October.
businessman
Real
argues
estate
human rights
slowdown
violations
reflects higher
in
interest
Indian
rates
courts.
and affordability crisis.
23.
13.
Trump backs new
Interac
Supreme Court
expands
tariff
payment
case
platform
hearing.
Connect
Could redefine
nationwide.
US global trade
Canada's
rules.
leading fintech brand
24.
launches broader digital
Trump
payment
warns of sanctions
integration.
over
14.
Chinese chip technology
OECD urges
transfers.
Canada to cut
US
subsidies
moves
to
to
block
dairy industry.
Nvidia sales to China.
Report
amid
calls for
tech
reforms
war.
to improve market
25.
competition
and
trade
global
fairness.
markets react to
15.
ongoing conflicts and natural
Germany demands
disasters.
deportation
Oil
of
prices rise
720,000
as investors
Syrian
weigh
asylum
risks
seekers.
from Asia and
Berlin
the Middle
pushes
East. New repatriation policy amid rising anti-immigration sentiment. 16. Finance Minister says Canadians will feel good about budget. Optimistic tone contrasts with public concern over deficit
Welcome to
spending.
USApulse, your
17.
global window to today's most
Cybersecurity
powerful
agents
headlines.
charged for ties
From
with
catastrophic
black cat
storms
hackers
in the Caribbean
to
Three
new
American
tensions in the
officials
Middle East
accused
and
of
a major
aiding
Trump
ransomware
update. gang in
Here
extortion
are the
schemes.
top 25 global
18.
and US headlines
US
for
declares
29th
Nigeria
of October
a country of
2025.
particular concern. Washington signals possible sanctions amid
1.
religious persecution.
Typhoon
reports.
Kalmegi devastates
19.
the Philippines.
Chinese researcher faces
dead.
spy trial
Hundreds
in Quebec.
stranded
as
Former
floods
Hydro
submerge
Quebec
central
employee
regions
accused
with
of
winds up to
espionage
205
and intellectual
kilometers per
property
hour.
theft.
2,560
Rescue efforts
kilos of
continue in
cocaine
Nepal.
seized at Vancouver
Avalanche
Airport.
bodies of 7
Authorities
climbers recovered
intercept
from
massive
Himalayas
drug shipment
after a
concealed
deadly
in
snow
auto
collapse
parks.
near Dhaulagiri.
21.
3.
Manitoba's NDP
Ukraine
premier
drone strikes
joins
hit
leaders
Russian
in condemning
petrochemical
child
plant.
porn sentencing
Russia
ruling.
accuses Ukraine
Political
of targeting
unity grows
industrial
over controversial
infrastructure
court
in
decision.
Bashkortostan.
4. 22.
Zora
Canada
Mandani
faces
leads
painkiller
NYC
shortage
mayoral
into
race.
2026.
The Progressive Candidate
Pharmacy
emerges as
Association's
front runner
warn of
in a
continued
historic
supply
contest
issues
reshaping
critical
US
medications.
city politics.
23. Donald
Yukon's
Trump leader
Treasury
re-elected
Secretary
to attend
promises
tariff
majority
case
stability.
hearing. Supreme Court
Carrie
to debate
Dixon
the
pledges
administration's
reforms in
trade
northern
policy
development
impact
and
on
healthcare.
November 5th. 24. China
US
begins
Defense
test
Secretary
production
says
alliance
flying
with South
cars
Korea will
a
deter
major China-based
North Korea.
company outpaces
Washington
Tesla
reaffirms
with
military
prototype aerial
readiness
vehicles
amid
entering
Pyongyang's
trial
missile
phase.
activity.
7.
North Korea mourns former
Nigeria's
ceremonial
religious
head of
violence
state
deepens
Kim Jong-nam
despite US sanctions
Kim,
threat.
a key diplomat since the
Ongoing
1990s,
sectarian attacks
passes
prompt
away
calls for
at 96.
humanitarian intervention.
8. FDA's top drug regulator resigns amid scandal. for
Welcome
dialogue.
to USApulse,
Experts
your
urge
global
window
reforms
to today's most
as
powerful
clashes
headlines.
escalate between northern
From catastrophic
and
storms
southern
in the
groups.
Caribbean to
10.
new tensions
Trump
in the Middle East
backs
and a
Cuomo.
major Trump update.
Threatens to cut funds if
Here are the
Mandani
top
wins.
25 global and US
The former
headlines
president
for 29th of
New
October
York's political
2025.
11. Canada rejects surge of Indian student
One
permits.
Freedom Convoy leader
Over 70%
appeals
of applications
mischief conviction
denied
in Canada
amid fraud and funding
Tamara
concerns.
Litch challenges her conviction
12.
over organising
ISRO launches
anti-mandate
heaviest
protests
communication
that gridlocked
satellite
Ottawa
yet
in 2022.
India makes history
2.
with the largest
Canada's
satellite
new
deployment
budget
on a
projects
domestic
$78
rocket. billion.
13.
Deficit.
India's IT industry
Finance
at a
Minister Mark
crossroads.
Carney unveils
Experts
first budget
warn of
with
job
major
cuts
spending
and
plans
global
to revive
outsourcing
economy
shifts.
and green tech.
14.
3.
Israel returns
China
45
resumes group
Palestinian
tours
bodies
to
to
Gaza
Gaza
after Carney meeting.
Health Ministry
Beijing
confirms
lifts
handover
travel
amid
restrictions
ongoing
amid
ceasefire
thawing
negotiations.
diplomatic ties.
15. Trump defends
4.
nuclear testing
Ottawa
revival,
rules out
using
using
Pakistan
notwithstanding
and
clause
China.
in child pornography
US
sentencing
justifies
case.
its stance
Justice
as Minister
Minister
confirms
confirms
respect
respect
for
for
Supreme Court ruling on
16.
mandatory
Trump
minimums.
leaves door open for Nigeria
5.
military operation.
NASA
Hints at
celebrates
possible
25
cooperation
years of
if US
continuous
interests are
human
threatened.
presence in space.
17.
Marking a milestone since
Bangladesh-Pakistan
ISS
relations
launched
warm
in
after
2000.
Hasina's exit.
Astronauts
Envoy
commemorate
credits new
scientific
government for
breakthroughs
improved
and
diplomatic
global
terms.
cooperation. 18. 6.
Tanzania's new president
EU
sworn
reports
in amid
progress
violent
in semiconductor
protests.
talks with
Opposition
China.
rallies lead to
Brussels
hundreds of arrests
praises
and
dialogue
multiple
with
casualties.
Nexperia.
Amid
19.
global chip supply tensions.
UAE, seven
accused of arming
protesters dies
Sudanese
at ostrich farm
paramilitary
demonstration
forces.
in British
Sudanese
Columbia.
ambassador condemns weapon shipments
Police
to
confirm
RSF
one
fighters.
death
during standoff with
20.
local environmental
Air
activists.
India
crash survivor appeals for
8.
support.
US Secretary
Only
of
surviving
War concludes
passenger
Asia
pleads
tour
for government
focused on
compensation.
security
21
ties.
Indian students
Visits
to
visa
Vietnam,
rejections
Japan and
hit
South
record
Korea
high in
highlight
Canada.
push to counter Chinese
Rejection
influence.
surged to 74%.
9. Canada's
sparking
strategic
diplomatic
partnership with
concern.
China faces criticism.
22.
Experts
Fugitive
warn of
naval
hybrid
proxy
warfare risks
challenges
amid growing
extradition
cyber
in
espionage
Belgium.
concerns. Wanted businessman
10.
argues human
Convicted
rights
child
violations
sex offender
in
released
Indian
in
courts.
Winnipeg.
Public outcry
23.
follows.
Trump
Police
backs
issue
new
Supreme
community
Court
alerts
tariff
as
case
offender
hearing
relocates
could
to new
redefine
residents.
US global trade
11.
rules. BC
24.
Hydro faces scrutiny
Trump
over
warns
Site
of
C dam
sanctions
cost
over
overruns.
Chinese chip technology
Executives admit
transfers.
project budget
US
mismanagement
moves to block
amid
Nvidia
rising
sales
energy
to China
demands.
amid tech
12.
war.
Vancouver home
25.
sales fall 14%
Global
in
markets
October.
react to ongoing
Real estate
conflicts and
slowdown
natural
reflects higher
disasters.
interest rates and
Oil
affordability
prices rise
crisis
as investors weigh
13.
risks from Asia
Interac
and the
expands
Middle East.
payment platform Connect nationwide. Canada's leading fintech launches broader digital payment integration. 14. OECD urges Canada to cut subsidies to dairy industry. Report calls for reforms
Welcome to
improve
USApulse,
market competition,
your global
and
window
trade
to today's
fairness.
most powerful headlines.
15. From catastrophic
Germany
storms in
demands
the
deportation
Caribbean
to
to
new
new
tensions
tensions in the Middle East
Syrian
and a major
asylum
Trump
seekers.
update. Berlin
Here are the
pushes
top
new
25
repatriation
global
policy
and US
amid
headlines
rising
for 29th of
anti-immigration
October
sentiment.
2025.
16. Finance Minister says Canadians will feel good
1.
about budget.
Typhoon Kalmagi
Optimistic tone
devastates the
contrasts with
Philippines.
public concern
At
over
least
deficit
5
spending.
people dead.
17.
Stranded as floods
Cybersecurity
submerge central
agents
regions
charged for
with
ties
winds
with
up
black
to
cat
205 kilometers per hour.
3 American officials
2.
accused of
Rescue
aiding
efforts
ransomware gang
continue in
in
Nepal.
extortion schemes. Avalanche bodies
18.
of 7 climbers
US
recovered
declares
from the Himalayas
Nigeria
after a
country
deadly
of
snow
particular
collapse
concern.
near Dalagiri.
3.
Washington signals possible
Ukraine
sanctions
drone strikes
amid
hit
religious
Russian
persecution
petrochemical
reports.
plant. Russia
19.
accuses Ukraine
Chinese
of
researcher
targeting industrial
faces spy
infrastructure
trial in Quebec.
in Bashkortostan.
Former Hydro-Quebec
4.
employee
Zora
accused of
Mamdani
espionage
leads
and
NYC
intellectual
mayoral
property
race.
theft.
The progressive candidate emerges as
60
frontrunner
kilos of
in a
cocaine
historic
seized
contest
at Vancouver
reshaping
Airport.
US city
Authorities
politics.
intercept massive drug shipment
Donald
concealed
Trump's
in
Treasury
auto
Secretary
parts.
to attend tariff
21
case
Manitoba's
hearing.
NDP
Supreme Court to
Premier
debate the
joins
administration's
leaders in
trade
condemning
policy
child
impact
porn sentencing
on November
ruling.
5th.
6.
Political unity grows
China
over
begins
controversial
test production
decision
of flying cars.
22.
A major China-based
Canada
company
faces painkiller shortage with prototype aerial vehicles entering Pharmacy
trial
associations
phase.
warn of continued
7.
supply issues.
North
for
Korea
critical
mourns former
medications.
ceremonial head of state,
23.
Kim Jong-nam. Yukon
Kim,
leader
a key
re-elected
diplomat since the
promises
1990s,
majority stability
passes away at 96.
Curry-Dixon pledges
8
reforms
FDA's
in northern
top
development
drug
and
regulator
healthcare.
resigns amid scandal.
24.
Dr.
US
George
Defense
Tidmarsh
Secretary
says
says
alliance
alliance
with
federal
South
probe
Korea
into
will
ethics
deter
violations.
North Korea.
9.
Washington
Nigeria's
reaffirms
ethnic
military
violence
readiness
deepens
amid Pyongyang's
analysts
missile
call for
activity.
dialogue.
Experts
25.
urge reforms. Nigeria's
Clashes
religious
escalate
violence between
deepens
northern and
despite
southern
US
groups.
sanctions threat.
10. Ongoing
Trump
sectarian
backs
attacks
Cuomo,
prompt calls for
threatens to cut
humanitarian
funds if
intervention.
Madani wins.
The former president re-enters New York's political battleground. 11. Canada rejects surge of Indian student permits. Over 70% of applications denied amid fraud. Welcome to
and funding
USApulse,
concerns.
your global window
12.
to today's most
ISRO
powerful
launches
headlines. Heaviest
From
communication
catastrophic
satellite
storms
in the
yet.
Caribbean to
India
new
makes
tensions in the Middle
history
East with
and
the
a major
largest
Trump
satellite
update.
deployment on a
Here are
domestic
the top
rocket.
25 global and
13.
US headlines
India's
for
29th
IT
of
industry
October
at a crossroads.
2025. Experts warn of job cuts and global outsourcing shifts. 1. Freedom
14.
Convoy leader
Israel
returns
appeals
45
mischief conviction
Palestinian
in
bodies
Canada.
to Gaza.
Tamara
Health
Lich
Ministry
challenges
confirms
her
handover
handover over organising
amid ongoing
anti-mandate
ceasefire
protests
negotiations
that gridlocked
15.
Ottawa
Trump
in
defends
2022.
nuclear testing revival. Blames
2.
Pakistan
Canada's
and China.
new budget projects.
US
$78
justifies its
billion
stance as
competitors
deficit. expand weapons programs.
Finance Minister Mark
16.
Carney
Trump
unveils
leaves
first
door
budget
open
with
for
major
Nigeria
spending
military
plans to
operation.
revive economy
Hints at possible
and green tech.
cooperation if US interests
3.
are threatened. China resumes group
17.
tours to Canada.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
After relations warm after
Beijing
Hasina's
lifts
exit. Travel
envoy
restrictions
credits new
amid
government for
thawing
improved
diplomatic
ties.
tone. 4.
18.
Ottawa rules
Tanzania's
out
new
using
president
notwithstanding
sworn in amid
violent
violent
child
protests.
pornography sentencing
Opposition
case.
rallies lead to
Justice
hundreds of
Minister
arrests and
confirms
multiple
respect for
casualties.
Supreme Court ruling
19.
on mandatory minimums.
UAE accused of arming
5.
Sudanese paramilitary
NASA celebrates
forces.
25
Sudanese
years of
ambassador
continuous
condemns
human
weapons
presence
shipments
in
to
space,
RSF fighters.
marking a milestone since
20.
ISS launched in
Air
2000.
India crash
survivor appeals
Astronauts
for
commemorate
support,
scientific
only
breakthroughs
surviving
and
passenger
global
leads for government
cooperation.
compensation.
21
6.
Indian student
EU
visa
reports
rejections
progress
hit
in
record
semiconductor
high
talks
in
with
Canada.
China. Brussels
Rejection
praises
rates surged to
dialogue with
74%
amid global
sparking
chip
diplomatic
supply tensions.
concern.
7 protester dies
22
at ostrich
fugitive
farm
Mabel
demonstration
Choksi
in British
challenges
Columbia.
extradition
in Belgium.
Police confirm one
Wanted
death
during
businessman
standoff with
argues
local
human rights
environmental
violations
activists.
in Indian courts.
8 US Secretary
23.
of War concludes
Trump
Asia
backs
tour
new
focused
Supreme
on
Court
security
tariff
case
case
hearing. Could
Visits to
redefine
Vietnam,
US global
Japan
trade
and
rules.
South
Korea highlight
24.
push to counter
Trump
Chinese
warns of
influence.
sanctions
over Chinese
9.
chip technology
Canada's strategic
transfers.
partnership with
US
China
moves to
faces
block
criticism.
Nvidia sales
Experts
to China
warn of hybrid
amid
warfare
tech
war.
risks amid growing
25.
cyber espionage concerns.
Global
markets react to ongoing
10.
conflicts.
Convicted
and natural
child sex
disasters.
offender
released in
Oil
Winnipeg.
prices rise
Public
as
outcry
investors
follows.
weigh risks from
Police
Asia
issue
and the
community
Middle
alerts
East.
as offender relocates to new residence. 11. BC Hydro faces scrutiny over Type C gas cost overruns. Executives admit project budget mismanagement amid rising energy demands. Welcome
12.
to USApulse,
Vancouver home
your
sales
global
fall
window to
14%
today's most
in
powerful
October.
headlines. Real estate
From
slowdown
catastrophic
reflects
storms in the
higher
Caribbean
interest rates
to
and
new tensions
affordability
in the Middle
crisis
East
and a major Trump
13.
update. Interac
Here are the
expands
top
payment
25
platform
global
Connect
and US
nationwide.
headlines for 29th
Canada's
of
leading
October
fintech brand launches
2025.
broader digital payment integration. 14. OECD urges
1.
Canada to
Typhoon
cut subsidies to
Kalmegi
dairy industry.
devastates
the Philippines.
Report calls
At least
for reforms
5
to
people
improve
dead.
market
Hundreds
competition
stranded
and
as
trade
floods
fairness.
submerge central regions
15.
with winds up to
Germany demands
205
deportation
kilometers per
of
hour.
720,000
Syrian
rescue
asylum
efforts
seekers
continue in Nepal.
Berlin Berlin pushes new
Avalanche bodies
repatriation
of
policy
7 climbers
amid
recovered
rising
from the Himalayas
anti-immigration
after a
sentiment.
deadly snow collapse
60.
near Dhaulagiri.
Finance Minister says Canadians will
Ukraine drone
feel
strikes
good
hit Russian
about budget.
petrochemical plant.
Optimistic
Russia
tone
accuses
contrasts
Ukraine
with public concern
of targeting
over
industrial
spending.
infrastructure in
17.
Bashkortostan.
Cybersecurity
4.
agents charged
Zora
for ties with
Mamdani
Black
leads
Cat
NYC mayoral race.
3 American
The progressive
officials
candidate
accused of
emerges as
aiding
frontrunner
ransomware
in a
gangs
historic
extortion
contest
schemes.
reshaping US
18.
city politics.
US declares
5.
Nigeria a
Donald Trump's
country
Treasury
of particular
Secretary
concern
to attend tariff case
Washington
hearing.
signals
Supreme
possible
Court
sanctions
to debate the
amid religious
administration's trade
persecution
policy
reports.
impact on November
19.
6.
Chinese researcher
China
faces
begins
spy
test
trial
production
in Quebec.
of flying
Former
cars.
Hydro-Quebec
A major
employee
China-based
accused of
company
espionage
outpaces
and
Tesla
intellectual
with prototype
property
aerial
theft.
vehicles entering trial
2,560
phase.
kilos of
7.
cocaine seized
North
at
Korea
Vancouver
mourns
Airport.
former ceremonial
Authorities
head of
intercept
state, Kim
massive
Jong-nam.
drug shipment concealed in
a
autocars.
key diplomat since the 1990s.
21
Manitoba's
Manitoba's
NDP
NDP
premier
joins leaders in
FDA's
condemning
top
child
drug
porn
regulator
sentencing
resigns
ruling.
amid scandal.
Political unity grows
Dr.
over
George
controversial
Tidmarsh
quits
decision.
following federal probe into ethics
22.
violations. Canada faces
9.
painkiller shortage.
Nigeria's
into
ethnic
2026.
violence deepens.
Pharmacy
Analysts call for
associations
dialogue.
warn of continued supply
Experts
issues
urge
for critical
reforms
medications
as clashes escalate between
23.
northern and southern groups.
Yukon leader re-elected.
10.
Promises
Trump backs
majority
Cuomo.
stability. Threatens to
Curry
cut funds
Dixon
if pledges
Mamdani
reforms
wins.
in northern development and healthcare.
The former
president re-enters New
24.
York's political battleground.
US Defense Secretary
11.
says alliance with
Canada
South Korea
rejects
will
surge of
deter
Indian
North
student
Korea.
permits. Washington
Over
reaffirms
70%
military
of
readiness
applications
amid
denied
Pyongyang's
amid
missile
fraud
activity
and
funding concerns.
25.
12.
Nigeria's
ISRO
religious
launches
violence
heaviest
deepens
communication
despite
satellite
US
yet.
sanctions threat.
India makes
Ongoing
history
sectarian
with the
attacks
largest
prompt
satellite
calls for
deployment
humanitarian
on a domestic
intervention.
rocket. 13. India's IT industry at a crossroads. Experts warn of job cuts and global outsourcing. 14. Israel returns 45 Palestinian bodies to Gaza.
Welcome to USApulse.
Health Ministry
Your
confirms
global window
handover
to today's most
amid
powerful
ongoing
headlines.
ceasefire negotiations.
From catastrophic
15
storms in
Trump
the
defends
Caribbean
nuclear
to new
testing
tensions in the
revival,
Middle East
blames
and a major
Pakistan
Trump
and
update.
China. Here are the
US
top
justifies
25
its
global
stance as
and US
competitors
headlines
expand
for
weapons
29th of
programs.
October
16
2025 leaves door open for Nigeria military operation. Hints at possible cooperation.
One Freedom
if US
Convoy
interests
leader
are threatened.
appeals.
Mischief conviction
17.
in Canada.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
Tamara
relations
Litch
warm
challenges
after
her
Hasina's
conviction
exit.
over organising
Envoy credits
anti-new
new
mandate
government
for improved
protests.
diplomatic
The
gridlocked
turn.
Ottawa in 2022.
18.
Tanzania's new
2.
president sworn in
Canada's
amid
new
violent
budget
protests.
projects $78
Opposition rallies
billion
lead to hundreds of arrests
deficit.
and multiple casualties. Finance Minister
19.
Mark Carney unveils first
UAE
budget with
accused
major
of arming
spending
Sudanese
plans to revive
paramilitary
economy
forces.
and green tech. Sudanese ambassador
3.
condemns weapon shipments
China
to
resumes
RSF
group
fighters.
tours
to Canada after
20.
Xi-Carney meeting.
Air India
Beijing
crash survivor
lifts
appeals
travel
for support.
restrictions
Only
amid surviving
diplomatic
passenger
ties.
pleads for government compensation.
4. 21
Ottawa
Indian
rules out
student
using
visa
notwithstanding
rejections
clause
hit
in child
record
pornography
high in
sentencing
Canada.
case. Justice
Rejection
Minister
rate
confirms
surged to
respect for Supreme Court
74%,
ruling on
sparking
mandatory
diplomatic
minimums. concern.
5.
22 fugitive
NASA
Mehul
celebrates
Chokshi
25
challenges
years of
continuous
extradition
human
in
presence
Belgium.
in space.
Wanted
Marking a
businessman
milestone since
argues
ISS
human rights
launched
violations
in 2000.
in Indian courts.
Astronauts commemorate scientific
23.
breakthroughs. And
Trump
global
backs new
cooperation.
Supreme Court tariff case hearing.
6. Could redefine
EU
US
reports
global trade
progress
in
rules.
semiconductor talks
24.
with China. Trump
Brussels
warns of
praises
sanctions dialogue
over
with
Chinese
Nexperia
chip technology
amid global
transfers.
chip supply tensions.
US moves to
7
block
protester
Nvidia
dies at
sales to
ostrich
China
farm demonstration
amid tech
in
war.
British Columbia.
25.
Police
Global
confirm one
markets
death
react
during
to
standoff
ongoing
with local
conflicts and
environmental
natural
disasters. Oil prices
8
rise
US
as
Secretary of
investors
War
weigh
concludes
risks from
Asia
Asia
tour
focused
and
on
Middle East.
security ties. Visits to Vietnam, Japan and South Korea highlight push to counter Chinese 9. Canada's strategic partnership with China faces criticism. Experts warn of hybrid hybrid warfare
Welcome
risks
to USApulse,
growing cyber
your
espionage
global window
concerns.
to today's most powerful headlines.
10. Convicted child
sex
sex offender
Caribbean
released in
to
Winnipeg.
new tensions in the Middle
Public
East
outcry
and a major
follows.
Trump update.
Police issue
Here
community
are the top
alerts as
25
offender
global
relocates
and
to new
US
residence.
headlines for 29th of
11.
October
BC
2025.
Hydro faces scrutiny over Site C dam cost overruns. Executives admit project
Typhoon
budget mismanagement
Kalmegi
amid
devastates
rising
the
energy
Philippines.
demands. At least 5
12.
people dead.
Vancouver home
Hundreds
sales
stranded
fall
as floods
14%
submerge
in
central
October.
regions. Real
With
estate
winds up to
slowdown reflects
205
higher interest
kilometers
rates
per
and
hour.
affordability
2.
crisis. Rescue efforts
13.
continue in
Interac
Nepal.
expands payment
Avalanche
platform
bodies of
Connect
7
nationwide.
climbers recovered from the Himalayas.
Canada's leading
after
fintech
a deadly
brand
snow
launches
collapse
broader
near
digital
Dalagiri.
payment integration.
14.
Ukraine drone
OECD
strikes
urges
hit Russian
Canada to cut
petrochemical
subsidies
plant.
to dairy industry.
Russia accuses Ukraine
Report
of
calls for
targeting
reforms
industrial
to improve market
infrastructure
competition
in
and
Bashkortostan.
trade fairness.
4. 15.
Zora Mamdani leads
Germany demands
NYC
deportation
mayoral race
of 720,000
progressive candidate
Syrian
emerges
asylum
front runner.
seekers.
In a historic
Berlin
contest
pushes
reshaping
repatriation
US
policy
city politics
amid rising
5.
anti-immigration
Donald
sentiment.
Trump's Treasury Secretary
16.
to attend tariff
Finance
case
Minister
hearing.
says Canadians
Supreme
will
Court to debate
feel
the
good
administration's
about
trade
budget.
policy impact.
Optimistic
on November
tone
5th.
contrasts with public
6.
concern over deficit
China
spending.
begins test production
17.
of flying cars.
Cybersecurity
A
agents
major
charged for
China-based
ties
company
with Black
outpaces
Hat hackers.
Tesla with prototype
3
aerial
American
vehicles
officials
entering
accused
trial
of
phase.
aiding ransomware gang
7.
in extortion
North
schemes.
Korea mourns former
18.
ceremonial head of state.
US declares
Kim
Nigeria
Jong-nam
Kim,
country
a
of
key
particular
diplomat since the
concern.
1990s.
Washington
passes away
signals
at
possible
96.
sanctions amid
8.
religious
FDA's
persecution.
top
Top
drug
drug regulator resigns
19.
amid scandal. Chinese researcher
Dr.
faces
George
spy
Tidmarsh
trial in
quits
Quebec
following federal
Former
probe into
Hydro-Quebec
ethics
violations
violations.
accused of espionage
9.
and
Nigeria's
intellectual
ethnic
property
violence
theft.
deepens.
2,500
Analysts call for
60
dialogue.
kilos of cocaine
Experts
seized
urge
at Vancouver
reforms
Airport
as clashes
Authorities
escalate
intercept
between
massive
northern and
drug
southern
shipment
groups.
concealed in autocars.
10.
Trump backs
21.
Cuomo. Manitoba's
Threatens to
NDP
cut
premier
funds if Mamdani
joins leaders
wins.
in condemning child porn sentencing.
former president
re-enters New York's
Political
political
unity
grows
battleground.
over controversial court
11.
decision. Canada rejects surge
22.
of Indian student
Canada
permits.
faces painkiller shortage.
Over 70%
into
of
2026.
applications denied.
Pharmacy
amid
associations
fraud
warn
and
of
funding
continued
concerns.
supply issues
For
12.
critical medications.
ISRO launches heaviest
23.
communication satellite
Yukon
yet.
leader re-elected.
India makes
promises
history
majority
with the largest
stability.
satellite deployment
Curry
on a
Dixon
domestic
pledges
rocket.
reforms in northern development
13.
and healthcare.
India's IT industry
24.
at a crossroads.
US Defense Secretary
Experts warn
says
of job
alliance
cuts
with
and
South
global
Korea
outsourcing
will deter
shifts.
North Korea.
14.
Washington
Israel
reaffirms
returns
military readiness
45
amid
Palestinian
Pyongyang's
bodies to
missile
Gaza.
activity. Health Ministry confirms
25.
handover.
Nigeria's
amid ongoing
religious
ceasefire
violence
negotiations.
deepens
Despite
15.
US
Trump
sanctions
defends
threat.
nuclear testing revival.
Ongoing sectarian
Blames
attacks
Pakistan
prompt calls
and China.
for humanitarian intervention.
US
justifies its stance as competitors expand weapons programs. 16. Trump withdraw open from Nigerian military operation. Hints at possible cooperation with US interests. 17. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after
your global
Hasina's
window
exit.
to today's
Envoy
most powerful
credits new
headlines.
government for improved diplomatic
catastrophic
tone.
storms in the Caribbean
18.
to new tensions in the Middle
Tanzania's
East
new
and a
president
major
sworn
Trump
in amid
update.
violent protests.
Here are the top
Opposition
25
rallies lead to
global and
hundreds of
US
arrests and
headlines for
multiple
29th of
casualties.
October
19.
2025.
UAE accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces.
One
Sudanese
freedom
ambassador
convoy leader
condemns weapon
appeals
shipments to RSF
mischief conviction
fighters.
in Canada.
20.
Tamara
Air
Litch
India
challenges
crash
her
survivor
conviction
appeals
over
for
organising
support.
anti-mandate
Only surviving
protests
passenger
that
pleads for
gridlocked
government
Ottawa in
compensation.
2022.
21 Indian student
2.
visa rejections.
Canada's new
hit
budget
record
projects
high
in
$78
Canada.
billion.
Rejection
deficit
rate
surged to 74%.
Finance Minister Mark
sparking
Carney
diplomatic
unveils
first
concern.
budget with major spending
22
plans to revive
fugitive
economy
Mehul
and
Chokshi
green tech. Challenges extradition
3.
in Belgium. China resumes group
Wanted
tours to
businessmen
Canada after
argues
human
Carney
rights
meeting.
violations in
Beijing
Indian
lifts
court travel restrictions
23.
amid thawing diplomatic
Trump
ties.
backs new Supreme Court tariff case hearing.
Ottawa rules
Could
out using
redefine
not
US global
withstanding
trade
clause in
rules.
child pornography
24.
sentencing case. Trump
Justice
warns of
Minister
sanctions
confirms respect
over Chinese
for Supreme
chip
Court
technology
ruling on mandatory
transfers.
minimums.
US moves to block Nvidia sales to China.
NASA celebrates
amid
25
tech war.
years of continuous
25.
human presence in space.
Global markets
marking a
react to
milestone
ongoing
since
conflicts
ISS
and
launched
natural
in
disasters.
2000.
Oil
Astronauts
prices
commemorate
rise
scientific
as investors
breakthroughs
weigh risks
and
from
global
Asia and
cooperation.
the Middle East.
6.
EU reports progress in semiconductor talks with China. Brussels praises dialogue with net Syria amid global chip supply. 7 protester dies at ostrich farm demonstration
Welcome
in
to
British
USA
Columbia.
Pulse, your global window
Police
to
confirm
today's
one
most
death
powerful
during
headlines.
standoff with local
From
environmental
catastrophic storms in the
activists.
Caribbean to new tensions
8
in the
US
Middle East
Secretary
and a
of
major
War
Trump
concludes
update.
Asia tour focused
Here are
on
the top
security
25
ties.
global and
Visits
US
to
headlines Vietnam,
for 29th
Japan
of
and
October
South Korea
2025
push to counter Chinese influence. 9. Canada's strategic partnership
Typhoon
with China
Kalmegi
faces criticism.
devastates the Philippines.
Experts warn of hybrid
At least
warfare
5
risks
people dead,
amid growing
hundreds
cyber
stranded
espionage
as as
floods
floods
submerge central regions.
10.
With winds up to
Convicted
200
child sex offender released in
hour.
Winnipeg. 2.
Public outcry follows.
Rescue efforts continue
Police
in
issue
Nepal.
community alerts
Avalanche
as a vendor
bodies of
relocates
7
to
climbers
new residents.
recovered from the Himalayas. 11.
After a
BC
deadly
Hydro
snow
faces
collapse
scrutiny
near
over Site C dam
3.
cost overruns.
Ukraine drone
Executives
strikes hit
admit
Russian
project
petrochemical
mismanagement
amid
Russia
rising
accuses
energy
Ukraine
demands.
of targeting
12.
industrial infrastructure.
Vancouver home
in
sales fall
Bashkortostan.
14% in
4.
October.
Zora
Real estate
Mamdani
slowdown
leads
reflects
NYC
higher interest
mayoral
rates
race
and affordability
The progressive
crisis.
candidate emerges as frontrunner
13.
in a historic
Interac
contest
expands
reshaping
platform
US
Connect
city politics.
nationwide.
5. Canada's leading
Donald
fintech
Trump's
brand
Treasury
launches
Secretary
broader
to
digital
attend
payment
tariff
case
integration.
hearing.
14.
Supreme Court to debate the
OECD
administration's
urges Canada
trade
to cut
policy
subsidies
impact
to dairy
on
industry.
November 5th. Report
6.
calls for reforms
China
to
begins
improve
test
market
production
competition
of flying
and trade
cars.
fairness. A major
15.
China-based company outpaces
Germany
Tesla
demands
with
deportation
prototype
of
aerial
720,000
vehicles entering
trial
Syrian
phase.
asylum seekers.
7.
Berlin
North
pushes
Korea
new
mourns
repatriation
former ceremonial
policy
head of
amid
state
rising
Kim Jong-nam.
anti-immigration sentiment.
Kim,
a key diplomat
16.
since the 1990s,
Finance Minister
passes
says
away
Canadians
at
will
96.
feel good
8.
about
FDA's
budget.
top drug regulator
Optimistic
resigns
tone
amid
contrasts with
scandal.
public concern over deficit
Dr.
spending.
George Tidmarsh quits
17.
following federal probe into
Cybersecurity
ethics
agents
violations
charged for ties with Black
9.
Cat hackers.
Nigeria's ethnic violence
3 American
deepens.
officials
Analysts
accused of
call for
aiding
dialogue.
ransomware gang in
Experts
extortion
urge
schemes.
reforms as
18.
clashes escalate
US
between
declares
northern
Nigeria
and southern
a
groups.
country of particular
10.
concern.
Trump backs Cuomo.
Washington signals
threatens
possible
to cut
sanctions
funds if
amid
Mamdani
religious
wins.
persecution reports.
The former president
19.
re-enters New York's
Chinese
political
researcher
battleground.
faces spy trial
11.
in Quebec.
Canada
Former
rejects
Hydro-Quebec
surge of
employee
Indian student
accused
permits.
of espionage and
Over
intellectual
70% of
property
applications
theft.
denied
2,500
amid fraud
60
and
kilos
funding
of cocaine
concerns.
seized at Vancouver
12.
Airport.
ISRO
Authorities
launches
intercept
heaviest
massive
communication
drug
satellite
shipment
concealed
yet.
in autoparts.
India makes history.
21.
Manitoba's
Manitoba's
deployment
NDP
premier
domestic
joins
rocket.
leaders in condemning child
13.
porn sentencing
India's
ruling.
IT industry
Political
at a
unity
crossroads.
grows over controversial
Experts warn
court
of job
decision.
cuts and global outsourcing
22.
shifts. Canada faces
14.
painkiller shortage.
Israel returns
into 2026.
45
Palestinian
pharmacy
bodies to
associations
Gaza.
warn of
Health
continued
Ministry
supply
confirms
issues
handover
for critical medications
amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
23.
15. Trump
Yukon
defends
leader
nuclear
re-elected.
testing revival.
Promises
Blames
majority
Pakistan
stability.
and China. Curry-Dixon pledges
US
reforms
justifies
in northern
its stance
development
as competitors
and
expand
expand weapons programs.
24.
16.
US
Trump
Defense
leaves
Secretary
door
says
open for
alliance
Nigeria
with South
military
Korea
operation
will
hints
deter
at possible
North Korea.
cooperation if US
Washington
interests are
reaffirms
threatened.
military readiness
amid
17.
Pyongyang's
Bangladesh-Pakistan
relations warm after Hasina's
25.
exit.
Envoy
Nigeria's
credits new
religious
government
violence
for improved
deepens
diplomatic
despite
tone.
US sanctions threat. 18.
Tanzania's
Ongoing
new
sectarian
president
attacks
sworn
prompt
in
calls
amid
for
violent
humanitarian
protests.
intervention.
Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. 19. UAE accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces. Sudanese ambassador condemns Russian shipments to RSF fighters.
Welcome to USApulse,
Air India
your
crash
global
survivor
window to
appeals
today's
for
most
support.
powerful headlines.
Only surviving passenger
From catastrophic
pleads for
storms in the
government
Caribbean
compensation.
to new
21
tensions in the
Indian
Middle East
student
and a
visa
major Trump
rejections
update
hit record high
Here are the
in
top
Canada.
25 global
Rejection
and US
rates
headlines
surged
for
to
29th of October
74%, sparking
2025.
diplomatic concern.
22 fugitive Mehul Chokshi,
One
challenges
freedom convoy
extradition
leader
in
appeals.
Belgium. Mischief conviction
Wanted
in
businessman
Canada.
argues human rights
Tamara Lish
violations
challenges
in
her
Indian
conviction
courts.
over organising anti-mandate
23.
protests.
Trump
that
backs
gridlocked
new
Ottawa
Supreme
in
Court
2022
tariff case
hearing. Could redefine US global
Canada's
trade
new
rules.
budget projects
24.
$78 billion.
Trump warns of
deficit
sanctions over Chinese chip
Finance
technology
Minister Mark
transfers.
Carney unveils first
US
budget
moves
with
to
major
block
spending
Nvidia
plans
sales
to
to
revive
China
economy
amid
and green
tech
tech.
war.
25.
China
Global
resumes
markets
group
react
tours
to
Canada
ongoing
after
conflicts
Sheikh Khan
and
natural
meeting.
disasters.
Beijing lifts
Oil
travel
prices rise
restrictions
as
amid
investors
thawing
weigh risks
diplomatic
from
ties.
Asia and the Middle East.
4.
Ottawa rules out using notwithstanding clause in child pornography sentencing case. Justice Minister confirms respect for Supreme Court ruling on mandatory minimums. 5. NASA celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence window in space, to today's most marking a milestone since ISS launched in 2000 in the Caribbean. Astronauts commemorate scientific and a major Trump update and global cooperation. Here are the top 25 global
6.
and US
EU
headlines for
reports
29th of
progress in
October
semiconductor
2025. Brussels praises dialogue with Nexperia amid global
1.
chip supply
Typhoon
tensions.
Kalmegi
7 protesters
devastates
dies
the
at
Philippines.
ostrich farm demonstration
At least 5
in
people
British
dead.
Columbia. Hundreds stranded. Police
as floods
confirm one
submerge
death
central
during
regions
standoff with local
winds up to
environmental
205
activists.
kilometers per hour.
8 U.S. Secretary of
Rescue
War
efforts
concludes Asia
continue
tour
in Nepal.
focused on security
Avalanche
ties.
bodies of 7
Visits
climbers
to Vietnam,
recovered from the
Japan
Himalayas
and South
after
Korea
a deadly
highlight
snow
push to
collapse near
counter
Dalgary.
Chinese influence.
3.
9.
Ukraine drone
Canada's
strikes
strategic
hit Russian
partnership with
petrochemical
China
plant.
faces criticism.
Russia accuses
Experts
Ukraine
warn of hybrid
targeting
warfare
industrial
risks amid growing
infrastructure
cyber
in
espionage
Bashkortostan.
concerns. 4.
10.
Zora Mamdani,
Convicted
leads
child
NYC
sex offender
mayoral
released
race.
in Winnipeg.
The progressive
Public
candidate
outcry
emerges
follows.
as frontrunner.
Police
Police
issue
issue community
contest
alerts as
reshaping
offender
US
relocates
city
to
politics.
new residents. 5. 11. Donald Trump's
BC
Treasury
Hydro
Secretary
faces
to
scrutiny
attend
oversight
tariff
case
dam
hearing.
cost overruns.
Supreme Court to debate
Executives
the administration's
admit project
trade budget
budget
mismanagement
mismanagement
on
amid
November
rising
5th.
energy demands.
6.
China
12.
begins test
Vancouver home
production
sales
of
fall
flying
14%
in October.
A major China-based
Real
company
estate
slowdown
outpaces
reflects
Tesla
higher
with
interest
prototype
rates and
aerial
affordability
vehicles
crisis.
entering trial phase. 13. 7. Interac expands
North Korea
payment
mourns
platform
former
Connect
ceremonial
nationwide.
head of state,
Kim Jong-nam,
Canada's leading fintech
Kim,
brand,
a key
launches
diplomat
broader
since the
digital
1990s
payment
integration,
passes away
14.
at 96.
OECD
8.
urges Canada
FDA's
to
top
cut
drug
subsidies to
regulator
dairy
resigns
amid scandal.
Report calls for reforms
Dr. George
to improve
Tidmarsh
market
quits
competition
following federal
and trade
probe into
fairness.
ethics violations.
15.
9.
Germany demands
Nigeria's
deportation
ethnic violence
of 720,000
Analysts
Syrian
call for
asylum
dialogue.
seekers.
Berlin pushes
urge
new
reforms
repatriation
as clashes
policy
escalate
amid
between
rising
northern and
anti-immigration
southern groups.
sentiment. 10.
16.
Trump backs
Finance
Cuomo.
Minister says
Threatens
Canadians
to
will
cut funds if
feel
Mamdani
good
wins.
about budget.
The former
Optimistic
president
tone
re-enters
contrasts
with
New
public
York's
concern
political
over deficit
battleground.
spending. 11.
17.
Canada rejects
Cybersecurity
surge of
agents
Indians
charged
for
for
ties
permits.
with Black Cat hackers.
Over 70% of
3
applications
American
denied
officials
amid
accused of
fraud
aiding
and
ransomware
funding
gangs
concerns.
in extortion schemes.
12.
ISRO launches heaviest
US declares
communication
Nigeria
satellite yet.
country of particular
India makes
concern.
history with the largest
Washington
satellite
signals possible
deployment on a
sanctions
domestic
amid
rocket.
religious persecution reports.
13. India's
19.
IT industry at a
Chinese
crossroads.
researcher faces spy
Experts
trial
warn
in
of job
Quebec.
cuts and
Former
global
Hydro-Quebec
outsourcing
employee
shifts.
accused of espionage
14.
and
Israel
intellectual
returns
property
45
theft.
Palestinian bodies to
2,560
Gaza.
kilos of
Health
cocaine
Ministry
confirms
concedes at
Vancouver
handover
Airport.
amid ongoing
Authorities
ceasefire
intercept
negotiations.
massive drug
15.
shipment
Trump
concealed
defends
in
nuclear
auto parts.
testing revival. blames
21.
Pakistan
Manitoba's
and China.
NDP premier joins leaders
justifies
in condemning
its
child
stance as
porn
competitors
sentencing
expand
ruling.
weapons programs.
Political unity
16.
grows
Trump
over
leaves
controversial
door
court
open
decision.
for Nigeria military operation.
22. Possible cooperation
Canada faces
if
painkiller
US interests
shortage
are threatened.
into 2026.
17.
Pharmacy
Bangladesh
Associations warn of
Pakistan relations
continued
warm
supply
after
issues
Hasina's
for
exit.
critical medications.
Envoy credits new government for improved
23.
diplomatic tone. Yukon leader re-elected.
18.
Tanzania's
Promises
majority
majority
stability
stability amid violent
Curry
protests.
Dixon pledges reforms
Opposition
in
rallies
northern
lead to
development
hundreds of
and
arrests
healthcare.
and multiple casualties.
24.
19.
US Defense Secretary
UAE
says
accused
alliance
of arming
with South
Sudanese
Korea will
paramilitary
deter
forces.
North Korea.
Sudanese ambassador
Washington
condemns
reaffirms
weapons
military
shipments to
readiness
RSF
amid
fighters.
Pyongyang's missile
20.
activity.
Air India crash
25.
survivor appeals for support.
Nigeria's religious
Only
violence
surviving
deepens
passenger
despite
pleads for
US
government
sanctions
compensation.
threat. 21.
Ongoing
Indian
student
sectarian
visa
attacks prompt
rejections
calls for
hit
humanitarian
record high
intervention.
in Canada.
Rejection rate surged to 74%, sparking diplomatic concerns. 22 fugitive Mehul Chokshi challenges extradition in Belgium. Wanted businessman argues
Welcome to
human rights
USApulse,
violations
your
in
global
Indian
window
courts.
to today's most powerful
23.
headlines. From
Trump
catastrophic
backs new
storms in the
Supreme Court
Caribbean
tariff
to new
case
tensions
hearing
in the Middle
could
East
redefine
and a
US
US global
Trump
trade
update.
rules.
Here are the
24.
top 25 global
Trump
and
warns of
US
sanctions
headlines for
over
29th
Chinese
of
chip
October
technology
2025. US moves to block Nvidia's sales to China amid Tech War. Freedom Convoy
25.
leader appeals.
Global
Mischief
markets
conviction
react
in
to
Canada.
ongoing conflicts and
Tamara
natural
Lish
disasters.
challenges her conviction
Oil
over
prices
organising
rise
anti-mandate
as investors weigh
protests
risks
that
from Asia
gridlocked
and
Ottawa
the Middle
in
East.
2022. 2. Canada's new budget project, $78 billion. Finance Minister Mark Carney unveiled first budget with major spending plans to revive economy and green
Welcome
tech.
to USApulse 3,
Your global window
China
to today's
resumes
most
group
powerful
tours to
headlines
Canada.
after Xi
From
Carney
catastrophic
meeting.
storms in the Caribbean
Beijing lifts
to new
travel
tensions in the Middle
restrictions
East
amid
amid major
thawing
Trump
diplomatic
update.
ties. Here are the top
4.
25
Ottawa
global
rules
and
out
US
using
headlines for
notwithstanding
29th of
clause in
October
child pornography sentencing
2025.
case.
Justice Minister confirms respect for Supreme Court ruling on mandatory
1.
minimums.
Typhoon Kalmagi devastates
5.
the Philippines.
NASA celebrates
At least
25
people
years
dead,
of continuous
hundreds
human
stranded
presence in
as floods
space,
submerge
marking
central
a
regions
milestone since
with winds up to
ISS launched in
205
2000.
kilometers per hour.
Astronauts commemorate
2.
scientific breakthroughs
Rescue efforts
and
continue
global
in Nepal.
cooperation. Avalanche bodies
6.
of 7 climbers
EU
recovered
reports
from the
progress
Himalayas in semiconductor
after a deadly
talks
snow
with China.
collapse near Dhaulagiri.
Brussels praises
3.
dialogue with Nexperia.
Ukraine drone
amid
strikes
global
hit
chip
Russian
supply
petrochemical
tensions.
plants.
7 protesters
Russia
dies
accuses
at
Ukraine
ostrich farm
of
demonstration
targeting
in
industrial
British Columbia.
infrastructure in Bashkortostan.
Police confirm 1 death
4.
during standoff
Zora
with local
Mamdani
environmental
leads
NYC
activists.
mayoral race.
A
8
progressive
US
candidate
secretary
emerges
of
as
war
frontrunner
concludes Asia
in a
tour
historic
focused on
contest
security
reshaping
ties.
US city politics.
Visits to Vietnam,
5.
Japan and South
Donald
Korea
Trump's Treasury
highlight push
Secretary
to
to attend
counter
tariff
Chinese
case
influence.
hearing.
Supreme
9.
Court to debate
Canada's
the administration's
strategic
partnership
trade
with
policy
China
impact
faces
on
criticism.
November 5th.
Experts warn
6.
of hybrid warfare
China
risks
begins
amid
test
growing
production
cyber
of
espionage
flying
concerns.
cars.
A major China-based
10.
company
Convicted
outpaces
child sex
Tesla
offender
with
released
prototype
in
aerial
Winnipeg.
vehicles
Public
entering
outcry
trial
follows.
phase. Police issue community
North
alerts
Korea
as
mourns
offender
former
relocates
ceremonial
to new
head of
residence.
state.
Kim Jong-nam.
11.
Kim,
BC
a
Hydro
key diplomat
faces
since the
scrutiny over
1990s,
South Sea Dam
passes
cost
away
overruns.
at 96.
Executives
8.
admit
FDA's
project
top
budget
drug
mismanagement
regulator
amid
resigns
rising
amid
energy
scandal.
demands.
Dr.
12.
George Tidmarsh
Vancouver
quits
home sales
following
fall
federal
14%
probe into
in
ethics
October.
violations. Real estate slowdown
9.
reflects
Nigeria's
higher interest
ethnic
rates
violence
and
deepens.
affordability crisis.
Analysts call for dialogue.
13. Interac
Experts
expands
urge
payment
reforms
platform
as
Connect
clashes nationwide
escalate.
between northern
Canada's
and southern
leading
groups.
fintech brand launches
10.
broader digital
Trump
payment
backs
integration.
14.
Threatens to cut funds if
OECD
Mamdani
urges
wins.
Canada to cut subsidies to dairy
The former
industry.
president re-enters New York's
Report calls for
political
reforms
battleground.
to improve market
11.
competition.
And
Canada
trade
rejects
fairness.
surge of Indian
15.
student permits.
Germany demands
Over 70%
deportation
of applications
720,000
denied amid
Syrian
fraud
asylum
and
seekers.
funding concerns.
Berlin pushes new
12.
repatriation
ISRO
policy
launches
amid
heaviest
rising
communication
anti-immigration
satellite
sentiment.
yet.
India
16.
makes history
with
Finance
the largest
Minister says
satellite
Canadians
deployment
will
on a
feel
domestic
good
rocket.
about budget.
13.
Optimistic
India's
tone
IT
contrasts with
industry
public
at a
concern over
crossroads.
deficit spending.
Experts warn of job cuts and global
Cybersecurity
outsourcing
agents
shifts.
charged for ties with Black
14.
Hat hackers.
Israel returns 45
3 American
Palestinian
officials
bodies
accused
to
of
Gaza.
aiding ransomware gang
Health Ministry
in extortion
confirms
schemes.
handover amid
18.
ongoing ceasefire
US
negotiations.
declares Nigeria
15.
a
Trump defends
country of
nuclear
particular
testing revival.
concern.
Blames Pakistan
Washington signals
and China.
possible sanctions
amid
US
religious
justifies its
persecution
stance
reports.
as
Competitors expand
19.
weapons programs.
Chinese
16.
researcher
Trump
faces spy
leaves door
trial in
open for
Quebec.
Nigeria military
Former
operation.
Hydro-Quebec
Hints at
employee
possible
accused
cooperation
of espionage
if US interests
and
are threatened.
intellectual property theft.
2,500
Bangladesh-Pakistan
relations
cocaine
warm after
seized
Hasina's
at
exit.
Vancouver Airport.
Envoy credits
Authorities
new government for
intercept
improved
massive
diplomatic
drug
turn.
shipment
concealed in auto
18.
parts. Tanzania's new
21.
president sworn in
Manitoba's
amid violent
NDP
premier joins
Opposition
leaders in
rallies
condemning
lead to
hundreds
child
of
porn
arrests
sentencing
and
ruling.
multiple casualties. Political unity
19.
grows over controversial
UAE
court
accused
decision.
of
arming Sudanese paramilitary
22.
forces. Canada
Sudanese
faces
ambassador
painkiller
condemns
shortage
weapon
into
shipments to
2026.
RSF
Fighters. Pharmacy associations
20.
warn of continued
Air
supply
India
issues
crash
survivor
for critical
appeals for
medications.
support. Only surviving passenger
23.
pleads for government
Yukon leader
compensation.
re-elected.
21. Indian
Promises
student
majority
visa
stability.
rejections hit
Carrie
record
Dixon
high
pledges
in reforms
Canada.
in northern development
Rejection
and
rate
healthcare
surged
to 74%,
24.
sparking
US
diplomatic
Defense Secretary
concern. Says alliance with South
22
Korea
fugitive
will deter
naval
North
proxy
Korea. Challenges extradition
Washington reaffirms
in Belgium.
military
readiness
Wanted
amid Pyongyang's
businessman
missile
argues
activity.
human
rights violations in
25.
Indian courts. Nigeria's religious
23.
violence deepens
Trump
despite
backs
new
US
Supreme
sanctions
Court
threat.
tariff case hearing. Ongoing
Could
sectarian
redefine
attacks
US
prompt
global
calls
trade
for
rules.
humanitarian intervention.
24.
Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology transfer. US moves to block Nvidia sales to China amid tech war. 25. Global markets react to ongoing conflicts
Welcome to
and natural
USApulse,
disasters.
your global window
Oil
to today's
prices
most
rise
powerful
as
headlines.
investors weigh risks from
catastrophic
Asia
storms
and
in the Caribbean
Middle East to new tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. Welcome to Freedom Convoy leader global window to today's most powerful in Canada. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
conviction
to new
over
organising
organising
anti-mandate
and a
major
major
Trump
Trump
update
update
that gridlocked Ottawa
Here are
in
the top
2022.
25
global and US
2.
headlines for
Canada's
29th
new
of
budget
October
projects,
$2,028
$78
billion deficit. Finance Minister Mark Carney unveils
Typhoon
first budget with
Kalmagi
major spending
devastates
plans
the
to revive
Philippines.
economy. At
and
least
green
5
tech.
people dead. Hundreds stranded.
China
as floods
resumes
submerge
good
central
tours to
regions
Canada
after
with
winds
Xi
up to
Carney
205
Beijing
kilometers
lifts
per hour. Travel restrictions
2.
amid
Rescue
thawing
efforts
diplomatic
continue
ties
in
Nepal. 4.
Avalanche bodies
Ottawa
of
rules
7
out
climbers
using
recovered from the
notwithstanding
Himalayas
clause in child
after a
pornography
deadly snow
sentencing
collapse
case.
near Dhaulagiri.
Justice Minister confirms respect for Supreme
Ukraine
Court
drone
ruling on
strikes hit
mandatory
Russian
minimums.
petrochemical plant.
Russia
5.
accuses Ukraine
NASA
of
celebrates
targeting
25
industrial
years of
infrastructure
continuous
in
human
Bashkortostan
presence in
space.
4.
Marking a milestone
Zora
since
Mamdani
ISS
leads
launched in
NYC
2000
mayoral race.
Astronauts
The
commemorate
progressive candidate
scientific
emerges as
breakthroughs
frontrunner
and global
in a historic
cooperation.
contest
reshaping US
6.
city politics.
EU reports
5.
progress in
Donald
semiconductor
Trump
talks
Treasury
with China.
Secretary to attend
Brussels
tariff
praises
cases
hearing
dialogue with
Supreme
Nexperia
Court to debate the
amid
administration's
global
trade
trade policy
tensions.
impact.
7
On
protester
November
dies
5th.
at ostrich farm
6.
demonstration
China
in British
begins
Columbia.
test production of flying
Police
cars.
confirm 1 death
A
during
major
standoff
China-based
with local
company
environmental
outpaces Tesla
activists.
with prototype aerial
8
vehicles
US
entering
Secretary
trial
of
phase.
War concludes Asia
7.
tour focused on
North Korea
security
mourns
ties.
former ceremonial
Visits
head of
to
state
Vietnam,
Kim
Japan
Jong-nam
and South Korea
Kim,
a
highlight
key diplomat
push to
since
counter
the 1990s
influence, passes away at
9.
96. Canada's
8
strategic
FDA's
partnership
top
with
drug
China
regulator
faces criticism.
resigns amid
Experts
scandal.
warn of hybrid warfare
Dr.
risks
George
amid
Tidmarsh
growing
quits
cyber
following
espionage
federal
concerns.
probe into ethics violations.
10. Convicted
9.
child sex
Nigeria's
offender
ethnic
released in
violence
Winnipeg.
deepens.
Public
Analysts
outcry
call for
follows.
dialogue.
Police issue
Experts
community
urge
alerts
reforms
as offender relocates
clashes
to new
escalate
residents
between
northern and southern
11
groups. BC Hydro
10.
faces scrutiny
Trump
over
backs
Site C
Cuomo.
dam cost overruns.
Threatens to cut funds if
Executives
Mandani
admit
wins.
project budget mismanagement.
The former
amid
president
rising
re-enters
energy
New
demands.
York's
Political battleground. Vancouver
11.
home sales fall
Canada
14%
rejects
in
surge of
October.
Indian student
Real estate
permits.
slowdown reflects
Over
higher
70%
interest
of
rates
applications
and affordability
denied.
crisis amid fraud and
13.
funding concerns. Interac expands payment
12.
platform
ISRO
Connect
launches
nationwide.
heaviest communications
Canada's leading
satellite
fintech
yet.
brand launches
India
broader
makes
digital
history
payment
with the
integration.
largest satellite
14.
deployment on a
OECD
domestic
urges
rocket.
Canada to cut subsidies
13.
to dairy industry.
India's IT industry
Report
at a
calls for
crossroads.
reforms to improve
Experts
market
warn of
competition
job cuts
and
and
trade
global
fairness.
outsourcing shifts.
15.
14.
Germany demands
Israel
deportation
returns
of 720,000
Palestinian bodies to
Syrian
Gaza.
asylum seekers. Health Ministry
Berlin
confirms
pushes new
handover
repatriation
amid ongoing
policy.
ceasefire
Amid rising
negotiations.
anti-immigration
15. Trump
sentiment.
defends nuclear testing
16.
revival. Blames
Finance
Pakistan
Minister says
and
Canadians
China.
will
Feel good
US justifies
about
its
budget stance as competitors
Optimistic
expand
tone
weapons
contrasts
programs.
with
Public concern over
16.
deficit
Trump
spending. Leaves door open
17.
to Nigeria military
Cybersecurity
operation.
agents
Hints at possible
charged for ties
cooperation
with black
if US
cat
interests
hackers.
are threatened. 3 American
17.
officials accused of
Bangladesh
aiding
Pakistan
ransomware
relations
gangs
warm
in
after
extortion
Hasina's
schemes.
exit.
Envoy
18.
credits new government for
US
improved
declares
diplomatic
Nigeria
tone. Country of
18.
particular concern. Tanzania's new president sworn
Washington
in amid
signals
violent
possible
protests.
sanctions.
Amid religious
Opposition
rallies
persecution
lead to
reports.
hundreds of arrests and multiple
19.
casualties. Chinese
19.
researcher faces spy trial
UAE
in accused
Quebec.
of arming
Former
Sudanese
Hydro Quebec
paramilitary
employee
forces, accused of
Sudanese
Sudanese
ambassador
ambassador
and
condemns
intellectual
weapon shipments to
property
RSF
theft.
fighters.
2,560
20 kilos of cocaine.
Air India crash
seized at
survivor
Vancouver
appeals for
Airport.
support.
Authorities
Only
intercept
surviving
massive
passenger
drug
pleads for
shipment
government
concealed in
compensation.
auto parts.
21 Indian student
21
visa rejections
Manitoba's
hit
NDP
record
premier
high
joins
in Canada.
leaders in condemning child
Rejection
porn
rates
sentencing
surged
ruling.
to 74%.
Political unity
sparking
grows over
diplomatic
controversial
concern.
court decision. 22 fugitive
22.
Mehul Choksi, Canada
Challenges
faces painkiller
extradition
shortage
in Belgium.
into 2026.
Wanted businessman
Pharmacy Association
argues human rights
violations
supply
in
issues
Indian
for
for
courts.
critical medications.
23.
23.
Trump backs new Supreme
Yukon
Court
leader
tariff
re-elected.
case hearing.
Promises
Could
redefine
majority
US
stability.
global trade rules. Curry-Dixon pledges
24.
reforms in northern
Trump
development
warns of
and
sanctions
healthcare over Chinese chip
24.
technology transfers.
US Defense Secretary
US
says
moves to
alliance
block
with
Nvidia
South Korea
sales to
will
China
deter
amid
North
tech
Korea.
war. Washington
25.
reaffirms military
Global
readiness
markets
amid
react to
Pyongyang's
ongoing
missile
conflicts
activity and natural disasters.
25.
Oil prices
Nigeria's
rise
religious
as investors
violence
weigh
deepens
risks from
despite
Asia
US
and the
sanctions
Middle
threat.
East. Ongoing sectarian attacks prompt calls for humanitarian intervention. Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines. Welcome
From
to
catastrophic
USApulse,
storms in the
your
Caribbean
global window
to
to
new
today's
tensions
most
in the Middle
powerful
East
headlines
and a major Trump
From
update.
catastrophic storms in the
Here are the
Caribbean
top
to new
25
tensions in the
global
Middle
and
East
US
and a
headlines
major
for
Trump
29th
of October
Here are the top
2025 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. Typhoon Kalmegi devastates the Philippines. At least 5
One
people
Freedom
dead.
Convoy
Hundreds
leader
stranded
appeals
as floods
mischief
submerge
conviction
central
in
regions,
Canada.
with winds up to
Tamara
205
challenges her
kilometers
conviction
per hour.
over organising
2.
anti-mandate
Rescue
protests
efforts
that
continue
gridlocked
in
Ottawa
Nepal.
in 2022.
Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers
2.
recovered from the
Canada's
Himalayas
new budget
after a
projects
deadly snow
$78
collapse near
billion
Dalagiri. Deficit.
3.
Ukraine
Finance
drone
Minister
strikes hit
Mark
Russian
unveils
petrochemical
first
plant
budget.
with major spending
Russia
plans
accuses
to revive
Ukraine
economy
of targeting
and green
tech.
industrial infrastructure
3.
in Bashkortostan. China resumes group
4.
tours to Canada
Zora
after
Namdani
Namdani
leads
leads NYC
Beijing
mayoral
lifts
race. Travel
the progressive
restrictions
candidate
amid
emerges as
thawing
frontrunner
diplomatic
in a
ties.
historic
contest
4.
reshaping
Ottawa
US
rules
city
out
politics.
using
notwithstanding clause in child
Donald Trump's
pornography
Treasury
sentencing
Secretary
case to attend
Justice
Justice
Minister
Minister
confirms
confirms respect
Supreme
the Supreme
Court to
Court
debate the
ruling on
administration's
mandatory
trade
minimums.
policy impact
On November
5.
5th, NASA
6.
celebrates 25
China begins
years of
test
continuous
production
human
of
presence
flying
in
cars.
space, marking
A major
milestone
China-based
since
company
ISS
outpaces
launched in
Tesla
2000.
with prototype
Astronauts
aerial vehicles
commemorate
entering
scientific
trial
breakthroughs.
phase.
and global cooperation. North Korea mourns former
6.
ceremonial head of
EU
state
reports
Kim
progress
Jong-nam in semiconductor
Kim, a
talks
key
with China
diplomat
since the
Brussels
1990s.
praises
passes
dialogue
away
with
at
North Korea.
96 amid
8.
global chip supply
FDA's top
tensions.
drug regulator
7 protester
resigns
dies
amid
at ostrich
scandal.
farm demonstration
Dr.
in
George
British Columbia.
Tidmarsh
Quits following federal
Police
probe
confirm
into one
ethics
death during
violations.
standoff with local environmental activists.
Nigeria's
ethnic violence deepens.
8 U.S.
Secretary
analysts
of
call for
War
dialogue.
concludes Asia tour
Experts
focused on
urge
security
reforms
ties as clashes
visits
escalate
to Vietnam,
between northern
Japan
and
and
southern
South
Korea highlight push
10.
to counter
Trump
Chinese
backs
influence. Threatens to
9.
cut funds
Canada's
if Mamdani
strategic
wins. Partnership with China faces
The former
criticism.
president re-enters
Experts
New
warn
York's
of hybrid
political
warfare
battleground.
risks amid growing
11.
cyber espionage
Canada
concerns.
rejects
surge of Indian student
10.
permits. Convicted child sex
Over
offender
70%
released
of
in
applications
Winnipeg.
denied.
Public
Amid
outcry
fraud
follows and funding
Police
concerns.
issue
community alerts
12.
as offender
ISRO
relocates
launches
to new residence.
heaviest communications
11.
satellite yet.
BC Hydro
India
faces
makes
scrutiny
history
over Site
with the
C dam
largest
cost
satellite
overruns.
deployment
on a domestic
Executives
rocket.
admit
project budget
13.
mismanagement amid
India's
rising
IT
energy
industry
demands.
at a crossroads.
12.
Experts
Vancouver
warn
home
of job
sales
cuts
fall
and
14%
global
in
outsourcing
October.
shifts.
Real estate
14.
slowdown reflects
Israel
higher interest
returns
rates
45
and affordability Palestinian
crisis.
bodies to Gaza. 13. Health Ministry
Interac
confirms
expands
payment
handover
platform
amid
Connect
ongoing
ceasefire
ceasefire
negotiations.
15.
Canada's leading
Trump
fintech
defends
brand
nuclear
launches
testing
broader
revival.
digital payment
Blames Pakistan.
integration. And
14.
China.
OECD
US
urges
justifies
Canada
its
to cut
stance as
subsidies to
competitors
dairy
expand
industry.
weapons programs.
Report calls for
16.
reforms
Trump
to improve
leaves door
market
open to
competition
Nigeria
and
military
trade
operation.
fairness.
Hints at possible
15.
cooperation if US
Germany
interests
demands
are threatened.
deportation
of 720,000 Syrian
Bangladesh
asylum
Pakistan
seekers.
relations warm
Berlin
after Hasiina's
pushes
exit.
new repatriation
Envoy credits
policy
new government
amid
for
rising
improved diplomatic
anti-immigration
terms.
sentiment. 18. 16. Tanzania's new
Finance
president
minister
sworn in
says
amid
Canadians
violent
will
protests.
feel good
Opposition
about
rallies
budget.
lead to hundreds of arrests
Optimistic
and multiple
tone
contrasts
contrasts
with public concern
19.
over deficit spending. UAE accused
17.
of arming Sudanese
Cybersecurity
paramilitary
agents
forces.
charged for ties with
Sudanese
Black Cat
ambassador
hackers.
condemns weapon shipments to
3
RSF
American
fighters.
officials
accused of aiding
20.
ransomware gang
Air
in
India
extortion
crash
survivor
schemes.
appeals for support.
18.
Only surviving
declares
passenger
Nigeria
pleads for
a
government compensation.
country of particular
21
concern.
Indian student visa
Washington
rejections
signals
hit
possible
record
sanctions
high
amid
amid religious
Canada.
persecution reports. Rejection rates surged
19.
to 74%. Chinese
Sparking
researcher faces
diplomatic
spy trial
concern.
in Quebec.
22
Former Hydro
fugitive
Quebec employee
Mehul Choksi
accused of
challenges
espionage
extradition
and
in
intellectual
Belgium.
property theft.
2,560
argues human
kilos
rights
of
violations
cocaine
in
seized
Indian
at
Vancouver
ports.
airport.
23.
Authorities intercept massive
Trump
drug
backs
shipment
new Supreme
concealed
Court
in
tariff
auto
case
case.
hearing.
Could redefine
21.
US global
Manitoba's
trade
NDP
rules. Premier joins
24.
leaders in condemning
Trump
child
warns
porn
of
sentencing
sanctions
ruling over Chinese chip
Political
technology
unity
transfers
grows
over controversial
US
court
moves to
decision.
block
Nvidia sales to China
22.
amid tech Canada
war.
faces painkiller shortage
25.
into 2026.
Global markets
react
Pharmacy
to ongoing
associations
conflicts
warn of
and natural
continued supply
disasters.
issues
For critical
Oil prices
medications.
rise
as investors weigh risks
23.
from Asia and
Yukon
the Middle
leader
East.
re-elected.
Promises majority stability. Harry Dixon pledges reforms in northern development and healthcare. 24. US Defense Secretary says alliance with South Korea will deter North Korea.
Welcome to USApulse.
Washington reaffirms
global
military
window to
readiness
today's most
amid
powerful
Pyongyang's
headlines.
missile activity.
From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
25
to new tensions
Nigeria's
in the Middle East
religious
and a
violence
major Trump
deepens
update.
despite US
Here
sanctions
are the
threat.
top 25 global
Ongoing
and
sectarian
US
headlines
headlines for
prompt calls
29th
for
of October
humanitarian
2025.
1. Typhoon Palmagi devastates the Philippines. At least 5 people dead. Hundreds stranded as floods submerge central regions. With
Welcome
winds
to
up to
USApulse,
205
your
kilometers
global
per
window
hour.
to today's most
2.
powerful headlines.
Rescue efforts
From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean,
avalanche
to new
bodies
tensions
of
in the
7
Middle East,
climbers
and a major
recovered
Trump
from Himalayas after a
Here
deadly
are the
snow
top
collapse
25
near
global
Dhaulagiri.
and US
3.
headlines for 29th of
Ukraine
October
drone strikes hit Russian
2025.
petrochemical plant. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial
Freedom
infrastructure
Convoy leader
in
appeals.
Bashkortostan. Mischief conviction
4.
in Canada.
Zora Mamdani
Tamara
leads
Lich
NYC
challenges her
mayoral
conviction
race.
over organising
The progressive
anti-mandate
candidate emerges as
protests
frontrunner
that
in
gridlocked
historic
Ottawa
contest,
in 2022.
reshaping US city politics.
2.
5.
Canada's new budget
Donald
projects
Trump's Treasury
$78
Secretary
billion
to attend
tariff
deficit
hearing. Supreme Court
Finance
to debate
Minister
the
Mark
administration's
Carney
trade
unveils
policy
first budget
impact
with major
on November
spending
plans to revive economy
6.
and green tech.
China begins test production
3.
of flying
China
cars.
resumes group
A
tours
major
to Canada
China-based
after
company
Xi Carney
outpaces
meeting.
Tesla with
Beijing
prototype
lifts
aerial
travel
vehicles
restrictions
entering trial
amid
phase.
thawing diplomatic ties. North Korea
4.
mourns
Ottawa
former
rules
ceremonial
out
using
using
Kim
notwithstanding
Jong-nam
clause
in child
Kim,
pornography
a key
sentencing
diplomat
case.
since the 1990s,
Justice Minister confirms
passes away
respect
at
for Supreme
96.
Court ruling on
8.
mandatory
FDA's
minimums.
top drug regulator resigns
5.
amid scandal.
NASA celebrates 25
Dr. George
years of
Tidmarsh
continuous
quits
human
following
presence
federal
in
probe
space,
into ethics
marking a
violations.
milestone since ISS
9.
launched in 2000.
Nigeria's ethnic violence
Astronauts
deepens.
commemorate scientific
Analysts call for
breakthroughs
dialogue
and global
Experts
cooperation.
urge reforms as
6.
clashes escalate
EU
between
reports
northern and
progress
southern
in
groups.
semiconductor talks with China.
10. Trump
Brussels
backs
praises
Cuomo,
dialogue
threatens
with
to cut
Nexperia
funds if
amid global
Mamdani
chip
wins.
supply tensions.
7.
The former
protester
president
dies at
re-enters
ostrich
New
farm
York's political
demonstration
battleground
in British Columbia.
11.
Police
Canada
confirm
rejects
one
surge
death
of
during
Indian
standoff
student
with
local
permits.
environmental activists.
Over 70% of applications
8
denied.
US Secretary
amid
of
fraud
War
and
concludes
funding
Asia
concerns.
tour focused on security
12.
ties.
ISRO launches
Visits to
heaviest
Vietnam,
communication
Japan and
satellite
South Korea
yet.
highlight
India
push to
makes
counter
history
Chinese
with the
influence.
largest satellite deployment
9.
on a domestic
Canada's
rocket.
strategic partnership with China
13.
faces criticism.
India's IT
Experts
industry
warn
at
of
a
hybrid
crossroads.
warfare risks amid
Experts
growing
warn of
cyber
job cuts
espionage
and
global
concerns.
outsourcing shifts.
10.
14.
Convicted child sex
Israel
offender
returns
released
45
in Winnipeg.
Palestinian
Public
bodies to
outcry
Gaza.
follows.
Health
Police
Ministry
issue
community
community
alerts
alerts
as offender
amid
relocates
ongoing
to new
ceasefire
residence.
negotiations.
15.
11.
Trump
BC
defends
hydro
nuclear
testing
faces
revival,
scrutiny over
blames
Site C
Pakistan
dam cost
and China.
overruns. Executives
US
admit
justifies
project
its
budget
stance as
mismanagement
competitors
amid
expand
rising
weapons
energy
programs.
demands. 16.
12.
Leaves
Vancouver
door open
home
for
sales
Nigeria
fall
military
14%
operation
in
Hints
October.
at possible
Real estate
cooperation if
slowdown
US
reflects
interests
higher
higher
interest
interest rates and affordability
17.
crisis. Bangladesh-Pakistan
13.
relations war
Interac
after Hasina's
expands
exit.
payment platform
Envoy
Connect
credits new government
nationwide.
for improved diplomatic
Canada's
tone.
leading fintech brand launches
18.
broader digital
Tanzania's
payment
new president
integration.
sworn in amid
14.
violent protests.
OECD urges
Opposition
Canada
rallies
to
lead
cut
to
subsidies
hundreds
of
to
dairy
arrests and
industry.
multiple casualties.
Report calls
19.
for reforms to improve market
UAE
competition
accused of arming
and trade
Sudanese
fairness.
paramilitary forces.
15.
Sudanese ambassador
Germany demands
condemns weapon
deportation
shipments to
of
RSF
720,000
Syrian
20.
asylum seekers.
Air India
Berlin
crash
pushes
survivor
new
appeals for
repatriation
support.
policy
Only
amid
surviving
rising
passenger
anti-immigration
leads for government
sentiment.
compensation.
21
16.
Indian student
Finance
visa
Minister
rejection
says Canadians
hits
will
record high
feel good
in Canada
about budget.
Rejection
Optimistic
rates
tone
surge to
contrasts with
74%,
public concern over
sparking
deficit
diplomatic concern. 17.
22
Cybersecurity
fugitive
Mehul
agents charged
Chokshi
for ties
challenges
with Black Cat
extradition
hackers.
in Belgium.
3 American
Wanted
officials
businessmen
accused of
argues
aiding
human
ransomware
rights
gang
violations
in extortion
Indian
schemes.
courts. 18.
23.
US declares
Trump
Nigeria
backs
a
new Supreme Court
country of
tariff
particular
case
concern. Could redefine US
Washington
global
signals
trade
possible
rules.
sanctions
amid
24.
religious persecution
Trump
reports.
warns of sanctions
19.
over Chinese chip technology
Chinese researcher
transfers.
faces spy trial
US
in
moves
Quebec.
to block Nvidia
Former
sales
Hydro
to
China
Quebec employee
amid tech
accused
war.
of espionage
25.
and intellectual property
Global
theft.
markets react to ongoing conflicts and
kilos of
natural
cocaine
disasters.
seized at Vancouver
Oil
Airport.
prices rise.
As
Authorities
investors
intercept
weigh risks
massive
from
drug
Asia
shipment
and the
concealed
Middle
in
East.
auto parts.
21. Manitoba's NDP Premier joins leaders in condemning child porn practices in Wheeling. Political unity grows over controversial court decision. 22. Welcome
Canada
to
faces
USApulse,
painkiller shortage
your global
into
window to
2026.
today's most powerful headlines.
Pharmacy associations
From
warn of
catastrophic
continued
storms in the
supply
Caribbean
issues
for
to
critical
new tensions
medications.
in the Middle East and a major Trump
23.
update. Yukon
are the
leader
top
re-elected.
25 global
Promises
and
majority
US headlines
stability.
for 29th of October
Curry Dixon pledges
2025.
reforms in northern development and healthcare.
24.
1. U.S. Defense Secretary says alliance with South Korea will deter at least 5 people dead. Washington reaffirms military readiness amid Pyongyang's missile with winds up to 205 kilometers per hour. Nigeria's religious violence deepens despite U.S. sanctions threat. Avalanche bodies of ongoing sectarian attacks prompt calls for humanitarian after a deadly snow collapse near Dalagiri. 3. Ukraine drone strike at Russian petrochemical plant. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial infrastructure in Bashkortostan. 4. Zora Mamdani leads NYC mayoral race. Window to today's the progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner from catastrophic storms in the Caribbean, reshaping new tensions in the Middle East, and a major Trump update. Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary 25 to global and U.S. headlines for 29th of October to debate the administration's trade policy impact on November 5th. 6. China begins Freedom Convoy leader appeals flying cars. Mischief conviction. A major China-based company outpaces Tesla challenges her conviction over organising anti-mandate protests that gridlocked Ottawa in 2022. North Korea mourns former ceremonial head of state. Canada's new budget projects a $78 billion 1990s deficit passes away at 96. Finance Minister Mark Carney unveils first drug regulator major spending plans to revive economy and green tech. Dr. George Tidmarsh quits 3. Following federal China resumes group tours violations after Xi-Carney meeting. Nigeria's ethnic violence travel restrictions analysts amid thawing diplomatic ties. Experts urge reforms. Ottawa rules out using notwithstanding clause in child pornography sentencing case. Trump Justice Minister confirms respect threatens to Supreme Court ruling on mandatory minimums. The former president re-enters New York, celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence Canada in space, rejects surge marking a milestone since ISS launched in 2000. Over 70% of applications denied scientific breakthroughs and funding global cooperation. 12. ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite semiconductor talks with China. India makes history. Brussels with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic global chip supply tensions. 13. 7 protesters India's IT industry farm demonstration in British Columbia. Experts warn of job cuts. Police confirm one death during standoff with local environmental activists. Israel returns 45 Palestinian Secretary of War concludes Asia Health tour Ministry focused on security ties amid ongoing visits to Vietnam, Japan and South Korea defends nuclear testing revival, blames Pakistan and China. 9. Canada's US justifies its stance as competitors criticism weapons program. Experts warn of hybrid 16 risks amid growing cyber Nigeria military operation. Hints at possible cooperation. Convicted child sex offender released in Winnipeg. 17. Public outcry Bangladesh-Pakistan relations police issue community alert as offender envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic term. 11. BC Hydro faces scrutiny over Site C dam amid violent protests. Executives opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests amid rising energy demands. 19. 12. Vancouver home accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces. Real estate Sudanese ambassador reflects higher interest rates and affordability crisis. 2013. Air India expands payment platform Connect nationwide. Only surviving passenger. Canada's leading fintech brand launches broader digital student visa rejections. 14. OECD urges Canada to cut subsidies to dairy industry. Surge to 74%. Report calls for reforms to improve market competition and trade fairness. Fugitive Mehul Chokshi challenges Germany demands deportation of 720,000 Syrian argues human rights violations. Berlin pushes new repatriation policy. 23. Amid rising anti-immigration new Supreme Court tariff case 16 could redefine U.S. global Canadians will feel good 24 about budget. Trump warns of optimistic tone over Chinese with chip technology over deficit spending. U.S. moves 17. To block NVIDIA sales to China agents amid tech ties with Black Cat hackers. 25. Global American officials react to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters in extortion schemes. Oil prices rise as investors US weigh risks Nigeria from Asia and the Middle East. Country of particular concern. Washington signals possible sanctions amid religious persecution. 19. Chinese researcher faces spy trial in Quebec. Former accused
to
of espionage
USApulse
and
your
intellectual
global window
property
to today's
theft.
most powerful
2,560
from
kilos
catastrophic
of
storms
cocaine
in the Caribbean
seized at
to
Vancouver
new
Airport.
tensions in the Middle East.
Authorities
and a major
intercept
Trump
massive
update.
drug shipment
Here
concealed
are the
in
top
auto
25
parts.
global and US
21
headlines
Manitoba's
for 29th of
NDP
October
Premier
2025
joins leaders in
condemning child porn sentencing ruling. Political unity
1.
grows over controversial
Typhoon
court
Kalmegi
decision.
devastates the Philippines.
22.
At least 5
Canada
people
faces
dead.
painkiller
Hundreds
shortage
stranded
into
as floods
2026.
submerge central regions.
Pharmacy associations
with winds up
warn
to
of continued supply
205
issues
kilometers
for
per
critical
hour.
medications.
2. Rescue efforts
23.
continue in Nepal.
Yukon leader re-elected.
Avalanche bodies of
Promises
7
majority
climbers recovered from the
stability.
Himalayas.
After a
Dixon
deadly
pledges
snow
reforms
collapse
in
near
northern
Dalagiri.
development and healthcare.
3. Ukraine
24.
drone strikes hit
US
Russian
Defense
petrochemical
Secretary
says
alliance with
Russia
South
accuses
Korea
Ukraine
will deter
of targeting
North Korea.
industrial infrastructure.
Washington
in
reaffirms
Bashkortostan.
military readiness amid
4.
Pyongyang's missile
Zora
activity.
Mamdani leads NYC mayoral
25.
race. The
Nigeria's
Nigeria's candidate
religious
emerges
violence
as frontrunner
deepens
despite
in a historic
US sanctions
contest
threat.
reshaping US
Ongoing
city
sectarian
politics.
attacks prompt
5.
calls for humanitarian
Donald Trump's
intervention.
Treasury Secretary to attend tariff
Oh,
case hearing. Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy impact on November 5th. 6. China begins test production of flying cars. A major China-based
Welcome
company
to
outpaces
USApulse,
Tesla
your
with
global
prototype
window to
aerial
today's
vehicles
most powerful
entering trial
headlines.
phase. From catastrophic
7.
storms in the Caribbean
North Korea
to
mourns
new tensions in the Middle
ceremonial
East
head of
and a
state,
major Trump
Kim
update.
Jong-nam. Here are the top 25
the
global and
1990s,
US headlines
passes
for
away
29th
at
of October
96.
2025.
FDA's top drug regulator resigns amid scandal. Dr.
One
George
Freedom
Tidmarsh
Convoy
quits
leader
following
appeals
federal probe
mischief
into
conviction
ethics
in
violations.
Canada.
9.
Tamara Lich
Nigeria's
challenges her
ethnic
conviction
violence
over
deepens.
organising
Analysts
anti-mandate
call for dialogue
protests.
that gridlocked
Experts
Ottawa
urge
in 2022
reforms.
as clashes escalate between northern
Canada's
and
new
southern
budget
groups.
projects
$78
$10
billion
Trump
backs
Cuomo.
deficit. Threatens to cut
Finance
funds if
Minister Mark
Mamdani
Carney
wins.
Unveils
First budget with major
former
spending
president
plans
re-enters
to revive
New
economy
York's
political
and green
battleground. 11.
3.
Canada
China
rejects
resumes group
surge
tours
of
to
Indian
Canada
student
after
permits.
Xi-Carney meeting.
Over 70%
Beijing
of
lifts
applications
travel
denied
restrictions
amid
fraud
thawing
and
diplomatic
funding
concerns.
4.
12. Ottawa
ISRO
rules out
launches
using
heaviest
notwithstanding
communication
clause in
satellite
child
yet.
pornography sentencing
India
case.
makes history.
Justice
with
Minister
the largest
confirms
satellite
respect
deployment
for Supreme
on a
Court ruling
domestic
on
rocket.
mandatory minimums. 13. India's
5.
IT industry
NASA
at a
celebrates
crossroads.
25 years
Experts
of
warn
continuous
of
job
human
cuts
presence
and
in global
space,
outsourcing
marking a
shifts.
milestone since ISS
14.
launched in
Israel
2000.
returns 45
Astronauts commemorate
Palestinian bodies
scientific
to
breakthroughs.
Gaza, and global
Health Ministry
cooperation.
confirms handover amid
6.
ongoing ceasefire
EU
negotiations.
reports progress
15
in
Trump
semiconductor
defends
talks
nuclear
with China.
testing revival.
Brussels
blames
praises
Pakistan
dialogue
and
with
China.
Nexperia amid
US
global
justifies
chip
its
supply
stance
tensions.
as competitors
7
expand
protester
weapons
dies at
programs.
ostrich farm demonstration
16 Trump
in British
leaves
Columbia.
door open for Nigeria
Police
military
confirm
operation.
one death
Hints
during
at possible
standoff with
cooperation
local
if
environmental
US interests are
activists.
threatened.
17.
8 US Secretary of
Bangladesh
War
Pakistan
concludes
relation
Asia
tour
tour
focused on
Hasina's
security
exit.
ties.
Envoy credits new
Visits
government
to
for
Vietnam,
improved diplomatic
Japan
tone.
and South Korea highlight
18.
push to counter
Tanzania's
Chinese
new president
influence.
sworn in amid violent
9.
protests.
Canada's strategic
Opposition rallies
partnership
lead to
with China
hundreds of
faces
arrests and
criticism.
multiple casualties.
Experts warn of hybrid
19.
warfare risks amid
UAE
growing cyber
accused of arming
espionage
Sudanese
paramilitary forces.
10.
Sudanese
Convicted
ambassador
child sex
condemns
offender
weapon
released
shipment
in
to RSF
Winnipeg.
fighters. Public outcry follows.
20. Police
Air
issue
India
community
crash survivor
alerts as
appeals for
offender
support.
relocates to new
Only
residence.
surviving passenger pleads
11.
for government
BC
compensation.
Hydro
21
faces scrutiny
Indian
over
student
site
visa
C dam
rejection
cost overruns.
hit record high
Executives
in Canada.
admit project budget
Rejection
mismanagement
rates
amid
surged
rising
to
energy
74%,
demands.
sparking
12.
diplomatic
Vancouver
concern.
home sales fall
22%
14% in
fugitive
October.
Mabel Choksi
Real estate
challenges
slowdown
extradition
reflects higher
in
interest
Belgium.
rates and affordability
Wanted
crisis.
businessman argues
13.
human rights violations
Interac
in
expands
Indian
payment
courts.
platform Connect
23.
nationwide. Trump
Canada's
backs new
leading
Supreme
fintech
Court
brand
tariff
launches
case
broader
hearing.
digital
Could
payment
redefine
integration.
US global trade
14.
rules.
OECD
24.
urges Canada to cut
Trump
subsidies
warns
to
of
dairy
sanctions
industry
over Chinese chip
Report
technology
calls for reforms
transfers.
to improve market
US moves to
competition
block
and
Nvidia
trade
sales
fairness.
to China amid
15.
tech war.
Germany demands
25.
deportation
Global
of 720,000
markets react to ongoing
Syrian
conflicts
asylum
and
seekers.
natural disasters.
Berlin pushes new
Oil prices
repatriation
rise
policy
as investors
amid
weigh
rising
risks from
anti-immigration
Asia and
sentiment.
the Middle East.
60. Finance Minister said Canadians will feel good about budget. Optimistic tone contrasts with public concern over deficit spending. 17. Cybersecurity agents charged for
Welcome
ties
to
with
USA
Black Hat
Pulse,
hackers.
your global window to
Three
today's
American
most powerful
officials
headlines.
accused of aiding
From
ransomware
catastrophic
gang
storms in the
extortion
Caribbean
schemes
to new tensions in the
18.
Middle East and a major
US
Trump
declares
update.
Nigeria a
Here are the
country
top
of
25
particular
global
concern.
and US headlines
Washington
for 29th
signals
of
possible
October
sanctions
2025.
amid religious persecution reports. 19. Chinese researcher
1.
faces
Typhoon
trial in
Kalmegi
Quebec,
devastates
former
the Philippines.
Hydro-Quebec employee,
At least 5
accused of
people
espionage,
dead,
hundreds
and
stranded
intellectual
as
property
floods
theft.
submerged central
2,560
regions, with winds up to
kilos of cocaine
205 kilometers per
Vancouver
hour.
Airport.
2. Authorities
Rescue
intercept
efforts
massive
continue
drug
in
shipment
Nepal.
concealed in autoparts.
Avalanche
bodies of 7 climbers
21
recovered from
Manitoba's
Himalayas
NDP
after
premier
a deadly
joins
snow
leaders in
collapse
condemning
Dalangiri.
child porn sentencing
3.
ruling.
Ukraine
Political
drone strikes
unity
hit
grows
Russia
over
over controversial
petrochemical
court
plant.
decision. Russia accuses Ukraine
22.
of targeting
Canada
industrial
faces
infrastructure
painkiller shortage
in Bashkortostan
into
2026. 4. Pharmacy
Zora
associations warn of
Mamdani leads
continued
NYC
supply issues
mayoral
for
race.
critical medications.
The Progressive
candidate emerges as frontrunner
23.
in a historic
Yukon
contest
leader
reshaping
re-elected.
U.S. city
Promises
politics.
majority stability.
5. Curry
Donald
Dixon
Trump's
pledges
Treasury
reforms
Secretary
in Northern
to attend
Development
tariff
and
case
health
hearing.
Supreme Court
24.
to debate the administration's
US
trade
Defense
policy
Secretary
impact
says
alliance
on
with
November
South
5th.
Korea will
6.
deter North Korea.
China begins test
Washington
production
reaffirms
of flying
military
cars.
readiness amid
A major
Pyongyang's
China-based
missile
company
activity outpaces Tesla with
25.
prototype aerial vehicles
Nigeria's
entering
religious
trial
violence
phase deepens despite
Despite
U.S. sanctions.
North
threat.
Korea
mourns former
Ongoing
ceremonial
sectarian
head of state.
attacks prompt
Kim
calls for
Jong-nam.
humanitarian
Kim,
intervention.
a key diplomat since the 1990s, passes away at 96. FDA's top drug regulator resigns amid scandal. Dr. George Tidmarsh quits following federal probe into ethics violations. Welcome to USA
9.
Pulse,
Nigeria's
your global
ethnic
window
violence
to today's
deepens.
most powerful
Analysts
headlines. Call for dialogue.
From catastrophic storms in the
Experts
Caribbean
urge reforms
to new tensions
as
in the Middle
clashes
East
escalate
and a major
between
Trump
northern
update.
and southern groups.
Here are the top 25
10.
global
Trump
and
backs
US
Cuomo.
headlines for
Threatens
29th
to
of
cut
October
funds if Mamdani
2025.
The former president re-enters New York's political battleground.
1. Freedom Convoy
11.
leader appeals.
Canada rejects
mischief conviction
of
in
Indian
Canada.
student permits.
Tamara Litch
Over
challenges
70%
her
of
conviction
applications
over organising
denied
anti-mandate
amid fraud
protests
and funding
that
concerns.
gridlocked Ottawa in 2022.
12. ISRO launches
2.
heaviest
Canada's
communication
new
satellite
budget
projects, $78
India makes
billion
history
with the
deficit.
largest satellite deployment.
Finance
on a
Minister
domestic
Mark
rocket.
Carney
unveils first budget
13.
with major spending
India's
plans
IT
to revive
industry
economy
at a crossroads.
and green tech. Experts warn
3.
of job cuts and
China
global
resumes group
outsourcing
tours
shifts
to Canada.
after Xi
14.
meeting. Israel
Beijing
returns
lifts
45
travel
Palestinian
restrictions
bodies to
amid
Gaza.
thawing
diplomatic ties.
Health
Ministry confirms handover.
4.
Ottawa
Amid
rules
ongoing
out
ceasefire
using
negotiations.
notwithstanding clause in
15.
child
Trump
pornography
defends nuclear
sentencing
testing
case.
revival.
Justice
Blames
Minister
Pakistan
confirms
and
respect
China.
for Supreme Court ruling on
US
mandatory
justifies
minimums.
its
stance as competitors expand
5.
weapons programs. NASA celebrates
16.
25
Trump
years
leaves
of
door
continuous
open for
human
Nigeria
presence in
military
space,
operation,
marking a
hints at possible
milestone
cooperation
since ISS
if US
launched in
interests are
2000. Astronauts
17.
commemorate scientific
Bangladesh,
breakthroughs
Pakistan
and
relations
global
warm
after
cooperation.
Hasina's exit. Envoy
6.
credits new government
EU
for improved
reports
diplomatic
progress
tone in semiconductor talks
18.
with China. Tanzania's
Brussels
new president
praises
sworn in
dialogue
amid
with
violent
Liberia.
protests. Amid global
Opposition
chip
rallies
supply
lead to
tensions.
hundreds of
7
arrests and
protester
multiple
dies at
casualties.
ostrich farm demonstration
19.
in British Columbia.
UAE
accused of arming
Police
Sudanese
confirm one death
paramilitary
during
forces.
standoff with local
Sudanese
environmental
ambassador condemns
activists.
weapon shipments to RSF
8
fighters. US Secretary of
20.
War concludes Asia
Air
tour
India
focused
crash
on
survivor
security
appeals for
ties.
support.
visits
only
to
surviving
Vietnam,
passenger
Japan and
pleads for
South
government
Korea
compensation.
highlight
21
Indian
Chinese
student visa
influence.
rejections hit
9.
record high.
Canada's
in
strategic
Canada.
partnership with China
Rejection
faces
rates
criticism.
surged to 74%,
Experts warn of hybrid
sparking
warfare
diplomatic
risks amid
concern.
growing cyber espionage
22
concerns.
fugitive Mehul Choksi
10.
challenges
Convicted
extradition
child sex
in
offender
Belgium.
released in Winnipeg.
Wanted
Public
businessman
outcry
argues
follows.
human rights
Police
violations
issue
in
community
Indian
alerts
courts.
as offender relocates to
23.
new residence.
Trump backs
11.
new Supreme Court
BC
tariff
Hydro
case
faces
hearing.
scrutiny
Could
over
redefine
Site C
US
dam
global
cost
trade
overruns.
rules.
Executives
24.
admit project budget
Trump warns of
mismanagement
sanctions
amid rising
over Chinese
energy
chip
demands.
technology transfers.
12. Vancouver
US
home
moves to
sales
block
fall
Nvidia
14%
sales to
in
China
October
amid tech
Real
war.
estate slowdown reflects
25.
higher interest rates
Global
and
markets
affordability
react
prices.
to ongoing conflicts
13.
and natural disasters.
Interac expands payment
Oil
platform
prices rise
Connect
as
nationwide.
investors weigh risks from
Canada's
Asia
leading
and
fintech
the Middle
brand
East.
launches broader digital payment integration.
14. OECD urges Canada to cut subsidies to dairy industry. Report calls for reforms to improve market competition and trade fairness.
15.
Welcome to USA
Germany
Pulse,
demands
your global
deportation
window to
of
today's most
720,000
powerful headlines.
Syrian asylum
From
seekers.
catastrophic storms in the
Berlin
Caribbean
pushes
to
new
new tensions in
repatriation
the Middle East
policy
and a
amid
major
rising
Trump update.
anti-immigration sentiment.
Here are the top 25
16.
global and US
Finance
headlines
Minister
for
says
29th
Canadians
of October
will feel good
2025.
about budget. Optimistic tone contrasts with public concern over deficit
1.
spending.
Typhoon Kalmagi
17.
devastates the
Cybersecurity
Philippines.
agents
At
charged
least
for
5
ties
people
with
dead,
Black Cat
hundreds
hackers.
stranded as floods
3 American
submerge central
officials
regions
accused of
with
aiding
winds up to
ransomware gang in
205
extortion
kilometers
schemes.
per hour.
18.
Rescue
US
efforts
declares
continue
Nigeria
in
a
Nepal.
country of
Avalanche
particular
bodies
concern.
of 7 climbers recovered
Washington
from the
signals
Himalayas
possible
after a
sanctions
deadly
amid
snow
religious
collapse near
persecution
Dalmagiri.
reports. 3. 19.
Ukraine drone
Chinese
strike
researcher
hit Russian
faces spy
petrochemical
trial in
plant.
Quebec.
Russia
Former
accuses Ukraine
Hydro-Quebec
of
employee
targeting
accused of
industrial
espionage
infrastructure
and
in
intellectual
Bashkortostan.
property theft.
2,560
Zora Mamdani
kilos
leads
of cocaine
NYC mayoral
seized at
race.
Vancouver Airport.
The progressive candidate
Authorities
emerges as
intercept
frontrunner
massive
in a
drug
historic
shipment
contest
concealed in
reshaping
parts.
US city politics.
21 Manitoba's
5.
NDP
Donald
Premier
Trump's Treasury
joins leaders in
Secretary to
condemning
attend
child
tariff
porn
case
sentencing
hearing.
ruling. Supreme Court to debate
Political
the
unity
administration's
grows over
trade
controversial
policy
court
impact
decision.
on November 5th. 22.
China
faces
begins
painkiller
production
shortage
into
flying
2026.
A major
Pharmacy
China-based
associations
company
warn of
outpaces
continued
Tesla
supply
with
issues
prototype
for critical
aerial vehicles
medications.
entering trial phase. 23.
7.
Yukon
North
leader
Korea
re-elected,
mourns
former
promises
ceremonial
majority
head of state
stability.
Kim Jong-nam.
Curry Dixon
Kim,
pledges
a key
reforms
diplomat
in
since
northern
the
development
1990s
and healthcare.
passes away at 96.
24.
8.
US
USA's
Defense
top
Secretary
drug
says
regulator
alliance with
resigns
South
amid
Korea
scandal
will deter North Korea.
Dr. George Tidmarsh
Washington
quits
reaffirms
following federal
military
probe
readiness
into
amid
ethics
Pyongyang's
violations.
missile activity.
9. Nigeria's
25.
ethnic violence deepens.
Nigeria's
Religious
religious
violence
call for dialogue
deepens despite US
Experts
sanctions
urge
threat.
reforms
as
ongoing
ongoing
sectarian
sectarian
attacks
between
prompt
northern
calls
and
for
southern
humanitarian
groups.
intervention.
10. Trump backs Cuomo. Threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins. The former president re-enters New York's political battleground. 11. Canada rejects surge of Indian student Welcome
permits.
to USA Pulse.
Over 70%
your
of
global window to
applications
today's most
denied
powerful headlines.
amid fraud and
From
funding
catastrophic
concerns.
storms in the Caribbean
12.
to new tensions
ISRO
in the Middle
launches
East and a
heaviest
major
Trump
communication
update.
satellite yet.
Here are the top
India
25
makes global
history
and
with
US
the largest
headlines for
satellite
29th of
deployment
October
on a domestic
2025. 13. India's IT industry at a crossroads. 1. Freedom
Experts
Convoy
warn of
leader
job cuts
appeals
and global
mischief
outsourcing
conviction in
shifts.
Canada. 14.
Tamara Lich
Israel
challenges her
returns
conviction over
45
organising
Palestinian bodies to
anti-mandate
Gaza
protests that
Health
gridlocked
Ministry
Ottawa in
confirms
2022
handover
amid ongoing ceasefire
2.
negotiations.
Canada's new
15
budget
Trump
project
defends nuclear testing revival, blames Pakistan and China. Finance Minister Mark
US
Carney
justifies
unveils
its
stance
stance
as
as
competitors
competitors
major
expand
spending
weapons
plans to
programs.
revive economy and
16
green tech.
Trump leaves door open
3.
for Nigeria military
China resumes
operation.
group tours
Hints
to
at
Canada
possible
after
cooperation
Xi
if US
meeting.
interests are threatened.
Beijing lifts travel
17.
restrictions amid thawing
Bangladesh-Pakistan
diplomatic
relations
ties.
warm after Hasina's exit.
4.
Envoy
Envoy
credits
rules out
out using
for
notwithstanding
improved
clause in
diplomatic
child pornography sentencing case. Tanzania's
Justice
new
Minister
president
confirms
sworn in amid
respect for
violent
Supreme Court
protests.
ruling on mandatory
Opposition
minimums.
rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple
5.
casualties.
NASA celebrates
25 years of
UAE
continuous
accused
human
of
presence
arming
in
Sudanese
space,
paramilitary
marking a
forces.
milestone since Sudanese
ISS launched
ambassador
in
condemns
2000.
weapon shipments to
Astronauts
RSF
commemorate
fighters. Scientific breakthroughs
20.
and global
Air India
cooperation.
crash
survivor appeals for support.
6.
Only
EU
surviving
reports
passenger
progress
pleads
in
for government
semiconductor
compensation.
talks with
21 Indian
Brussels
student visa
praises
rejections
dialogue
with
hits
Nigeria
record high
amid
in
global
Canada.
chip supply tensions.
Rejection
7
rate
protesters
surged to
dies at ostrich farm
74%,
demonstration
sparking
in British
diplomatic
Columbia.
concern.
Police
22
confirm one
fugitive
death during
naval
standoff
standoff
with local
challenges
environmental
extradition
activists
in Belgium.
8
Wanted
US
businessman
Secretary of
argues
War
human
concludes
rights
Asia
violations
tour focused
in Indian
on security
courts.
ties.
23.
Visits to Vietnam,
Trump
Japan and
backs
South
new
Korea
Supreme Court
highlight
tariff
push
case
to
hearing
counter
could
Chinese
redefine
influence.
US global trade rules.
9. Canada's
24.
strategic partnership
Trump
with China
warns of
faces
sanctions
criticism
over Chinese
Experts
chip
warn of
technology
hybrid warfare
transfers.
risks amid
US
growing
moves
cyber
to block
espionage
Nvidia
concerns.
sales
to China amid tech
10.
war. Convicted child sex
25.
offender released
Global
in Winnipeg.
markets react
Public
to
outcry
ongoing
follows.
conflicts and natural
Police
disasters.
issue community alerts
Oil
as offenders
prices rise
relocates
as
to new
investors
residents.
weigh
risks from Asia
11.
and the
BC
Middle East.
Hydro
faces scrutiny over South Sea dam cost overruns. Executives admit project budget mismanagement amid rising energy demand. 12. Vancouver home sales fall 14% in October.
Welcome
Real
to
estate
USApulse,
slowdown reflects
your
higher
global
interest
window
rates
to
and
today's most
affordability
powerful
crisis.
headlines.
From
13.
catastrophic storms in the
Interac
Caribbean
expands
to
payment
new
platform
tensions in the
Connect
Middle East
and a
nationwide.
major
Trump update. Canada's leading
Here
fintech
are the
brand
top
launches
25
broader
global
digital
and
payment
US headlines
integration.
for 29th of
14.
October
OECD
2025.
urges Canada to cut subsidies to dairy industry. Report calls for reforms to improve
Typhoon
market
Kalmegi
competition and
devastates
trade
the
fairness.
Philippines.
At least
15.
5 people dead.
Germany
Hundreds
demands deportation
as floods
of
submerge central
720,000
region
Syrian
with
asylum
winds up
seekers.
to 205
Berlin
kilometers
pushes
per
new
hour.
repatriation
2.
policy.
Amid
Rescue
rising
efforts continue in
anti-immigration
Nepal.
sentiment. Avalanche
16.
bodies of 7 climbers
Finance
recovered
Minister
from
says
Himalayas
Canadians will
after a
feel
deadly
good
snow collapse
about
near
budget.
Dhaulagiri. Optimistic tone contrasts
Ukraine
with public
drone
concern
strikes
over
hit
deficit
Russian
spending. Petrochemical plant. 17. Russia
Cybersecurity
accuses Ukraine
of
agents
targeting
charging
for
industrial
ties with black
infrastructure
cat hackers.
in Bashkortostan. 3 American
4.
officials accused
Zora
of aiding
Mandani
ransomware
leads
gang
NYC
in extortion
mayoral
schemes.
race.
The progressive
18.
candidate emerges as
US
frontrunner
declares Nigeria
in a historic
a
contest
country of
reshaping
particular
US
concern.
city politics. Washington
5.
signals possible
Donald
sanctions
Trump's
amid
Treasury
religious
Secretary
persecution
to attend
reports.
tariff
case hearing.
19.
Supreme Court to debate
Chinese
the administration
researchers
faces
trade
spy
policy
trial
impact
in Quebec
on November 5th.
Former Hydro-Quebec
6.
employee accused
China
of
begins
espionage
test production
and intellectual
of flying
property
cars.
theft.
A major
2,560
China-based company
kilos
outpaces
of cocaine
Tesla
with
prototype
prototype
aerial
aerial
vehicles
vehicles entering
Authorities
trial phase.
intercept
massive
7.
drug shipment concealed
North
in
Korea
auto
mourns
parts.
former ceremonial head
21
of state,
Manitoba's
Kim Jong-nam.
NDP premier
Kim, a
joins
key
leaders in
diplomat since the
condemning child
1990s,
porn sentencing
passes
ruling
away
at 96.
Political unity
8
grows over
FDA's
controversial
top drug
court
regulator
decision.
resigns amid scandal.
22. Dr.
Canada
George
faces
Tidmarsh
painkiller
quits
shortage
following
into
federal probe
2026.
into ethics violations.
Pharmacy associations warn of
9.
continued
Nigeria's
supply issues
ethnic
for
violence
critical
deepens.
medications. Analysts call for dialogue.
23. Experts
Yukon
urge
leader
reforms.
re-elected as
Promises
clashes
majority
escalate between
stability.
northern and southern
Curry
groups.
Dixon
pledges reforms
10.
in northern
Trump
development
backs
and
Cuomo.
healthcare. Threatens to cut
24.
funds if Mandani wins.
US
Defense Secretary says
former
alliance with
president
South Korea
re-enters New
will
York's
deter
political
North Korea.
battleground.
Washington
11.
reaffirms military
Canada
readiness
rejects
amid
surge of
Pyongyang's
Indian
missile
student
activity.
permits.
Over 70%
25.
of applications
Nigeria's
denied
religious
amid
violence
fraud
deepens
and funding
despite
concerns. US sanctions threat.
12.
Ongoing
launches
sectarian attacks
heaviest
prompt
communication
calls for
satellite
humanitarian
yet.
intervention. India makes history with the largest satellite deployment on the domestic rocket. 13. India's IT industry at a crossroads. Experts warn of job cuts and global outsourcing shifts. Welcome to
14.
USApulse. Israel
Your
returns
global window to
45
today's most
Palestinian
powerful
bodies to
headlines.
Gaza. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
handover
to new tensions
amid ongoing
ceasefire
and a major
negotiations.
Trump update.
15 Trump
Here
defends
are the
nuclear
top
testing
25
revival.
global and
Blames
US
Pakistan
headlines for
and
29th
China.
of October 2025.
US justifies its stance as competitors expand weapons programs. 16 Trump
Freedom
leaves door
Convoy
open
leader
for Nigeria
appeals.
military
Mischief
operation.
conviction
Hints
in
at possible
Canada.
cooperation if
Tamara
US interests
Lich
are
challenges
threatened.
her conviction over organising
17
anti-mandate
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations
gridlocked
warm after
Ottawa in
Hasina's
2022.
Envoy credits new government
2.
for improved diplomatic
Canada's new
tone.
budget projects
$88 billion.
Tanzania's
New president
deficit.
sworn in amid violent protests.
Finance Minister Mark
Opposition
Carney
rallies
unveils
lead
first
to hundreds
budget
of
with
arrests
major
and
spending
multiple
plans to
casualties.
revive economy
19
and green tech. UAE
3.
accused of arming
China
Sudanese
resumes group
paramilitary
tours to
forces
Canada
after
Sudanese
Khamenei
ambassador condemns weapon
Beijing
shipments
lifts
to RSF
travel
fighters.
restrictions
Amid thawing
20.
diplomatic ties.
Air India crash survivor
4.
appeals for support.
Ottawa rules out
Only
using
surviving
notwithstanding
passenger
clause
pleads
in
for
child
government
pornography
compensation.
sentencing
21
case.
Indian
Justice
student
Minister
visa
confirms
rejection
respect
hits
the Supreme
record
Court
high
ruling on
in
mandatory
Canada.
minimums. Rejection rates surged
5.
to 74%.
NASA celebrates
sparking
25
diplomatic
years of
concern.
continuous
human presence in
22
space,
fugitive
marking a
Mehul
milestone
Chokshi
since
challenges
ISS launched
extradition
in
in
2000.
Belgium.
Astronauts
Wanted
commemorate
businessman
scientific breakthroughs
argues human
and
rights
global
violations in
cooperation.
Indian courts.
6.
23.
EU reports
Trump
progress
backs
in
new
Supreme
semiconductor
Court
talks
tariff
with
case
China.
hearing. Could
Brussels
redefine
praises
US global
dialogue
trade
with
rules.
Nexperia.
Amid
24.
global chip supply tensions.
Trump warns of
7
sanctions
protester
over
dies
Chinese
at ostrich
chip
farm
technology
demonstration
transfers.
in British Columbia.
US moves to block Nvidia
Police
sales
confirm
to
one
China
death during
amid
standoff
tech
with
war.
local environmental
25.
activists. Global markets
8
react
US
to
Secretary
ongoing
of War
conflicts
concludes
and
Asia
natural
tour
disasters.
focused on security
Oil prices
ties.
rise as
Visits
investors
to Vietnam,
weigh risks
Japan,
from Asia
and South
and
Korea
the Middle East.
highlight
Push to counter Chinese influence. 9. Canada's strategic partnership with China faces criticism. Experts warn of hybrid warfare risks amid growing cyber espionage concerns. 10.
Welcome to
Convicted
USApulse,
child sex
your
offender
global window
released
to
in
today's
Winnipeg.
most powerful
Public
headlines.
outcry follows.
From catastrophic
Police
storms
issue
in the
community
Caribbean
alerts
to new
as
tensions in the Middle
relocate
East to
and
new
a major
residents.
Trump update. 11.
Here are the
BC
top
Hydro
25
faces
global
scrutiny
and
over
US
Site C
headlines
dam
for
cost
29th of
overruns.
October
Executives admit
2025.
project budget mismanagement amid rising energy demands. 1. 12.
Typhoon
Vancouver home
Kalmegi
sales
fall
devastates the
14%
Philippines
in
October.
At least 5
Real
people
estate
dead.
slowdown reflects
Hundreds
higher
stranded
interest rates
as floods
and
submerge
affordability
central
crisis.
regions.
With winds up to
13.
205
Interac
kilometers
expands
per
payment
hour.
platform
2.
Connect
nationwide.
Rescue efforts continue
Canada's
in
leading
Nepal.
fintech brand launches
Avalanche
broader
borders of
digital
7
payment
climbers
recovered
integration.
from the Himalayas.
14.
After a
OECD
deadly snow
urges
collapse
Canada
amid
to cut
Dalagiri.
subsidies to dairy
3.
industry.
Ukraine
Report
drone
calls
strikes
for
hit
reforms
Russian
to improve
petrochemical
market
plant.
competition.
Russia
and trade
accuses
fairness.
Ukraine of targeting
15.
industrial infrastructure.
Germany demands
in
deportation
Bashkortostan of 720,000 Syrian
Zora
asylum
Mamdani
seekers.
leads NYC
Berlin
mayoral
pushes
race.
new
The
repatriation
progressive
policy
candidate emerges
amid
as
rising
frontrunner
anti-immigration
in historic
sentiment,
contest
reshaping
16.
US city politics.
Finance Minister
5.
says Canadians will
Donald Trump's
feel
Treasury
good
Secretary
about
to
budget.
attend tariff case
Optimistic
hearing.
tone contrasts
Supreme
with
Court to
public
debate the
concern over
administration's
deficit
trade
spending.
policy impact
17.
on November 5th.
Cybersecurity
6.
agents charged for
China
ties with
begins
black
test
cat
production
hackers.
of flying cars.
3 American officials
A major
accused
China-based
of aiding
company
ransomware
outpaces
gang
Tesla
in
with
extortion
prototypes
schemes.
aerial vehicles
18.
entering trial phase.
US declares Nigeria
7.
a
North
country
Korea
of
mourns
particular
former
concern.
ceremonial head of state
Washington
Kim
signals
Jong-nam.
possible sanctions
Kim, amid
key
religious
diplomat since the
persecution
1990s.
passes
19
away at 96. Chinese
8.
researcher faces
FDA's
spy
top
trial
drug
in
regulator
Quebec. Resigns
Former
amid
Hydro
scandal.
Quebec employee
Dr.
accused
George
of espionage
Tidmarsh quits
and
following
intellectual
federal
property
probe into
theft.
ethics
2,500
violations. 60 kilos
9.
of cocaine
Nigeria's
seized
ethnic
at
violence
Vancouver
deepens.
Airport.
Analysts
Authorities
call for
intercept
dialogue.
massive drug shipment
Experts
concealed
urge
in
reforms
auto parts as clashes escalate
21.
between
Manitoba's
Northern and Southern
NDP
groups.
premier
joins leaders
10.
in condemning
Trump
child
backs
porn
Cuomo.
sentencing ruling. Threatens to cut funds
Political
if
unity
Mamdani
grows.
wins over controversial court decision.
The
former president re-enters New
22.
York's political battleground.
Canada
faces painkiller
11.
shortage into
Canada
2026.
rejects
Surge of Indian
pharmacy
student
associations
permits.
warn of continued
Over
supply
70%
issues
of
for critical
applications
medications.
denied. amid fraud and
23.
funding concerns. Yukon leader
12.
re-elected.
ISRO
Promises
launches
majority
heaviest
stability.
communication satellite
Curry
yet.
Dixon pledges reforms
India
in
makes
northern
history
development
with
and
the
healthcare.
largest satellite deployment
24.
on a domestic rocket.
US Defense Secretary
13.
says alliance with
India's
South Korea
IT industry
will
at
deter
a crossroads.
North Korea. Experts
Washington
warn of job
reaffirms
cuts
military
and global
readiness
outsourcing
amid
shifts.
Pyongyang's missile activity.
14. Israel returns
25.
45
Nigeria's
Palestinian
religious
bodies to
violence
Gaza.
deepens
Health
despite
Ministry
US
confirms
sanctions threat.
handover amid
Ongoing
ongoing
sectarian
ceasefire
attacks prompt
negotiations.
calls for
15.
humanitarian
Trump defends nuclear
intervention.
testing revival, blames Pakistan and China. US justifies its stance as competitors expand weapons programs. 16. Trump leaves door open to Nigeria military operation. Hints at possible cooperation
Welcome to
if US
USApulse,
interests are threatened.
your global window to today's
17.
most powerful headlines.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
From
relations
catastrophic
warm
storms
after
in the
Hasina's
Caribbean
exit
to new
envoy
tensions in the
credits
Middle
new
East
government
and
for
a major
improved
Trump
diplomatic
update.
tone. Here are the top
18.
25 global
Tanzania's
and
new
US
president
headlines
sworn
for
in amid
29th of
violent
October
protests.
2025.
Opposition
rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. 19.
One freedom
UAE
convoy leader
accused of
appeals.
arming Sudanese
Mischief conviction
paramilitary
in
forces.
Canada.
Sudanese
Tamara
ambassador
Lynch
condemns
challenges her
weapons to
conviction
RSF
over organising
fighters.
anti-mandate
20.
protests that
Air
gridlocked
India
Ottawa
crash
in
survivor
2022.
appeals for support. Only
2.
surviving passenger
Canada's new
pleads for
budget
government
projects,
compensation.
$78
$21
billion
Indian student visa
deficit.
rejections hit record
Finance
high
Minister
in
Mark
Canada
Carney
unveils first budget
rejection
with
rate
major surge
spending
to
plans to revive
74%
economy and
sparking
green tech.
diplomatic concern.
3.
China
22
resumes group
fugitive
tours
Mehul
to Canada
Choksi
after
challenges
Xi
extradition in
Beijing
Belgium.
lifts travel
Wanted
restrictions
businessman
amid
argues
thawing
human
diplomatic
rights ties.
violations in Indian courts. Ottawa rules out
23.
using notwithstanding
Trump
clause
backs
in
new
child
Supreme Court
pornography
tariff
sentencing
case
hearing.
Could
Justice
redefine
Minister
US
confirms
global
respect
trade
for
rules.
Supreme Court ruling on
24.
mandatory minimums. Trump warns of sanctions
5.
over Chinese
NASA
chip technology
celebrates
transfers.
25
years of
US
continuous
moves to
human
block
presence in
NVIDIA
space,
sales
to China,
marking a milestone
amid tech
since
war. ISS launched in
25.
2000. Global
Astronauts
markets
commemorate
react to
scientific
ongoing
breakthroughs
conflicts and natural
global
disasters.
cooperation.
Oil prices rise
6.
as investors
EU
weigh
reports
risks from
progress
Asia
in
and
semiconductor
the Middle
talks
East with China. Brussels freezes dialogue with North Korea amid global chip supply tensions. 7 protesters died at ostrich farm demonstrations in British Columbia. Police confirm 1 death during standoff
Welcome
with
to
local environmental
USApulse,
activists.
your global window to today's most
8
powerful
US
headlines.
Secretary of War concludes
catastrophic
Asia
storms
tour
in the
focused
Caribbean
on
to
security
new tensions
ties
in the Middle East
visits
and a
to
major
Vietnam,
Trump update.
Japan and South Korea.
Here are the top
highlight
25
push to
global
counter
and
Chinese
US
influence.
headlines for 29th of October
9.
2025.
Canada's strategic partnership with China faces criticism. Experts warn of hybrid warfare
1.
risks
Typhoon
amid growing
Kalmegi
cyber espionage
devastates
concerns.
the Philippines.
At least
10.
5 people
Convicted
dead.
child
Hundreds
sex offender
stranded
released
as
in
flood
Winnipeg.
submerged central
Public
regions,
outcry
with
follows.
winds up to 205
Police issue community
kilometres per
alerts
hour
as offender
relocates to new residence.
Rescue efforts continue
11.
in Nepal.
BC Hydro
Avalanche
faces
bodies of
scrutiny
7
over
climbers
Site C
recovered
dam
from
cost
Himalayas
overruns after a deadly
Executives
snow
admit
collapse
project
near
budget
Dalgary.
mismanagement.
3. Amid rising energy
Ukraine
demands.
drone strikes hit
12.
Russian petrochemical
Vancouver
plant.
home sales fall
Russia
14%
accuses Ukraine
in October
of targeting
real
industrial
estate slowdown
infrastructure
reflects
in
higher
Bashkortostan.
interest rates and affordability
4.
crisis. Zora Mamdani
13.
leads NYC
Interact
mayoral
expands
race.
payment
The
platform
progressive
Connect
candidate emerges as
nationwide.
frontrunner.
In
Canada's
historic
leading fintech
contest
brand launches
reshaping
broader
US
digital
city
payment
politics.
integration.
5.
14.
Donald Trump's
OECD
Treasury
urges
Secretary
Canada
to
to
cut
attend
subsidies
tariff
to
dairy
case
industry.
hearing.
Supreme Court to
Report
debate the
calls for
administration's
reforms to
trade
improve
policy
market
impact
competition
on November
and
trade
5th.
fairness. 6. 15. China begins test
Germany
production
demands
of
deportation
flying cars.
of 720,000
A major China-based
Syrian
company
asylum seekers.
outpaces Tesla.
Berlin
with prototype
pushes new
aerial
repatriation
vehicles entering
policy
trial
amid
phase.
rising
anti-immigration sentiment. North Korea mourns
16.
former ceremonial head
Finance
of state
Minister
Kim
says
Jong-nam.
Canadians will
feel
a
good
key diplomat
about
since
budget.
the
1990s.
Optimistic
Passes
tone
away
contrasts with
96.
public concern over
8.
deficit
FDA's
spending.
top drug regulator
17.
resigns amid
Cybersecurity
scandal.
agents charged for
Dr.
ties
George
with Black
Tidmarsh
Cat
quits
hackers.
following federal probe
3
into
American
ethics
officials
violations.
accused of aiding ransomware
9.
gang in
Nigeria's
extortion
ethnic
schemes.
violence deepens.
18.
Analysts call for
US
dialogue.
declares Nigeria a
Experts
country
military
reforms
of particular concern
as clashes escalate between
Washington
northern
signals
and
possible
southern groups.
sanctions amid religious
10.
persecution
Trump
reports.
backs Cuomo.
19.
Threatens to cut funds if
Chinese
Mamdani
researcher
wins.
faces spy trial in Quebec.
The former president
re-enters
New
Quebec
York's
employee
political
accused of
battleground.
espionage
11.
and intellectual
Canada
property
rejects
theft.
surge of
2,560
kilos of cocaine.
Over 70%
seized
of
at
applications
Vancouver Airport.
denied.
Authorities
Fraud
intercept
and
massive
funding
drug
concerns.
shipment concealed in
12.
auto parts.
ISRO launches
21.
heaviest
Manitoba's
communications
NDP
satellite
premier
yet. Joins leaders
India
in
makes
condemning
history
child porn
with the
sentencing
largest
ruling.
satellite deployment on
Political
a domestic
unity
rocket.
grows over controversial
13.
court decision. India's IT industry
22.
at a crossroads. Canada faces
Experts
painkiller
warn of
shortage
job cuts
into
and global
2026.
outsourcing shifts.
Pharmacy associations warn of
14.
continued
Israel
supply issues
returns
for critical
45
medications.
Palestinian
bodies to Gaza.
23.
Health Ministry
Confirms
confirms leader
handover.
re-elected amid ongoing
Promises majority
ceasefire negotiations.
stability.
15.
Carrie
Trump
Dixon
defends
pledges
nuclear
reforms
testing
in
revival.
northern development
Blames
and
Pakistan
healthcare.
and China.
24.
US justifies
Defense
its stance
Secretary
as says
competitors
alliance
expand
with South
weapons
Korea
programs.
will deter North
16.
Korea.
Trump
leaves door
Washington
open for
reaffirms
Nigeria
military
readiness
operation
amid
hints at
Pyongyang's
possible
missile
cooperation
activity if US interests are threatened.
25.
17.
Nigeria's religious
Bangladesh-Pakistan
violence
relations
despite
warm
US
after
sanctions
Hasina's
threat.
exit. Envoy
Ongoing
credits new
sectarian
government for
attacks
improved
prompt
diplomatic
calls for
tone.
humanitarian intervention.
18. Tanzania's new president sworn in amid violent protests. Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. 19. UAE accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces.
Welcome
Sudanese
to
ambassador
USApulse,
condemns
your
weapon
global
shipments
window to
RSF
today's most
fighters.
powerful headlines.
20.
From catastrophic
Air
storms
India
in the
crash
Caribbean
survivor
to
appeals
new
for
tensions
support.
in the Middle East,
Only
and
surviving
a major
Trump
passenger
update
pleads for government
Here
compensation.
are the top
25
Indian
global
student
and US
visa
headlines for
rejections
29th
hit
of
record
October
high in
2025. Rejection rates surged to 74%, sparking
One
diplomatic
Freedom
concern.
Convoy leader appeals.
22
Mischief
fugitive
conviction
Mehul
in
Chokshi
Canada. Challenges
Tamara
extradition
Lich
in
challenges
Belgium.
her conviction over organising
Wanted businessman
anti-mandate
argues
protests
human rights
that
violations
gridlocked
in
Ottawa
Indian
2022.
23. Canada's
Trump
new
backs
budget
new Supreme
project's
Court tariff
$78
case hearing
billion
could redefine
deficit.
US global trade rules.
Finance Minister Mark
24.
Carney unveils first
Trump
budget
warns of
with major
sanctions
spending
over
plans to
Chinese
revive
chip
economy
technology
and green
transfers.
tech. US moves
3.
to block Nvidia
China
sales
resumes
to
group
China
tours to Canada
amid tech
after
war.
Xi-Carney meeting.
25.
Beijing lifts
Global
travel
markets react
restrictions
to ongoing
amid thawing
conflicts
diplomatic
and natural
ties.
disasters.
4.
Oil prices
Ottawa
rise
rules out
as investors
using
weigh risks
notwithstanding
from
clause
Asia
in child
and the Middle
pornography
East.
sentencing case. Justice Minister confirms respect for Supreme Court ruling on mandatory minimums. 5. NASA celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence in space, marking a milestone
Welcome
since
to
ISS
USApulse,
launched in 2000.
your global window to today's
Astronauts
most
commemorate
powerful headlines.
scientific breakthroughs
From
and
catastrophic
global
storms in the
cooperation.
Caribbean to new tensions in the
6.
Middle East and a
EU
major Trump
reports
update.
progress in semiconductor
Here are the top
talks with
25
China.
global and
Brussels
US
praises
headlines for
dialogue
29th
with
of
next
October
period amid global chip
2025.
supply tensions.
7 protester dies at ostrich farm demonstration
1.
in British
Typhoon
Columbia.
Kalmegi devastates
Police
the
confirm one
Philippines.
death during
At least
standoff
5
with local
people dead.
environmental
Hundreds
activists.
stranded as floods submerge
8
central
US
regions.
Secretary of
with
War
winds up to
concludes Asia tour
205
focused on
kilometers per
security
hour.
ties.
2.
Visits to
Rescue
Vietnam,
efforts
Japan
continue
and
in
South
Nepal.
Korea highlight
Avalanche
push
bodies
to
of
counter
7
Chinese
climbers
influence.
recovered from the Himalayas.
9.
After a deadly
Canada's
snow
strategic
collapse near
partnership with
Dalagiri.
China faces
3.
criticism. Experts
Ukraine
warn
drone
of hybrid
strikes hit
warfare
Russian
risks amid
petrochemical
growing
plant.
cyber espionage
Russia
concerns.
accuses Ukraine of targeting
10.
industrial
Convicted
infrastructure
child sex
in
offender
Bashkortostan.
released in Winnipeg.
4.
Public outcry
Zora
follows.
Mamdani leads
Police issue
NYC
community
mayoral
alerts
race
as
The
offender
progressive
relocates
candidate
to new
emerges as
residence.
frontrunner.
In a historic
11.
contest,
BC
Hydro
reshaping
faces
US
scrutiny
city
over
politics.
Site C dam
5.
cost overruns. Donald Trump's
Executives
treasury
admit
secretary
project
to
budget
attend
mismanagement
tariff case
amid
hearing.
rising
Supreme
energy
Court to
demands.
debate the administration's
12.
trade policy
Vancouver
impact
home sales
on
fall
November
14%
in October. Real
China
estate
begins
slowdown
test
reflects
production
higher
of
interest
flying
rates
cars.
and affordability
A major
crisis.
China-based company
13.
outpaces Tesla
Interac
with
expands
prototype
payment
aerial
platform
vehicles
Connect
entering trial
nationwide.
phase.
Canada's leading fintech
North
brand
Korea
launches
mourns
broader
former
digital
ceremonial
payment
head of state,
integration.
Kim Jong-nam.
14. OECD
Kim, a key
urges
diplomat
Canada
since
to
the
cut subsidies
1990s,
to dairy industry.
passes away at 96.
Report calls for
8.
reforms to
FDA's
improve
top
market
drug
competition
regulator
and
resigns
trade
amid
fairness.
scandal.
15.
Dr. George Tidmarsh
Germany
quits
demands
following
deportation
federal probe
of
into
720,000
violations.
Syrian asylum seekers.
9. Nigeria's
Berlin
ethnic
pushes new
violence
repatriation
deepens.
policy
Analysts call
amid
for
rising
dialogue.
anti-immigration
Experts
sentiment.
urge reforms
16.
as clashes escalate
Finance
between
Minister
northern
says Canadians
and southern
will
groups.
feel good
10.
about budget.
Trump backs Cuomo.
Optimistic tone
Threatens
contrasts
to cut
with public
funds if
concern
Manova
over
Delhi
deficit
wins.
spending. 17.
The former president re-enters
Cybersecurity
New York's
agents
political
charged for
battleground.
ties with Black Cat
11.
hackers.
Canada
3
rejects
American
surge
officials
of Indian
accused of
student
aiding
permits.
ransomware gang
Over
in
70%
extortion
of
schemes.
applications denied
18.
amid fraud
US
and
declares
funding
Nigeria
concerns.
a country
12.
of particular concern.
ISRO launches heaviest
Washington
communication
signals possible
satellite
sanctions
yet amid religious
India makes
persecution
history
reports.
with the largest satellite
19.
deployment on a domestic
Chinese researcher
rocket. Faces spy trial
13.
in Quebec.
India's
Former
IT
Hydro
industry
Quebec
at a
employee
crossroads.
accused of espionage
Experts warn of
and
job
intellectual
cuts and
property
global
theft.
outsourcing
2,560 kilos
14.
of cocaine.
Israel
seized
returns
at Vancouver
45
Airport.
Palestinian bodies
Authorities
to Gaza.
intercept massive
Health
drug
Ministry
shipment
confirms
concealed in
handover
auto parts.
amid ongoing ceasefire
21.
negotiations.
Manitoba's NDP
15.
Trump
Premier
defends
joins
nuclear
leaders
testing
in
revival.
condemning child
Blames
porn
Pakistan
sentencing
ruling
and China.
Political unity
US
grows
justifies
over
its
controversial
stance as
court
competitors
decision.
expand weapons programs.
22. 16.
Canada
Trump
faces
leaves door
painkiller
open
shortage
for Nigeria
into
military
2026.
operation.
Hints at
Pharmacy
possible
associations
cooperation
warn
if
of
US
continued
interests
supply
are
issues
threatened.
for critical
17.
medications. Bangladesh-Pakistan
23.
relations warm after
Yukon
Hasina's
leader
exit.
re-elected.
Envoy credits
Promises
new government
majority
for improved
stability.
diplomatic tone.
Curry-Dixon pledges
18.
reforms in northern
Tanzania's
development
new
and
president
healthcare.
sworn in amid violent protests.
24.
Opposition
US
rallies
Defense
lead to
Secretary
hundreds
says
of arrests
alliance
and
with
multiple
South Korea
casualties.
will deter
19.
North Korea.
UAE
Washington
accused of
reaffirms
arming
military
Sudanese
readiness
amid
paramilitary
Pyongyang's
forces.
missile activity.
Sudanese ambassador condemns weapon shipments to
25.
RSF fighters.
Nigeria's religious violence
20.
deepens despite
Air
US
India crash
sanctions
survivor
threat.
appeals for support.
Ongoing sectarian
Only surviving
attacks prompt
passenger
calls for
pleads for
humanitarian
government compensation.
intervention.
21 Indian student visa rejections hit record high in Canada. Rejections surged to 74%, sparking diplomatic concern. 22 fugitive Mehul Chokshi
Welcome
challenges
to USApulse,
extradition in
your
Belgium.
global window to today's
Wanted
most powerful
businessman
headlines.
argues human
From
rights
catastrophic
violations
storms in the
Indian
Caribbean
courts.
to new tensions in the Middle
23.
East and a major Trump update.
backs new Supreme
Here
Court
are the
tariff
top
case
25
hearing.
global
Could
and
redefine
US headlines for
global trade
29th of
rules.
October 2025.
24. Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology transfers.
1. Freedom
US
Convoy
moves
leader
to block
appeals
Nvidia sales
mischief
to
conviction
China
in
amid
Canada.
tech war.
Tamara Lich
25.
challenges her conviction
Global
over
markets
organising
react to
anti-mandate
ongoing
conflicts
protests
and
that
natural
gridlocked
disasters.
Ottawa in 2022.
Oil prices rise as investors weigh risks
Canada's
from
new
Asia
budget
and
projects
the Middle East.
$78 billion deficit. Finance Minister Mark Carney unveils first budget with major spending plans to revive economy and green tech. 3. China resumes group tours to Canada.
Welcome
after
to
Xi
USA
Carney
Pulse,
meeting.
your global
Beijing
window
lifts
to today's
travel
most powerful
restrictions
headlines
amid thawing
from
diplomatic
catastrophic
ties.
storms in the Caribbean
4.
to new tensions in the
Ottawa
Middle
rules
East
out
and a
using
major
notwithstanding
Trump update.
clause in child
Here are the
pornography
top
sentencing
25
case.
global and
Justice
US
Minister
headlines
confirms
for 29th of
respect for Supreme
October
Court ruling on mandatory
2025.
minimums.
5. NASA celebrates 25
1.
years
Typhoon
of continuous
Kalmegi
human presence in
devastates the
space,
Philippines,
marking a
At least
milestone
5
since
people
ISS
dead,
launched in
hundreds
2000.
stranded as floods
Astronauts
submerge
commemorate
central
scientific
regions
breakthroughs
with winds up to
and
205
cooperation.
kilometers per hour.
6.
EU
Rescue
reports
efforts
progress
continue
in
in
the
Nepal.
semiconductor talks with
Avalanche
China.
bodies of 7
Brussels
climbers
praises
recovered from the
dialogue
Himalayas
with Nexperia
after a deadly
amid
snow
global
collapse
chip supply
near
tensions.
Dalagiri.
7
Protester dies at ostrich
Ukraine
farm
drone
demonstration
strikes hit Russian
in British
petrochemical
Columbia.
plant.
Russia
Police
accuses
confirm one
Ukraine
death during
of targeting
standoff with
industrial
local
environmental
infrastructure
activists
in Bashkortostan.
8
4.
U.S. Secretary
Zora
of War
Mamdani
concludes
leads
Asia
NYC
tour focused
mayoral
on
race.
security ties.
The progressive candidate
Visits
emerges
to
as
Vietnam,
frontrunner.
Japan,
in a
and
historic
South Korea
contest,
highlight
reshaping
push to
US
counter
city
Chinese
politics.
influence.
5.
9.
Donald Trump's
Canada's
Treasury
strategic
Secretary
partnership
to attend
with China
tariff
faces
case
criticism.
hearing.
Supreme
Experts
Court to
warn
debate
of
the
hybrid
administration's
warfare
trade
amid
policy
growing
impact
cyber
on
espionage
November
concerns.
6. 10.
China begins
Convicted
test
child
production
sex offender
of flying
released in
cars.
Winnipeg.
A major
Public outcry
China-based
follows.
company outpaces
Police
Tesla
issue
with
community
prototype
alerts
aerial
as offender
vehicles
relocates
entering
to
trial
new
phase.
residence.
7.
11.
North
BC
Korea
Hydro
warns
faces
former
scrutiny
ceremonial
over
head
Site
of
C
state
dam
Kim
cost
Jong-nam.
overruns. Kim,
Executives
a key
admit
diplomat
project
since the
budget
1990s
mismanagement amid
passes
rising
away at
energy
96.
demands.
8.
12.
FDA's top
Vancouver
drug
home
regulator
sales fall
resigns
14%
amid
in
scandal.
October.
Dr.
Real estate
George
slowdown
Tidmarsh
reflects
quits
higher
following
interest
federal
rates
probe
and
into
affordability
ethics
violations.
13.
9.
Nigeria's
Interac
ethnic
expands
payment
payments
platform
deepens.
Connect
Analysts
nationwide.
call for dialogue.
Canada's leading
Experts
fintech
urge
brand
reforms
launches broader
as
digital
clashes
payment
escalate
integration.
between northern and
14.
southern groups.
OECD urges
10.
Canada to cut
Trump
subsidies
backs
to dairy
Cuomo.
industry. Threatens to cut funds
Report
if
calls for
Mamdani
reforms
wins
to
improve market competition.
The former president
and trade
re-enters
fairness. New York's political
15.
battleground. Germany
11.
demands deportation
Canada
of
rejects
720,000
surge of Indian
Syrian
student
asylum
permits.
seekers. Over
Berlin
70%
pushes
of
new
applications
repatriation
denied
policy
amid fraud
amid rising
and funding
anti-immigration
concerns. Sentiment. 12. 16.
ISRO launches finance
Heaviest
minister says
communication
Canadians
satellite
will
yet.
feel good
India
about
makes
budget.
history with the
Optimistic
largest
tone
satellite
contrasts
deployment
with public
on a domestic
concern over
rocket.
deficit
spending. 13.
17.
India's IT
Cybersecurity
industry
agents
agents
charged
charged
for
for ties with black
Experts
cat
warn of
hackers.
job cuts
and global
3 American
outsourcing
officials
shifts.
accused of aiding
14.
ransomware gang in
Israel
extortion
returns
schemes.
45 Palestinian
18.
bodies to Gaza.
US declares Nigeria
Health Ministry
a
confirms
country of
handover
particular
amid
concern.
ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
Washington signals possible
15. Trump
sanctions
defends
amid
nuclear
religious
testing
persecution
revival.
reports.
Blames Pakistan
19.
and China. Chinese
US
researcher
justifies
faces
its
spy
stance
trial
as
in
competitors
Quebec.
expand weapons
Former
programs.
Hydro-Quebec employee
16.
accused
Trump
of espionage
leaves door open
and
for
Nigeria
intellectual
military
property
operation.
theft.
25 possible
2560
cooperation
kilos
if US
of
cocaine
cocaine are threatened.
seized at Vancouver Airport.
17.
Authorities
Bangladesh
intercept
Pakistan
massive
relations
drug
warm
shipment
after
concealed
Hasina's
in
exit.
auto parts.
Envoy credits new government
21.
for improved
Manitoba's
diplomatic tone.
NDP premier joins
18.
leaders in condemning
Tanzania's
child
new
porn
president
sentencing
sworn in
ruling
amid
violent protests.
Political unity
Opposition
grows over
rallies lead to
controversial
hundreds
court
of arrests
decisions.
and multiple casualties.
22.
19. Canada faces painkiller
UAE
shortage
accused of
into
arming
2026.
Sudanese
Paramilitary forces.
Pharmacy Association
Sudanese
warn of
ambassador
continued
condemns
supply
weapon
issues
shipments
to
to
critical
RSF
medications.
fighters. 20.
23.
Air India
Yukon
crash
leader
survivor appeals
re-elected.
for support.
Promises
Only
majority
surviving
stability.
passenger pleads for
Curry
government
Dixon
compensation.
pledges reforms
21
in northern
Indian
development
student
and
visa
healthcare.
rejections hit record
24.
high in Canada.
US Defense Secretary
Rejection
says
rate
alliance
surged
with South
to Korea
74%
will deter North
sparking
Korea.
diplomatic concern.
Washington reaffirms military
22
readiness
fugitive
amid
Pyongyang's
Pyongyang's
missile
missile activity.
challenges extradition in Belgium.
25.
Nigeria's
Nigeria's
religious
religious
violence
argues
deepens
human rights
despite
violations
US
in
sanctions
Indian
threat.
courts. Ongoing
23.
sectarian attacks prompt
Trump
calls for
backs new
humanitarian
Supreme Court
intervention.
tariff
Case hearing could redefine US global trade rules.
24. Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology transfer. US moves to block Nvidia sales to China amid tech war.
Welcome to USApulse,
25.
your global window
Global
to today's
markets
most
react
powerful
to
headlines.
ongoing conflicts
From
and
catastrophic
natural
storms in the
disasters.
Caribbean,
Oil
to new
prices
tensions
rise
in the Middle
as
East,
investors
and a
weigh
major
risks
Trump
from
update.
Asia
and the
Here
Middle
are the
East.
top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 1. Freedom Convoy leader appeals. Mischief conviction in Canada.
Welcome to USApulse,
Tamara Litch
your
challenges
global
her
window to
conviction
today's
over
most
organising
powerful
anti-mandate
headlines.
protests,
From catastrophic
that
storms in the
gridlocked Ottawa
Caribbean
in
to
2022.
new tensions in the Middle East and
2.
a major Trump update.
Canada's new budget projects.
Here are the top
$78
25
billion
global and US headlines
deficit.
for 29th of October.
Finance Minister Mark Carney
2025
unveils first budget with major spending plans to revive economy and green
1.
tech.
Typhoon Kalmagi devastates
China
the
resumes
Philippines.
group tours to Canada
At least 5
after
people
Xi-Kani
dead.
meeting.
Hundreds stranded
Beijing
as
lifts
floods
travel
submerge central
restrictions
regions
amid
with
thawing
winds up to
diplomatic
205 kilometers per
4.
hour. Ottawa
2.
rules out using
Rescue
notwithstanding
efforts
clause in
continue in
child
Nepal.
pornography sentencing
Avalanche
case.
bodies of 7
Justice
climbers
Minister
recovered
confirms
from the Himalayas
respect
for Supreme
after
Court
a deadly
ruling on
snow
mandatory
collapse near
minimums.
Dhaulagiri.
3.
5. Ukraine
NASA
drone
celebrates
strikes
25
Russian
years of
continuous
plant.
human presence
Russia
in space,
accuses Ukraine
marking a
of
milestone
targeting
since
industrial
ISS launched
infrastructure
in
in
2000.
Bashkortostan.
Astronauts commemorate scientific
Zora
breakthroughs
Mamdani
and
leads
global
NYC
cooperation.
mayoral race.
The progressive
6.
candidate emerges
EU
as frontrunner
reports progress
in a
in
historic
semiconductor
contest
talks with
reshaping
China.
US city
Brussels
politics.
praises dialogue with Nexperia.
Donald Trump's
amid
Treasury
global
Secretary
chip supply
to attend
tensions.
tariff
7
case
protester
hearing.
dies
Supreme
at
Court
ostrich
to
farm
debate the
demonstration
administration's
in British
trade policy
Columbia.
impact. On November
Police
5th,
confirm 1 death
6.
during standoff with
China
local
begins
environmental
test production
activists
of flying cars.
8
A
US
major
Secretary of
China-based
War
company
concludes
outpaces
Asia
Tesla
tour
focused
with
on
prototype
security
aerial
ties.
vehicles entering trial
Visits to
phase.
Vietnam, Japan
7.
and South Korea.
North Korea
highlight
mourns
push to
former
counter
ceremonial
Chinese
head of state
influence. Kim Jong-nam.
9.
Canada's
a key
strategic
diplomat
partnership
since the
with China
1990s,
faces
passes
criticism.
away at
Experts
96.
warn of hybrid
8.
warfare risks
FDA's
amid
top
growing
drug
cyber
regulator
espionage
resigns
concerns.
amid scandal.
10.
Dr. George
Convicted
Titmarsh
child
quits
sex
following
offender
federal
released
probe
in
into
Winnipeg.
ethics
Public
violations.
outcry follows.
9.
Police issue
Nigeria's
community
ethnic
violence
violence
as offender
deepens.
relocates
Analysts
to new
call for
residence.
dialogue.
11.
Experts
BC
urge
Hydro
reforms
faces
as
scrutiny
clashes
over
escalate
Sea
between
Dam
northern
cost
and
overruns.
southern groups.
Executives admit
10.
project budget
Trump
mismanagement
backs Cuomo
amid rising
threatens
energy
to cut
demands.
funds if Mamdani
12.
wins.
Vancouver home sales
The former
fall
president
14%
re-enters
in
New
New York's
October.
political battleground.
Real estate slowdown reflects
11.
higher interest
Canada
rates
rejects
and
surge
affordability
of
crisis.
Indian student permits.
13.
Over
Interact
70%
expands
of
payment
applications
platform
denied
Connect
amid
nationwide.
fraud and funding
Canada's
concerns.
leading fintech brand
12.
launches broader
ISRO
digital
launches
payment
heaviest
integration.
communication
14.
satellite yet.
OECD urges
India
Canada
makes
to cut
history
subsidies
with
to
the
dairy
largest
industry.
satellite deployment on a
Report
domestic
calls for
rocket.
reforms to improve market
13.
competition
India's
and trade
IT
fairness.
industry at a crossroads.
15.
Experts
Germany
warn of
demands
job
deportation
cuts and global
of 720,000
Syrian asylum
14.
seekers. Israel
Berlin
returns
pushes
45
new repatriation
Palestinian
policy
bodies to Gaza
amid rising
Health
anti-immigration
Ministry
sentiment.
confirms handover
16.
amid ongoing ceasefire
Finance
negotiations.
Minister says Canadians
15.
will
Trump
feel
defends
good
nuclear testing
about
revival.
budget.
Blames Pakistan
Optimistic tone
and
China.
contrasts with public concern over
US
deficit
justifies
spending.
its stance as competitors
17.
expand weapons
Cybersecurity agents charged
16.
for
Trump
ties with
leaves
Black
door
Cat
open
hackers.
for Nigeria military
3
operation.
American officials
Hints at possible
accused of aiding
cooperation if
ransomware
US
gangs
interests
in
are
extortion
threatened.
schemes. 17.
18.
Bangladesh
US
Pakistan
declares
relations
Nigeria
warm
a
after Hasina's
country
exit.
of particular
Envoy
concern.
credits new government for improved
Washington
diplomatic
signals
terms.
possible
sanctions amid
18.
religious persecution. Tanzania's
reports.
new president sworn in
19.
amid violent protests. Chinese researcher
Opposition
faces
rallies lead to
trial
hundreds
in
of
Quebec.
arrests and multiple
Former
casualties.
Hydro-Quebec employee
19.
accused of espionage
UAE
and accused of
intellectual
arming
property
Sudanese
theft.
paramilitary
2,560
forces. Sudanese
kilos of
ambassador
cocaine
condemns weapons
seized
shipments
at
to
Vancouver
RSF
airport.
fighters. Authorities intercept
20.
massive drug
Air
shipment
India crash
concealed in
survivor
auto
appeals
parts.
for support.
Only
21
surviving
Manitoba's
Manitoba's NDP
NDP
government
premier
compensation
joins leaders in
21
condemning
Indian
child
student
porn
visa
sentencing
rejections
rulings
hit record
Political
high
unity
in Canada.
grows
over controversial
Rejection
court decisions.
rates surged to 74%.
22.
Sparking
Canada
diplomatic
faces painkiller
concern.
shortage into
22
2026.
fugitive
Pharmacy
Mehul
Association
challenges
warn of
extradition
supply
in
issues
Belgium.
for critical medications.
Wanted
businessman argues human rights
23.
violations in
Yukon
Indian
leader
courts.
re-elected.
Promises
23.
majority stability.
Trump backs new
Curry
Supreme
Dixon
Court
pledges
tariff
reforms
case
in
hearing.
northern development
Could redefine
and US
healthcare.
global trade rules.
24.
24. US Defense Secretary
Trump
says
warns of
alliance
sanctions
with South
over
Korea
Chinese
will
chip
deter
technology
North
transfers.
Korea.
Washington
Washington reaffirms
block
military
NVIDIA
sales
sales
to
to
China
amid Pyongyang
amid
missile
missile
activity.
activity. 25. Global markets
Nigeria's
react to
religious
ongoing
violence
conflicts
deepens
and natural
despite
disasters.
US sanctions threat.
Oil prices rise.
Ongoing
as
sectarian
investors
attacks
weigh
prompt
risks from
calls for
Asia and
humanitarian
the Middle East.
intervention.
Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 1. Freedom Convoy leader devastates the mischief Philippines. Conviction in Canada. At least 5 people dead. Tamara Lynch challenges her conviction over organising anti-mandate with winds up to 205 kilometres per hour. 2. Rescue efforts Canada's new budget projects $78 billion climbers recovered from the Himalayas. Finance Minister Mark Carney unveils first budget with major spending plans to revive Ukraine economy drone strikes and hit Russian petrochemical plant. 3. China resumes Ukraine tours of targeting industrial infrastructure. Beijing lifts travel restrictions amid thawing diplomatic leads NYC mayoral race. 4. The progressive candidate emerges as notwithstanding in a historic contest reshaping US city politics. Justice Minister confirms 5. Respect for Supreme Court Trump's ruling Treasury Secretary to attend tariff case hearing. 5. Supreme Court NASA to debate celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence in space, marking 6. A milestone since China begins ISS test production of flying cars. Astronauts commemorate a major China-based company outpaces Tesla with prototype aerial vehicles 6. Entering trial phase. EU reports progress 7. In semiconductor North Korea with China. Former ceremonial Brussels head of state Kim Jong-nam with Nexperia. Kim amid a global chip supply the 1990s. 7 protesters dies at ostrich farm demonstration in British Columbia. Top drug regulator resigns. Police confirm 1 death during standoff Dr. with local George environmental activists following federal probe into ethics 8 U.S. Secretary of War concludes 9. Asia tour Nigeria's ethnic security ties. Visits to Vietnam, Japan and South Korea urge highlight push to counter clashes escalate between northern and southern 9. Groups. Canada's strategic 10. Partnership Trump with China faces criticism. Threatens experts warn of hybrid warfare risks amid growing cyber espionage. The former president re-enters New York's political 10. Battleground. Convicted child 11. Sex offender released Canada in rejects Winnipeg. Surge of public Indian student permits. Police issue community alerts as offender relocates amid fraud and funding concerns. 11. BC Hydro faces scrutiny over site's heaviest communication satellite yet. Executives admit India project budget mismanagement with the largest amid rising deployment on a domestic rocket. 12. Vancouver 13. Home sales fall India's IT industry at a crossroads. Real estate slowdown reflects higher interest rates and global affordability crisis. 13. Israel returns payment platform Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Canada's leading fintech brand launches broader amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. 14. 15. Trump defends nuclear testing Canada to cut subsidies to dairy industry and China. Report calls US for justifies its stance as competitors expand trade programs. 16. Trump leaves Germany demands Nigeria military of 720,000 possible Syrian asylums if US interests are threatened. Berlin pushes new repatriation policy. Bangladesh rising anti-immigration after Hasina's exit. 16. Envoy credits new government. Finance Minister says Canadians will feel good 18. About budget. Tanzania's new president optimistic sworn in amid contrast with protests. Public concern over opposition rallies lead to hundreds of 17. Arrests and multiple casualties. Cybersecurity agents charged 19. For ties with Black UAE Cat hackers accused of arming Sudanese 3 American officials forces accused of aiding Sudanese ambassador condemns extortion schemes to RSF fighters. 18. 20. US declares Nigeria India crash country of particular concern. Only surviving Washington signals possible sanction compensation amid religious 21 persecution Indian reports. Student visa rejection 19 hit record high. Chinese researcher Canada faces spy trial. Rejection rate surged to former 74% employee, sparking accused of espionage concern and intellectual property 22 theft. Fugitive Mehul Chokshi challenges extradition in Belgium seized at Vancouver Airport. Wanted businessman authorities argues human rights violations in Indian auto parts. 21. Manitoba's backs new Supreme Court joins leaders in condemning child redefine US global trade rules. Political unity grows over controversial Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology transfers. Canada faces painkiller moves to block Nvidia sales to China. Pharmacy associations warn of continued supply issues. for
global
critical
markets
medications.
react to ongoing conflicts
23.
and natural disasters.
Yukon leader
Oil
re-elected.
prices rise
Promises
as
majority
investors weigh
stability.
risks from Asia
Curry
and
Dixon
the Middle
pledges
East.
reforms in northern development and healthcare. 24. US Defense Secretary says alliance with South Korea will deter North Korea. Washington reaffirms military readiness amid Pyongyang's missile
Welcome to
activity.
USA Pulse, your global
25.
window to today's most
Nigeria's
powerful headlines.
religious violence
From
deepens
catastrophic
despite
storms in the
US
Caribbean
sanctions threat
to new tensions in the Middle
ongoing
East
sectarian
and a major
attacks
Trump
prompt
update.
calls for humanitarian
Here are the top
intervention.
25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 1. Typhoon Kalmagi devastates the Philippines. At least 5
Welcome
people
to
dead.
USA Pulse,
Hundreds
your
stranded
global
as
window
floods
to
submerge
today's most
central
powerful
regions,
headlines,
with winds up to
from catastrophic
205
storms in the
kilometers
Caribbean
per hour
to new tensions
2.
in the Middle East and
Rescue
a major
efforts
Trump
continue
update.
in Nepal.
Here are the top
Avalanche
25
bodies of
global
7
and
climbers
US
recovered from
headlines
the
for
Himalayas
29th of
after
October
a deadly snow collapse near
2025.
Dalagiri. 3. Ukraine drone strikes hit Russian
One Freedom
petrochemical
Convoy
plant.
leader appeals.
Russia accuses
mischief
Ukraine
conviction
of
in
targeting
Canada.
industrial
Tamara
infrastructure
Lich
in
challenges her
Bashkortostan.
conviction over organising
4.
anti-mandate
Zora
protests
Mamdani leads
that gridlocked
NYC
Ottawa
mayoral
in
race.
2022.
The progressive candidate emerges
2.
as frontrunner
Canada's
in a
new
historic
budget
contest
project
reshaping
$78
US
billion
city
politics.
deficit.
5.
Donald
Finance
Trump's
Minister
Treasury
Mark Carney
Secretary
unveils
to attend
first
tariff
budget with
case
major
hearing.
spending plans
Supreme
to revive
Court to
economy
debate the
and green
administration's
tech.
trade policy impact.
3.
On November
China
5th.
resumes group tours
6.
to Canada
China
after Xi
begins
Carney
test
meeting.
production of
Beijing
flying
lifts
cars.
travel
A
restrictions.
major China-based
amid thawing
company
diplomatic
outpaces
ties.
Tesla with prototype
4.
aerial vehicles
Ottawa
entering
rules out
trial
using
phase.
notwithstanding
7.
clause in child pornography
North Korea
sentencing
mourns
case.
former ceremonial
Justice
head of
Minister
state
confirms
Kim
respect
Jong-nam
for Supreme Court
Kim,
ruling
a
on
key
mandatory
diplomat
minimums
since
the 1990s, passes
5.
away at 96.
NASA celebrates
8
25
FDA's
years of
top drug
continuous human
regulator
presence in
resigns amid
space,
scandal,
marking a milestone
Dr.
since
George
ISS
Tidmarsh
launched
quits
in
following
2000.
federal probe into
Astronauts
ethics
commemorate
violations.
scientific breakthroughs.
9.
And global
Nigeria's
cooperation.
ethnic violence deepens.
6.
Analysts call
EU
for dialogue.
reports progress in
Experts
semiconductor
urge
talks
reforms
with China
as clashes
Brussels
escalate
praises
between
dialogue
northern and
with
southern
southern
groups
groups.
amid global
10.
chip supply tensions.
Trump backs
7
Cuomo.
protester dies
Threatens
at
to
ostrich
cut
farm
funds if
demonstration
Mamdani
in
wins.
British Columbia. The former president
Police
re-enters
confirm one
New
death
York's
during
political
standoff
battle
with
ground.
local environmental
11.
activists.
Canada rejects surge
8
of
US
Indian
Secretary of
student
War
permits.
concludes Asia tour
Over
focused
70%
on
of
security
applications
ties.
denied. Amid
Visits
fraud
to Vietnam,
and funding
Japan
concerns.
and South Korea
12.
highlight push to counter
ISRO
Chinese
launches
influence.
heaviest communication satellite
9.
yet. Canada's strategic
India makes
partnership
history
with China
with the
faces
largest
criticism.
satellite deployment
Experts
on a
warn of
domestic
hybrid
rocket.
warfare risks amid growing
13.
cyber espionage
India's
concerns.
IT industry at a crossroads.
10. Convicted
Experts
child
warn of
sex
job
offender
cuts
released
and
in
global
Winnipeg.
outsourcing shifts.
Public outcry follows.
14.
Police
Israel
issue community
returns
alerts
45
as offender
Palestinian
relocates
bodies
to
to
new
Gaza.
residents. Health
11.
Ministry confirms
BC
handover
Hydro faces
amid
scrutiny
ongoing
over Site
ceasefire
C dam
negotiations.
cost overruns.
15. Trump defends
Executives
nuclear
admit
testing
project
revival
budget
amidst
mismanagement
Pakistan
amid rising
and China.
energy demands.
US justifies
12.
its stance
Vancouver
as
home
competitors
sales
expand
fall
14% programs.
in October.
16.
Real
Trump
estate
leaves
slowdown
door
reflects
open for
higher
Nigeria
interest
military
rates and
operation.
affordability
Hints
crisis.
at possible cooperation.
13.
If US interests
Interac
are threatened.
expands payment platform
17.
Connect nationwide.
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations
Canada's
warm
leading
after
fintech
Hasina's
brand
exit.
launches broader
Envoy
digital
credits new
payment
government for improved
integration.
diplomatic
14.
tone.
OECD urges
18.
Canada to cut
Tanzania's new
subsidies to
president
dairy
sworn in
industry
amid violent protests.
Report calls for
Opposition
reforms to
rallies lead
improve
to
market
hundreds of
competition
arrests and
and
multiple
trade
casualties.
fairness.
15.
UAE
Germany demands
accused of arming
deportation
Sudanese
of 720,000
paramilitary
Syrian asylum
Sudanese
seekers.
ambassador condemns
Berlin
weapon shipments
pushes
to
new
RSF
repatriation
fighters.
policy amid
20.
rising anti-immigration
Air India
sentiment.
crash survivor appeals for
16.
support.
Only
Finance
surviving
Minister
passenger
says Canadians
pleads for
will
government
feel
compensation
good.
about
21
budget.
Indian student visa
Optimistic
rejections
tone contrasts
hit
with
record
public
high
concern
in
over
Canada.
deficit spending. Rejection
17.
rates surged to
Cybersecurity
74%,
agents charged
sparking
for ties with
diplomatic
Black
concern.
Cat hackers.
23
Three
American
fugitives,
officials
Mehul
accused of aiding
challenges
ransomware
extradition
gang in extortion
Belgium.
schemes. Wanted
18.
businessman argues
US human rights
Nigeria
violations
in Indian
country
courts.
of particular concern.
23. Washington
Trump
signals
backs
possible
new
Supreme
sanctions
Court
amid
tariff
religious
case hearing
persecution
could
reports.
redefine US global
19.
trade rules. Chinese
24.
researcher faces spy
Trump
trial
warns
in
of
Quebec.
sanctions
Former
over Chinese
Hydro-Quebec
chip
technology
employee
transfers
accused of espionage
US moves
and
to block
intellectual
Nvidia
property
sales
theft.
to China
2,500
amid
tech
60
war.
kilos of cocaine
25.
seized at Vancouver
Global markets
Airport.
react to
Authorities
ongoing
intercept
conflicts and
massive
natural
drug shipments
disasters.
concealed in auto
Oil
parts.
prices rise as investors
21.
weigh risks
Manitoba's
from Asia
NDP
and
Premier
the Middle East.
joins leaders in condemning child porn sentencing ruling. Political unity grows over controversial court decision. 22. Canada faces chemical litigation into 2026. Pharmacy associations warn of continued supply
your global
issues
window
for
to
critical
today's most
medications.
powerful headlines.
From
23.
catastrophic storms in the
Yukon
Caribbean
leader
to new
re-elected,
tensions in the Middle
promises
East
majority
and a major Trump
stability.
update. Curry
Here
Dixon
are the top
pledges
25
reforms in
global
northern development
and US
and
headlines
healthcare.
for 29th of October
24.
2025.
US Defense Secretary says alliance with South Korea will deter North Korea.
1. Typhoon
Washington
Kalmegi
reaffirms
devastates
military
the
readiness
Philippines.
amid Pyongyang's
At least
missile
5
activity.
people
Dead. Hundreds stranded
25.
as floods submerge
Nigeria's
central regions
religious violence
with winds up to
deepens
205
despite
kilometers
US
per
threat.
hour.
2.
Ongoing sectarian
Rescue
attacks
efforts
prompt calls
continue
for
in
humanitarian intervention. Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers recovered from the Himalayas after a deadly snow collapse amid Gaza. 3. Ukraine drone strikes hit Russian petrochemical plants. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial
Welcome to
infrastructure
USApulse,
in
your
Bashkortostan.
global window to today's
4.
most powerful headlines.
Zora Mamdani
From
leads
catastrophic
NYC
storms in the
mayoral
Caribbean
race to new
the
tensions
progressive
in the Middle
candidate
East emerges
and a
as
major
front-runner
Trump update.
in a historic contest
Here are the
reshaping
top 25
US city
global and
politics.
US headlines
5.
for 29th of October
Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary
2025.
to attend tariff case hearing. Supreme Court to debate the administration's
1.
trade
Freedom
policy
Convoy
impact
leader
on
appeals.
November 5th. Mischief conviction
6.
in Canada. China begins test
Tamara
production
Lich
challenges
of
her
flying
conviction
cars.
over organising
A major
anti-mandate
China-based company
protests
outpaces
that
Tesla
gridlocked
with
Ottawa
prototype
in 2022. Aerial vehicles entering trial
2.
phase. Canada's
7.
new budget project.
North Korea
mourns
$78
former
billion
ceremonial head of state
deficit.
Kim Yong-nam. Finance
Kim,
Minister
a
Mark
key
Carney
diplomat since
unveils
the
first
1990s
budget with major
passes
spending
away
plans to
at
revive
96.
economy and
8.
green tech.
FDA's top drug
3.
regulator resigns
China
amid
resumes
scandal.
group tours to Canada.
Dr.
After
George
Xi
Tidmarsh
Tidmarsh
quits
following
Beijing
federal
lifts
probe into
travel
ethics
restrictions
violations
amid
thawing diplomatic
9.
ties. Nigeria's ethnic violence
4.
deepens.
Ottawa rules
Analysts
out
using
call for
notwithstanding clause in child
Experts urge
pornography
reform
sentencing case as clashes
Justice
escalate
Minister
between
confirms
northern
respect
and
for
southern
Supreme
groups.
Court
ruling on mandatory
10.
minimums. Trump backs Cuomo. 5. Threatens to cut
NASA
funds
celebrates
if Mamdani
25
wins.
years
of continuous human
The former
presence
president
in space,
re-enters New
marking
York's
a
political
milestone
battleground.
since ISS launched
11.
in 2000. Canada
Astronauts
rejects surge of
commemorate
Indian
scientific
student
breakthroughs.
permits and global
Over
cooperation.
70%
of applications denied.
6.
Amid
fraud
EU
and
reports
funding
progress
concerns.
in semiconductor talks
12.
with China. ISRO
Brussels
launches
praises
heaviest
dialogue
communication
with
satellite
Nexperia.
yet amid global
India
chip supply
makes history
tensions, with
7
the largest
protesters
satellite
died at
deployment
ostrich
on
farm
a domestic
demonstration
rocket in British Columbia. 13. India's
Police
IT
confirm one
industry
death
at
during
a
standoff
standoff with local
Experts
environmental
warn of
activists
job cuts
and global outsourcing.
8 US
shifts. Secretary of War concludes
14.
Asia tour
Israel
focused
returns
on security
45
ties.
Palestinian bodies
Visits
to
to
Gaza.
Vietnam, Japan,
Health
and
Ministry
South Korea
confirms handover.
highlight push to
amid
counter
ongoing
Chinese
ceasefire
influence.
negotiations.
15.
9.
Trump defends
Canada's
nuclear
strategic
testing
partnership
revival
with China
blames
faces
Pakistan
criticism
and China.
Experts warn of hybrid
US
warfare
justifies
risks
its
amid
stance
growing
as competitors
cyber
expand
espionage
weapons
concerns.
programs. 16.
10.
Trump
Convicted
leaves door
child
open
sex
for
offender
Nigeria
released
military
in
operation.
Winnipeg.
Hints
Public
of possible
outcry
cooperation
follows.
if US
Police
interests
issue
are threatened.
community alerts as offender
17.
relocates to new
Bangladesh
residence.
Pakistan relations
11.
warm after Hasina's
BC
exit.
Hydro faces
Envoy
scrutiny
credits new
over
government
Site
for
C
improved
dam
diplomatic
cost overruns.
terms. Executives
18.
admit project budget
Tanzania's new
mismanagement
president sworn
amid
in
rising
violent
energy
protests.
Opposition
12.
rallies lead
Vancouver
to hundreds
home
of
sales
arrests
fall
and multiple
14%
casualties in October.
19.
Real estate slowdown
UAE
reflects
accused
higher
of arming
interest rates
Sudanese
and affordability
paramilitary
crisis. Sudanese
13.
ambassador condemns
Interac
weapon
expands
shipments to
payment
RSF
platform
fighters. Connect nationwide.
20.
Canada's
Air
leading
India crash
fintech
survivor
brand launches
appeals for
broader
support.
digital payment
Only surviving
integration.
passenger
14
pleads for government
OECD
compensation.
urges
21
Canada to
Indian
cut
student
subsidies to
visa
dairy
rejection
industry.
hit record
Report
high
calls
in
for
Canada.
reforms to improve market
Rejection
competition
rates
and
surged
trade
to
74%,
15.
sparking diplomatic concern.
Germany demands deportation
22
of 720,000
Syrian asylum
challenges
seekers.
extradition.
Berlin
Belgium
pushes new repatriation
wanted businessmen
policy
amid
argues
rising
human rights
anti-immigration
violations
in
sentiment.
Indian courts.
16.
23.
Finance Minister says
Trump
Canadians
backs new
will
Supreme
feel
Court
good
tariff case
about
hearing.
budget. Could redefine
Optimistic
US global
tone
trade
contrasts
rules with public concern over
24.
deficit spending.
Trump warns of
17.
sanctions over
Cybersecurity
Chinese chip
agents
technology
charged for
transfers.
ties with black cat
US moves
hackers.
to block Nvidia sales
3 American
to China
officials
amid
accused
tech
of
war.
aiding ransomware gang
25.
in extortion schemes.
Global markets react
18.
to ongoing conflicts
US declares
and
Nigeria
natural
disasters.
country of
Oil
particular
prices
concern
rise as investors weigh
Washington
risks from
signals
Asia
possible
and
sanctions
the Middle East
amid religious persecution reports.
19. Chinese researcher faces spy in Sudan. Former Hydro-Quebec employee accused of espionage and intellectual property. 2,560
Welcome to
kilos
USApulse,
of cocaine,
your global
seized
window
at
to
Vancouver
today's most
Airport.
powerful headlines.
Authorities intercept
From catastrophic
drug
storms in the
shipment
Caribbean
concealed in
to new
auto parts.
tensions in the Middle East and a
21
major Trump
Manitoba's
update.
NDP premier
Here are the top
joins
25
leaders in condemning
global
child
and US
porn
headlines
sentencing
for
ruling.
29th of October
Political unity
2025.
grows over controversial court decision. 22. 1. Canada faces
Typhoon
painkiller shortage
Kalmagi
into
devastates the
2026.
Philippines.
Pharmacy
At least 5
associations
people
warn
dead,
of continued
hundreds
supply
stranded
issues
as
for
floods
critical
submerge
medications.
central regions, with winds up
23.
to 205
Yukon
kilometers
leader
per hour.
re-elected. 2.
Promises majority
Rescue efforts
stability.
continue in Nepal.
Curry-Dixon pledges
Avalanche
reforms
bodies
in northern
of 7
development
climbers
and
recovered
healthcare.
from the Himalayas after
24.
a deadly snow collapse
US
near
Defense
Dalakiri.
Secretary says alliance
3.
with South Korea
Ukraine
will
drone
deter
strikes
North
hit
Korea.
Russian petrochemical
Washington
plant.
reaffirms
Russia
military
accuses
readiness
Ukraine
amid
of
Pyongyang's
targeting
missile
industrial
activity.
infrastructure in Bashkortostan.
25. 4.
Nigeria's religious
Zora
violence
Mamdani
deepens
leads
despite
NYC
US
mayoral
sanctions
race.
threat.
The progressive
Ongoing
candidate
sectarian
emerges as
attacks
frontrunner
prompt calls
in a
for
historic
humanitarian
contest
intervention.
reshaping US city politics.
5. Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary to attend tariff case hearing. Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy on November 5th. 6. China
Welcome to
begins
USA
test
Pulse,
production
your
of
global
flying
window
cars.
to today's most
A major
powerful headlines.
China-based company outpaces
catastrophic
Tesla
storms in
with
the
prototype
Caribbean
aerial
to new
vehicles
tensions in the
entering
Middle East
trial
and a
phase.
major Trump update.
7.
Here
North
are the
Korea
top
mourns
25
former ceremonial
global and
head of
US
state,
headlines
Kim
for
Jong-nam.
29th of October
Kim, a key diplomat
2025.
since the 1990s, passes away at 96. 8. FDA's
Freedom
top
Convoy
drug
leader
regulator
appeals
resigns amid
mischief
scandal.
conviction in Canada.
Dr. George Tidmarsh
Tamara
quit
Litch
following
challenges
federal
her conviction
conviction
over
over
organising
organising
anti-mandate protests.
9.
that gridlocked
Nigeria's
Ottawa in
ethnic violence
2022.
deepens. Analysts
2.
call for dialogue.
Canada's new budget
Experts
projects
urge reforms
$78
as
billion
clashes escalate
deficit.
between northern and southern groups. Finance Minister Mark Carney
10.
unveils
Trump
first budget
backs
with
Cuomo.
major spending plans
Threatens
to
to
revive
cut
economy
funds if
and
Mamdani
green
wins.
3. The former president
China
re-enters
resumes group
New
talks
York's
to
political
Canada
battleground
after Xi-Carney meeting.
11. Beijing
Canada
lifts
rejects
travel
surge of
restrictions
Indian
amid
student
thawing
permits.
diplomatic ties. Over 70% of
4.
applications
Ottawa
denied
rules out
amid
using
fraud
notwithstanding
and funding clause in
concerns.
child pornography
12.
sentencing case.
ISRO launches
Justice Minister
heaviest
confirms
communication
respect for
satellite
Supreme Court
yet.
ruling on mandatory
India
minimums.
makes history
with the largest
5.
satellite deployment on a
NASA
domestic
celebrates
rocket.
25 years of continuous
13.
human presence
India's
in space,
IT industry
marking
at
a
a
milestone
crossroads since ISS
Experts
launched
warn
in
of job
2000
cuts.
and global
Astronauts
outsourcing
commemorate
shifts. Scientific breakthroughs
14.
and global
Israel
cooperation.
returns
45 Palestinian
6.
bodies to Gaza.
EU reports progress
Health Ministry
in
confirms
semiconductor
handover
talks with China.
amid ongoing
Brussels
ceasefire
praises
negotiations.
dialogue with
15.
Nexperia.
Trump defends
amid
nuclear
global chip
testing
supply
revival.
tensions.
Blames
7
Pakistan
protester
and
dies
China.
at ostrich farm demonstration
US justifies
in
its
British
stance
Columbia.
as competitors expand
Police
weapons
confirm
programs.
1 death during standoff
16.
with
Trump
local
leaves door
environmental
open
activists.
for Nigeria military operation Escalation.
8 U.S. Secretary of War concludes
US
Asia
interests
tour
are
focused on security ties.
17.
Visits to
Bangladesh,
Vietnam,
Pakistan
Japan
relations
and
warm
South
after
Korea
Hasina's exit.
highlight push
Envoy
to counter
credits
new
Chinese
government for
influence.
improved diplomatic tone.
9.
Canada's
18.
strategic partnership
Tanzania's
with China
new
faces
president's
criticism
sworn in
amid violent
Experts
protests.
warn of hybrid warfare
Opposition
risks
rallies
amid
lead to
growing
hundreds of
cyber
arrests and
espionage
multiple
concerns.
casualties. 19.
10.
Convicted
UAE
child sex
accused of
offender
arming
released
Sudanese
in Winnipeg.
paramilitary
Public
forces.
outcry follows.
Sudanese ambassador
Police issue
condemns weapon
community
shipments to
alerts as
RSF
offender
fighters.
relocates to new residence.
20.
Air
11.
India crash
BC
survivor
Hydro
appeals for
faces
support.
scrutiny over
Only
Site C
surviving
dam
passenger
cost
pleads
overruns.
for government compensation.
Executives admit
21
project
Indian
budget
student
mismanagement
visa
amid
rejections
rising
hit
energy
record
demands.
high in Canada.
12. Vancouver home
Rejection
sales
rates
fall
surged to
14% in
74%,
October, sparking
Real
diplomatic
estate slowdown
concern.
reflects higher interest rates
22
and affordability
fugitive Mehul
crisis.
Choksi challenges
13.
extradition
Interac
in Belgium.
expands payment platform
Wanted
Connect
businessman
nationwide.
argues human rights
Canada's
violations
leading
in
fintech
Indian
brand
courts.
launches broader digital
23.
payment integration.
Trump
14.
backs new Supreme
OECD
Court tariff
urges
case
Canada
hearing
to cut
could
subsidies to
redefine
dairy
US
industry.
global trade rules.
Report calls
24.
for reforms to improve
Trump
market
warns of
competition
sanctions
and trade
over
Chinese
fairness.
chip technology
15.
transfers.
Germany
US
demands
moves to block
deportation
Nvidia
of
sales to China
720,000
amid
Syrian
tech war.
asylum seekers.
25.
Berlin pushes
Global
new
markets
repatriation
react
policy
to ongoing
amid
conflict
rising
and natural
anti-immigration
disasters.
sentiment. Oil prices
16.
rise as investors
Finance
weigh
Minister
risks
says
from
Canadians
Asia
will
and the Middle
feel
East.
good about budget. Optimistic tone contrasts with public concern over deficit spending. 17. Cybersecurity agents charged for ties with black hat hackers. 3 American officials accused of aiding USApulse
gang
in
in
global
extortion
window
schemes.
to today's most powerful
18.
headlines. US
From
declares
catastrophic
Nigeria
storms in
a
the Caribbean
country
to
of
new
particular
tensions in the
concern.
Middle East and a major Trump
Washington
update.
signals possible sanctions.
Here are the top
amid religious
25
persecution
global
reports.
and US headlines for
19.
29th of October 2025.
Chinese researcher
faces spy trial in Quebec. Former Hydro-Quebec employee
1.
accused of espionage
Typhoon
and
Kalmagi
intellectual
devastates
property
the
theft.
Philippines.
2,500
At least
60
people
kilos
dead.
of cocaine
Hundreds stranded
seized
as
as
Vancouver
floods submerged
Airport.
central regions.
Authorities
with
intercept
winds up to
massive drug
205
shipment
kilometers
concealed in
per hour.
parts.
2.
Rescue
21
efforts
Manitoba's
continue in
NDP
Nepal.
premier joins
Avalanche
leaders in
bodies of
condemning
7
child porn
climbers recovered
sentencing
from the
ruling.
Himalayas after
Political
a deadly
unity
snow
grows
collapse
over
near
controversial
Dalagiri.
court decision.
3. Ukraine
22.
drone strikes hit
Canada
Russian
faces
petrochemical
painkiller
plant.
shortage into
Russia accuses
2026.
Ukraine of
Pharmacy
targeting
Association's
industrial
warn of
infrastructure
continued
in
supply
Bashkortostan
issues for critical medications.
4. Zora Mamdani
23.
leads NYC
Yukon
mayoral
leader
race.
re-elected.
The progressive
Promises
candidate
majority
emerges as
stability
frontrunner in a historic
Curry-Dixon
contest
pledges
reshaping
reforms in
US
northern
city
development
politics.
and healthcare.
5. Donald
24.
Trump's Treasury Secretary
US Defense
to attend
Secretary
tariff
says
case
alliance
hearing.
with South Korea
Supreme Court
will
to debate
deter
the administration's
North
trade policy
Washington
impact
reaffirms
on November
military
5th.
readiness amid
6.
Pyongyang's missile
China
activity.
begins test production of
25.
flying cars.
A
Nigeria's
major
religious
China-based
violence
company
deepens
outpaces
despite
Tesla
US
with
sanctions
prototype
threat.
aerial vehicles.
Ongoing
Entering trial
sectarian
phase.
attacks prompt calls
7.
for humanitarian
North Korea
intervention.
mourns former ceremonial head of state Kim Jong-un. Kim, a key diplomat since the 1990s, passes away at 96. 8. FDA's top drug regulator resigns amid scandal. Dr.
Welcome
George
to
Tigmarsh
USApulse,
quits following
your
federal
global
probe
probe
into
into
today's most
ethics
powerful
violations.
headlines. From
9.
catastrophic storms in the
Nigeria's
Caribbean
ethnic violence
to new
deepens.
tensions in the Middle
Analysts
East
call
and a
for
major
dialogue.
Trump update.
Experts
Here
urge
are the top
reforms
25
as clashes
global and
escalate
US
between
headlines
northern
for
and
29th of
southern
October
groups.
2025.
10. Trump backs Cuomo, threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins.
Once Freedom Convoy leader
The former
appeals,
president re-enters
mischief conviction
New York's
in
political
Canada.
battleground.
Tamara
11.
Lich challenges her
Canada
conviction
rejects
over organising
surge of Indian
anti-mandate
student
protests that
Over
gridlocked
70%
Ottawa in
of applications
2022. denied amid
2.
fraud and funding
Canada's
concerns.
new budget projects
12.
$78 billion
ISRO launches heaviest
deficit.
communication satellite
Finance
yet.
Minister Mark Carney
India makes
unveils
history
first budget
with
with
the
the
major
largest
spending
satellite
plans to
deployment
revive
on a
economy
domestic
and
rocket.
green tech.
13.
India's
China
IT
resumes
industry
group tours
at a
to
crossroads
Canada
after Xi Carney
Experts
meeting.
warn of job cuts
Beijing
and
lifts
global
travel
outsourcing
restrictions. amid thawing diplomatic
14.
ties.
Israel returns 45
4.
Palestinian
Ottawa rules
bodies
out
to
using
Gaza.
notwithstanding
Health
clause
Ministry
in child
confirms
pornography
handover
sentencing case
amid ongoing
Justice
ceasefire
Minister confirms
negotiations.
respect for
15.
Supreme
Trump
Court
defends
ruling on
nuclear
mandatory
testing
minimums.
revival, blames Pakistan
5.
and China.
NASA celebrates
US
25
justifies
years
its
of
stance as
continuous
competitors
human
expand
presence in
weapons
space,
programs.
marking a milestone
16.
since
Trump
ISS
leaves door
launched
open
in
for
2000.
Nigeria military
Astronauts
operation,
commemorate
hints at possible
scientific
cooperation if
and
US
global
interests are
cooperation.
threatened. 17.
6.
Bangladesh
EU
Pakistan
reports
relations
progress in
warm after
semiconductor
Hasina's
talks
exit
with China.
Envoy credits new
Brussels
government for
praises
improved
dialogue
diplomatic
with
tone.
Nexperia.
Amid global
18.
chip supply
Tanzania's
tensions,
new
7
president sworn in
protesters
amid
dies at
violent
ostrich farm
protests.
demonstration
Opposition
in
rallies
British
lead to
Columbia.
hundreds of arrests and multiple
Police confirm
casualties.
1 death during standoff
19.
with local environmental
UAE
activists.
accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary
8 US
forces.
Secretary of War
Sudanese
concludes
ambassador
Asia tour
condemns
focused
weapon
on
shipments to
security
RSF
ties.
fighters.
Visits to
20.
Vietnam, Japan
Air
and South
India
Korea
crash survivor
highlight
appeals for
push to
support.
counter Chinese
Only surviving
influence.
passenger
Pleads for
9.
government compensation.
Canada's strategic
21
partnership
Indian
with China
student
faces
visa
criticism.
rejections. Hit
Experts
record
warn of
high
hybrid
in
warfare
Canada
risks
amid growing
Rejection
cyber
rates
espionage
surged to
concerns.
74%, sparking
10.
diplomatic
Convicted
concern.
child sex offender released
22
in Winnipeg.
fugitive Mayhall
Public
Joxy
outcry follows.
challenges extradition
Police issue
in
community
Belgium.
alerts as offender
Wanted
relocates
businessman
to new
argues
residence.
human rights violations
11.
in Indian
BC
courts.
Hydro faces scrutiny over
23.
South Sea Dam cost
Trump
overruns.
backs new Supreme Court
Executives
tariff
admit
case hearing
project budget
could
mismanagement
redefine US
amid
global
rising
trade
energy
rules.
demands.
24.
12.
Trump
Vancouver
warns
home
of
sales
sanctions
fall 14%
over Chinese
in
chip
October.
technology transfer.
Real estate slowdown
US
reflects
moves to
higher
block
interest
Nvidia
rates
sales
and
to
affordability
China
crisis
amid
tech war.
13.
25.
Interac expands
Global
global
markets
markets
react
react
to
to ongoing
nationwide.
conflicts and natural
Canada's
disasters.
leading fintech brand
Oil
launches
prices
broader
rise
digital
as
payment
investors weigh
integration.
risks from
14.
Asia and the Middle
OECD
East.
urges Canada to cut subsidies to dairy industry.
Report calls for reforms to improve market competition and trade fairness. 15. Germany demands deportation of 720,000 Syrian
Welcome to
asylum
USA
seekers.
Pulse, your
Berlin
global window
pushes
to
new
today's most
repatriation
powerful
policy
headlines.
amid rising
catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
to new tensions in the
16.
Middle East and a
Finance
major Trump
Minister
update.
says Canadians will
Here are
feel
the top
good
25
about
global
budget.
and US headlines
Optimistic
for tone
29th of
contrast with
October
public concern over deficit
2025.
spending. 17. Cybersecurity agents charged
1.
for ties with
Typhoon
Black Cat hackers
Kalmegi devastates the
3
Philippines.
American officials
At least
accused
5
of aiding
people dead.
ransomware gang
Hundreds
in extortion
stranded
schemes.
as floods submerge central
18.
regions, with
US
winds up to
declares Nigeria
205
a
kilometers
country
per
of
hour.
particular concern. Rescue
Washington
efforts signals
continue in
possible
Nepal.
sanctions amid
Avalanche
religious bodies of
persecution
7
reports.
climbers recovered from the
19.
Himalayas after a deadly
Chinese
snow
researcher
collapse
faces
near
spy
Dalgary
trial
in Quebec.
3.
Former Hydro
Ukraine
Quebec
drone
employee
strikes hit
accused
Russian
of petrochemical
petrochemical
plant
and intellectual
Russia
property
accuses
theft.
Ukraine of
2,560
targeting industrial
kilos of
infrastructure
cocaine
in
seized
Bashkortostan.
at Vancouver Airport.
4. Authorities
Zora
intercept
Mamdani
massive
leads drug
NYC
shipment
mayoral
concealed in
race.
auto parts.
The progressive candidate emerges
21.
as frontrunner
Manitoba's
in a
NDP
historic
premier
contest, joins
reshaping
leaders in
US
condemning
city
child
politics.
porn sentencing ruling.
5.
Donald
Political
Trump's Treasury
unity grows
Secretary
over
to
controversial
attend tariff
court
case
decision.
hearing. Supreme Court to
22.
debate the administration's
Canada
trade
faces
policy
painkiller
impact
shortage
on
into
November
2026.
6.
Pharmacy associations
China begins
warn of
test
continued
production
supply
of
issues
flying
for
cars.
critical medications.
A major China-based company
23.
outpaces Tesla with
Yukon
prototype
leader
aerial
re-elected,
vehicles entering
promises
trial
majority
phase.
stability.
7.
Curry-Dixon
North
pledges
Korea
reforms
mourns
in
former
northern
ceremonial
development
head of
and
state
healthcare.
Kim Jong-nam.
24.
A key diplomat
US
since
Defense
the
Secretary
1990s
says
alliance with
passes
South
away
Korea
at 96.
will deter
8.
North Korea.
FDA's top drug
Washington
regulator
reaffirms
resigns
military readiness
scandal
amid Pyongyang's missile
Dr. George
activity.
Tidmarsh quits following
25.
federal probe into ethics
Nigeria's
violations.
religious violence deepens
9.
despite
Nigeria's
US sanctions
ethnic
threat.
violence deepens.
Ongoing
Analysts
sectarian
call for
attacks
dialogue.
prompt calls for
Experts
humanitarian
urge
intervention
reforms
as clashes escalate between northern and southern groups. 10. Trump backs Cuomo, threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins. The former president re-enters New York's political political battleground.
Welcome to USApulse,
11.
your global
Canada
window to
rejects
today's
surge
most
of
powerful
Indian
headlines.
student permits.
From catastrophic
Over
storms in the
70%
Caribbean
of applications
to new tensions
denied
in the Middle
amid
East
fraud
and a major
and
Trump
funding
update.
concerns.
Here are the
12.
top 25
ISRO
global
launches
and US
heaviest
headlines
communication
for 29th of
satellite
October
yet.
2025.
India makes history with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic rocket.
1. Freedom Convoy
13.
leader appeals
India's IT
mischief
industry
conviction
at a
in
crossroads.
Canada.
Experts
Tamara
warn
Lick
of job
challenges
cuts
her
and
conviction
global
over organising
outsourcing shifts.
anti-mandate protests.
14.
That gridlocked
Israel
Ottawa
returns
in 2022.
45 Palestinian bodies to
2.
Gaza.
Canada's
Health
new
Ministry
budget
confirms
projects
handover
$78
amid
billion
ongoing ceasefire
deficit.
negotiations.
15.
Trump
Finance
defends
Minister
nuclear
Mark Carney
testing
unveils
revival,
first budget
blames
with
Pakistan
major spending
and
plans
China
to revive economy and
US
green tech.
justifies its stance as competitors expand weapons
China resumes
programs.
group tours to Canada.
16.
After
Trump
Xi Carney
leaves door
meeting.
open for Nigeria
Beijing
military
lifts
operation.
travel
Hints
restrictions
at possible
amid
cooperation
thawing
if
diplomatic
US
ties.
interests are threatened.
4.
Ottawa rules out using
Bangladesh
notwithstanding
Pakistan
relations
clause
in
in
child
after Hasina's
pornography
exit.
sentencing case.
Envoy credits new
Justice
government
Minister
for improved
confirms
diplomatic
respect for
tone.
Supreme Court ruling on
18.
mandatory minimums. Tanzania's new president sworn in
5.
amid violent protests.
NASA celebrates 25
25
years
years
of
lead to
continuous
hundreds of
human
arrests and
presence
multiple
in space.
casualties, marking a milestone
19.
since ISS launched
UAE
in
accused
2000.
of arming Sudanese
Astronauts
paramilitary
commemorate
forces.
scientific breakthrougs.
Sudanese
and
ambassador
global
condemns
cooperation
weapons
shipments to RSF fighters.
6.
EU
20.
reports progress
Air
in
India crash
semiconductor
survivor
talks with
appeals
China
for
support. Brussels
Only surviving
praises
passenger
dialogue with
pleads
next
for government
government
compensation.
amid global chip
21
supply
Indian
tensions.
student
7
visa
protector
rejection
dies at
hit
ostrich
record
farm
high in
demonstration
Canada.
in British Columbia. Rejection rates surged
Police
to confirm 1 death
74%
during standoff
sparking
with local
diplomatic
environmental
concern.
activists.
22 fugitive
US
Mehul
Secretary
Chokshi
of War
challenges
concludes Asia
extradition
tour
in
focused
Belgium.
on security ties.
Wanted businessman
Visits to
argues
Vietnam,
human rights
Japan and
violations
South Korea
in Indian
highlight
courts.
push to counter Chinese
23.
influence.
Trump backs new
9.
Supreme Court
Canada's
tariff
strategic
case
partnership with
could
China
redefine
faces
US
criticism.
global trade rules.
Experts warn of hybrid
24.
warfare risks amid
Trump
growing
warns of
cyber
sanctions
espionage
over
concerns.
Chinese chip technology transfers.
Convicted
US
child
moves
sex
to block
offender
Nvidia
released in
sales
Winnipeg.
to China.
Public
amid
outcry
tech
follows. Police
25.
issue community alerts
Global
as
markets
offender
react
relocates
to
to
ongoing
new
conflicts
residents.
and natural
11.
disasters.
BC Hydro
Oil prices
faces
rise
scrutiny
as
over
investors
Site C
weigh
dam
risks
cost
from
overruns
Asia
and the Middle
Executives
East. Admit project budget mismanagement amid rising energy costs. 12. Vancouver home prices fall 14% in October. Real estate slowdown reflects higher interest rates and affordability crisis.
Welcome to
13.
USApulse,
Interac
your global
expands
window to
payment
today's most
platform
powerful
Connect
headlines.
nationwide.
From catastrophic
Canada's
storms in the
leading
Caribbean
fintech brand
to new
launches
tensions
broader
in the Middle
digital
East
payment
and a major
integration.
Trump update.
14.
Here are the
OECD
top
urges
25
Canada
global
to cut
and
subsidies
US
to dairy
headlines for
industry.
29th of October
Report calls for
2025
reforms to improve market competition and trade fairness. 15.
1. Typhoon
Germany demands
Kalmagi
deportations
devastates the
of
Philippines.
720,000
At least
Syrian
5 people
asylum
dead.
seekers. Hundreds
Berlin
stranded
pushes
as
new
floods submerge
repatriation
central
policy
regions amid
with winds
rising
up to
anti-immigration
205
sentiment.
kilometers per hour.
16.
2.
Finance
Rescue
Minister
efforts
says
continue
Canadians
in
will
Nepal.
feel good
Avalanche
about
bodies
budget.
of
7 climbers recovered
Optimistic
from the
tone
Himalayas
contrasts with
after a
public concern
deadly
over
snow
deficit
collapse
spending.
near Dhaulagiri. 17.
3.
Cybersecurity
Ukraine drone
agents
strikes
charged
hit
for
Russia's
ties with
petrochemical
black cat
plant.
hackers. Russia accuses
3 American
Ukraine
officials
of targeting
accused of aiding
industrial
ransomware
infrastructure
gang
in
in
extortion
extortion
schemes.
4.
18. Zora
US
Mamdani
declares
leads
Nigeria
NYC mayoral
country
race.
of particular
The progressive
concern.
candidate emerges as
Washington
frontrunner
signals
in a
possible
historic
sanctions
contest
amid
amid religious
reshaping US
persecution
city
politics.
5.
19. Donald Trump's
Chinese
Treasury
researcher
Secretary
faces
to
spy
attend
trial
tariff
in Quebec.
case hearing.
Former
Supreme
Hydro
Court to
Quebec
debate the
employee
administration's
accused of
trade
espionage
policy impact
and intellectual
on November
property
5th.
theft.
2,560
China begins
kilos
test
of
production
cocaine
of
seized
flying
at
cars.
Vancouver Airport.
A major
Authorities
China-based company
intercept massive
outpaces
drug
Tesla
shipment
with
concealed
prototype
in
aerial
autoparts.
vehicles entering trial
21.
phase.
Manitoba's NDP premier
North Korea
joins
mourns
leaders in
former
condemning
ceremonial
child
head
porn
of state
sentencing
Kim
ruling.
Jong-nam.
Political
Kim, a
unity
key
grows
diplomat
over
since
controversial
the
1990s
1990s
decision passes away at 96.
22.
8.
FDA's
Canada faces
top
painkiller
drug
shortage
regulator
into
resigns
2026
amid scandal.
Pharmacy Association's
George
warn of
Tidmarsh
continued
quits
supply
following
issues
federal
for
probe
critical
into
medication
violations.
23. Nigeria's
Yukon
ethnic
leader
violence
re-elected.
deepens. Promises
Analysts
majority
call for dialogue.
stability.
Experts
Dixon
urge
pledges
reforms
in
as
northern
clashes
development
escalate
and healthcare.
between northern and southern groups.
24.
10.
US Defense
Trump
Secretary
backs
says
Cuomo.
alliance with South Korea
Threatens to cut
will
funds if
deter
Mamdani
North Korea.
wins.
Washington
The former
reaffirms military
president
readiness
re-enters New
amid
York's
Pyongyang's
political
missile
battleground.
activity. 11. 25.
Canada rejects surge
Nigeria's
of Indian
religious
student
violence
permits.
deepens despite
Over
US
70%
sanctions
of
threat.
applications denied.
Ongoing
amid
sectarian
fraud
attacks
and
prompt
funding
calls for
concerns.
humanitarian intervention.
12.
ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite yet. India makes history with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic rocket. 13. India's IT industry at a crossroads. Welcome to
Experts warn of
USApulse,
job
your
cuts
global
and
window
global
to today's most
outsourcing
powerful
shifts.
headlines.
From
14.
catastrophic
Israel
storms in the
returns
Caribbean
45
to new tensions
Palestinian
in the Middle
bodies
East
to Gaza.
and a major Trump update.
Health Ministry confirms
Here are the
handover
top 25
amid ongoing
global and
ceasefire
US headlines for
negotiations.
29th
15
of October
Trump defends nuclear
2025.
testing revival. Blames Pakistan and China. US justifies
One
its
Freedom
stance
Convoy
as competitors
leader
expand
appeals.
weapons
Mischief
programs.
conviction in Canada.
16 Trump leaves
Tamara
door open
Lynch
for
challenges
Nigeria
her
military
conviction over
operation.
organising
Hints at possible
anti-mandate
cooperation
protests
if US
that
interests
gridlocked
are threatened
Ottawa
in 2022.
17.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
Canada's
relations
new
warm
budget
after
projects
Hasina's exit.
$78
Envoy
billion
credits new government for
deficit.
improved diplomatic tone. Finance Minister Mark
18.
Carney unveils
Tanzania's
first
new
budget with
president
major
sworn in
spending
amid
plans
violent
to revive
protests
economy and green
Opposition
tech.
rallies
lead to hundreds
3.
of arrests and multiple
China
casualties.
resumes group tours to Canada
19.
after Xi Carney
UAE
meeting.
accused of
Beijing
arming
lifts
Sudanese
travel
paramilitary
restrictions
forces amid thawing
Sudanese
diplomatic
ambassador
ties.
condemns
weapon shipments to
4.
RSF fighters.
Ottawa
rules out using
20.
notwithstanding clause
Air
in
India
child
crash
pornography
survivor
appeals
sentencing
for
case.
support. Justice
Only
Minister
surviving
confirms
passenger
respect
pleads
for
for
Supreme
government
Court ruling
compensation.
on mandatory
21
minimums.
Indian student
Visa rejections
5.
hit record
NASA
high
celebrates
in Canada.
25
years of continuous
Rejection
human
rate
presence
surged
in
to
space,
74%,
marking a milestone
sparking
since
diplomatic
ISS launched
concern.
in 2000.
22
Astronauts
fugitive
commemorate
Mehul
scientific
Chokshi
breakthroughs
challenges
and
extradition
global
in
cooperation.
Belgium.
Wanted
6.
businessman
EU
argues human
reports
rights
progress
violations
in
in
semiconductor
Indian
talks
talks with
with
China.
23.
Brussels praises dialogue
Trump
with
backs new
Nexperia
Supreme Court
amid
tariff
global
case
chip
hearing.
supply tensions.
Could redefine
7
US
protester
global
dies
trade
at
rules.
ostrich farm demonstration
24.
in British Columbia.
Trump
warns of sanctions. Police
over
confirm
Chinese
one
chip
death during
technology
standoff
transfers.
with local environmental
US moves to
activists.
block
Nvidia sales to China.
US
amid
Secretary
tech
of
war
War
concludes Asia
25.
tour focused on security
Global markets
ties.
react to ongoing
Visits to
conflicts
Vietnam
and
Japan
natural
and South
disasters.
Korea highlight
Oil
prices
prices
rise
counter
as
Chinese
investors weigh
influence.
risks from Asia
9.
and the Middle
Canada's
East. Strategic partnership with China faces criticism. Experts warn of hybrid warfare risks and growing cyber espionage concerns. 10. Convicted child sex offender released in Winnipeg. Public outcry
Welcome
follows.
to USApulse.
Police issue
Your global
community
window
alert
to today's most
as offender
powerful
relocates
headlines.
to new residents.
From catastrophic storms
11.
in the Caribbean
BC
to
Hydro
new tensions
faces
in the Middle
scrutiny
East
over
and a
Site
major
C
Trump
dam cost
update.
overruns.
Here are
Executives
the top 25
admit project
global
budget
and US
mismanagement
headlines
amid
for
rising
29th of
energy
October
demands.
2025.
12. Vancouver home sales fall 14% in October. 1. Real estate
Typhoon
slowdown reflects
Kalmegi
higher interest
devastates
rates
the
and
Philippines.
affordability crisis.
At least 5 people
13.
dead.
Hundreds
Interact
stranded
expands
as flood
payment
submerged
platform
central
Connect
regions
nationwide.
with winds up to 205
Canada's leading fintech
kilometers
brand
per hour.
launches broader
2.
digital payment
Rescue
integration.
efforts continue in
14.
Nepal.
OECD urges
Avalanche
Canada
bodies
to
of
cut
7
subsidies
climbers
to dairy
recovered from the
industry.
Himalayas after
Report
a deadly
calls for
snow
reforms
collapse
to
near
improve
Dawagiri.
market competition
3.
and trade fairness.
Ukraine drone strikes
15.
hit Russian petrochemical
Germany
plant.
demands deportation
Russia accuses
of
Ukraine of
720,000
targeting
Syrian
industrial
asylum
infrastructure.
In
Berlin
Bashkortostan.
pushes new repatriation policy. Zora
Amid
Mamdani
rising
leads
anti-immigration
NYC mayoral
sentiment.
race. The progressive candidate emerges as
Finance
Minister says
in a
Canadians
historic
will
contest
feel good
reshaping
about
US
budget.
city politics.
Optimistic
5.
tone contrasts with
Donald
public
Trump's
concern
Treasury
over deficit
Secretary
spending to attend tariff
17.
case hearing.
Supreme
Cybersecurity
Court to debate the
administration's
ties
trade
with
black
policy
cat
impact.
hackers on November 5th. 3 American officials accused of
China
aiding
begins
ransomware
test
gang
production
in
of
extortion
flying
schemes.
cars.
A
18.
major China-based company
US declares
outpaces
Nigeria
Tesla
a
with prototype
country of
aerial
particular
vehicles
concern.
entering trial phase. Washington signals
7.
possible sanctions.
North Korea
amid religious
mourns
former
persecution
ceremonial
reports.
head of state Kim
19.
Jong-nam. Kim,
Chinese
a key
researcher
diplomat
faces
since the
spy trial in
1990s,
Quebec.
passes away.
Former
at
Hydro-Quebec
96.
employee,
8 accused of
FDA's
espionage
top drug
and
regulator
intellectual
resigns
property
amid
theft.
scandal.
2,500
Dr. George
kilos of
Tidmarsh
cocaine
quits
following
seized
federal
at
probe
Vancouver
into
Airport.
ethics violations.
Authorities intercept
massive
9.
drug shipment
Nigeria's
concealed
ethnic
in
violence
autocars.
deepens.
Analysts
21
call for dialogue.
Manitoba's NDP
Experts
premier
urge joins
reforms
leaders in
as
condemning
clashes
child porn
escalate
sentencing
between northern
ruling.
and southern groups.
Political unity grows
10.
over controversial
Trump
court
backs
decision.
Cuomo.
Threatens to cut funds
22.
if Mamdani wins.
Canada
faces painkiller shortage.
The former
into
president
2026.
re-enters
New York's pharmacy
political
associations warn of continued
11.
supply issues.
Canada
for critical
rejects
medications.
surge of
Indian student permits. 23. Over 70%
Yukon
of
leader
applications
re-elected.
denied. Promises
Amid
majority
fraud
stability.
and funding concerns.
Curry-Dixon pledges
12.
reforms in
ISRO
northern development
launches
and
heaviest
healthcare.
communication satellite
24.
yet.
India
US
makes
Defense
history,
Secretary
says
with the
alliance
largest
with South
satellite
Korea
deployment
will
on a
deter
domestic
North
rocket.
Korea. Washington
13.
reaffirms
India's
military readiness
IT industry
amid
at a
Pyongyang's
crossroads.
missile activity. Experts warn of job cuts
25.
and global outsourcing. Nigeria's
shifts.
religious violence deepens
14.
despite
Israel
US
returns
sanctions
threat.
45 Palestinian
Ongoing
bodies
sectarian
to Gaza.
attacks
Prompt calls
Health
for
Ministry
humanitarian
confirms
handover
intervention.
amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. 15 Trump defends nuclear testing revival, blames Pakistan and China. US justifies its stance with competitive external weapons programs. 16 Trump
Welcome to
leaves door
USApulse,
open for
your
Nigeria
global
military
window to
operation.
today's most
Hints of
powerful
possible
headlines.
cooperation
From
if US
catastrophic
interests
storms
are
in the
threatened.
Caribbean
to new
17.
tensions in the Middle East,
Bangladesh
and
Pakistan
Pakistan
relations
relations warm after
Here
Hasina's
are the
exit.
top 25
Envoy credits
global
new
and
government
US
for improved
headlines for
diplomatic
29th of
tone.
October 2025.
Tanzania's new president sworn in amid violent protests. Opposition
One
rallies
Freedom
lead to
Convoy
hundreds of
leader
arrests and
appeals.
multiple casualties.
Mischief conviction in Canada.
19.
Tamara
UAE
Lich
accused of
challenges
arming
her conviction
Sudanese
over organising
paramilitary forces.
anti-mandate protests.
Sudanese ambassador
but
condemns
gridlocked
Ottawa
Ottawa
in
in
2022
RSF
fighters.
2.
20.
Canada's new
Air
budget
India crash
project
survivor
$78
appeals for support.
billion.
Only surviving
Deficit.
passenger pleads for government
Finance Minister
compensation.
Mark Carney
21
unveils
Indian
first
student
budget with
visa
major
rejections
spending
plans
hit
to revive
record
economy
high
and
in
green
Canada.
tech. Rejection
3.
rates surge
China
to
resumes group
74%
tours to Canada,
sparking
after
diplomatic
Xi
concern.
meeting.
Beijing
22
lifts travel
fugitive Mehul
restrictions
Chokshi
amid thawing
challenges
diplomatic
extradition
ties.
in Belgium.
4. Wanted
Ottawa
business
rules
out using
argues human rights
notwithstanding
violations
clause in child
in
pornography
Indian courts.
sentencing case.
23.
Justice Minister confirms
Trump
respect
backs
for
new
Supreme
Supreme
Court
Court
ruling on
tariff
mandatory
case
hearings. Could redefine US global
5.
trade rules.
NASA celebrates
24.
25 years of
Trump
continuous
warns of
human
sanctions
presence in
over
space,
Chinese chip
marking a
technology
milestone
transfers.
since ISS
US
launched in
moves to block
2000.
Nvidia sales to
Astronauts
China
commemorate
amid
scientific
tech
breakthroughs.
war and global
25.
cooperation. Global markets react
6.
to ongoing
EU
conflicts
reports
and natural
progress in
disasters.
semiconductor talks with
Oil
China.
prices rise
Brussels
as investors
praises
weigh risks
dialogue
from
with
Asia
Nexperia
and the Middle
amid
East.
global chip supply tensions.
7 protesters died at ostrich farm demonstration in British Columbia. Police confirm 1 death during standoff with local environmental activists. 8 U.S. Secretary
Welcome
of War
to
concludes
USApulse,
Asia tour
your
focused
global
on
window to
security
today's most
ties.
powerful headlines.
Visits to Vietnam,
From catastrophic
Japan,
storms
and South
in the
Korea
Caribbean
highlight
to new tensions
push
in
to
the Middle
counter
East
Chinese
and a major
influence.
Trump update.
9.
Here are the
Canada's
top
strategic
25
partnership
global
with
and
China
US
faces
headlines
criticism.
for 29th of
Experts
October
warn of hybrid warfare
2025.
risks amid growing cyber espionage concerns. 10. Convicted
Typhoon
child sex
Kalmegi
offender
devastates
released
the
in Winnipeg.
Philippines.
public
At least
outcry
5
follows.
people dead.
Police
Hundreds
issue
stranded
community
as
alerts
floods
as
submerge
offender
central
relocations
regions to new
with
residents.
winds up to 205 kilometers
BC
per
Hydro
hour.
faces scrutiny over site
Rescue
sea dam
efforts
cost
continue
overruns.
in Nepal.
Executives
Avalanche
admit bodies of
project budget
budget
mismanagement
mismanagement
recovered
amid
from
rising
Himalayas
energy demands.
after a deadly snow collapse
12
near Dhaulagiri.
Vancouver home sales
3
fall 14%
Ukraine
in October.
drone strikes hit
Real
Russian
estate
petrochemical
slowdown
reflects
reflects
higher interest
Russia
rates
accuses
and
Ukraine
affordability crisis
of targeting industrial
13
infrastructure.
Interact
in
expands
Bashkortostan.
payment platform
4
Connect
Zora
nationwide.
Mamdani leads
Canada's
NYC
leading fintech
mayoral
brand
race.
launches
The
broader
progressive
digital
candidate
payment
emerges as
integration.
frontrunner.
14
In historic
OECD
contest, urges
reshaping
Canada
US
to cut
city
subsidies
politics.
to dairy industry.
5. Donald
Report
Trump's
calls for
Treasury
reforms
Secretary
to improve
attend
market
tariff
competition
case hearing
and trade
Supreme
fairness.
Court to debate the
15.
administration's trade policy
Germany
impact
demands
on November
deportation
5th
of
770,000 Syria. China
and
begins
asylum
test
seekers.
production of Berlin
Flying
pushes
cars
major
policy
China-based company
amid rising
outpaces
anti-immigration
Tesla with prototype
sentiment.
aerial vehicles
16.
entering trial phase.
Finance Minister says
7.
Canadians will
North
feel
Korea
good
mourns
about
former
budget.
ceremonial head of state.
Optimistic
Kim
tone
Jong-nam
contrasts with public
Kim,
concern
a key
over
diplomat
deficit
since the
spending.
1990s,
17.
passes away.
Cybersecurity agents charged for ties with
top
black
drug
cat
regulator
hackers.
resigns amid
3
scandal.
American officials accused
Dr.
of
George
aiding
Tidmarsh
ransomware
quits
gangs
following
extortion
federal
schemes.
probe into ethics
18.
violations. US declares
9.
Nigeria's ethnic
country
violence
of
deepens.
particular concern.
Analysts call for dialogue.
Washington signals possible
Experts
sanctions
urge reforms
amid religious
as
persecution
clashes
reports.
escalate between northern
19.
and southern groups. Chinese researcher
10.
faces
Trump
spy trial
backs
in
Cuomo.
Quebec. Threatens to cut
Hydro
funds
Quebec
if
employee
Mamdani wins.
accused of espionage and
The former
intellectual
president
property
re-enters
theft.
New York's political
2,560
battleground. Kilos of
11.
cocaine.
Canada
seized at
rejects
Vancouver
surge
Airport.
of Indian student
Authorities
permits.
intercept massive drug
Over
shipment
70% of
concealed in
applications
water paths.
denied.
Amid fraud
21
and
Manitoba's
Manitoba's NDP premier
12.
joins leaders in
ISRO
condemning
launches
child porn
heaviest
sentencing
communication
ruling.
satellite yet.
Political unity
India
grows
makes
over
controversial
history
court
with the
decision.
largest satellite deployment on a
22.
domestic rocket. Canada faces painkiller
13.
shortage.
India's
into
IT
2026.
industry at a crossroads.
Pharmacy associations warn of
Experts warn of
continued
job
supply
cuts
issues
and global
for critical
outsourcing
medications.
shifts.
14.
23.
Israel returns
Yukon leader
45
re-elected.
Palestinian bodies
Promises
to Gaza.
majority stability.
Health Ministry
Curry
confirms
Dixon
handover
pledges reforms
amid
in
ongoing
ongoing
development
ceasefire
and
negotiations.
15. Trump
24.
defends nuclear testing
US
revival.
Defense Secretary
Blames
says
Pakistan
alliance with
and
South
China
Korea
will deter
US
North
justifies
Korea. Its stance as
Washington
competitors
reaffirms
expand
military
weapons
readiness
programs amid Pyongyang's
16.
missile
Trump
activity.
leaves
door open for Nigeria
25.
military operation.
Hints at
Nigeria's
possible
religious cooperation
violence
if US
deepens
despite
despite
US
US
sanctions threat. 17. Ongoing
Bangladesh
sectarian
Pakistan
Pakistan
relations
relations
war
war
humanitarian
humanitarian
exit.
intervention. Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic terms. 18. Tanzania's new president sworn in amid violent protests. Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. 19. Welcome to USApulse, accused of arming
global
Sudanese
window to today's most
paramilitary
powerful
forces.
headlines.
Sudanese ambassador
catastrophic
condemns
storms in
weapon
the
shipments to
Caribbean
RSF
to new
fighters.
tensions
in the Middle East
20.
and a major Trump update.
Air
India crash survivor
Here are the
appeals
top
for
25
support.
global
Only
and
surviving
US
headlines
passenger
for
pleads for
29th of
government
October
compensation.
2025.
21
Indian student visa rejections hit record high in Canada. One Freedom Convoy
Rejection
leader
rate surged
appealed
to 74%
mischief conviction in sparking
Canada.
diplomatic concern.
Tamara
Litch challenges her
22
conviction over
fugitive
organising
Mehul
anti-mandate
Chokshi
challenges
protests
extradition
that gridlocked
in Belgium
Ottawa
in 2022.
Wanted
businessman argues human rights
Canada's new
violations
budget
in
Indian
India's
courts.
$78 billion
23.
deficit. Trump backs new Supreme
Finance
Court
Minister
tariff
Mark
case
Carney
hearing
unveils
could
first budget
redefine
with
US
major
global
spending
trade
plans
rules
to
revive economy
24.
and green tech. Trump warns of
3.
sanctions over
China
Chinese
resumes
chip
group tours to
technology
Canada
transfers
after
Xi Carney US
meeting.
moves to block
Beijing
Beijing
lifts
sales to
travel
China
restrictions
amid
war.
thawing diplomatic ties.
25.
Global
4.
markets react
Ottawa
to
rules out
ongoing
using
conflicts
notwithstanding
and natural causes in
disasters.
child pornography
Oil
sentencing
prices
case.
rise
as
Justice
investors
Minister
weigh
confirms
risks from
respect
Asia
for
and
Supreme
the
Court
Middle
ruling
East.
on
mandatory minimums.
5. NASA celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence in space, marking a milestone since ISS launched in 2000. Astronauts commend
commemorates scientific
Welcome to
breakthroughs
USApulse,
and global
your
cooperation.
global window to today's most powerful
6.
headlines.
EU
From
reports
catastrophic
progress
storms in the
Caribbean
semiconductor talks
to new
with
tensions
China,
in the Middle East,
Brussels
and a major
praises
Trump
update.
dialogue with Nexperia.
Here are the top
amid
25
chip
global
supply
and
tensions.
US
7
headlines for
protester
29th
dies
of
at
October
ostrich farm demonstration
2025.
in British Columbia. Police confirm 1 death during standoff
1.
with local
Typhoon
environmental
Kalmagi
activists.
Devastates the Philippines.
8 US
At least
Secretary
5
of
people
War
dead.
concludes Asia
Hundreds
tour
stranded
focused
as
on
flood-submerged
flood-submerged
central
regions. Visits
with
to
winds
Vietnam,
up to
Japan
205
and South Korea
kilometers per hour.
highlight push
2.
to counter Chinese
Rescue
influence.
efforts
continue in Nepal.
9.
Canada's
Avalanche
strategic
bodies of
partnership
7
with
climbers
China faces
recovered from
criticism.
Himalayas.
Experts
after a
warn of
deadly
hybrid
snow
warfare
collapse amid
risks amid
Alagiri.
growing cyber
3.
espionage concerns.
Ukraine drone strikes hit
10.
Russian
Convicted
petrochemical
child
plant.
sex offender
Russia
released
accuses
in
Ukraine
Winnipeg
of
Public
targeting
outcry
industrial
follows.
infrastructure.
Police
in
issue community
Bashkortostan.
alerts as offender
4.
relocates to
Zora
new
Mandani
residence.
leads NYC
11.
mayoral
BC
race.
Hydro
The
faces
progressive
scrutiny
candidate
over
emerges
Site
as
C dam
frontrunner
cost
in a
overruns.
historic contest.
Executives
reshaping
admit
US
project
city
budget
politics.
mismanagement
5.
amid rising energy
Donald
demands.
Trump's Treasury Secretary
12.
to attend
Vancouver
tariff
home
case
sales
hearing.
fall 14%
Supreme Court to
in
debate the
October.
administration's
Real
trade
estate
policy
slowdown
impact
reflects
on
higher
November
interest
5th.
rates and affordability
6.
crisis.
China begins
13.
test production.
Interac
of flying
expands
cars.
payment platform.
A major
Connect
China-based company
nationwide.
outpaces
Canada's
Tesla
leading
with prototype
fintech brand
aerial
launches
vehicles
broader
entering
digital
trial
payment
phase.
integration. 7.
14. OECD
North Korea
urges Canada to cut
ceremonial
subsidies to
head of
dairy
state, Kim
industry.
Jong-nam. Kim,
Report
a
calls
key
for
diplomat
reforms
since
to
the
improve market
1990s,
competition
passes away
and trade
at
fairness.
96.
8.
15.
FDA's top drug
Germany demands
regulator resigns
deportation
amid
of
scandal.
720,000
Dr.
Syrian
George
asylum
Tidmarsh
seekers.
quits following
Berlin
federal
pushes
probe
new
into
repatriation
ethics
policy
violations.
amid rising
9.
anti-immigration
Nigeria's
sentiment.
ethnic violence deepens.
16.
Analysts call for
Finance
dialogue.
Minister says Canadians
Experts
will
urge
feel
reforms
good about
as clashes
budget.
escalate between
Optimistic
northern and
tone
southern
contrasts
groups.
with public concern over deficit
10.
spending.
Trump backs Cuomo.
17.
Threatens to cut
Cybersecurity
funds if
agents
Mandani
charged
wins.
for ties with black cat hackers. The former president
3
re-enters
American
New
officials
York's political
accused of aiding
battleground.
ransomware gang
11.
in extortion schemes.
Canada rejects surge
18.
of Indian student
US
permits.
declares Nigeria
over
a
70%
country
of
of
applications
particular
denied
concern.
amid fraud
Washington
and funding
signals
concerns.
possible sanctions
amid
12.
religious persecution.
ISRO
reports.
launches heaviest communication
19.
satellite yet.
Chinese researcher
India
faces
makes
spy
history
trial
in
with
Quebec.
the largest
Former
satellite deployment
Hydro-Quebec
on a
employee
domestic rocket
accused of espionage.
13.
and intellectual
India's
property
IT
theft.
industry
2560
kilos
Experts
of
warn
cocaine
of job cuts
seized
and
at
global
Vancouver airport.
outsourcing shifts.
Authorities intercept
14.
massive drug shipment
Israel
concealed
returns
in
45
autoparts. Palestinian bodies to
21.
Gaza. Manitoba's
Health
NDP
Ministry
Premier
confirms
joins
handover
leaders in
amid
condemning
ongoing
child
porn
ceasefire
sentencing
negotiations.
15. Trump
Political
defends
unity
nuclear
grows
testing
over
revival,
controversial court
blames
decision.
Pakistan
and China. 22.
US
Canada
justifies
faces
its stance
painkiller
as competitors
shortage
into
expand
2026.
programs. Pharmacy
16.
associations
Trump
warn of
leaves door
continued
open for
supply
Nigeria
issues
military
for critical
operation.
medications.
Hints at possible cooperation
23.
if US interests are threatened.
Yukon leader re-elected.
17.
Promises majority
Bangladesh-Pakistan
stability.
relations warm
Curry
after
Dixon
Hasina's
pledges
exit.
reforms in
Envoy
northern
credits
development
new government
and for
healthcare.
improved diplomatic tone. 24. 18.
US Defense
Tanzania
Secretary
says
new president
alliance
sworn
with
in
South
amid
Korea
violent
will
protests.
deter North Korea.
Opposition rallies lead to
Washington
hundreds of arrests
reaffirms
and
military
multiple
readiness
casualties.
amid Pyongyang's
19.
missile activity. UAE accused of
25.
arming Sudanese paramilitary
Nigeria's
forces.
religious violence
Sudanese
deepens
ambassador
despite
condemns
US
weapon
sanction
shipments to
threat.
RSF fighters.
Ongoing sectarian
20.
attacks prompt calls for
Air India
humanitarian
crash survivor
intervention.
appeals for support.
Only surviving passengers pleads for government compensation. 21 Indian student visa rejections hit record highs in Canada. Rejection surged to 74%, sparking
Welcome to
diplomatic
USA
concern.
Pulse, your global window to
22
today's most
fugitive
powerful
naval
headlines.
challenges
From catastrophic
extradition
storms in the
Belgium.
Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle
businessman
East and a
argues
major
human
Trump
rights
update.
violations in
Here
Indian
are the
courts.
top 25 global
23.
and US headlines for
Trump
29th
backs
of
new
October
Supreme Court tariff
2025.
case
Could redefine US global trade rules. 24.
One Freedom
Trump
Convoy
warns of
leader
sanctions
appeals
over
mischief
Chinese
conviction
chip
technology
Canada.
transfers.
US moves
challenges
to block
Nvidia sales to China
anti-man
tech
tech
protests
The gridlocked
25.
Ottawa in 2022.
Global markets react to ongoing
2.
conflicts and
Canada's
natural
new
disasters.
budget projects
Oil
$78
prices
billion
rise as investors
deficit.
weigh risks from Asia and
Finance
the Middle
Minister
East.
Mark Carney unveils first budget with major spending plans to revive economy and green tech. 3. China resumes food tours to Canada after Xi Jinping. Beijing lifts travel restrictions amid
Welcome
thawing
to
diplomatic
USApulse,
ties. Your global window
4.
to today's most
Ottawa
powerful
rules
headlines.
out using notwithstanding
catastrophic
clause
storms
in
in the
child
Caribbean
pornography
to
sentencing
new tensions
case.
in the Middle East,
Justice
and a
Minister
major
confirms
Trump update.
respect for Supreme Court
Here are
ruling
the
on
top
mandatory
25
minimums.
global and US headlines for
5.
29th of October
NASA celebrates
2025
25
years of continuous human presence in space, marking a milestone
1.
since ISS
Typhoon
launched in
Kalmegi
2000.
devastates the
Astronauts
Philippines.
commemorate
At
scientific
least 5
breakthroughs
people dead
and global
hundreds
cooperation.
stranded
as floods submerge central
6.
regions.
EU
with winds up
reports
to
progress
205
in
kilometers
semiconductor
per
talks
hour.
with China.
2.
Brussels
Rescue
praises
efforts
dialogue
continue
with
in
Nigeria
Nepal amid global
Avalanche
chip
bodies
supply
of 7
tensions.
climbers
7
recovered
protester
from
dies
Himalayas
at ostrich
after
farm
a deadly
demonstration
snow collapse
in British
near
Columbia.
Galagiri.
3. Police confirm one
Ukraine
death
drone
during
strikes
standoff
hit
with
Russian
local
environmental
petrochemical
plant.
activists. Russia accuses Ukraine
8 US
of
Secretary
targeting
of War
industrial
concludes Asia
infrastructure
tour in
focused on
Bashkortostan.
security ties.
4.
Visits
Zora
to Vietnam,
Mamdani
Japan,
leads
and
NYC
South Korea
mayoral race.
highlight push
The
to
progressive
counter
candidate
Chinese
emerges as
influence.
frontrunner.
In a historic
9.
contest,
Canada's
reshaping
reshaping
partnership
US
with
city
China
politics.
faces criticism.
5.
Experts
Donald
warn
Trump's
of hybrid
Treasury
warfare
Secretary
risks to
amid
attend
growing
tariff
cyber
case
espionage
hearing.
concerns.
Supreme Court to debate the administration's
10.
trade
Convicted
policy
child
impact
sex offender
on November
released
5th.
in Winnipeg.
6.
Public outcry follows.
China begins test
Police
production
issue community
of flying
alerts
cars
as offender
A
relocates
major
to
China-based
new
company
residence.
outpaces
11.
Tesla with
BC
prototype
Hydro
aerial
faces
vehicles
scrutiny
entering
over
trial
Site C
phase.
dam cost
7.
overruns.
Executives
North Korea
admit
mourns
former
project budget
ceremonial
mismanagement
head of state
amid
Kim
rising
Jong-nam.
energy demands.
Kim, a key diplomat
12.
since the
Vancouver
1990s,
home sales fall
passes away
14%
at
in
96.
October.
8. Real estate
FDA's
slowdown
top drug
reflects higher
regulator
interest
resigns
rates and
amid
affordability
scandal.
crisis. Dr. George
13.
Tidmarsh quits
Interac
following
expands
federal
payment
payment
platform
ethics
Connect
violations
nationwide.
9.
Canada's
Nigeria's
leading fintech
ethnic
brand
violence
launches
deepens.
broader digital
Analysts
payments
call for
integration.
dialogue.
14.
Experts
OECD
urge reforms
urges Canada
as
to cut
clashes
subsidies to
escalate
dairy
between
industry.
northern and southern groups.
Report calls for reforms
10.
to improve
Trump
market
backs
competition
Cuomo
and trade
threatens
fairness.
to cut funds if
15.
Mamdani wins.
Germany demands
The former
deportation
president
of
re-enters New York's
720,000
political
Syrian
battleground.
asylum seekers.
11. Berlin pushes
Canada
new
rejects
repatriation
surge of
policy
Indian student
amid
permits.
rising anti-immigration
Over 70%
sentiment.
of applications
16.
denied.
Amid
Finance
fraud
Minister
and
says
funding
Canadians
concerns.
will
feel good
12.
about
budget.
ISRO launches
Optimistic
heaviest communication
tone contrasts with
satellite
public
yet.
concern over deficit
India
spending.
makes history with
17.
the largest satellite deployment
Cybersecurity
on a
agents
domestic
charged
rocket.
for ties with Black Cat
13.
hackers.
India's
3
IT
American
industry
officials
at a crossroads.
accused of aiding ransomware
Experts
gang
warn of
in
job
extortion
cuts
schemes.
and global outsourcing
18.
shifts. US declares
14.
Nigeria
Israel
a
returns
country of
45
particular Palestinian
concern.
bodies to Gaza.
Washington signals
Health
possible
Ministry
sanctions
confirms
amid
handover
religious persecution
amid ongoing
reports.
ceasefire negotiations.
19.
15. Trump
Chinese
defends nuclear
researcher
testing
faces
revival,
spy trial in
blames
Quebec
Pakistan,
and
former
China.
Hydro-Quebec employee,
US
accused of
justifies its
espionage
stance as
and
competitors
intellectual
expand
property
weapons
theft.
programs.
2,560
16.
Trump
kilos
leaves
of
door
cocaine
open for Nigeria
seized at
military
Vancouver
operation.
airport.
Hints at possible
Authorities
cooperation
intercept
massive
massive
US
drug
interests
shipment
threatened.
concealed in auto parts.
17.
21.
Manitoba's
Manitoba's
relations
NDP
warm after
Premier
Hasima's exit.
joins leaders in
Envoy
condemning
credits
child
new
porn
government for
sentencing
improved
ruling.
diplomatic tone. Political unity
18.
grows over controversial
Tanzania's
court
new
decision
president
sworn in amid violent protests.
22.
Opposition
Canada
rallies
faces
lead to
painkiller
hundreds of
shortage
arrests
into
into
multiple
2026. Pharmacy
19.
associations warn of
UAE
continued supply
accused
issues
of arming
for
Sudanese
critical
paramilitary
paramilitary forces. Sudanese
23.
ambassador condemns
Yukon
weapon shipments
leader
to
re-elected.
RSF fighters.
Promises majority
20.
stability.
Air
Curry
India
Dixon
crash
pledges
survivor
reforms
appeals
for
in
support.
northern development
Only
and
surviving
healthcare.
passenger
Pleads for government
24.
compensation.
21.
US Defense
Indian
Secretary says
student visa
alliance
rejection
with South Korea
hit
will
record
deter
high in
North
Canada.
Korea. Washington
Rejection
reaffirms
rate
military
surged to
readiness
74%
amid Pyongyang's
sparking
missile
diplomatic
activity. concern. 25.
22 fugitive
Nigeria's religious
violence
challenges extradition
US
in
sanctions
Belgium.
threat.
Wanted
Ongoing
businessman
sectarian
argues
attacks
human
prompt
rights
calls for
violations
humanitarian
in Indian
interventions.
courts. 23. Trump backs new Supreme Court tariff hearing. Could redefine US global trade rules. 24. Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology transfers.
Welcome to USApulse.
US moves to block
global
Nvidia
window
sales
to today's most
China
powerful
amid
headlines.
tech war. From catastrophic
25.
storms in the Caribbean, global
to new
markets
tensions
react
in the Middle
to
East
ongoing
and a
conflicts
major Trump
and
update.
natural disasters.
Here are the top
Oil
25
prices rise
global
as
and
investors
US
weigh
headlines
risks
for
from
29th
Asia
of October
and the Middle East.
2025.
1. Freedom Convoy leader appeals. Mischief conviction in Canada. Tamara Litch challenges her conviction over organising anti-mandate
Welcome to
protests
USApulse,
that gridlocked
your
Ottawa
global
in
window to
2022.
today's most powerful headlines.
2. From
Canada's
catastrophic
new
storms
budget
in the Caribbean
projects
to new
$78
tensions in the
billion
Middle East and a major
deficit.
Trump update.
Finance
Here are
Minister
the
Mark
top
Carney
25
unveils
global
first
and
budget
US
with major
headlines for
spending
29th
plans to
of
revive
October
economy
2025.
and
3. China resumes group tours to Canada.
1.
After Xi
Typhoon
Kalmagi, Beijing
devastates
lifts the
Philippines.
travel restrictions.
At least
amid
5
thawing
people
diplomatic
dead.
ties.
Hundreds
stranded as
4.
floods submerge
Ottawa
central
rules
regions
out
using
with winds up to
notwithstanding clause in
205
child pornography
kilometres per hour.
sentencing case. 2. Justice Minister
Rescue
confirms
efforts
respect
continue
for
in
Supreme
Nepal.
Court ruling on mandatory
Avalanche
minimums.
bodies
of 7 climbers recovered from
5.
Himalayas.
NASA
After
celebrates
celebrates 25 years of continuous human presence in space. Ukraine drone strikes hit Russian petrochemical plant. In 2000, Russia accuses
Astronauts
Ukraine
commemorate
of
scientific
targeting
breakthroughs
industrial
and
infrastructure
global
in
cooperation.
Bashkortostan. 4. 6.
Zora
EU
Mamdani
reports progress
leads
in
NYC
semiconductor
mayoral
talks
race.
with China. The progressive candidate
Brussels
emerges as
praises
front dialogue in a historic
Nexperia
contest
amid
global
reshaping
chip supply
US
tensions.
city politics.
7 protester
5.
dies at ostrich
Donald
farm
Trump's
demonstration
Treasury
in
Secretary
British
to
Columbia.
attend
Tariff case hearing.
Police confirm
Supreme
one
Court
death
to debate
during
the
standoff with
administration's
local
trade
environmental
policy impact
activists.
on November 5th. 8 U.S. Secretary of
China
War
begins
concludes
test
Asia
production
tour focused
of flying
on security
cars.
ties. A major China-based
to Vietnam
company outpaces
Japan and
Tesla
South Korea
with prototype
highlight
aerial
push
vehicles
to counter
entering
Chinese
trial
influence.
phase. 7. 9. Canada's
Korea
strategic
mourns
partnership
former
with
ceremonial
China
head of
faces
state
criticism.
Kim Jong-nam.
Experts warn
Kim,
of hybrid
a key
warfare
diplomat
risks
since the
amid growing
1990s,
cyber espionage
passes away
concerns.
at
96.
8.
10.
FDA's
Convicted
top
child
drug
sex
regulator
offender
resigns
released in
amid
Winnipeg.
scandal.
Public outcry
Dr.
follows.
George Tidmarsh
Police
quits
issue
following
community
federal
alerts
probe
as
into
offender
ethics
relocates to
violations.
new residents. 9. 11.
Nigeria's
BC
ethnic violence
Hydro
deepens.
faces scrutiny over
Analysts
Site
call
C
for
dam
dialogue.
cost overruns. Experts
Executives
urge
admit
admit project
as
budget
clashes
management
escalate
between
amid
northern
rising
and
energy
southern
demands.
groups. 12. Vancouver home
backs
sales
Cuomo.
fall 14%
Threatens to
in
cut funds
October.
if Mamdani
Real
wins.
estate slowdown reflects higher
The former
interest
president
rates and
re-enters
affordability
New York's
crisis. Political battleground. 13.
11.
Interac expands
Canada
payment
rejects
platform
surge of
Connect
Indian
nationwide
student
permits. Canada's
Over
leading
70%
fintech
of
brand launches
applications
broader
denied
digital
amid
payment
fraud
integration
and funding
14.
concerns.
OECD
12.
urges Canada to
ISRO
cut subsidies
launches
to dairy
heaviest
industry.
communication satellite
Report
yet.
calls for reforms
India
to
makes
improve
history
market competition
with the largest
and trade
satellite
deployment on a domestic
15.
rocket. Germany
13.
demands deportation
India's
of
IT
720,000
industry at a crossroads.
Syrian asylum seekers.
Experts warn of job
Berlin
cuts
pushes
and global
new repatriation
outsourcing
policy
shifts.
amid rising
14.
anti-immigration
Israel
sentiment.
returns
45
16.
Palestinian bodies to Gaza.
Finance
Minister says
Health
Canadians
Ministry
will
confirms
feel
handover
good
about
amid
budget.
ongoing ceasefire
Optimistic
negotiations.
tone contrasts
15.
with public
Trump
concern
defends
over
nuclear
deficit
testing
spending.
revival. Blames
17.
Pakistan and
China.
Cybersecurity agents charged
US
for ties
justifies
with
its
Black
stance
Cat as
hackers.
competitors expand weapons
3
programs.
American officials accused
16.
of aiding
Trump
ransomware
leaves door
gang
open
in
for
extortion
Nigeria
schemes.
military operation. 18.
Hints at possible
US
cooperation
declares
if US
Nigeria
interests
a
are threatened.
country of particular
17.
concern. Bangladesh-Pakistan
Washington signals
relations
possible
warm after
sanctions
Hasina's
amid
exit.
religious persecution
Envoy credits
reports.
new government for improved diplomatic
19.
tone. Chinese researcher
18.
faces spy
Tanzania's
trial
new
in Quebec.
president sworn in amid
Former
violent
Hydro-Quebec
protests.
employee,
Accused
opposition
of
rallies lead
espionage
to hundreds
and
of arrests and
intellectual
multiple
property
casualties.
2,560 kilos
UAE
of cocaine
accused of
seized
arming
at Vancouver
Sudanese
Airport.
paramilitary forces.
Authorities intercept
Sudanese
massive
ambassador
drug shipments
condemns
concealed
shipments
into
into
RSF
RSF
fighters.
21.
20.
Manitoba's
Air
NDP
India
Premier
crash survivor
joins
appeals
leaders
for
in
support.
condemning child porn
Only
surviving
sentencing ruling.
passenger pleads for government
Political
compensation.
unity grows
21.
over controversial
Indian student
court
visa
decision.
rejections hit record
22.
high in Canada.
Canada
faces painkiller
rejection
shortage
rate
into
surged to
2026.
74%.
Pharmacy
sparking
associations
diplomatic
warn of continued
concern.
supply issues.
22.
Fugitive
medications.
Mehul Chokshi challenges
23.
extradition in
Yukon
Belgium. Leader re-elected.
Wanted
Promises
businessman
majority
argues
stability.
human rights violations
Curry
in
Dixon
Indian
pledges
courts.
reforms in northern development
23.
and healthcare. Trump backs new
24.
Supreme Court tariff case
US
hearing.
Defense Secretary
Could
says
redefine
alliance
US
with
global
South
trade
Korea
rules will deter North
24.
Korea. Trump
Washington
warns of
reaffirms
sanctions
military
over
readiness
Chinese
amid
chip technology
Pyongyang's
missile
transfers.
activity. US moves to block
25.
Nvidia sales to China.
Nigeria's religious
amid tech
violence
war
deepens
despite
25.
US sanctions threat.
Global markets react
Ongoing
to
sectarian
ongoing
conflicts
conflicts
and
calls
natural
for
humanitarian
disasters.
intervention.
Oil
prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia and the Middle East. Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines.
Welcome to USApulse,
From catastrophic storms
your
in the
global
Caribbean
window
to today's
new
most
tensions
powerful
in the Middle
headlines
East
and a major
From
Trump
catastrophic
update.
storms in the Caribbean
Here are the top
to new
25
tensions in the Middle
global
East
and
a
US
major
headlines
Trump
for
update.
29th of October
Here are the top
2025
25
global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025.
1. Freedom Convoy leader appeals.
Mischief conviction in Canada.
1.
Tamara
Typhoon
Lich
Kalmegi
challenges her
devastates
conviction
the
over
Philippines.
organising
At least
anti-mandate
5
protests
people dead,
that gridlocked
hundreds
Ottawa
stranded
in
as
2022.
floods submerged
central regions. 2. With winds up to
Canada's new
205
budget projects
kilometres per hour.
$78 billion.
2. Rescue
Deficit.
efforts continue in Nepal.
Finance Minister Mark Carney
Avalanche bodies of
unveils
first
first
budget
budget
with
with
major
recovered
spending
from
plans
Himalayas
to revive
after a
economy
deadly
and
snow
green
collapse
collapse near Dhaulagiri.
3.
3. China resumes group
Ukraine
tours
drone
to Canada
strikes hit
after
Russian
petrochemical
meeting.
plant. Beijing
Russia
lifts
accuses
travel
Ukraine
restrictions
of targeting
amid thawing
industrial
infrastructure
infrastructure
in Bashkortostan.
4.
Ottawa rules out using
Zora
notwithstanding
Mamdani
clause in
leads
child
NYC mayoral
pornography
race.
sentencing case.
The Progressive candidate
Justice
emerges
Minister
as
confirms
frontrunner
respect
in a
for
historic
Supreme Court
contest
ruling on
reshaping
mandatory
US
US city politics.
5.
NASA
Donald Trump's
celebrates
Treasury
25
Secretary
years
to
of
attend
continuous
tariff
human
case
presence
hearing.
in space.
Supreme Court
Marking
to debate
a
the
milestone
administration's
since
trade
ISS
policy
launched in
impact
2000.
on November 5th.
Astronauts commemorate
6.
scientific breakthroughs.
China begins
and
test
global
production of
cooperation.
flying cars.
A
6.
major China-based
EU
company
reports
outpaces
progress in
Tesla with
semiconductor
prototype
talks with
aerial
China.
vehicles entering
Brussels
trial
praises
phase. Dialogue
7.
with Nexperia.
North
Amid
Korea
global
mourns
chip supply
former
tensions.
ceremonial head of
7
state
protester
Kim
dies at
Jong-nam.
ostrich farm
Kim, a key
demonstration in
diplomat
British
since the
Columbia.
1990s.
Passes
Police
away
confirm
at
one
96.
death
during standoff
8
with local
FDA's top
environmental
drug
activists.
regulator
resigns amid scandal.
8 US Secretary of
Dr.
War
George
concludes
Tidmarsh
Asia
quits
tour
following
focused
federal
on
security
probe into
ties.
ethics violations.
Visits to Vietnam,
9.
Japan and South
Nigeria's
Korea
ethnic
highlight
violence
push to
deepens.
counter
Analysts
Chinese
call for
influence.
dialogue.
9.
Experts
Canada's
Canada's
strategic partnership with
clashes
China
escalate
faces
between
criticism.
northern and southern
Experts
groups.
warn of hybrid warfare
10.
risks amid
Trump
growing
backs
cyber
Cuomo.
espionage concerns.
Threatens to cut funds if Mamdani
10.
wins.
Convicted child sex offender
former
released
president
in
re-enters
Winnipeg.
New York's
Public
political
outcry
battleground.
follows. Police
11.
issue community
Canada
alerts
rejects
as offender
surge of
relocates
Indian
to new
student
residents.
permits.
11.
Over 70%
BC
of
Hydro
applications
faces
denied
scrutiny over
amid
Site
fraud
C dam
and
cost
funding
overruns.
concerns.
Executives
12.
admit project
ISRO
budget
launches
mismanagement
heaviest
amid
communication
rising energy
satellite
demands.
yet.
12.
India makes history
Vancouver home
with
sales
the largest
fall
satellite
14%
deployment
in
on a
October.
domestic rocket.
Real estate slowdown reflects
13.
higher interest
India's
rates and
IT
affordability
industry at a
crisis.
crossroads.
13. Experts warn of
Interac
job cuts
expands
and global
payment platform
outsourcing
Connect
shifts nationwide. 14.
Canada's
Israel
leading fintech
returns
brand
45
launches broader
Palestinian
digital
bodies to
payment
Gaza.
integration.
14.
Health Ministry confirms
OECD
handover
urges Canada
amid
to cut
ongoing
subsidies to
ceasefire
dairy
negotiations.
15. Trump
Report
defends
calls for
nuclear
reforms
testing
to improve
revival,
market
blames
competition
Pakistan
and trade
fairness. 15.
US justifies its stance
Germany
as
demands
competitors expand
deportation
weapons
of
programs.
720,000 Syrian asylum seekers.
Leaves door open for
Berlin
Nigeria
pushes
military
new
operation.
repatriation
Hints
policy
of possible
amid
cooperation
rising
with US
anti-immigration
interests
sentiment.
16.
Bangladesh
Finance Minister
Pakistan
says
relations
Canadians
warm
will
after
feel
Hasina's
good
exit.
about
Envoy
budget.
credits new government for
Optimistic
improved
tone
diplomatic
contrasts
tone.
with public concern over
18.
deficit spending.
Tanzania's new president
17.
sworn in amid violent
Cybersecurity
protests.
agents charged for
Opposition
ties
rallies
with Black
lead to
Cat
hundreds
hackers.
of arrests and multiple casualties.
3 American officials accused
19.
of aiding ransomware
UAE
gang in
accused of
extortion
arming
schemes.
Sudanese paramilitary
18.
forces.
US
Sudanese
declares
ambassador
Nigeria
condemns
a
weapon
country
shipments to
of
RSF
particular
fighters.
concern.
20.
Washington signals
Air
possible
India
sanctions
crash survivor
amid religious
appeals for
persecution
support.
reports.
Only surviving passenger
19.
pleads for government compensation.
Chinese researcher
21
faces spy
Indian
trial
student
in Quebec.
visa rejections.
Former
hit
Hydro-Quebec
record high
employee
in Canada.
accused of espionage.
Rejection
and
rate
intellectual
surged
property
to
theft.
74%,
2,500
sparking
60
diplomatic
kilos of
concern.
cocaine seized at
22
Vancouver Airport.
fugitive Mehul
Authorities
Chokshi
intercept
challenges
massive
extradition
drug shipment
in Belgium.
concealed in auto parts.
Wanted businessman
21
argues human
Manitoba's
rights violations.
NDP
Premier
Indian
joins
courts.
leaders in condemning child
23
porn sentencing ruling.
Trump
backs new Supreme
Political
Court
unity
tariff
grows
case
over
hearing.
controversial
Could
court
redefine
decision.
US global trade rules.
22
24.
Canada faces painkiller
Trump warns of
shortage
sanctions
into 2026.
over Chinese chip technology
Pharmacy
associations warn of
US
continued
moves
supply
to block
issues
Nvidia
for critical
sales to China
medications.
amid tech war.
23.
25
Yukon leader
Global
re-elected.
markets react
Promises
to ongoing
majority
conflicts
stability.
and natural disasters.
Curry Dixon pledges
Oil
reforms
prices
in northern
rise
development
as investors
and
weigh
healthcare.
risks from Asia and
24.
the Middle East.
US Defense Secretary says alliance with South Korea will deter North Korea. Washington reaffirms military readiness amid Pyongyang missile activity. 25. Nigeria's religious violence
Welcome to
deepens
USApulse,
despite
your
US
global
sanctions
window
threat.
to today's most powerful
Ongoing
headlines.
sectarian attacks
From
prompt
catastrophic
calls for
storms in the
humanitarian
Caribbean
intervention
to new tensions in the Middle East
and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 1.
Welcome to
Typhoon
USApulse,
Kalmagi,
your
devastates
global window
the
to today's
Philippines.
most powerful
At
headlines.
least 5 people dead.
From catastrophic
Hundreds
storms in the
stranded
Caribbean
as floods
to new
submerged
tensions
central
in the Middle
region,
East and a
with
major
winds up
Trump
to
update.
205
Here
kilometers
are the
per
top
hour.
25
2.
global and US
Rescue
headlines
efforts
for
continue
29th
in
of
Nepal.
October 2025.
Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers recovered from the Himalayas after a deadly snow collapse.
1
near
Freedom
Dhaulagiri.
Convoy leader appeals. Mischief
Ukraine
conviction
drone
in
strikes
Canada.
hit Russian petrochemical
Tamara
plants.
Lich challenges her
Russia
conviction
accuses
over
Ukraine
organising
of
anti-mandate
targeting
industrial
protests
infrastructure
that gridlocked
in
Ottawa
Bashkortostan.
in 2022.
4.
Zora Mamdani
Canada's
leads
new
NYC
budget projects
mayoral race.
$78
The
billion
progressive candidate emerges as
deficit.
frontrunner in a historic
Finance
contest.
Minister Mark
Reshaping
Carney unveils
US
first
city
budget
budget
with
with
major
spending
5.
plans to revive
Donald
economy
Trump's
and
Treasury
Green
Secretary
to attend tariff
3.
case hearing.
China resumes
Supreme
group
Court
tours
to debate
to
the
Canada
administration's
after Xi
trade
Carney
policy
meeting.
impact.
Beijing
on November
lifts
5th, travel restrictions
6.
amid
China
thawing
begins
diplomatic
test
ties.
production
of flying
4.
cars. Ottawa
A major
rules out
China-based
using
company
notwithstanding
outpaces
clause in
Tesla
child
with
pornography
prototype
sentencing
aerial
case.
vehicles entering
Justice
trial
Minister
phase.
confirms respect
7.
for Supreme Court ruling
North
on
Korea
mandatory
mourns
minimums.
former
ceremonial head of state
5.
Kim Jong-nam. NASA
Kim,
celebrates
a key
25
diplomat
years
since the
of continuous
1990s,
human presence
passes
in
away
space
at 96.
marking a milestone
8.
since
FDA's
ISS
top
launched
drug
in
regulator
2000.
resigns amid
Astronauts
scandal.
commemorate scientific breakthroughs.
Dr. George
and
Tidmarsh
global
quits
cooperation.
following federal probe into ethics
6.
violations.
EU reports
9.
progress in
Nigeria's
semiconductor
ethnic
talks
violence
with China.
deepens.
Analysts call for dialogue with Nexperia.
Experts urge
amid global
reforms
chip supply
as clashes escalate.
7 protester
Northern
dies
and
at
southern
ostrich
groups.
farm demonstration
10.
in British Columbia.
Trump
Backs Cuomo. Police confirm
Threatens to
one
cut
death
funds
during
if
standoff
Mandani
with
wins.
local environmental activists.
The former president re-enters
8
New
U.S.
York's
Secretary of War
battleground.
concludes Asia
11.
tour focused on
Canada
security
rejects
ties.
surge of Indian
Visits to
student
Vietnam,
permits.
Japan and
Over
South Korea
70% of
highlight
applications
push to
denied
counter Chinese
amid fraud
influence and funding concerns.
9.
Canada's
12.
strategic partnership
ISRO
with China
launches
faces
heaviest
criticism.
communications
Experts
satellite
warn
yet.
of hybrid warfare
India
risks
makes
amid
history
growing cyber
with the largest
espionage
satellite
concerns.
deployment
on a domestic rocket.
10.
Convicted child
13.
sex offender released
India's
in
IT
Winnipeg.
industry at a
Public
crossroads.
outcry follows.
Experts
Police
warn of
issue
job
community
cuts and
alerts
global
as offender
outsourcing
relocates
shifts.
to new residents.
14.
11.
Israel returns
BC Hydro
45
faces
Palestinian
scrutiny over
bodies to
Site
Gaza.
C dam cost overruns.
Health Ministry confirms
Executives
handover
admit project
amid
budget
ongoing
mismanagement
ceasefire
amid
negotiations.
rising energy
15.
demands.
Trump defends nuclear testing
12.
revival.
Vancouver home
blames
sales
Pakistan
fall 14% in October.
US
Real
justifies
estate
its
slowdown
stance as
reflects higher
competitors
interest
expand
rates
weapons
and
programs.
affordability crisis. 16 Trump
13.
leaves door open for
Interact
Nigeria
expands
military
payment
operation.
platform
Hints
Connect
at possible
nationwide.
cooperation if US
Canada's
interests
leading
are threatened.
fintech
brand launches broader
17.
digital payment
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations
14.
warm after
OECD
Hasina's exit.
urges Canada
Envoy
to
cut
credit
subsidies
subsidies
to
to
dairy
dairy improved
industry.
diplomatic tone.
Report calls for
18.
reforms to improve market
Tanzania's new
competition
president sworn
and
in
trade
amid violent
fairness.
protests.
15.
Opposition rallies lead
Germany
to hundreds
demands
of arrests
deportation
and multiple
of
casualties.
720,000
19.
Syrian
asylum seekers.
UAE
accused
Berlin
of arming
pushes
Sudanese
new repatriation
paramilitary
policy
forces amid rising
Sudanese
anti-immigration
ambassador
weapon
condemns
shipments to RSF
16.
fighters. Finance
20.
Minister says Canadians
Air
India
ill,
crash
feel
survivor
good
appeals for
about
support.
budget.
Only surviving
Optimistic
passenger
tone
contrasts
leads
with
with
public
public
concern
concern
over deficit
21
spending. Indian student
17.
visa rejections.
Cybersecurity
Record
agents
high
charged
in
for
Canada.
ties
with black cat
Rejection
rates surged to
3 American officials
accused of
sparking
aiding
diplomatic
ransomware
concern.
gang in extortion schemes.
22 fugitive
18.
Mehul Chokshi
US
challenges
declares Nigeria
extradition
in Belgium. Country of particular
Wanted
concern.
businessman
Argues
Washington
human rights
signals
violations
possible sanctions
in Indian amid
courts.
religious persecution reports.
23.
19.
Trump backs new Supreme
Chinese
Court tariff
researcher
case
faces
hearing.
spy trial
Could
in
redefine
Quebec. US global
Former
trade
Hydro
rules.
Quebec
employee
24.
accused of espionage.
Trump warns
and
of
intellectual
sanctions
property
over
theft.
Chinese chip technology transfers.
2,560 kilos of
US
cocaine
moves to block
seized at
Nvidia
Vancouver
sales to
Airport.
China.
Amid
Authorities
tech
intercept
war.
massive drug
25.
shipment concealed in
Global
autoparts.
markets react to ongoing
21.
conflicts
Manitoba's
and natural
NDP
disasters.
premier
joins
Oil
leaders
prices
in condemning
rise
child
as
porn
investors weigh
sentencing
risks
ruling.
from Asia and
Political
the Middle
unity
East.
grows over controversial court decisions.
22. Canada faces clean pill shortage into 2026. Pharmacy associations warn of continued supply issues for critical medications. Welcome to USApulse, your global
Yukon
window
leader
to today's
re-elected
most powerful
promises
headlines.
majority stability.
From catastrophic storms in the
Curry
Caribbean
pledges
to new
reforms
tensions
in northern
Middle East
development
and a major
healthcare.
Trump update.
24.
Here are the top 25
US Defense
global
Secretary
and
says
US
alliance
headlines
with
for
South
29th
Korea
of October
will deter
2025. Washington reaffirms military readiness amid Pyongyang's missile
1.
activity.
Typhoon Kalmegi
25.
devastates the Philippines.
Nigeria's religious
At least 5
violence
people
deepens
dead, despite
hundreds
US
stranded
sanctions
as
threat.
floods submerge central
Ongoing
regions,
sectarian
with
attacks
winds up to
prompt calls for
205
humanitarian
kilometers per
intervention.
hour.
2. Rescue efforts continue in Nepal. Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers recovered from the Himalayas after a deadly snow collapse near Darjeeling. 3. Ukraine drone strikes hit Russian
Welcome to
petrochemical
USApulse,
plants.
your global
Russia
window
accuses
to today's
Ukraine
most powerful
of targeting
headlines.
industrial
From
infrastructure
catastrophic storms
in
in the
Bashkortostan
Caribbean
to new tensions
4.
in the Middle East
Zora
and a major
Mamdani
Trump
leads
update.
NYC mayoral
Here are
race.
the top 25
The progressive
global
candidate
and
emerges
US
as
headlines
frontrunner
for
in a
29th of
historic
October
contest
2025
reshaping
US
US
city politics. 5. Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary
1. Freedom
to attend
Convoy
tariff
leader
case
appeals.
Mischief
Supreme Court
conviction
to debate
in
the
Canada.
administration's trade policy
Tamara Lich
impact
challenges
on
her
November
conviction
5th.
over organising
6.
anti-mandate
China
protests
begins test
that
production
gridlocked Ottawa
of flying
in 2022.
cars.
A major China-based
2.
company outpaces
Canada's new
Tesla
budget
with
project
prototype
$78
aerial vehicles
billion
entering trial phase.
deficit.
7. Finance Minister Mark Carney unveils ceremonial head of major spending plans to revive economy and green diplomats since the 1990s. Passes
China
away
resumes
at
group
96.
tours to Canada.
8.
After
FDA's
FDA's
top
top
drug
drug
regulator
Beijing
resigns
lifts
amid
travel
scandal
restrictions.
Amid
Dr.
thawing
George
diplomatic
Tidmarsh
ties.
quits
Following federal probe into ethics
Ottawa rules
violations.
out
using notwithstanding
9.
clause in
Nigeria's
child pornography
ethnic violence
sentencing
deepens.
case. Justice Minister
call for
confirms
dialogue.
respect for Supreme
Experts
Court ruling
urge
on
reforms
mandatory minimums
as
clashes escalate between
5.
northern and southern
NASA
groups. celebrates 25
10.
years of
Trump
continuous
backs
human
Cuomo.
presence in space,
Threatens to cut
marking a
funds if
milestone
Mamdani
since
wins.
ISS launched in 2000.
The former president
Astronauts
re-enters New
commemorate
York's
scientific
political
battleground
battleground
and global
11.
cooperation.
Canada rejects surge
6.
of Indian student
EU
permits.
reports progress in
Over
semiconductor
70% of
talks with
applications
China.
denied.
Brussels
amid fraud
praises
and
dialogue
funding
with
concerns.
Nexperia amid global
12.
chip supply
ISRO
tensions.
launches 7
Heaviest
protest communication
died at
satellite
ostrich farm
yet.
demonstration
India
in British
makes
Columbia,
history.
with the largest
Police
satellite
confirm
deployment
one death
on a
during a
domestic
standoff
rocket with local environmental
13.
activists.
India's IT industry
US
at a
Secretary
crossroads.
of War concludes
Experts
Asia
warn
tour
of job
focused
cuts
on
and
security
global
ties.
outsourcing shifts.
Visits to Vietnam,
14.
Japan and
Israel
South Korea
returns
highlight
45
push to
Palestinian
counter
bodies
Chinese
to Gaza.
influence. Health Ministry
9.
confirms
Canada's
handover
strategic
amid
partnership with
ongoing
China
ceasefire
faces criticism.
negotiations.
15.
Experts
Trump
warn of
defends
hybrid
nuclear
warfare
testing
risks
revival.
amid growing
Blames
cyber
Pakistan
espionage
and
concerns.
China.
US
10.
justifies
Convicted
its stance
child
as
sex
competitors
offender
expand
released
weapons
in Winnipeg.
programs. Public outcry
16.
follows. Leaves door
Police
open
issue
for Nigeria
community
military
alerts as
operation.
offender relocates
Hints at possible
to new
cooperation
residence.
if US interests
11.
are threatened. BC Hydro faces
17.
scrutiny over Site C dam
Bangladesh-Pakistan
cost
relations
overruns.
warm after Hasina's
Executives
exit.
admit
Envoy
project budget
credits new
mismanagement
government
for improved
amid
rising
diplomatic
energy
tone.
demands. 18.
12.
Tanzania's
Vancouver
new
home
president
sales
sworn
fall
in amid
14%
violent
in
protests.
October.
Opposition
estate
rallies lead to
slowdown
hundreds
reflects
of
higher
arrests and
interest
multiple
rates and
casualties.
affordability crisis.
19. 13. UAE
Interact
accused of arming
expands
Sudanese
payment platform
paramilitary
Connect
forces
nationwide.
Sudanese ambassador
Canada's
condemns
leading
weapons
fintech
shipments
brand
to launches
RSF
broader
fighters.
digital payment
20.
integration.
14.
Air India crash
OECD
survivor
urges
appeals for
Canada to
support.
cut subsidies
Only
to dairy
surviving
industry.
passenger pleads for government
Report calls for
compensation.
reforms
21
to improve
Indian
market
student
competition
visa rejections
and trade fairness.
hit record high
15.
in Canada. Germany
Rejection
demands
rate
deportation
surged
of
to
720,000 Syrian
sparking
diplomatic
diplomatic
concern. Berlin pushes
22
new repatriation
fugitive
Mehul
policy
Chokshi amid rising
challenges
anti-immigration
extradition
in
sentiment.
Belgium. 16. Wanted businessman
Finance
argues
Minister
human
says
rights
Canadians
violations
will
in Indian
feel good
courts about budget. 23. Optimistic tone
Trump
contrasts
backs
with
new
public
Supreme
concern
Court
over
tariff
deficit
case
spending.
hearing.
Could redefine
17.
US global trade
Cybersecurity
rules. Agents charged
24.
for ties with black
Trump
cat
warns
hackers.
of sanctions
over
Three
Chinese
American
chip
officials
technology
accused of
transfers.
aiding ransomware
US
gang
moves
in
to block
extortion
Nvidia
schemes.
sales to China
18.
amid tech war.
US declares Nigeria
25. Country
global
of particular
markets
concern
react
to ongoing conflicts
Washington
and
signals
natural
possible
disasters
sanctions
amid
Oil
religious
prices
persecution
rise
reports as investors weigh risks from
19.
Asia and the Middle
Chinese
East.
researcher
faces spy trial in Quebec. Former hydro Quebec employees accused of espionage and intellectual property theft. 2,560 kilos of cocaine seized at Vancouver Airport. Authorities
Welcome to
intercept massive
USApulse,
drug shipment
your global
concealed
window
in
to
today's
autoparts.
most powerful headlines. 21 Manitoba's
catastrophic storms in the
Caribbean joins
to new
leaders in
tensions in the
condemning
Middle East
child
and a
porn
major
sentencing
Trump
ruling.
update.
Here
Political
are the
unity
top
grows
25
over
global
controversial
and
court
US
decision.
headlines for 29th of October
22.
2025.
Canada
faces painkiller shortage into 2026. Pharmacy associations warn of
Typhoon
continued
Kalmegi
supply issues
devastates
for critical
the Philippines.
medications. At least 5 people
23.
dead. Hundreds
Yukon
stranded
leader
as floods
re-elected.
submerge central
Promises
regions
majority
with winds up to
stability.
205
Curry Dixon
kilometers
pledges
per hour.
reforms
in northern
2.
development and rescue
healthcare.
efforts continue in Nepal.
24.
Avalanche
US
bodies
Defense
of Secretary
Secretary
says
says
alliance
recovered
with
from
South
Himalayas
Korea
will
after
deter
a deadly
North
snow
Korea.
collapse near Dhaulagiri.
Washington
reaffirms
3.
military readiness.
Ukraine
amid
drone
Pyongyang's
strikes hit
missile
Russian
activity. petrochemical plant.
25.
Russia accuses Ukraine
Nigeria's
of
religious
targeting
violence
industrial
deepens
infrastructure
despite
US
US
sanctions
threat.
4. Ongoing sectarian
Zora
attacks
Mamdani
prompt calls
leads
for
NYC
humanitarian
mayoral
intervention.
race.
The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner in a historic contest reshaping US the administration's
Welcome to
trade policy
USApulse,
impact
your
on
global
November
window
5th.
to today's most powerful headlines.
China begins
From
test
catastrophic
production
storms in the
of
Caribbean
flying cars
to new tensions
a
in the
major
Middle East,
China-based
and a major
company
Trump
outpaces
update.
Tesla with
Here are
prototype
the top
aerial
25
vehicles
global
entering trial
and US
phase.
headlines for
7.
29th of October
North Korea mourns
2025.
former ceremonial head of state Kim Jong-nam. Kim, a key diplomat
One
since
Freedom
the
Convoy
1990s,
leader appeals
passes away
mischief
at
conviction
96.
in Canada.
8.
FDA's top
Tamara
drug
Lich
regulator
challenges her
resigns
conviction
amid
over
scandal.
organising anti-mandate
Dr.
protests
George
that
Tidmarsh
gridlocked
quits
following
onto work in
federal probe
2022.
into ethics violations.
2.
Canada's
9.
new budget
Nigeria's
project
ethnic violence
$78
deepens.
billion
Analysts call
deficit.
for dialogue.
Ex-Finance
Experts
Minister
urge
Mark
reforms
Carney unveils
as
clashes
budget
escalate
major
between
spending
northern
plans
and
to
southern
revive
groups.
economy
and green tech.
10.
Trump backs
3.
Cuomo. China
Threatens
resumes
to
group
cut
talks
funds
if
if
Madani
Madani
after
wins.
Xi-Carney meeting. The
Beijing
former president
lifts
re-enters
travel
New York's
restrictions
political
amid
battleground.
thawing diplomatic ties.
11. Canada
4.
rejects surge
Ottawa
of
rules
Indian
out
student
using
permit.
notwithstanding clause in
Over
child
70%
pornography
of applications
sentencing case.
denied. Justice
Amid
Minister
fraud
confirms
and
respect
funding
for
concerns.
Supreme Court ruling on
12.
mandatory minimums. ISRO launches heaviest
5.
communication satellite
NASA
yet. Celebrates 25
India
years
makes
of
history
continuous
with
human
the largest
presence in
satellite
space,
deployment
marking
on a
a
domestic
milestone
rocket.
since ISS launched
13.
in 2000.
India's
IT
astronauts
industry
commemorate
at a
scientific
crossroads.
breakthroughs.
Experts
and global
warn of job
cooperation.
cuts and global outsourcing
6.
shifts. EU reports
14.
progress in
Israel
semiconductor
returns
talks
45
with China. Palestinian bodies
Brussels
to Gaza.
praises
Dialogue with
Health Ministry
Nexperia.
confirms
amid
handover
global chip supply
amid
tensions.
ongoing ceasefire
7 protester
negotiations.
dies at
15
ostrich
Trump
farm
defends
demonstration
nuclear testing
in British
revival.
Columbia. Blames Pakistan. Police
and
confirm
China.
1 death during standoff.
US
with
justifies
local
its
environmental
stance as
competitors
activists.
expand weapons programs.
8 US Secretary
16
of War
Trump
concludes
leaves Asia
Asia
tour
tour
for
focused
Nigeria
on
military
security
operations.
ties.
Hints at possible
Visits to
cooperation
Vietnam
if
Japan
US
and
interests
South
are
Korea
threatened. Highlight push
17.
to counter Chinese
Bangladesh-Pakistan
relations warm
9.
after Hasina's
Canada's
exit.
strategic
Envoy
partnership
credits
with China
China
faces
faces
criticism.
diplomatic tone.
Experts warn of hybrid warfare
18.
risks amid
Tanzania's
growing
new
cyber
president sworn
espionage
in amid
concerns.
violent protests.
10.
Opposition rallies
Convicted
lead to
child
hundreds
sex
of arrests
offender
and
released
multiple
in Winnipeg.
casualties. Public outcry
19.
follows. UAE
Police issue
accused of
community
arming
alerts
Sudanese
as
offender
paramilitary
relocates
forces.
to new residents.
Sudanese ambassador
11.
condemns weapon
BC
shipments to
Hydro
RSF
faces
fighters.
scrutiny over Site C
20.
dam cost overruns.
Air India crash
Executives
survivor
admit
appeals for
project
support.
budget mismanagement
Only surviving
amid
passenger
rising
pleads
energy
for
government
demands.
compensation.
21 Indian
Vancouver
student
home
sales
visa
fall
rejections
14%
hit
in
record
October.
high in Canada.
Real
estate slowdown reflects
Rejection
higher
rate
interest
surged
rates
to
and affordability
74%,
crisis, sparking diplomatic
13.
concern. Interac expands
22
payment platform
fugitive
Connect
Mehul Choksi
nationwide. Challenges extradition.
Canada's leading
in
fintech
Belgium.
brand
launches broader
Wanted
digital
businessman
payment
argues
integration.
human rights
14
violations.
OECD
courts.
urges Canada to cut subsidies
23.
to dairy industry. Trump backs new
Supreme
Supreme
Court
Court
calls for
tariff
reforms
case
to
hearing.
improve market
Could
competition
redefine US
and
global
trade
trade
fairness.
rules. 15.
24.
Germany
Trump warns
demands
of sanctions
deportation
over
of
Chinese
720,000
technology
Syrian
transfers.
asylum seekers.
US moves to
Berlin
block
pushes
Nvidia
new
sales to
repatriation
China
policy
amid
amid
war.
rising anti-immigration
25.
sentiment. Global markets
16.
react to ongoing
Finance
conflict
Minister
and
says
natural
Canadians
disasters.
will feel good
Oil
about
prices
budget.
rise as investors weigh
Optimistic
risks
tone
from
contrasts
Asia
with
and
public
the Middle
concern
East
over
deficit spending. 17. Cybersecurity alarms charged for cars with black hat covers. 3 American officials accused of aiding ransomware gangs in extortion schemes. 18.
Welcome
US
to
declares
USApulse,
Nigeria
your global
country
window to
of
today's
particular
most powerful
concern.
headlines.
Washington
catastrophic
signals
storms
possible
in the
sanctions
Caribbean
amid
to new
religious
tensions in the
persecution
Middle East
reports and a major Trump update.
19.
Here
Chinese
are the top
researcher
25
faces
global
spy
and
trial in
US
Quebec.
headlines for
Former
29th of October
Hydro-Quebec
2025, accused of
employee.
espionage and intellectual property theft. 2,560 kilos
Typhoon
of cocaine
Kalmagi
devastates the Philippines. Authorities intercept massive drug shipments stranded as floods submerge central regions. 21
winds up to
Manitoba's
205
Premier
kilometres per
joins
hour.
leaders in condemning
2.
child porn
Rescue
sentencing
efforts
ruling. Continue in Nepal. Political unity
Avalanche
grows over
bodies of
controversial
7
court
climbers
decision recovered from the Himalayas. After a
22.
deadly snow collapse
Canada
amid
faces
down
painkiller
Iberia.
shortage
3.
into 2026.
Ukraine drone
Pharmacy
strikes hit
Associations
Russians
warn of
petrochemical
continued
plant.
supply issues.
Russia
with
accuses
critical
Ukraine
medications.
of targeting industrial
23.
infrastructure in
Yukon
Bashkortostan.
leader
re-elected. 4. Promises majority
Zora Mamdani
stability.
leads NYC
Curry-Dixon
mayoral
pledges
race.
reforms
The
in
progressive
northern development
candidate
emerges
and
as
healthcare.
frontrunner in a historic
24.
contest reshaping
US Defense
city
Secretary
politics.
says
Alliance with
5.
South Korea will
Donald
deter
Trump's Treasury
North Korea
Secretary
to attend
Washington
tariff
reaffirms
case hearing.
military readiness
Supreme Court
amid
to debate the
Pyongyang's
administration's
missile activity.
trade policy impact on
25.
November 5th. Nigeria's
6.
religious violence
China
deepens
begins test
despite
production
US
of
sanctions
flying
threat.
cars.
A
Ongoing
major
sectarian
China-based
attacks
company
prompt
outpaces
calls for
Tesla
humanitarian
with prototype
intervention.
aerial vehicles entering trial phase. 7. North Korea mourns former ceremonial host Kim Jong-nam. Kim, a key diplomat since the 1990s, passes away at 96. 8.
Welcome to
FDA's top
USApulse,
drug regulator
your global
resigns
window to
amid
today's
scandal.
most powerful headlines.
Dr. George
From
Tidmarsh
catastrophic
quits
storms
following
in the
federal
Caribbean
probe
to
into
new
ethics
tensions in the
violations
Middle East
and a major Trump
9.
update. Nigeria's
Here
ethnic
are the
violence
top
deepens.
25 global
Analysts
and
call
US
for dialogue.
headlines for 29th of
Experts
October
urge
2025
as clashes escalate between northern and southern groups. 10.
Freedom
Trump
Convoy
backs
leader
Cuomo.
appeals,
Threatens
threatens
to
to
cut
cut
funds
funds
if
in Canada.
Mamdani wins. Tamara Litch challenges
former
her
president
conviction
re-enters
over organising
New York's
anti-mandate
political battleground
protests that gridlocked
11.
Ottawa in
Canada
2022.
rejects
surge of Indian student permits. Canada's new budget
Over 70%
projects
of applications
$78 billion
denied
amid fraud
deficit.
and funding concerns. Finance Minister Mark
12.
Carney unveils
ISRO
first
launches
budget with major
heaviest
spending
communication
plans to revive
satellite
economy
yet.
and green tech.
India makes history.
3. With the largest
China
satellite
resumes
deployment
group
on a
tours to
domestic
Canada
rocket after Xi-Carney meeting. 13. Beijing
India's
lifts
IT
travel
industry at a
restrictions
crossroads.
amid thawing diplomatic
Experts
ties.
warn
of job cuts and global outsourcing. Ottawa
shifts.
rules out using notwithstanding
14.
clause in
Israel
child
returns
pornography
45
sentencing case. Palestinian bodies
Justice
to
Minister
Gaza. Confirms respect.
Health
for
Ministry
Supreme Court
confirms
ruling on
handover
mandatory minimums amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
15.
NASA
Trump
celebrates
defends
nuclear
25
testing
years
revival,
of continuous
blames
human
Pakistan
presence in space.
and China, marking a milestone
US
since
justifies its
ISS
stance
launched
as
in
competitors
2000.
expand weapons
Astronauts
programs.
commemorate scientific
16.
breakthroughs.
Trump
Leaves
and
door
global
open for
cooperation.
Nigeria military operation. 6. Hints at possible
EU
cooperation
reports
if
progress
US interests
in
in
semiconductor
semiconductor talks with China. 17. Brussels
Bangladesh-Pakistan
relations
with
warm
Xperia
after Hasina's
amid
exit.
global chip supply
Envoy
tensions.
credits new government
7.
for improved
protester
diplomatic
dies at
tone.
ostrich farm demonstration
18.
in British Columbia.
Tanzania's new president sworn in
Police
amid
confirm
violent
one death
protests.
during standoff
Opposition
with local
rallies lead to
environmental
hundreds of
activists.
arrests and multiple casualties.
8. US Secretary
19.
of War concludes
UAE
Asia tour
accused of
focused
arming
on
security
Sudanese ties.
paramilitary forces.
Visits to Vietnam,
Sudanese
Japan
ambassador
and South
condemns
Korea
weapon shipments to
highlight
RSF
push to
fighters.
counter Chinese influence.
20. Air India
9.
crash
Canada's
survivor
strategic
appeals for
partnership
support.
with China
Only
faces
surviving
criticism.
passenger pleads
Experts
for
warn
government
of hybrid
compensation.
warfare
21
risks amid
Indian
growing
student
cyber
visa
espionage
rejections
concerns.
hit record high in
10.
Canada. Convicted child sex
Rejection
offender
rate
released
surged
in
to
Winnipeg.
74%.
Public outcry
Sparking
follows.
diplomatic concern.
Police issue community alerts
22
as offender
fugitive Mehul
relocates to new
Chokshi
residence.
challenges extradition
11 in Belgium.
BC
Hydro faces
Wanted
scrutiny
businessman
over site
argues
dam
human
cost
rights
overruns.
violations in Indian
Executives
courts.
admit project budget
23
mismanagement amid rising
Trump backs
energy
new
demands.
Supreme Court tariff case
12
hearing.
Vancouver
Could
home
redefine
sales
US
fall
global trade
14%
rules.
in October.
24
Real estate slowdown
Trump
reflects
warns of
higher
sanctions
interest rates
over
and
Chinese
affordability
chip
crisis.
technology
transfers. 13
US moves to
Interac
block
expands
Nvidia
payment
sales to
platform
China
Connect
amid
nationwide.
tech war.
Canada's
25
leading fintech brand
Global
launches
markets
broader
react
digital
to
payment
ongoing conflicts
integration.
and natural
14
disasters.
OECD urges
Oil
Canada
prices
to
rise
cut
as
subsidies
investors
to dairy
weigh
industry.
risks from Asia and
Report
the Middle
calls
East.
for reforms to improve market competition and trade fairness. 15. Germany demands deportation of 720,000 Syrian asylum seekers. Berlin pushes new repatriation policy.
Welcome
amid
to
rising
USApulse,
anti-immigration
your
sentiment.
global window to today's most
16.
powerful headlines.
Finance Minister says
catastrophic
Canadians
storms in
will
the Caribbean
feel good
to new
about
tensions in the
budget.
Middle East and a major
Optimistic
Trump
tone
update.
contrasts with public
Here
concern
are the
over
top
deficit
25
spending.
global and US
17.
headlines for 29th of
Cybersecurity
October
agents
2025
charged for ties with black cat hackers. 3 American officials accused of
1.
aiding ransomware
Typhoon
gang in
Kalmagi
extortion
devastates
schemes.
the Philippines.
18.
At least 5
US
people
declares
dead.
Nigeria
Hundreds
a
stranded
country
as
of
floods
particular
submerge
concern.
central regions, with winds up to
Washington signals
205
possible sanctions
kilometers
amid
per hour.
religious persecution
2.
reports.
Rescue efforts
19.
continue in Nepal.
Chinese researcher
Avalanche
faces
bodies of
spy
7
trial in
climbers
Quebec.
recovered from the
Former
Himalayas
Hydro-Quebec
after a deadly
employee
snow
accused of
collapse near
espionage
Dalnagiri.
and intellectual
3.
property theft.
Ukraine drone
25
strikes hit
60
Russian
kilos of
petrochemical
cocaine
plant seized
Russia
at Vancouver
accuses
Airport.
Ukraine of targeting
Authorities intercept
industrial
massive
infrastructure
drug shipment
in
concealed in
auto parts.
4.
21
Zora
Manitoba's
leads
NYC
NDP
premier
mayoral race.
joins leaders in
The progressive
condemning
candidate
child
emerges
porn
as
sentencing
front-runner.
ruling in a historic
Political
contest
unity
reshaping
grows over
US
controversial
city
court
politics.
decision.
5. Donald
22.
Trump's Treasury Secretary
Canada faces
to attend
10 killer
tariff
shortage
case
into
into
2026.
Supreme Court to debate the
Pharmacy
administration's
associations
trade
warn of
policy
continued
impact
supply issues
on November
for
5th.
critical medications.
6. China begins
23.
test production
Yukon
of flying
leader
cars.
re-elected.
A major
Promises
China-based
majority
company
stability.
outpaces Tesla
Curry
with
Dixon
prototype
pledges
aerial
reforms in
vehicles
northern
entering
development
trial
and
phase.
healthcare.
7.
24.
North Korea mourns
US
former
Defense Secretary
ceremonial
says
head of
alliance
state
with
Kim
South
Jong-nam
Korea
will deter
Kim,
a
North
key
Korea.
diplomat since the 1990s.
Washington reaffirms
passes
military
away
readiness
at 96.
amid Pyongyang's
8.
missile
FDA's
activity.
top drug regulator
25.
resigns amid scandal.
Nigeria's religious violence
Dr. George
deepens
Tidmarsh
despite
quits
US
following
sanctions
federal
threat.
probe into ethics
Ongoing
violations.
sectarian attacks prompt
9.
calls for
Nigeria's
humanitarian
ethnic
intervention.
violence deepens.
Analysts call for dialogue.
Experts urge reform as clashes escalate between northern and southern groups. 10. Trump backs Cuomo. Threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins.
Welcome to USA Pulse.
The
your
former
global
president
window to
re-enters
today's
New
most
York's
powerful
political
headlines.
battleground.
From catastrophic
11.
storms in the Caribbean
Canada rejects
to new
surge
tensions
of
in the Middle
Indian
East
student
and a major
permits.
Trump update. Over 70%
Here are
of
the top
applications
25
denied
global
amid
and US
fraud
headlines
and
for
funding
29th of
concerns.
October
12.
2025.
ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite yet. India
One
makes
Freedom
history
Convoy leader
with the largest
appeals
satellite
mischief
deployment
conviction
on a domestic
in Canada.
rocket.
Tamara
13.
Litch challenges
India's
her conviction
IT
over organising
industry
anti-mandate
crossroads.
protests.
Experts
that
warn of
gridlock
job
Ottawa
cuts in
and
2022.
global outsourcing shifts.
2. 14.
Canada's new budget
Israel
projects
returns
$75
$48
billion
billion
bodies to Gaza.
deficit.
Health Ministry
Finance
confirms
Minister Mark
handover
Carney
amid
unveils
ongoing
first budget
ceasefire
with major
negotiations.
spending plans to
15
revive
Trump
economy
defends
and
nuclear
green tech.
testing revival. Blames
3.
Pakistan.
China
and
resumes group tours to Canada.
US
after
justifies
Xi
its
Carney
stance as
meeting.
competitors
Beijing
expand
lifts
weapons programs.
travel restrictions.
16
amid thawing
Trump
diplomatic
leaves door
ties.
open for Nigeria military
4.
operation.
Ottawa
Hints
rules
at
out
possible
using
cooperation
notwithstanding
if US
clause
interests
in child
are threatened.
pornography sentencing case.
17. Justice
Bangladesh
Minister confirms
Pakistan
relations
respect
with
warm
Supreme
after
Court
Hasina's
ruling on
exit.
mandatory minimums.
Envoy credits new government for improved
5.
diplomatic tone.
NASA celebrates
18.
25 years
Tanzania's
of continuous
new
human
president
presence
sworn
in
in
amid
space,
violent protests,
marking a milestone
Opposition
since
rallies
ISS
lead to
launched
hundreds
into
of
arrests
arrests
and
multiple
Astronauts
casualties.
commemorate scientific
19.
breakthroughs and
UAE
global
accused of
cooperation.
arming Sudanese paramilitary
6.
forces.
EU
Sudanese
reports
ambassador
progress
condemns
condemns
semiconductor
weapon
talks
shipments to
with
RSF
China
fighters.
Brussels praises
20.
dialogue with
Air
Nexperia
India crash
amid
survivor
global
appeals
chip
for
supply
support.
tensions.
Only
7
surviving
protester
passenger
dies
pleads
at
for
ostrich
government
farm
compensation.
demonstration
21
in British Columbia.
Indian student visa rejection.
Police confirm
Hit
one
record
death during
high in
standoff with
Canada.
local environmental
Rejection
activists.
rates surged to 74%.
8 US Secretary of War
diplomatic
concludes Asia
concern.
tour focused on
22
security ties.
fugitive Mehul Chokshi
Visits to Vietnam,
challenges
Japan
extradition
and South
in
Korea
Belgium.
highlight push
Wanted
to counter
businessman
Chinese
argues
influence.
human rights violations
9.
in Indian
Canada's
courts.
strategic partnership with China
23.
faces criticism.
Trump backs
Experts
new
warn
Supreme
of
Court
hybrid
tariff
warfare
case
risks
hearing
amid
could
growing
redefine
cyber
US
espionage
global trade
concerns.
rules.
24.
10.
Convicted
Trump
child
warns
sex
of
offender
sanctions
released
over
in
Chinese
Winnipeg.
chip
Public
technology
outcry
transfers.
follows.
US
Police
moves
moves
to
to
block
community
Nvidia
alerts
sales
as
to
vendor
China
relocates
amid
to new
tech
residents.
wars.
25. BC Hydro
Global markets
faces
react
scrutiny
to
over
ongoing
Site C dam
conflicts
cost
and natural
overruns.
disasters.
Executives
Oil
admit
prices
project
rise
budget
as
mismanagement
investors weigh
amid
risks
rising
from
Asia
energy
and
demands.
the Middle East. 12. Vancouver home sales fall 14% in October. Real estate slowdown reflects lower interest rates and affordability crisis. 13. expands payment platform Connect nationwide.
Welcome to USApulse,
Canada's leading
global
fintech
window
brand
to today's most
broader
powerful
digital
headlines.
payment integration.
From catastrophic
14
storms in the
OECD
Caribbean
urges
to new
Canada
tensions in
to
the
cut
Middle East
subsidies
and
to
a major
dairy
Trump
industry.
update.
Here
Report
are the
calls
top
for reforms
25
to improve
global
market
and US
competition
headlines
and
for
trade
29th of
fairness.
October 2025.
Germany demands deportation of 720,000 Syrian asylum seekers.
Typhoon Kalmagi
Berlin
devastates
pushes new
the Philippines.
repatriation policy.
At least 5
amid
people
rising
dead.
anti-immigration
Hundreds
sentiment.
stranded as floods submerged
6
in.
central regions.
Finance
Winds
Minister
up to
says
205
Canadians will
kilometers
feel
per
good
hour.
about budget.
2.
Rescue
Optimistic
efforts
tone
continue
contrasts
in
with
Nepal.
public concern over deficit
Avalanche
spending.
bodies of 7 climbers
17.
recovered from the Himalayas.
Cybersecurity
after
agents
a deadly
charged
snow
for
collapse
ties with
Black
Black
Cat
Cat
hackers.
3.
3 American
Ukraine
officials
drone strikes
accused
hit
of
Russian
aiding
ransomware
petrochemical
gang
plant
in extortion
Russia
schemes.
accuses Ukraine
18.
of targeting
US
industrial
declares Nigeria
infrastructure
a
in Bashkortostan.
country of particular
4.
concern.
Zora Mamdani
Washington signals
leads
possible
NYC
sanctions
mayoral
amid
race.
religious
The
persecution
progressive candidate
reports.
emerges as frontrunner
19.
in a historic contest.
Chinese researcher
reshaping
faces
US
spy
city
trial
politics.
in Quebec.
5.
Former Hydro-Quebec
Donald Trump's
employee
Treasury
accused of
Secretary to attend
espionage
tariff
and
case
intellectual
hearing.
property theft.
Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade
kilos of
policy
cocaine
impact on
seized
November
at
5th.
Vancouver Airport.
6.
Authorities
China
intercept
begins
massive
test
drug
production
shipment
of
concealed
flying
in
cars.
auto parts.
A major China-based
21.
company
Manitoba's
outpaces
NDP
Tesla
premier
prototype
joins
aerial
leaders in
vehicles
condemning
entering
child
trial
porn
phase.
sentencing ruling.
7. Political
North
unity
Korea
grows
mourns
over
former
controversial
ceremonial
court
head of
decision.
state
Kim Jong-nam.
22.
Kim, a key diplomat
Canada
since
faces
the
painkiller
1990s,
shortage into
passes away
2026.
at 96.
Pharmacy
8.
associations
FDA's
warn of
top
continued
drug
supply
regulator
issues
resigns
for critical
amid
medications.
scandal. Dr. George
23.
Titmarsh quits following
Yukon
federal
leader
probe into
re-elected.
ethics
Promises
violations.
majority stability.
9. Nigeria's
Dixon
ethnic
pledges
violence
reforms
deepens.
in northern development
Analysts
and
call for
healthcare.
dialogue. Experts
24.
urge reforms.
US Defense
as clashes
Secretary says
escalate
alliance
between
with
Northern
South
Korea
and Southern
will
groups.
deter North Korea.
10. Trump
Washington
backs
reaffirms
Cuomo,
military
threatens
readiness
to cut
amid
funds if
Pyongyang's
Mamdani
missile
wins.
activity. The former
25.
president re-enters
Nigeria's
Nigeria's political
political
violence
battleground.
deepens despite
11.
US sanctions.
Canada
threat.
rejects surge of
Ongoing
Indian
sectarian
student
attacks
permits.
prompt calls for
Over
humanitarian
70% of
intervention.
applications
denied amid fraud and funding concerns. 12. ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite yet. India makes history with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic rocket.
Welcome to USApulse,
13.
your global
India's
window
IT
to today's
industry
most
at a
powerful
crossroads.
headlines. From
Experts warn
catastrophic
of
storms
job
in the
cuts
Caribbean
and global
to new
outsourcing
tensions in the
shifts.
Middle East and a major Trump
14.
update.
Israel
Here
returns
are the top 25
Palestinian
global
bodies
and
to
US
Gaza.
headlines for
Health
29th of
Ministry
October
confirms handover
2025.
amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. 15. Trump defends nuclear testing
One
revival.
Freedom Convoy
blames
leader
Pakistan
appeals
and China.
mischief conviction in Canada.
US justifies its stance
Tamara
as
Lich
competitors
challenges
expand
her
conviction
weapons
over
programs.
organising anti-mandate
16.
protests.
Trump
Leaves
that
door
gridlocked
open to
Ottawa
Nigeria
in
military
2022.
operation. Hints at possible
2.
cooperation. if
Canada's
US
new
interests
budget
are threatened.
projects $78
$17
billion.
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after
Finance
Hasina's
Minister Mark
exit.
Carney
Envoy
unveils
credits
first
new
budget
government
with
for
major
improved
spending
diplomatic
plans
to
to
revive economy and green
18.
tech. Tanzania's new
3.
president sworn in
China
amid
resumes
violent
group
protests
tours to Canada.
Opposition
after
rallies
Carney
lead to
meeting.
hundreds of arrests
Beijing
and multiple
lifts
casualties.
travel restrictions.
19.
Amid thawing diplomatic
UAE
ties.
accused of arming Sudanese
4.
paramilitary
Ottawa rules
forces.
out using
Sudanese
notwithstanding
ambassador
clause in
condemns
child
pornography
pornography
sentencing
sentencing
cases. Justice Minister
20.
confirms respect
Air
for Supreme
India
Court
crash
ruling on
survivor
mandatory
appeals for
minimums.
support.
Only surviving passenger
5.
pleads for government
NASA celebrates
compensation.
25
years
Indian
of continuous
student
human
visa
presence
rejection
in space,
hit record
marking a
high
milestone
in Canada.
since ISS launched
Rejection
in 2000.
rates surged to
Astronauts
74%,
commemorate scientific
sparking
breakthroughs
diplomatic
and
concern.
global cooperation. 22 fugitive
6.
Mehul Chokshi
EU
challenges
reports progress
extradition
in semiconductor
Belgium.
talks with China.
Wanted businessman
Brussels
argues
praises
human
dialogue
rights
with
violations
Liberia
in India
amid
global
courts.
chip supply tensions.
23.
7 protester
Trump
dies
backs
at Ostrich
new
Supreme
farm
Court
demonstration
tariff
case
in British
hearing.
Columbia could redefine US global
Police
trade
confirm
rules.
1
death during standoff
24.
with local environmental
Trump warns
activists.
of sanctions
over Chinese
8
chip
US
technology
Secretary of
transfers.
War
concludes
US
Asia tour
moves to block
focused on
Nvidia
security
sales to
ties.
China
amid
visits
tech
to
war.
Vietnam, Japan and
25.
South Korea highlight
Global markets
push to
react
counter
to
Chinese
ongoing
influence.
conflicts and natural disasters.
9. Canada's
Oil
strategic
prices
partnership
rise
with
as
China
investors
faces
weigh
criticism.
risks from Asia
Experts
and
warn
the
of
Middle
hybrid
East.
warfare risks amid growing cyber espionage concerns. 10. Convicted child sex offender released in Winnipeg. Public outcry follows. Police issue community alerts as offender relocates to new
Welcome
residence.
to USA Pulse.
11.
Your global
BC
window to
Hydro
today's most
faces
powerful
scrutiny
headlines.
over Site C dam
From catastrophic
cost
storms
overruns
in the Caribbean
executives
to new
admit
tensions
project
in the Middle
budget
East
mismanagement
and a major Trump
amid
update.
rising energy demands.
Here are the top 25
12.
global
Vancouver
and
home
US
sales
headlines
fall
for 29th of
14% in
October
October.
2025.
Real estate slowdown reflects higher interest rates and affordability crisis.
1.
13.
Typhoon Kalmegi
Interac expands
devastates
payment
the
platform
Philippines.
Connect.
At least 5
nationwide.
people dead.
Canada's
Hundreds
leading
stranded
fintech
as
brand
floods
launches
submerge
broader
central
digital
regions,
payment
with winds
integration.
up to
14
205 kilometers
OECD
per
urges
hour.
Canada to
2.
cut subsidies to
Rescue
dairy
efforts
industry.
continue in Nepal.
Report calls for
Avalanche
reforms
bodies
to
of
improve
7
market
climbers
competition
recovered from
and
the
trade
Himalayas
fairness
after a deadly
15.
snow collapse near Dhaulagiri.
Germany demands deportation of 720,000
strikes
Syrian
hit
Russian
asylum
petrochemical
seekers.
plant.
Berlin
Russia
pushes new
accuses Ukraine
repatriation
of
policy
targeting
amid
industrial
rising
infrastructure
anti-immigration
in
sentiment.
Bashkortostan.
16.
Zora
Finance
Namdani
Minister says
leads
Canadians
NYC
will
mayoral
feel
race.
good about
The progressive
budget.
candidate emerges as
Optimistic
frontrunner
tone
in a
contrasts
historic
with public
public
concern
concern
over
over
deficit
reshaping
spending.
US city politics.
17.
5. Cybersecurity
Donald
agent
Trump's
charged
Treasury
for
Secretary
ties with
to
Black
attend
Cat
Harris
case hearing.
3
Supreme
American
Court to
officials
debate the
accused of
administration's
aiding
trade
ransomware
policy
gang
impact
in
on
extortion
November
schemes.
5th. 18.
6.
China
US
begins
declares
test
Nigeria
production
a
country
flying
of
cars.
particular
A
concern.
major China-based company
Washington
outpaces
faces possible
Tesla
sanctions
with prototype
amid
aerial
religious
vehicles
persecution
entering
reports.
trial phase.
19.
7.
Chinese
North Korea
researcher
mourns
faces
former
spy trial
ceremonial
in
head of
Quebec.
state,
Kim
former
Jong-nam,
Hydro-Quebec
Kim,
employee,
a key
accused of
diplomat since the
espionage
1990s,
and intellectual
passes
property
away
theft.
at 96.
2,500
FDA's
kilos
top
of
drug
cocaine
regulator
seized at
resigns
Vancouver
amid
Airport.
scandal. Authorities
Dr.
intercept
George
massive
Tidmarsh
drug
quits
shipment
following
concealed
federal
in
probe into
autoparts.
ethics violations.
21. Manitoba's
9.
NDP
Nigeria's
premier
ethnic
joins
violence
leaders in
deepens.
condemning child
Analysts
porn
call for
sentencing
dialogue.
ruling.
Experts
Political
urge
unity
reforms
grows over
as
controversial
clashes
court
escalate
decision
between northern and southern groups.
22. Canada
10.
faces
Trump
painkiller
backs
shortage
Cuomo.
into 2026.
Threatens to cut funds if
Pharmacy
Mandani
associations
wins.
warn of continued supply
The
issues.
former president
for critical
re-enters New
medications.
York's political battleground.
23. 11. Yukon
Canada
leader
rejects
re-elected.
surge of
Promises
Indian
majority
student permits.
stability. Over
Curry
70%
Dixon
of
pledges
applications
reforms
in northern
denied
development
amid fraud
and healthcare
and
funding concerns. 24. 12.
US Defense
ISRO
Secretary
launches
says
alliance
heaviest
with
communication
South Korea
satellite
will deter
yet.
North Korea.
India makes history
Washington
with the
reaffirms
largest
military
satellite
readiness
deployment
amid
on a
Pyongyang's
domestic
missile
rocket.
activity. 13. 25.
India's IT industry
Nigeria's
at a
religious
crossroads.
violence deepens
Experts
despite
warn of
US
job
sanctions
cuts
and
threat.
global outsourcing
Ongoing
shifts.
sectarian attacks prompt
14.
calls for
Israel
humanitarian
returns
intervention.
45 Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Health Ministry confirms handover amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. 15. Trump defends nuclear testing revival, blames Pakistan and China. US
Welcome
justifies
to
its
USA
stance as
Pulse,
competitors
your
expand
global
weapons
window to
programs.
today's most powerful headlines.
16. Trump
From
leaves
catastrophic
door open
storms
for
in the
Nigeria
Caribbean
military
to
operation,
new tensions in
hints
the
at
Middle
possible
East
cooperation
and a major Trump
if US
update.
interests are threatened.
Here are the top 25
17.
global and US headlines
Bangladesh-Pakistan
for
relations
29th
warm
of
after
October
Hasina's exit.
2025.
Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic tone. 18.
One Freedom
Tanzania's
Convoy
new
leader
president sworn
appeals
in amid
mischief
violent
conviction
protests.
in Canada.
Opposition rallies lead
Tamara
to hundreds
Lich
of arrests
challenges
and
her
multiple
conviction over
casualties.
organising anti-mandate
19.
protests.
UAE
Gridlocked
accused of
Ottawa
arming
in
Sudanese
2022.
paramilitary forces.
2.
Sudanese
Canada's
ambassador
new
condemns
budget
weapon
projects
shipments to
$78
RSF fighters.
billion.
Deficit.
Air India
Finance
crash
Minister
survivor
Mark Carney
appeals for
unveils
support.
first budget
Only
with
surviving
major spending
passenger
plans to
pleads for
revive
government
economy
compensation.
and green tech.
21 Indian student
3.
visa rejections.
China resumes
hit
group
record
tours to
high
Canada
in Canada
after Xi-Carney meeting.
Rejection rate
Beijing
surged
lifts
to
travel
74%,
restrictions
sparking
amid thawing
diplomatic
diplomatic
concerns.
ties.
22 fugitive male jock using
challenges
notwithstanding
extradition
clause in child
in Belgium.
pornography sentencing case.
Wanted businessman
Justice Minister
argues
confirms
human rights
respect
violations
Supreme
in
Court
Indian
ruling on
courts.
mandatory minimums.
23. 5.
Trump backs new
NASA
Supreme
celebrates
Court
25
years of continuous
redefine
human
US
presence
global
in
trade
space,
rules.
marking a milestone
24.
since ISS
Trump
launched
warns
in
of
2000.
sanctions over
Astronauts
Chinese chip
commemorate
technology
scientific
transfers.
breakthroughs and
US
global
moves to block
cooperation. Nvidia sales to China
6.
amid tech
EU
war. reports progress
25.
in semiconductor talks
Global
with China.
markets react to
Brussels
ongoing
praises
conflicts
dialogue
and natural
with
disasters.
amid global
Oil
chip
prices
supply
rise
tensions
as investors
7
weigh
protesters
risks
dies
from
at
Asia
ostrich
and
farm
the Middle East.
demonstration in British Columbia. Police confirm one death during standoff with local environmental activists. 8 US Secretary of War concludes Asia tour focused on security ties. Visits
Welcome
to
to
Vietnam,
USA
Japan
Pulse,
and South
your
Korea
global window to
highlight
today's
push
most
to
powerful
counter
headlines.
Chinese influence.
From catastrophic storms in
9.
the Caribbean,
Canada's
to new
strategic
tensions in the
partnership
Middle
with
East
China
and a
faces
major
criticism.
Trump update.
Experts warn
Here
of
are the
hybrid
top
warfare
25
risks
global
amid growing
and US
cyber
headlines for
espionage
29th of
concerns.
October 2010.
25. Convicted child sex offender released in Winnipeg. Public outcry
1.
follows.
Typhoon
Police issue
Kalmegi
community
devastates
alerts
the
as offender
Philippines.
relocates.
At
to
least
new
5
residents.
people
dead.
11.
11 stranded
BC
as floods
Hydro
submerge
faces
central
scrutiny
region
over Site
with
C
winds
dam
up to
cost
205 kilometers
Executives
per hour.
admit
project
2.
budget mismanagement
Rescue
amid
efforts
rising
continue
energy
in Nepal.
demands. Avalanche
12.
bodies of
Vancouver
7
home
climbers
sales
recovered
fall
from the Himalayas
14% in
after a
October.
deadly snow
Real
collapse
estate
near
slowdown
Dalgary
reflects higher
3. interest rates and affordability
Ukraine drone
crisis.
strikes hit Russian
13.
petrochemical plant.
Interac expands
Russia
payment
accuses
platform
Ukraine
Connect
of targeting
nationwide.
industrial infrastructure
Canada's leading
in
fintech
Bashkortostan.
brand launches broader
4.
digital payment
Zora
integration.
Mamdani leads
14.
NYC
OECD
mayoral race.
urges Canada
The progressive
to cut
candidate
subsidies
emerges
to
as
dairy
front
industry.
runner.
In a historic
Report
contest
calls for
reshaping
reforms to
US
improve
city
market
politics
competition
and
5.
trade fairness. Donald Trump's
15.
Treasury Secretary to attend
Germany
tariff
demands
case
deportation
hearing
of Supreme Court to debate the
720,000
administration's
Syrian
trade
asylum
policy
impact.
Berlin,
on
November
Bush's
5th.
new repatriation
6.
policy amid
China
rising
begins test
anti-immigration
production
of
sentiment.
flying cars. 16.
A major China-based
Finance
company
Minister says
outpaces
Canadians
Tesla
will
with
feel
prototype
good
aerial
about
vehicles
budget entering trial phase.
Optimistic tone
7.
contrasts with public concern
North Korea
over deficit
mourns
spending.
former ceremonial head
17.
of state Kim Jong-nam.
Cybersecurity
Kim,
agents
a
charged
key
for
diplomat
ties
since
with
the
Black Cat
1990s, passes away.
3
at
American
96.
officials
accused of aiding
FDA's
ransomware
top
gang
drug
in
regulator
extortion
resigns
schemes amid scandal.
18.
Dr.
US
George
declares
Tidmarsh
Nigeria
quits
a
following federal
country of
probe into
particular
ethics
concern.
violations. Washington
9.
signals possible
Nigeria's
sanctions
ethnic
amid
violence
religious
deepens.
persecution reports. Analysts call for dialogue. 19. Experts
Chinese
urge
researcher
reforms
faces
as
spy
clashes
trial in
escalate
Quebec.
between northern
Former
and southern
Hydro-Quebec
groups.
employee
accused
10.
of espionage
Trump
and
backs Cuomo.
intellectual property
Threatens
theft.
to cut funds if
2,560
Mamdani wins.
kilos of cocaine. The former
Seized at
president
Vancouver
re-enters
Airport.
New York's political
Authorities
battleground.
intercept
Massive drug
11.
shipment concealed
Canada
in auto
rejects
parts. Surge of Indian student
21.
permits.
Manitoba's NDP
Over 70%
premier
of
joins
applications
leaders in
denied
condemning child
amid
porn
fraud
sentencing
and
ruling.
funding concerns. Political unity
12.
grows over
ISRO
controversial
launches
court decision.
heaviest
communication satellite
22.
yet.
India
Canada
makes
faces
history
painkiller shortage
with the largest
into satellite
2026
deployment on a domestic
Pharmacy
rocket.
associations
warn of continued
13.
supply issues.
India's
for critical
IT industry
medications.
at a crossroads.
23.
23.
warn of job cuts
Yukon
and
leader
global
re-elected.
outsourcing shifts.
Promises majority stability.
14. Israel
Harry Dixon
returns
pledges
45
reforms in
Palestinian
northern development
bodies to
and
Gaza.
healthcare.
Health Ministry
24.
confirms handover.
US Defense
amid
Secretary
ongoing
says
ceasefire
alliance with
negotiations.
South Korea
15.
will
Trump
deter
defends
North
nuclear
Korea.
testing revival.
Washington
blames
reaffirms
Pakistan
military
and
readiness.
China amid Pyongyang's
US
missile
justifies
activity.
its
stance as competitors expand
25.
weapons programs. Nigeria's religious
16.
violence
Trump
deepens
leaves door
despite
open for
US Nigeria
sanctions
military
threat.
operation.
Hints
Ongoing
at possible
sectarian attacks
cooperation
prompt
if
calls
US
for
interests are
humanitarian
threatened.
intervention. 17. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after the Syria deficit. Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic terms. 18. Tanzania's new president warning amid violent protests. Opposition
Welcome to
rallies lead
USA
to hundreds
Pulse,
of arrests
your
and
global
multiple
window to
casualties.
today's most powerful
19.
headlines.
From
UAE
catastrophic storms
accused
in the
of arming
Caribbean
Sudanese
to new tensions in the Middle
forces.
East, and a major
Sudanese
Trump
ambassador
update.
condemns weapon
Here
shipments
are the
to
top
RSF
25
fighters.
global and US
20.
headlines for 29th of
India
October
crash survivor appeals for
2025.
support.
Only surviving passenger pleads for government compensation. 21
Freedom
Indian
Convoy
student
leader
visa
appeals.
rejections, mischief
Hit record
conviction
high
high
in
Canada. Tamara
Rejection
Lick challenges
rate
urge to
conviction over
74%,
organising anti-mandate
sparking
protests
diplomatic
that
concern.
gridlocked Ottawa in 2022.
22 fugitive Mehul Chokshi
2.
challenges
Canada's
extradition
new budget
in
projects,
Belgium.
$78
Wanted
billion
businessman argues
deficit.
human rights violations.
Finance
in
Minister
Indian
Mark
courts.
Carney unveils first
23
budget with
major spending
Trump
plans
backs
to
new
revive
Supreme
economy
Court
and
tariff
green
case
hearing. Could redefine US global
China
trade
resumes
rules.
group tours to Canada
24
after Xi-Carney
Trump
meeting.
warns of sanctions
Beijing lifts
over Chinese
travel
chip
restrictions
technology
amid
transfers.
thawing diplomatic
US
ties.
moves to block Nvidia
4.
sales to China.
Ottawa rules
amid
out
tech
using
war.
notwithstanding clause in
25
child pornography
Global
sentencing
markets
case.
react to
Justice
ongoing
Minister
conflicts
confirms
and
respect
natural
to Supreme
disasters.
Court ruling on
Oil
mandatory
prices
minimums.
rise as investors weigh risks
5.
from Asia.
NASA
and the Middle
celebrates
East.
25 years of continuous human presence in space, marking a milestone since ISS launched in 2000. Astronauts commemorate scientific breakthroughs and global collaboration. 6.
Welcome to
EU reports
USApulse
progress in
your
semiconductor
global window
talks
to
with
today's
China.
most powerful headlines.
Brussels praises
From
dialogue
catastrophic
with
storms in the
Nexperia
Caribbean
amid global
to new
chip
tensions in
supply
the Middle
tensions.
East, and a
7
major
protester
Trump update.
dies at ostrich
Here
farm
are the top
demonstration
25
in British
global
Columbia.
and US headlines for
Police
29th
confirm
of
one
October
death during standoff with
2025.
local environmental activists. 8 US Secretary
1.
of War concludes
Typhoon
Asia tour
Kalmegi
focused on
devastates
security
the
ties. At least
Visits
5
to Vietnam,
dead,
Japan and
hundreds
South Korea
stranded as
highlights
floods
push
submerge
to
central
counter
regions
Chinese
with
influence.
winds up to 205
9.
kilometers
Canada's
per hour.
strategic partnership
2.
with China faces
Rescue
criticism.
efforts continue.
Experts
in Nepal.
warn of hybrid warfare
Avalanche
risks
bodies of
amid
7
growing
climbers
cyber
recovered from
espionage
the Himalayas
concerns. After a deadly snow
10.
collapse,
Convicted
convicted
child
child sex offender
3.
released in Winnipeg. Ukraine drone
Public
strikes
outcry
hit Russian
follows.
petrochemical
Police
plant.
issue community
Russia
alerts
accuses
as offender
Ukraine
relocates
of targeting
to new residence.
industrial infrastructure
11.
in
Bashkortostan.
BC Hydro faces
4.
scrutiny over
Zora
Site C dam
Mamdani
cost
leads
overruns.
NYC mayoral
Executives
race.
admit
The
project
progressive
budget
candidate
mismanagement
emerges as
amid
frontrunner
rising
in a
energy
historic
demands.
contest reshaping
12.
US city
Vancouver
politics.
home sales fall
5.
14% in
Donald
October.
Trump's Treasury
Real
Secretary
estate
to attend
slowdown
reflects
reflects
higher
case
interest
hearing.
rates and
Supreme Court to
affordability
debate the
crisis.
administration's trade
13.
policy impact
Interac
on November
expands
5th.
payment platform
6.
Connect nationwide.
China begins test
Canada's
production
leading
of
fintech
flying
brand
cars.
launches broader
A
digital
major
payment
China-based company
integration.
outpaces
14.
Tesla with
OECD
prototype
urges
aerial
Canada
vehicles
to cut
entering
subsidies
trial
to
phase.
dairy industry. 7.
Report
North
calls
Korea
for reforms to
former
improve
ceremonial
market
head of
competition
state
and
Kim
trade
Jong-nam.
fairness. Kim,
15.
a key diplomat since the 1990s,
Germany demands
passes
deportation
away
of
at
720,000
96.
Syrian
8
asylum
FDA's
seekers.
top drug regulator
Berlin
resigns
pushes new
amid
repatriation
scandal.
policy
Amid
amid rising
rising anti-immigration
anti-immigration
following
sentiment.
federal probe into
16.
ethics violations.
Finance Minister says
9.
Canadians
Nigeria's
will feel
ethnic
violence
good
deepens.
about budget.
Analysts call for
Optimistic
dialogue.
tone contrasts with
Experts
public concern
urge
over
reforms
deficit spending
as clashes escalate
17.
between northern and southern
Cybersecurity
groups.
agents charged for ties
10.
with Black
Trump
Cat
backs
hackers.
Cuomo.
3
Threatens to
American
cut
officials
funds if
accused of
Mamdani
aiding
wins.
ransomware gang in
The
extortion
former president
schemes.
re-enters New York's
18.
political battleground.
US declares Nigeria
11.
a country
Canada
of
rejects
particular
surge
concern.
of Indian student permits.
Washington signals possible
Over
sanctions
70% of
amid religious
applications denied
persecution reports.
amid fraud and funding
19.
concerns.
Chinese researcher
12.
faces spy
ISRO
trial
launches
in Quebec.
heaviest communication
Former
satellite
Hydro-Quebec
yet.
employee
Accused
India
of
makes
espionage
history
and
with
the
the
largest
largest
satellite
satellite
deployment
deployment
on a domestic
2,560
rocket. Kilos of cocaine
13.
seized
India's
at Vancouver
IT
Airport.
industry at a crossroads.
Authorities intercept massive
Experts
drug
warn of
shipment
job
cuts
concealed
and
in
global
auto parts.
outsourcing shifts.
21. Manitoba's
14.
NDP
Israel
premier
returns
joins
45
leaders in
Palestinian
condemning
bodies
child
to
porn
Gaza.
sentencing ruling.
Health Ministry confirms
Political unity
handover
grows over
amid
controversial
ongoing
court
ceasefire
decision.
negotiations.
15. Trump
22.
defends nuclear
Canada
testing
faces
revival,
painkiller
blames
shortage
Pakistan
into 2026.
Pharmacy
US
Associations
justifies
warn
its
of
stance as
continued supply
competitors
issues
expand
for
weapons
critical
programs.
medications. 16. Trump
23.
leaves door open for Nigeria military operation. Hints
Promises
of possible
majority
cooperation
stability.
if US interests
Curry
are
Dixon
threatened. Pledges reforms in
17.
northern development
Bangladesh-Pakistan
and relations warm after
24.
Hasina's exit.
US
Envoy
Defense
credits
Secretary
says
says
alliance
alliance
with
with
South
diplomatic
Korea
tone.
will deter North
18.
Korea. Tanzania's
Washington
new president
reaffirms
sworn in
military
amid
readiness
violent
amid
protests.
Pyongyang's missile
Opposition
activity.
rallies lead to hundreds of arrests
25.
and multiple casualties.
Nigeria's religious
19.
violence deepens
UAE
despite
accused of
US
arming
sanctions threat.
Sudanese paramilitary
Ongoing
forces.
sectarian attacks
Sudanese
prompt calls
ambassador
for
condemns
humanitarian
weapon shipment to
intervention.
RSF fighters. 20. Air India crash survivor appeals for support. Only surviving passenger pleads to government compensation. 21 Indian student visa rejections hit record high in Canada.
Welcome to USA
Rejection
Pulse,
rate
your global
surged
window
to
to today's most
74%,
powerful headlines.
sparking diplomatic
From
concern.
catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
22
to new
fugitive
tensions in the
Middle
Middle
East
East
and a major
challenges
Trump update.
extradition in Belgium.
Here are the top 25
Wanted
global
businessman
and US
argues
headlines
human
for
rights
29th of
violations
October
in Indian
2025. 23. Trump backs new Supreme Court tariff case
1.
hearing.
Freedom convoy
Could
leader
redefine US
appeals.
global trade
Mischief
rules.
conviction in Canada.
24.
Tamara
Trump
Lich
warns of
challenges
sanctions
her conviction
over
over
Chinese
organising
chip technology
anti-mandate
transfers.
protests.
The
US moves
gridlocked
to block
Ottawa in
Nvidia
2022.
sales to China amid tech
2.
war. Canada's new
25.
budget projects
Global
$78
markets
billion
react to ongoing conflict
deficit.
and natural disasters.
Finance Minister Mark
Oil
Carney
prices
unveils
rise
first
as
budget
investors
with major
weigh
spending
risks from
plans
Asia
to revive
and
economy
the Middle
and
East.
green tech.
3. China resumes group tours after Xi Jinping. Beijing lifts travel restrictions amid thawing diplomatic ties. 4. Ottawa rules out using
Welcome to
notwithstanding
USA Pulse,
clause in
your
child
global
pornography
window to today's
sentencing
most
case.
powerful headlines.
Justice Minister confirms
From catastrophic
respect
storms
for
in the
Supreme Court
Caribbean
ruling on
to
mandatory
new tensions in the
minimums.
Middle East
and a major Trump
5.
update.
Here
NASA
are the
celebrates
top
25 years
global
of
and
continuous
US
human
headlines
presence
for
in
29th
space,
of October
marking a milestone
2025.
since ISS launched in 2000. Astronauts commemorate scientific breakthroughs.
Typhoon
and global
Kalmegi
cooperation
devastates the Philippines.
6.
At least 5
EU
people
reports
dead.
progress
Hundreds
in
stranded
semiconductor
as
talks
floods
with China.
submerge central regions.
Brussels praises
with winds up to
dialogue
205
with
kilometers
amid
per
global
hour.
chip supply
2.
tensions.
7
Rescue
protester
efforts
dies at
continue in
ostrich
Nepal.
farm demonstration.
Avalanche
in
bodies
British
of
Columbia.
7 climbers recovered from
Police
the Himalayas
confirm one death
after a
during
deadly
standoff
snow
with
collapse
local
near
environmental
Darjeeling.
activists.
3.
8
Ukraine
US
drone
Secretary
strikes
of
hit
Russian
war
concludes
petrochemical
Asia
plant
tour
focused on
Russia
security
accuses
ties.
Ukraine of targeting
Visits to
industrial
Vietnam,
infrastructure
Japan and South
in
Korea
Bashkortostan.
highlight push to
4.
counter Chinese
Zora
influence.
Mamdani leads NYC
9.
mayoral
Canada's
race.
strategic
The
partnership
progressive
with
candidate
China
emerges
faces
as
criticism
frontrunner
in a historic
Experts warn of
contest
hybrid
reshaping
warfare risks
US
amid
city
growing
politics.
cyber espionage
5.
concerns.
Donald Trump's Treasury
10.
Secretary
Convicted
to attend
child
tariff
sex
case
offender
hearing.
released in
Supreme
Winnipeg.
Court to debate
Public
the
outcry
administration's
follows.
trade policy
Police
impact
issue
on
community
November
alerts
5th
as offender relocates to new residence.
China begins test production
11.
of
BC
flying
Hydro
cars.
faces
A
scrutiny
major
over
China-based
Site C
company
dam cost
outpaces
overruns.
Tesla with prototype
Executives
aerial
admit
vehicles
project
entering
budget
trial
mismanagement
phase
amid rising
7.
energy demands.
North Korea mourns
12.
former
Vancouver
ceremonial
home
head of
sales
state
fall
Kim
14%
Jong-nam.
in October.
Kim, a key
Real
diplomat
estate
since the
slowdown
1990s,
reflects higher interest
passes
rates
away
and
at
affordability
96.
crisis.
8.
FDA's
13.
top drug regulator
Interac expands
resigns
payment
amid
platform
scandal.
Connect nationwide.
Dr. George Tidmarsh
Canada's
quits
leading
following
fintech
federal
brand
probe
launches
into
broader
ethics
digital
violations.
payment integration.
9.
14.
Nigeria's
OECD
ethnic violence
urges
deepens.
Canada to cut
Analysts
subsidies to
call for
dairy
dialogue.
industry. Experts
Report
urge
calls for reforms
to improve
as clashes
market competition
escalate
between
and
northern
trade
and
fairness.
southern groups.
15.
10.
Trump
Germany
backs
demands
Cuomo.
deportation,
Threatens to cut funds if
720,000
Mamdani
Syrian
wins.
asylum seekers.
Berlin
Berlin
pushes
pushes
new
re-enters New
repatriation
York's
policy
political
amid
battleground.
rising anti-immigration
11.
sentiment.
Canada rejects
16.
surge of Indian student
Finance
permits.
Minister says Canadians
Over
will
70%
feel
of
good
applications
about
denied.
budget.
amid fraud
Optimistic
and
funding
funding
contrasts
concerns.
with public concern over
12.
deficit spending.
ISRO launches
17.
heaviest communications
Cybersecurity
satellite
yet.
agents charged for
India
ties
makes
with
history
Black Cat hackers,
with the largest satellite
3
deployment
American
on a
officials
domestic
accused
rocket.
of aiding ransomware gang
13.
in extortion
India's
schemes.
IT industry
18.
at a crossroads.
US declares
Experts
Nigeria
warn of
a
job cuts
country
and
of
global
particular
outsourcing
concerns. Washington
14.
signals possible
Israel
sanctions
returns
amid
45
religious persecution
Palestinian
bodies to Gaza. 19.
Health Ministry confirms
Chinese
handover
researcher faces
amid
spy
ongoing
trial in
ceasefire
Quebec.
negotiations.
Former Hydro
15.
Quebec
Trump
employee
defends nuclear
accused of
testing revival,
espionage,
blames
and
Pakistan
intellectual property
and China.
theft.
2,500
US justifies its
kilos
stance
of
as
cocaine
competitors expand
seized at
weapons
Vancouver
programs.
Airport.
Authorities
16.
intercept
Trump
massive
leaves door
drug
open
shipment
for Nigeria
concealed in
military
auto
operation.
parts. Hints at possible
21.
cooperation
Manitoba's
if US
interests
NDP
are threatened.
premier joins leaders in
17.
condemning child porn
Bangladesh-Pakistan
ruling.
relations warm after
Political
Hasina's
unity
exit.
grows over
Envoy credits
controversial
new
court
government
decision.
for improved diplomatic tone.
22.
18.
Canada faces
Tanzania's
Tanzania's
new
new
president
president
sworn
into
in amid
2026
violent protests.
Pharmacy associations
Opposition rallies
warn of
lead to
continued
hundreds of
supply
arrests
issues
and multiple
for critical
casualties.
medications.
19.
23.
UAE accused of
Yukon
arming
leader
Sudanese
re-elected.
paramilitary
Promises
forces.
majority
Sudanese
stability.
ambassador condemns
Carrie
weapon
Dixon
shipments
pledges
to RSF
reforms in
fighters.
northern development and
20.
healthcare.
Air India
24.
crash survivor appeals
US
for
Defense
support.
Secretary says
Only surviving
alliance with
passenger
South Korea
pleads for
will
government
deter
compensation.
North Korea.
21 Indian
Washington
student
visa
reaffirms
rejections
military readiness
hit
amid
record
Pyongyang's
high in
missile
Canada.
activity.
Rejection rate
25.
surged to 74%.
Nigeria's religious
sparking
violence
diplomatic
deepens concern.
despite US sanctions threat.
22 fugitive
Ongoing
Mabel
sectarian
Choksi
attacks
challenges
prompt calls for
extradition in
humanitarian
Belgium.
intervention. Wanted businessman argues human rights violations in Indian courts. 23. Trump backs new Supreme Court tariff case hearing. Could redefine US global trade rules. 24. Welcome to USApulse.
Trump warns of
Your
sanctions
global window
over
to
Chinese
today's
chip
most powerful
technology
headlines.
transfers.
From
US
catastrophic
moves
storms
to
in the
block
Caribbean
Nvidia sales
to new
to China
tensions in the Middle
amid
East
tech
and a
war.
major Trump update.
25.
Here are the
Global
top
markets
25
react
global
to
and
ongoing
US
conflicts
headlines
and
for
natural
29th of
disasters.
October 2025.
Oil prices rise
as investors weigh risks from Asia and the Middle East. 1. Freedom Convoy leader appeals. Mischief conviction in Canada. Tamara Lick challenges her conviction over organising anti-mandate protests that gridlocked Ottawa in 2022. 2. Welcome to USApulse, Canada's new budget
your global
projects
window to today's most powerful headlines.
Deficit.
From catastrophic storms in the
Finance
Caribbean
Minister Mark
to new
Carney
tensions in the
unveils
Middle
first
East
budget
and a
with
major
Trump
spending
update.
plans to revive economy
Here are the top
and green
25
tech.
global and US
3.
headlines for
China
29th of
resumes group
October
tours to Canada
2025.
after Xi-Carney
meeting. Beijing lifts travel restrictions amid
1.
thawing diplomatic
Typhoon
ties.
Kalmegi devastates
4.
the Philippines.
Ottawa rules
At
out
least
using
5
notwithstanding
people
clause
dead.
in
Hundreds
child
stranded
pornography
as floods
sentencing
submerge
case.
central region.
Justice Minister
with winds up
confirms
to
respect for Supreme
205
Court
kilometres
ruling on
per hour.
mandatory minimums.
2.
Rescue efforts
5.
continue in Nepal.
NASA celebrates
Avalanche
25
bodies
years
of
of
continuous
climbers
human
recovered
presence
from
in
the
Himalayas,
Himalayas,
marking a
after a deadly
milestone
snow
since
collapse near
ISS launched
Dalgary.
in 2000.
3.
Astronauts
Ukraine
commemorate
drone
scientific
strikes hit
breakthroughs
Russian
and
petrochemical
global
plant.
cooperation.
Russia accuses Ukraine
6.
of targeting
EU
industrial
reports
infrastructure
progress in semiconductor talks with China. 4. Brussels
Zora
praises
Mamdani
dialogue
leads
with
NYC
Nexperia
mayoral
amid
race.
global chip
The
supply
progressive
tensions.
candidate emerges
7
as
protester
frontrunner
dies
in a
at
historic
ostrich farm
contest
demonstration
reshaping
in British
US
Columbia
city
politics.
5.
Police confirm one
Donald
death
Trump's
during
Treasury
standoff with
Secretary
local
to attend
environmental
tariff
activists.
case
hearing. Supreme Court
8
to debate
US
the
Secretary of
administration's
War
trade
concludes
policy
Asia tour
impact
focused
on
on
November
security
ties. 6. Visits to
China
Vietnam,
begins test
Japan and
production
South Korea
of flying
highlights
cars.
push to
A
counter
major
Chinese
China-based company
influence.
outpaces Tesla
9.
with prototype
Canada's
aerial
strategic
vehicles
partnership
entering
with China
trial
faces
phase.
criticism.
7.
Experts warn of
North
hybrid
Korea
warfare
warns
risks
former
amid
ceremonial
growing
head of
cyber
state
espionage
Kim
concerns.
Jong-nam.
Kim, a key
10.
diplomat since
Convicted
the 1990s,
child sex offender
passes
released
away
in
at
Winnipeg.
96.
Public outcry
8.
follows.
FDA's top drug
Police issue
regulator
community
resigns
alerts
amid
as offender
scandal.
relocates to new
Dr.
residence.
George Tidmarsh quits
11.
following federal
BC Hydro
probe into
faces
ethics
scrutiny
violations.
over Site C dam cost
9.
overruns.
Nigeria's executives admit project budget
Analysts
mismanagement
call for dialogue.
amid rising energy
Experts
demands. Urge reforms.
12.
As clashes
Vancouver home
escalate
sales
between
fall
northern and
14%
southern
in
groups.
October.
Real
10.
estate slowdown
Trump
reflects
backs
higher
Cuomo.
interest rates,
Threatens
and
to cut
affordability
funds if
crisis.
Mamdani wins.
13. Interac
The former
expands
president
payment
re-enters
platform
New York's
Connect
political
nationwide.
battleground.
Canada's
11.
leading fintech
Canada
brand launches
rejects
broader
surge of
digital
Indian
payment
student
integration.
permits. 14.
Over
OECD
70% of applications
urges Canada
denied
to cut subsidies
amid
to
fraud
dairy
and
industry.
funding concerns. Report calls for
12.
reforms to improve
ISRO
market
launches
competition
heaviest
and
communication
trade
satellite
yet.
15.
India makes history.
Germany demands
with the largest
deportation
satellite
of
deployment
720,000
on a domestic
Syrian
rocket.
asylum seekers.
13. Berlin
India's
pushes new
IT industry
repatriation
at a
policy
crossroads.
amid rising
Experts warn of
anti-immigration
job
sentiment
cuts.
and global outsourcing
16.
shifts. Finance Minister
14.
says Canadians
Israel
will
returns
feel
45
about Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Optimistic tone
Health
contrasts
Ministry
with public
confirms
concern over
handover
deficit spending
amid
ongoing ceasefire
17.
negotiations.
15.
Cybersecurity
Trump
agents
defends
charged
nuclear
for
testing
ties with
revival,
Black Cat
blames
hackers.
Pakistan and
3
China.
American officials accused
US
of justifies
aiding
its
ransomware
stance
gang
as competitors
extortion
expand
schemes.
weapons programs.
18.
16. Trump
US declares
leaves door
Nigeria
open
a
for Nigeria
country
military
of
operation.
particular concern.
Hints at possible cooperation
Washington
if US
signals
interests
possible
are threatened
sanctions
amid religious persecution
17.
reports. Bangladesh-Pakistan
19.
relations warm after Hasina's
Chinese
exit.
researcher faces
Envoy
spy
credits
trial
new
in
government for
Quebec.
improved diplomatic
Former Hydro
tone.
Quebec employee
18.
accused of espionage
Tanzania's new
and
president
intellectual
sworn in amid
property
violent
theft.
protests.
2,500
Opposition rallies lead
kilos
to
of
hundreds
cocaine
of arrests
seized
and
at
multiple
Vancouver
casualties.
airport.
Authorities
19.
intercept massive
UAE
drug shipment
accused of
concealed
arming
in
Sudanese
autoparts.
paramilitary forces.
21.
Sudanese
Manitoba's
ambassador
NDP
condemns
premier
shipments to
joins
RSF
leaders in
fighters.
condemning child porn sentencing ruling. Air India crash
Political
survivor
unity
appeals
grows
for
over
support.
controversial court
Only
decision.
surviving passenger pleads for government
22.
compensation.
21
Canada faces
Indian
painkiller
student
shortage
visa
into
rejections
2026.
hit record high
Pharmacy
in
associations warn of continued
Rejection
supply
rates
issues
surged to
for critical
74%,
medications, sparking diplomatic
23.
concern. Yukon leader
22
re-elected.
fugitive Mehul
Promises
Chokshi
majority
challenges
stability.
extradition
Curry
in
Dixon
Belgium.
pledges reforms
Wanted
in northern
businessman
development and
argues
healthcare.
human rights violations
24.
in Indian courts.
U.S. Defense Secretary
23.
says alliance with South
Trump
Korea
backs new
will
Supreme
deter
Court
North
tariff
Korea.
case hearing.
Washington
Redefine
reaffirms
US
military
global trade
readiness
rules.
amid Pyongyang's
24.
missile activity. Trump warns of sanctions
25.
over Chinese
Nigeria's
chip technology
religious
transfers
violence
deepens
US
despite
moves
US
to block
sanctions
Nvidia
threat.
sales to China
Ongoing
amid
sectarian
tech war.
attacks prompt calls for
25.
humanitarian intervention.
Global markets react to ongoing
conflicts and natural disasters. Oil prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia and the Middle East. Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East,
Welcome
and a
to
major Trump
USApulse,
update. Your global
Here
window
are the
to
top
today's
25
most powerful
global
headlines.
and US headlines
From
for
catastrophic
29th
storms
of
in the
October
Caribbean
2025.
to new tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25
Freedom
global
Convoy
and US
leader
headlines for
appeals.
29th of
Mischief
October
conviction in
2025. Tamara Lich challenges her conviction over organising anti-mandate
1.
protests.
Typhoon
that gridlocked
Kalmagi
Ottawa
devastates
in
the
2022.
Philippines.
At least
2.
5 people dead.
Canada's new
Hundreds
budget
stranded
projects
as floods
$78
submerge
billion
central regions with winds up to 205
Finance
kilometres
Minister
per
Mark
hour.
Carney
unveils
2.
first budget with
Rescue
major
efforts
spending plans to
continue in
revive
Nepal.
economy and green
Avalanche
tech. Bodies of 7 climbers recovered from the
China
Himalayas
resumes group
after a
tours to
deadly
Canada
snow collapse
after Xi
near
Jinping
meeting.
3.
Beijing lifts travel
Ukraine
restrictions
drone strikes
amid
hit
Russian
thawing
petrochemical
diplomatic
plant.
ties.
Russia accuses Ukraine
Ottawa rules
of
out
targeting
using
industrial
standing
infrastructure
clause in
child
child
pornography
pornography
sentencing case.
4.
Justice
Zora
Minister
Mamdani
confirms
leads
respect
NYC
for Supreme Court
mayoral
ruling on
race.
mandatory minimums.
The
The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner
5.
in a historic
NASA
contest
celebrates
reshaping
25
years
years
of
city
continuous
politics.
human presence in
5.
space. Donald Trump's
Treasury
Treasury
Secretary
ISS
to attend
launched
tariff
in
case
2000.
hearing.
Supreme
Astronauts
Court to
commemorate
debate the
scientific
administration's
breakthroughs
trade
and
policy
global
impact on
cooperation.
November 5th. 6.
China
EU
begins
reports
test
progress
production
in semiconductor
flying
talks
cars.
with China. A major
Brussels
China-based
praises
company
dialogue
outpaces
with
Tesla
Nexperia
with prototype
amid global
aerial
chip
vehicles
supply
entering
tensions.
trial
7
phase.
protester dies
7.
at ostrich farm
North Korea
demonstration
mourns
in British
former
Columbia.
ceremonial head of state.
Kim
Police
Jong-nam.
confirm one death
Kim,
during
a key
standoff with
diplomat
local
since the
environmental
1990s,
activists, passes away at 96.
8 U.S. Secretary of War
FDA's
concludes
top
Asia
drug
tour
regulator
focused on
resigns
security
amid
scandal.
skies. Visits
Dr.
to Vietnam,
George Tidmarsh
Japan
quits
and South
following
Korea
federal
highlight
probe into
push to
ethics
counter
violations.
Chinese influence. 9. Nigeria's ethnic
Canada's
violence
strategic
deepens.
partnership with
Analysts
China
call
faces
for
criticism.
dialogue. Experts warn of
urge
hybrid
reforms
warfare risks
as
amid
clashes
growing
escalate
cyber
between
espionage
northern
concerns.
and southern
groups. 10.
Convicted
Trump
child
backs
sex offender
Cuomo,
released in
threatens
Winnipeg.
to cut funds
Public
if
outcry
Mamdani
follows.
wins. Police issue
The former
community
president
alerts
re-enters
as offender
New York's
relocates
political
to new
battleground.
residence. 11. BC
Canada
Hydro
rejects
faces
surge of
scrutiny
Indian
over
student
Site C
permits.
dam cost overruns.
Over 70% of
Executives
applications
admit project
denied
budget
amid
mismanagement
fraud and
amid
funding
rising
concerns.
energy demands. 12.
ISRO
Vancouver
launches
home sales
heaviest
fall
communication
14%
satellite
in October.
yet. Real
India
estate
makes
slowdown
history
reflects
with the
higher
largest
interest rates
satellite
and
deployment
affordability
on a
crisis.
domestic rocket. 13. Interac expands
India's
payment
IT
platform
industry
Connect
at a crossroads.
nationwide. Experts
Canada's
warn of
leading
job cuts
fintech
and
brand
global
launches broader
outsourcing
digital
shifts.
payment integration.
14.
Israel
OECD
returns
urges
45
Canada to
Palestinian
cut
bodies
subsidies
to
to
Gaza.
dairy industry.
Health Ministry
Report
confirms
calls for
handover
reforms to
amid
improve
ongoing
market
ceasefire
competition
negotiations
and trade fairness.
15 Trump defends
15.
nuclear testing revival.
Germany
blames
demands
Pakistan
deportation
and
of
China.
720,000
US
Syrian
justifies
asylum
its
seekers.
stance as competitors
Berlin
expand
pushes
weapons
new
programs.
repatriation policy.
16
Amid
Trump
rising
leaves door open
anti-immigration
to
Nigeria
sentiment.
military operation.
16
Hints at possible
Finance
cooperation
Minister
if
says
US
Canadians
interests are
will
threatened.
feel good about
17.
budget.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
Optimistic tone
relations
contrasts
warm
with
after
public
Hasina's
concern over
exit.
deficit spending.
Envoy credits new government
17.
for improved diplomatic
Cybersecurity agents charged
18.
for ties with Black
Tanzania's
Cat
new
hackers.
president sworn in amid
3
violent
American
protests.
officials accused of
Opposition
aiding
rallies
ransomware
lead to
gang
hundreds of
in
arrests
extortion
and
multiple
schemes.
casualties.
18. 19. US declares
UAE
Nigeria accused of arming
country of
Sudanese
particular
paramilitary
concern.
forces. Sudanese
Washington signals
ambassador
possible
condemns
sanctions
weapon shipments
amid
to
religious
RSF
persecution
fighters. reports. 20. 19.
Air India crash
Chinese
survivor
researcher
appeals for
faces
support.
spy trial in
Only
Quebec.
surviving passenger
Former
pleads for
Hydro-Quebec
government
employee
compensation.
accused of
21
espionage
Indian student
and visa
intellectual
rejections
property theft.
hit record high in Canada.
560 kilos of cocaine
Rejection rate
seized
surged
at
to
Vancouver
74%.
Airport.
Authorities
Sparking
intercept
diplomatic
massive
concern.
drug shipment concealed in
22
autoparts.
fugitive Mehul Chokshi
21
challenges
Manitoba's
extradition
NDP
in
premier
Belgium.
joins leaders in
Wanted
condemning
businessman
child porn
argues
sentencing
human
ruling.
rights violations in
Political
Indian
unity
courts.
grows over controversial
23.
court decision.
Trump backs new Supreme
22.
Court tariff case
Canada
hearing.
faces painkiller
Could
shortage
redefine US
into
global
2026.
trade rules.
Pharmacy
24.
associations warn of
Trump
continued
warns of
supply
sanctions
issues
for
over
critical
Chinese
medications.
chip technology transfers.
23.
US moves to block
Yukon
Nvidia
leader
sales to
re-elected
China,
promises
amid
majority
tech war.
stability. 25.
Curry-Dixon pledges
Global
reforms
markets
in northern
react to
development
ongoing
and
conflicts
healthcare. And natural disasters.
24.
Oil
US
prices
Defense
rise
Secretary
as
says
investors
alliance
weigh
with
risks
South
from
Korea
Asia
will
and
deter
the Middle East.
North Korea.
Washington reaffirms military readiness amid Pyongyang missile activity. 25. Nigeria's religious violence deepens despite US sanctions threats. Ongoing sectarian
Welcome to
attacks prompt
USApulse,
calls for humanitarian
your global window to
intervention.
today's most powerful headlines.
From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East and a major conflict rate. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025.
Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines.
1.
Typhoon
Catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
devastates the
to
Philippines.
new tensions in the Middle
At
East
least 5
and a
people
major
dead.
Trump update.
Hundreds stranded
Here are
as
the
floods
top
submerge
25
central
global
regions
and US
with winds up
headlines
to
for 29th of
205
October
kilometers per hour.
2025.
2. Rescue efforts continue in Nepal.
Avalanche
One
bodies
Freedom
of 7
Convoy
climbers
leader
recovered from
appeals
the Himalayas
mischief conviction
after a
in
deadly
Canada.
snow collapse near Dhaulagiri.
Tamara Lich challenges
3.
her conviction over organising
drone strikes
anti-mandate
hit
Russian
protests
petrochemical
that
gridlocked
gridlocked
Ottawa.
in
Russia
2022.
accuses Ukraine of targeting
2.
industrial
Canada's
infrastructure
new budget
in
projects
Bashkortostan.
$78
4.
billion.
Zora
deficit.
Mandani leads NYC
Finance
mayoral
Minister
race.
Mark Carney
The
unveils
progressive
first
candidate
budget
emerges
with
as
major
frontrunner
spending plans
in a
to revive
historic
economy
contest
and green
reshaping
tech.
U.S. city politics.
3. 5.
China resumes group
Donald
tours
Trump's
to Canada
Treasury
after
Secretary
Xi to
Carney
attend
meeting.
tariff case
Beijing
hearing.
lifts
Supreme
travel
Court to debate the
restrictions
administration's
amid thawing
trade
diplomatic
policy
ties.
impact on November 5th.
4.
Ottawa
6.
rules out using
China begins
notwithstanding
test
clause in
production
child
of
pornography
flying cars.
sentencing case.
A major
Justice
China-based
Minister
company
confirms
outpaces
respect
Tesla
the Supreme
with
Court ruling
prototype
on
aerial
mandatory
vehicles
minimums entering trial phase.
5.
7. NASA
celebrates
celebrates
25
25 former
years of
ceremonial
continuous
head of
human
state
presence
Kim
in
Jong-nam,
space.
marking
Kim,
a
a
milestone
key
since
diplomat since the
ISS launched in
1990s,
2000, passes away.
Astronauts
Astronauts
commemorate
commemorate scientific
8
breakthroughs.
FDA's
and
top
global
drug regulator
cooperation.
resigns amid scandal.
6.
Dr.
EU
George
reports
Titmarsh
progress
quits
in
following
semiconductor
federal
talks
probe
with
into
China.
ethics violations.
Brussels praises dialogue
9.
with Nexperia.
Nigeria's ethnic
amid
violence
global chip
deepens.
supply tensions.
Analysts call
7
for
protester
dialogue.
dies at ostrich
Experts
farm
urge
demonstrations
reforms
in British
as
Columbia.
clashes escalate between northern
Police
and
confirm
southern
1
groups.
death during standoff with
10.
local environmental
Trump backs
activists.
Cuomo.
Threatens to cut
8
funds
US
if
Secretary
Secretary
of
War
War
concludes Asia tour
former
focused on
president
security
re-enters
ties.
New York's political
Visits to
battleground.
Vietnam, Japan
11.
and South Korea.
Canada
highlight
rejects
push to
surge of
counter
Indian
Chinese
student
influence.
Over
9.
70% of
Canada's
strategic
strategic
partnership
denied
with China
amid
faces
fraud
criticism.
and funding concerns.
Experts warn of hybrid
12.
warfare risks.
ISRO
amid growing
launches
cyber
heaviest
espionage
communication
concerns.
satellite yet.
10.
India makes
Convicted
history
child sex
with the
offender
largest
released
satellite
in Winnipeg
deployment on a
Public
domestic
outcry
rocket.
follows.
Police
13.
issue community
India's
alerts
IT
as offender
industry at a
relocates
crossroads.
to new residents.
Experts warn
11.
of job cuts.
BC
and global
Hydro faces
outsourcing
scrutiny
shifts.
over Site C dam
14.
cost overruns.
Israel returns
Executives
45
admit
project
Palestinian
budget
bodies to
mismanagement
Gaza
amid rising
Health
energy
Ministry
demands.
confirms handover
12.
amid ongoing
Vancouver home
ceasefire
sales
negotiations.
fall 14%
15.
in
Trump
October.
defends nuclear
Real
testing
estate
revival.
slowdown reflects
Blames higher
Pakistan
interest rates
and China.
affordability crisis.
US justifies
13.
its stance as competitors
Interac
expand
expands
weapons
payment
programs.
platform Connect
16.
nationwide.
Trump leaves door
Canada's
open
leading
for Nigeria
fintech
military
brand
launches
operation
broader
hints
digital
at possible
payment
cooperation
integration
if US
14.
interests are threatened.
OECD urges Canada
17.
to cut subsidies to
Bangladesh
dairy
Pakistan
industry.
relations warm after
Report
Hasina's
calls
exit.
for reforms to
Envoy
improve
credits
market
new government
competition
for improved
and
diplomatic
trade
fairness.
terms.
15.
18.
Tanzania's
Germany
new
demands
president sworn in
deportation
amid
of
violent
720,000
protests.
Syrian
Opposition
asylum
rallies lead
seekers.
to hundreds of arrests
Berlin
and
pushes
multiple
new
casualties.
repatriation policy
19.
amid rising
UAE
anti-immigration
accused of
sentiment.
arming Sudanese
16.
paramilitary forces.
Finance
Sudanese
Minister says
ambassador
Canadians
condemns
will
weapon
feel
shipments to
good
RSF
about
fighters.
budget.
20.
Optimistic tone contrasts
Air
with
India
public
crash
concern
survivor
over
deficit
appeals for
spending.
support. Only
17.
surviving passenger
Cybersecurity agents
charged for
21
ties with black
Indian
cat
student
hackers.
visa rejections.
3
hit
American
record
officials
high
accused
in
of
Canada.
aiding ransomware gang
Rejection
in
rate
extortion
surged to
schemes.
74%,
18.
sparking
US
diplomatic
declares
concern.
Nigeria a country of
22
particular
fugitive
concern.
Mehul Choksi
Washington
challenges
signals
extradition
possible
in
sanctions
Belgium
amid religious
Wanted
persecution
businessman
reports.
argues human rights
19.
violations in Indian
Chinese
courts.
researcher faces spy trial
23.
in Quebec.
Former
Trump backs
Hydro
new
Quebec
Supreme Court
employee
tariff
accused of
hearing
espionage
could
and
redefine
intellectual
US global
property
trade
theft.
rules.
2,560 kilos
Trump
of cocaine
warns of sanctions
seized at
over
Vancouver
Chinese
airport.
chip technology
Authorities
transfers.
intercept massive
US
drug
moves to
shipment
block
concealed in
Nvidia
auto
sales
parts.
to China amid tech
21.
war.
Manitoba's NDP
25.
premier joins
Global
leaders in
markets
condemning
react to
child
ongoing
porn sentencing
conflicts
ruling.
and natural disasters.
Political unity
Oil
grows
prices
over
rise
controversial
as
court
investors
decision.
weigh risks from Asia and
22.
the Middle East. Canada faces painkiller shortage into 2026. Pharmacy associations warn of continued supply issues for critical medications. 23. Yukon leader re-elected. Promises majority
Welcome to
stability.
USApulse.
Curry
Your global
Dixon
window
pledges
to today's
reforms
most
in
powerful
northern
development
headlines.
and
From
healthcare.
catastrophic storms in the
24.
Caribbean to new
US
tensions in the
Defense
Middle
Secretary
East
says
and a major
alliance
Trump
with
update.
South Korea
will
Here
deter
are the top
North
25
Korea.
global and
Washington
US
reaffirms
headlines for
military
29th
readiness
of October
amid Pyongyang's missile
2025.
activity.
25. Nigeria's religious violence deepens
Typhoon
despite
Kalmegi
US sanctions
devastates
threat.
the Philippines.
Ongoing
At least
sectarian
5
attacks
people
prompt
dead,
calls for
hundreds
humanitarian
stranded as
intervention.
floods submerge central regions, with winds up to 205 kilometers per hour. Rescue efforts continue in the sea. Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers recovered from the Himalayas after a deadly snow collapse.
Welcome
near
to
Davagiri.
USApulse, your
3.
global window to today's
Ukraine
most
drone
powerful
strikes
headlines.
hit Russian petrochemical
Catastrophic
plant.
storms in the Caribbean.
Russia accuses
to new
Ukraine
tensions in the
of
Middle East
targeting
and a
industrial
major Trump
infrastructure
update.
in Bashkortostan.
Here are the top 25
4.
global and
Zora
US
Mamdani
headlines for
leads
29th of
NYC
October
mayoral race.
2025.
The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner in a historic contest reshaping
One
US
Freedom
city
Convoy
politics.
leader appeals
5.
mischief
Donald
conviction
Trump's
in
Treasury
Canada.
Secretary to attend
Tamara
tariff
Lich
challenges her
hearing.
conviction
Supreme
over
Court to
organising
debate the
anti-mandate
administration's
protests
trade
policy
that
gridlocked Ottawa
on
in
November
2022. 6.
2.
China begins
Canada's
test
new
production
budget
of
projects
flying cars.
$78
A
billion.
major China-based company
deficit.
outpaces Tesla.
Finance
with
Minister
prototype
Mark
aerial
Carney
vehicles
unveils
entering
first
trial
budget
with
phase.
major spending plans
7.
to revive economy.
North Korea
and green
mourns
tech.
former ceremonial
3.
head of state Kim
China
Jong-nam.
resumes group tours
Kim,
to Canada
a key diplomat
after Xi
since the
Jinping
1990s.
Beijing
passes
lifts
away
at
travel
96.
restrictions.
8.
Amid
Amid
FDA's
diplomatic
top
drug
ties.
regulator resigns
4.
amid scandal.
Ottawa
rules out using
Dr. George
notwithstanding
Tidmarsh
clause in
quits
child
following
pornography
federal probe into
sentencing case
ethics
violations.
Justice
Minister confirms
9.
respect for
Nigeria's
Supreme Court ruling
ethnic
on
violence
mandatory
deepens.
minimums. Analysts call for dialogue.
5.
Experts
NASA
celebrates
celebrates
25 years
as
of
clashes
continuous
escalate
human
between
presence
northern
in space,
and southern groups.
marking a milestone since
10.
ISS
Trump
launched in
backs
2000.
Cuomo.
Astronauts
Threatens to cut
commemorate
funds if
scientific
Mamdani
breakthroughs
wins.
and global cooperation.
The former president
re-enters New York's
6.
political
EU
battleground.
reports progress
11.
in semiconductor
Canada
talks with
rejects
China.
surge of Indian
Brussels
student
praises
permits dialogue with Nexperia.
Over 70%
amid
of global
applications
chip supply
denied.
tensions.
Amid
7
fraud
protester
and funding
dies at
concerns.
ostrich farm demonstration
12.
in British
ISRO
Columbia.
launches heaviest
Police
communication
confirm one
satellite
death
yet
during
standoff with
India
local
makes
environmental
history
activists. With the largest satellite deployment
8
on a
US
domestic
Secretary
rocket.
of War concludes Asia
13.
tour focused
India's
on security
IT
ties.
industry at a crossroads.
Visits to Vietnam,
Experts
Japan
warn
and
of
South
job
Korea
cuts and
highlight
global
push to
outsourcing
counter
shifts.
Chinese influence.
14.
Israel
9.
returns
Canada's
45
strategic partnership
Palestinian
with
bodies
China
to
faces
Gaza.
criticism.
Health
Ministry
Ministry
warn of
confirms
hybrid
handover
warfare risks
amid ongoing
ceasefire
cyber
negotiations.
escalations.
15. Trump defends nuclear
10.
testing revived.
Convicted
by
child sex offender
blames
released
Pakistan
in Winnipeg.
and China.
Public
As
outcry
justifies
follows.
its stance
Who
as
community
competitors
alerts
expand
as
weapons
offender
programs.
relocates to new residence.
16. Trump
11.
leaves door open for
BC
Nigerian
Hydro
military
faces
operation.
scrutiny over